Hello everyone, welcome to What If Bell Lost His Past Memories and Went in Dungeon to Find Women of His Past Movie 2. Before we start, please go support VicMarVaz for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Bell is a male. Chapter 13, Enemy of the Elves and a New Member of the Harem, PUSTIGRANACHNETSYA. Oh, it's truly impressive, exclaimed the messenger god with his typical smile as he observed the 18th floor from his entrance. He had managed to infiltrate by posing as an adventurer, accompanied by his most trusted assistant. Don't make a scene, Hermes-sama, we don't want your presence to become known, Isfi commented somewhat wearily, though it was mental rather than physical fatigue. He adjusted his glasses with his index finger and moved forward behind his animated, childlike god in search of a single target. Cranel. Nini, Tayoni, Reveria and Aizu are not here, said a certain smiling Amazon as she woke up from her nap and rocked the sleeping Tayoni. The brightness had returned to the 18th floor, and although that didn't mean it was daytime, it was taken as the starting point for their schedules. Maybe they're training alone, who knows, replied a sleepy Tayoni as she closed her eyes again, returning to her slumber. A very strange one, where her captain's wedding to her was being celebrated, but Tiona couldn't know that. Aren't Miss Aizu and Lady Reveria here? Asked the newly woken up Lefia, joining in on the monologue started by Tiona, which was ignored by her older sister. Yes, I'll go look for them. I'm wide awake now, so I want to keep myself entertained, she said cheerfully before getting up and leaving the store. I'm coming with you, Miss Tiona, shouted Lefia as she followed the lively Amazon behind her. The search for her expressionless friend and her superior Reveria had begun, and as strange as it may seem, it had taken them much more effort than they had imagined. Hey Isfi, why do you think I'd be in the forest? The god asked his servant as he followed her. Hermes-sama, we have searched the entire city of Reveria and found no trace of young Cranel. The forest is the most obvious place to go, Isfi replied, sounding somewhat tired of his god's stupidity. As the beautiful woman with sky-blue hair mentioned, they had been asking from in to in about a certain boy with an extremely peculiar appearance, impossible to mistake or forget. However, luck had not been on their side, receiving rejections from all the places they had visited, one by one until there were no options left to go to, since they had been to all of them. Given the situation, Isfi came to the brilliant conclusion that their target Belle was camping in the woods to save money, a very clever thing to do if you asked her. They continued their walk for a couple of minutes when they spotted two silhouettes in the distance, which they recognized at once. Oh. It's Loki's girls, Hermes exclaimed in a shout audible to the pair of adventurers, drawing their attention. It was Tiona and Lefia who had not been successful in their search for Aizu and Reveria, which led them to expand the search radius. Both pairs, human and god, Amazon and elf, drew closer until they were considerably near. The god Hermes, what is he doing in the dungeon? The elf asked in confusion. Well, it's more of a personal matter. By the way, do you know if the adventurer Cranel is around here? He looks like a rabbit. The god replied, dodging the elf's question and adding one of his own. Oh, Argonaut-kun, yes, he's in our camp, Tiona replied enthusiastically, speaking for the first time. Hermes' eyes lit up at the positive response and with a would you take me with him? He moved closer to Tiona, showing his interest. Of course, first you can take me to your Captain Braver so I can explain my unexpected presence in the dungeon, he added to his request, thus convincing Tiona and Lefia. The pair of women nodded to the god and led him to the tent that served as Finn's office. Isfi simply listened to her god's exchange with the adventurers and followed them when Hermes had finished his persuasion. Hey Finn, I'm still against hosting that damn rabbit, Bete exclaimed to the hobbit. He had woken up not long ago and was shocked by the news that yesterday an adventurer with whom he did not get along very well had been given temporary accommodation. That was her reason for coming to the main tent of the camp to talk to Finn, since he had been asleep all day yesterday from floor 18, resting because of how intense the expedition had been, so he could not intervene in the problem on floor 17. Relax, Bete, the decision has already been made and Reveria made the proposal in the first place, Gareth replied instead of his captain, who was at his makeshift desk. It's just like Gareth said, Bete. Besides, we owe him a favor for trying to spy on his status almost a month ago, Finn added to his dwarf friend's explanation. Upon being reminded of the scene of a curious wolf being electrocuted and thrown against the dungeon walls, Bete could only click his tongue in disgust. He was about to leave without having accomplished his goal, kicking the rabbit out of the camp, when new visitors entered through the tent curtain. Finn, we have visitors and they want to see you, exclaimed the newly arrived Tiona. Excuse the inconvenience, Captain, but this is complicated, continued a sheepish Lefia, embarrassed for entering unannounced. The trio of men turned their gazes towards both companions, with Finn narrowing his eyes and finally shrugging his shoulders. No problem, Lefia, please show the guest in, replied the hobbit, relieving poor Lefia. Lefia nodded and together with Tiona left the tent, told Hermes and Isfi to go inside, and then they left to resume their search. The three executives, Hobbit, Dwarf, and Wolf, were slightly surprised to see who was causing this morning commotion, being a renowned top-level adventurer and most unexpectedly their patron deity. Well, I didn't expect to receive the god Hermes, one of the big three, as a visitor in my camp, especially considering it's the dungeon where he's located, the little hobbit commented somewhat playfully. Braver, I apologize for the sudden intrusion, but I have my reasons for explaining my presence, was the simple reply of the smiling god, with his fee remaining silent behind him. I see, let's hear their reasons then, said Finn, straining his ears. Gareth and Tess stayed out of mere curiosity and precaution, and after a detailed explanation by Hermes pointing out their presence in the dungeon, the trio of elites certainly sighed in disappointment. They expected something more intriguing or perhaps risky enough to justify the presence of a god in the dungeon. But contrary to their expectations, the reason was due to a peculiar-looking adventurer and a god wanting to thank him. Finn took a second breath and agreed to take the god to Belle, followed by Isfi, Bete, and Gareth. It didn't take them long to reach the tent where Belle lived. It was only a few minutes' walk to get to the rabbit's den. But what stopped them was undoubtedly a sleeping redhead on the floor outside the tent, with a stone for a pillow and traces of a small campfire beside him, which had already gone out and only the ashes remained as a trace or evidence. Hephaestus was the faint whisper that the quartet of men in Isfi could hear from the sleeping Welf, who seemed to be in a somewhat restless sleep. Unfortunately for the blacksmith, he was awakened from his sleep by a "Hey, idiot!" shouted by Bete. Once awake and seeing his visitors, the redhead got up and asked why his sleep had been interrupted. And after receiving an explanation, he simply nodded and told them that Belle was inside, that he had stayed to sleep outside voluntarily. God, human, wolf, hobbit, and dwarf ignored that last, rather unbelievable detail and simply proceeded with their initial objective, to awaken the sleeping rabbit so that Hermes could thank him and return to the surface. Welf also joined them and they moved aside the curtain that served as a door for the tent, and the scene they witnessed made them open their eyes as wide as possible in surprise. The word disbelief began to adorn their faces. What they saw was Belle asleep. Nothing strange or out of the ordinary, in fact, if we ignore the fact that he was being hugged and piled on top of three potential beauties. There was a smiling, curled-up Reveria on the left side, Axella with a calm and peaceful expression surrounding Belle on his right side, and as the cherry on top was Eyes on top of Belle resting her head on the boy's chest with an equally big smile on her face. It was simply astonishing. If they weren't seeing it with their own eyes, they would bet their lives that this wasn't possible. A human, a novice, and newly adventurous, sleeping with two of the greatest beauties of Arario who even rivaled the goddesses, and a third beauty who did not lose to the first two mentioned. The reactions were varied and certainly different for each person. This is somewhat unbelievable and a little enviable, commented the little hobbit as a complicated smile formed on his lips. He found the image Reveria was projecting at that moment absurd, with that expression of happiness while she was hugging Belle. It was simply difficult to believe that the usually proper elf would act that way. I don't know why, but I feel proud to be a man right now, was Gareth's serious and unfocused comment as he saw the pinnacle of manhood before his eyes. He felt proud to be able to say that he was the same hex as the human he was observing, a human in complete glory. Eyes was the weak, poor, and pathetic moan that Bete was able to make before falling to the ground on her knees with an empty expression, and her eyes lost in a distant place. The poor werewolf couldn't believe what his eyes were showing him, and undoubtedly the critical blow was seeing the calm expression and happy smile that Eyes gave while resting on Belle's chest. Isfi, on the other hand, had a slight blush rise on her cheeks upon seeing such a scene and left the place to wait for her god to finish his thanks. Seeing a boy asleep with three women next to him didn't give Isfi a good impression, and her mind played a trick on her when she jumped to conclusions. Belle Welf, however, only uttered the name of his great friend as his vision became crystal clear. It was a sign of tears, which soon escaped his eyes and fell silently down the blacksmith's cheeks. He was proud of his friend for fulfilling every man's dream, the dream for which all without a doubt would give their lives. Did I return to Olympus without realizing it? Was the last comment and the last impression belonging to Hermes, who looked at the scene in front of him with his face illuminated as if he had just seen a divine and celestial image. Without a doubt, what Belle was experiencing was every man's dream. The god's eyes marveled at finding a new figure worthy of admiration, for he had achieved what many men, gods included, could barely dream of. It's moving, he added as tears of emotion began to flow, joining the blacksmith in his weeping of pride and respect. What time is it? Was Belle's soft murmur, why do I feel like I'm being watched? Followed by his inner thought. The white-haired man opened his eyes fully and tried to lift his upper body but found himself immobilized as he felt weight on his chest. A little fearful, he turned his gaze to his chest and there he could see golden hair spread over him and under the golden curls a calm and sleeping eyes. What the hell happened? The rabbit wondered, then remembered the feeling of being watched. He turned his gaze towards the entrance of the tent and saw 5 silhouettes, and after focusing his eyes he knew who they were, or at least most of them. He wanted to explain the situation, not wanting everything to be misunderstood, but his visitors were quicker to speak. "I'm going to get some sleep. The expedition has made me see things that shouldn't be seen," Finn remarked as he turned around with a complicated expression and left. Bell turned his gaze to the stout dwarf, who was giving him a toothy grin while raising his thumb in approval and rubbing his beard. Then the same dwarf moved towards Bete, still with the same empty expression on his face, picked him up and carried him like a sack of potatoes before leaving, not without first giving a slight bow in respect, something that confused Bell a lot. "Bell, I don't regret sleeping outside. You make me proud," said his red-haired friend as he dried his tears and left just like the others. Finally, Bell turned his astonished gaze to the remaining presents, whom he did not know from anywhere. The god removed his hat adorned with a feather and pressed it to his chest, then knelt in a show of faith and respect to Bell, making the rabbit even more confused than he already was. "O Bellcranel-sama, please grant a little of your time to this ignorant half-breed of enlightenment," were his strange words, while his tone of voice denoted a genuine belief. Bell could only widen his eyes at such nonsense, but nodded awkwardly after a few seconds. The god stood up and left, but not before saying, "I'll wait for you outside while you get ready," with a joyful expression, also including a more noticeable bow than Gareth's as a sign of respect. "Seriously, what on earth is going on?" The rabbit muttered, then blushed again, remembering the situation he was in. Perhaps because they were too comfortable, the girls sleeping next to and on top of him, they didn't wake up. Bell didn't want to imagine what would happen if they woke up and he was there, so with the greatest caution in the world, almost divine enough to manifest as a skill in his state, he left the beautiful triangular cage of beauties and left the tent. "I must say I barely know you and I already admire you, Bell," was the god's lively comment as his ever-present smile widened from cheek to cheek. "Ahaha, I think you're exaggerating, Hermes-sama. What you saw in the tent was a complete misunderstanding," Bell replied humbly to the god's flattery. They were deep in the forest for privacy reasons on Hermes' part and for safety reasons on Bell's part to avoid being found by an enraged Excella when she woke up. They had already made their formal introductions, with Hermes revealing his identity to the rabbit and stating the reason for his presence in the dungeon. He had done this so many times that he was already memorizing the same dialogue and also asking Bell to turn a blind eye to him. "Don't be so secretive. Zeus himself would be proud of you if he knew this," Hermes exclaimed again, stripping Bell of his humility and bringing him confusion. "The god Zeus, I don't know him, so I don't understand what you're referring to," Bell replied with a tilt of his head. The ability great sage listened to the conversation in silence, already knowing Zeus's identity in Bell's life. "Right, he's a very perverted god and a lover of harems like the scene you were in about 10 minutes ago," Hermes explained, giving her a brief description of the god in question. "Oh, then that god would get along very well with my grandfather," Bell said jokingly, as a nostalgic smile appeared on his lips, remembering his grandfather. Hermes saw this with a smile and nodded in agreement. "You can be sure they'd get along," he replied as he placed his hand on Bell's shoulder, a sort of encouragement. Bell recovered from his melancholic state and returned to the main topic, still having doubts about it. "Hermes-sama mentioned that he came to thank me, but I don't understand what that gratitude is for," Bell commented in a confused manner. "Oh right, do you remember the Minotaur incident upstairs?" Hermes asked, receiving a nod from Bell. "Well, that day before the Minotaur came to you, he killed one of my rookie clerks." The sudden news of a death made Bell's eyes widen in surprise. He had thought that day had been free of human casualties, but apparently he was wrong. Hermes could see Bell clenching both fists and frowning, which caused Hermes to smile. "I'm glad you're worried, Bell, but please don't blame yourself," he told the boy, who had been easy to read. "My gratitude stems from the fact that after that, thanks to your bravery, one of my employees, a colleague of the first one, managed to escape the dungeon alive. That's why I've come to thank you." His final comment was filled with pure and genuine gratitude, accompanied by a broad smile, giving the messenger god a divine image. "It's nothing, Hermes-sama, I'm glad you were able to save your dependent," Bell replied with a gentle expression, now calm. "You can say that again, by the way, she's completely captivated by you," he added, a mischievous smile spreading across his face. "She said something like, 'Your figure looks so brave and magnificent that it left me speechless and took my breath away.' While blushing, you really are quite the Casanova, aren't you? Ha 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 ha." His detailed explanation made Bell blush. The god moved his hands from right to left as he revealed the love secrets of his poor dependent. "Her name is Laurier. I hope she has the same luck as the beauties in the carp, and I must say she is beautiful, too beautiful," he continued, even revealing the name of his assistant. If the girl, Laurier, saw her god at this moment, there is no doubt that she would impale him with a spear from side to side. Faced with the god's diatribe, Bell could only let out a nervous laugh, until Hermes abandoned his happy and mischievous face to replace it with a serious one, which confused Bell. "So, putting that aside, Bell, how did you come to join the Freya Familia?" the god asked, the second reason for his visit being revealed. Hermes, knowing Bel's lineage through his deceased grandfather, wanted to make sure that the promising grandson of his good friend Zeus had not fallen under Freya's spell. Well, after 6 days of being rejected by families, Freya-sama found me by chance at the hero's monument, Bel replied. What a coincidence. Hermes knew it. That coincidence was as believable as the black dragon being an ally of humanity. And after a short chat, she offered me a place in her family, which, after convincing Axelassen, we joined, Bel concluded, emphasizing how extremely difficult it had been to convince his enamored partner. I see, for a moment I thought he had used his charm on you, Hermes remarked, sharpening his gaze in search of a reaction from Bel. However, he didn't have it. That certainly surprised Hermes, who was almost certain 99.9% that Bel had been charmed. Delighted. Oh, you mean her ability as a goddess of beauty? Yes, I can't deny she tried, but thanks to a skill I was able to counter it, Bel clarified to Hermes, who had been surprised by that bombshell of information. Bel had been informed by his skilled great sage that in his encounter with Freya at the Monument of Heroes, the goddess had used her charm on him with clear defeat. This, of course, happened after the ability performed its memory check on its master when it was enabled in its state, and although Bel was surprised by the news, he overlooked it, showing his kindness. Wow, I certainly didn't expect that. You're amazing, Bel. Hermes flattered with a relieved expression. Even so, I find it a little cruel of you not to have gone to my family. I would have welcomed you with open arms, you know. Ahaha, yes, we did go to your headquarters, Hermes-sama, but my companion, upon learning that you were the god, dragged me back to the inn where we were at that moment, the white-haired man explained to the depressed god. Is my reputation really that bad? He muttered as he fell to the ground on all fours and lamented silently. Bel saw this with a bead of sweat from nerves and a forced smile. After the god recovered, they headed back to the Loki Familia's camp, chatting amicably. The god realized from Bel's words that the boy was seeking the path of the harem, which made the god supernaturally happy. Proud might be the most appropriate word. And at the same time as the conversation between a certain god and a rabbit began, a heavy pressure hung over the atmosphere in the tent where Bel had been standing. These were the 3 beauties who had woken up with Bel, but contrary to the happy expressions they had when they were asleep next to the boy, they were replaced by expressions of seriousness, fury, and confusion respectively. They had woken up only 2 minutes after Bel's escape, and it was clearly a Category 2 disaster, if not a first. Axela had quickly put the pieces together, knowing that Reveria had taken advantage while she slept, and the blonde had broken into every last room. And since she couldn't see Bel anywhere in the shop, she concluded that the poor wretch had escaped while they were still sleeping, but later she would punish the unfaithful rabbit. Even Tiona and Lefia had found them when they heard the screams of the high elf and Axela, but they retreated upon sensing the suffocating atmosphere that existed between the trio. Aizu was really confused, but she had stayed to argue on orders from her minim. According to Mini Aizu, this fight could not be avoided. So will you explain to me why on earth you were clinging to me, Bel, while we were sleeping? Axela finally asked, breaking the deathly silence. I don't have to give any explanation, I can only say that I moved in my sleep, that's all, Reveria replied while keeping one eye closed and giving a smile, one that did not reach her only open eye. Nonsense, thought Axela upon hearing such an obvious lie. I had nightmares, was the short reply from the swordswoman with golden eyes and hair. Perhaps he didn't explain much, but the remaining pair concluded that he came to sleep with Bel because he was afraid of his dreams and couldn't sleep. That's almost as believable as the nonsense of the usurping elf. Axela rebuked in a seething fury as she pointed at Aiza's silly excuse. Let's calm down, okay? Arguing won't help at all, it's better if we forget about this and each go our separate ways, Reveria said in an attempt to mediate the situation and leave peacefully. She knew the girl had potential in battle, although she wouldn't beat her in a fight due to the difference in their levels, but she didn't want to create a potential enemy in the future. She would opt for a silent tactic to win Bel over. Violence wasn't her strong suit. Let me level up and I'll take care of eliminating them. Well, I need to think about the date I'll have with Bel once we return to the surface, was Axela's victorious comment as she hid her thoughts. That same comment, or rather the word quote, made Eyes give a slight shrug, and in Reveria she couldn't let this end in defeat. I see now that you remind me I also have a date with Bel. I have to think about what to wear for the occasion, the beautiful elf countered with a victorious smile. This took Axela completely by surprise, as she knew nothing about the appointment. The confused expression she gave brought Reveria even more satisfaction. Eyes went into a complete state of emergency upon learning that she was the only one without a so-called date, as the other two had said, and after an explanation from Mini Eyes, she understood what a date was. Mini Aizu, it doesn't matter if it's a lie, tell them you also have a date with Bel, we'll manage to get one today, was the instruction given. Clearly nervous, after gathering some courage, Aizu slowly raised her hand, drawing the attention of the other two women who were about to burst into a fight. I also have a date with Bel. I asked him yesterday while you were sleeping and he accepted, Aizu told them, repeating the exact words her younger self dictated. It was a clear, very clear, too clear lie, but the embarrassed and blushing face with which she uttered the words made Reveria and Axella swallow audibly. That unfaithful rabbit. Was Axella's inner outburst. Bebel, how many women have you scheduled a date with? Was the incredulous question from Reveria, who didn't know that the rabbit also had a pending appointment with a certain receptionist from the guild. After that, the three of them talked about exactly how Belle had asked them for the date, to make sure there was no lie in her statements. That made the nervous eyes tremble a little, but Minnie Eyes didn't even flinch. She already had a well-formulated story to help the airhead blonde. First, it was Reveria, who had said that she was sure she was the first to schedule an appointment with Belle, without realizing that they were scheduling themselves. The beautiful elf eloquently explained how Belle had proposed a dinner date to her as a thank you for training him, which accidentally threw the rabbit off the hook, who had done everything to keep that training a secret. Axella's gaze sharpened at this revelation, but she said nothing. She would get her revenge on Belle at headquarters once they returned to the surface for hiding this from her, so she continued listening to Reveria's explanation while adding yet another reason to punish Belle to her list. After Reveria finished, Axella followed, briefly explaining the reason for her appointment, which was a reward for helping the Easterners. Reveria couldn't help but think it was as if the pet was being rewarded for doing a trick well, but she kept the comment to herself. This took Axella completely by surprise, as she knew nothing about the appointment. The confused expression she gave brought Reveria even more satisfaction. Eyes went into a complete state of emergency upon learning that she was the only one without a so-called date, as the other two had said, and after an explanation from Minnie Eyes, she understood what a date was. Minnie Eyes, it doesn't matter if it's a lie, tell them you also have a date with Belle, we'll manage to get one today, was the instruction given. Clearly nervous, after gathering some courage, Aizu slowly raised her hand, drawing the attention of the other two women who were about to burst into a fight. I also have a date with Belle. I asked him yesterday while you were sleeping and he accepted, Aizu told them, repeating the exact words her younger self dictated. It was a clear, very clear, too clear lie, but the embarrassed and blushing face with which she uttered the words made Reveria and Axella swallow audibly. That unfaithful rabbit. Was Axella's inner outburst. Bebel, how many women have you scheduled a date with? Was the incredulous question from Reveria, who didn't know that the rabbit also had a pending appointment with a certain receptionist from the guild. After that, the three of them talked about exactly how Belle had asked them for the date, to make sure there was no lie in her statements. That made the nervous eyes tremble a little, but Minnie Eyes didn't even flinch. She already had a well-formulated story to help the airhead blonde. First, it was Reveria, who had said that she was sure she was the first to schedule an appointment with Belle, without realizing that they were scheduling themselves. The beautiful elf eloquently explained how Belle had proposed a dinner date to her as a thank you for training him, which accidentally threw the rabbit off the hook, who had done everything to keep that training a secret. Axella's gaze sharpened at this revelation, but she said nothing. She would get her revenge on Belle at headquarters once they returned to the surface for hiding this from her. So she continued listening to Reveria's explanation while adding yet another reason to punish Belle to her list. After Reveria finished, Axella followed, briefly explaining the reason for her appointment, which was a reward for helping the Easterners. Reveria couldn't help but think it was as if the pet was being rewarded for doing a trick well, but she kept the comment to herself. Finally, all eyes fell on the nervous Eyes, who was the last to get a date with Belle. Both Axella and Reveria were on the lookout for any discrepancy in the swordswoman's story, making the blonde even more nervous. But everything went well, thanks to the efficient Minnie Eyes, who dictated word by word to the nervous swordswoman. Her story was this. She had arrived last night for the 18th floor and lay down on top of Belle so she could sleep safely, but was discovered by Belle when he was woken up. Eyes explained to Belle as best she could that she couldn't sleep because of her nightmares, receiving a sympathetic look from the boy. After Belle agreed to let her sleep on his chest, Eyes mentioned wanting to train with him once he returned to the surface, which Belle accepted with a broad smile. Finally, Aizu said that Belle, before stroking her hair to sleep, had mentioned something about we can take advantage of this time to eat and chat, which she took as a date. All of this without Belle himself knowing. It was a good lie on the part of Minnie Eyes. Reveria and Axella couldn't detect any lies. Aizu's blushing and nervousness had greatly helped her performance. Well, I don't care, I'll go and correct that womanizer's behavior, Axella commented as she left the tent in search of her prey. I have to arrange the return to the surface, then I'll ask Belle about his multiple dates, Reveria said as she also left the tent in the direction of Finn's. Although she didn't know that Finn had seen her along with Bitan Gareth asleep next to Belle, she would have to give a little more explanation to her fellow executives, or at least two of them. Bita had gotten lost in the forest lamenting her discovery. Eyes, who had been left alone in the tent, let out a sigh of relief. Minnie Eyes, okay, now let's go for that date. Her mini self indicated. The blonde obeyed and got up in search of the rabbit, who was still talking with Hermes, although it wouldn't last long. Belle, are you feeling better now? The redhead asked his friend on the ground. Yes, was the rabbit's belated reply. And to think that girl would come and knock you out, she reminded me of a certain Yandir goddess, commented Hermes, who was accompanying them. They were a little way from the camp, almost deep in the forest that surrounded them. Welf, Hermes, and Bell, the pair of human and god, reunited with Welf after a few minutes. The explanation is simple. Bell had finished his conversation with Hermes and they were approaching the camp again to rejoin the others. Then he ran into Welf, who told him about the meeting the girls, Reveria, Axella, and Eyes, were having and that he wasn't expecting anything good, so his idea was to stay there while the three of them talked. That was the plan, except that Axella found him, and while he was yelling things like, "You damn cheating rabbit," or "So you were planning multiple dates," she knocked him out unexpectedly. Those who watched the scene, Welf and Hermes, were petrified by the horror and fear they felt at the overwhelming presence that the angry girl emitted. Technically, they didn't move a single finger as they watched the girl leave while grumbling about the annoyance. Sure, leaving Bell unconscious on the floor would take half an hour for him to wake up. So, what do we do now? Welf asked after confirming his friend's health while still on the ground. Well, Hermes began, giving a dangerous smile. I heard from Miss Fee that the girls were going to take a bath. Would you like to come? He asked with a suspiciously persuasive and gentle smile. God, Hermes, you're basically inviting us into a danger greater than the dungeon itself, a place where beautiful Slevel women are bathing, and if we're discovered our very lives would be in danger, Welf commented, pointing out the danger involved in his idea. Yes, that would be it, the god agreed with the same persuasive and gentle smile. Well, I don't see why not, Welf replied positively, while his suicidal side came to the fore. Bell, who was lying on the floor reflecting on life and left out of the conversation, could only think that it was a very, very bad idea. Come on, Bell, it's time you experience paradise on earth, the god said from above, with Bell giving a complicated smile as he tried to decline. But he was swept away by the god and Welf without being able to give his rebuttal, although perhaps deep down in his heart he was not so displeased with the idea, but that did not lessen the risk of death for them. Hermes-sama, why did you send Welf the other way? Bell whispered to the god as he followed him. They were venturing deeper into the forest, with the lake where those beautiful maidens were purifying their bodies as their destination. Well, the god managed to say when a shout interrupted him and at the same time answered Bell's question. Ah-hhghhhhhhhhhhhhhh was heard from afar, more precisely from the position to which Welf had been sent. Hermes and Bell stopped, with Hermes looking ahead with an expression of respect for the recently fallen soldier and Bell with one of disbelief, knowing perfectly well whose scream it was. His friend Welf had been sacrificed. Hermes-sama, that was. Bell, great discoveries require great sacrifices, interrupted the god as he removed his signature hat and pressed it against his chest, a sign of respect. Bell remained silent as a stone, unable to say anything other than his thoughts about the god. Hermes-sama, you are malevolent, he whispered as a sad expression settled over him, lamenting the loss of his friend. You can never be the hero of the story, Bell. Sometimes you're forced to act as the antagonist, were his words in response. In a way, he had said something very realistic, but the moment and the situation took all the glory away from that magnificent phrase. Welf had been used as bait to give them a clear path. Knowing this, Bell resigned himself, not wanting to let his friend's involuntary sacrifice be in vain, so he followed Hermes from behind. Meanwhile, with Welf. Those bastards lied to me was the faint moan she could manage with her damaged vocal cords. Welf was lying there, his body badly bruised from the physical and magical blows he received from the women guarding the perimeter of the lake. He would really need a good increase in his stamina. As he pondered his miserable fate, his vision suddenly darkened and he entered the world of unconsciousness. Drag the pervert back to camp, came the command from an adventurer belonging to the Loki Familia. The others who were with her, 6 in total, who had given Welf the beating, nodded at their companion's instruction and took Welf away while he was being dragged like a corpse, back with the god and the rabbit. Come on, Bell, almost there, the whisper of the god was heard. Why, yes, I still think it's a bad idea, Bell confirmed, then whispered his uncertainty about it. They were finishing climbing a tree that would give them an excellent view, and they continued like this for a few more minutes until they managed to reach the top. Well, the time has come, the god said, positioning himself on a firm branch ready to spy. Bell was doing the same until he finished taking his place and Hermes handed him a rather strange object. It was a tube 20 centimeters long, 3 centimeters in diameter, and had a crystal placed at both ends. This will help us get a better view, Hermes explained with a bold and confident smile with the girls at the lake. Did you hear that scream? Asked Axella, who was completely naked and submerged in the lake. She asked her question because she was sure she heard the cry of agony in the distance, so she asked to be sure. They probably caught a man trying to spy, replied the elder Amazon Tyone. Wanting to spy, Bell, you wouldn't dare, would you? The girl thought as she submerged herself further into the lake until her neck was covered. And putting aside Axella's almost prophetic thoughts, a little further away were Reveria and Izu. The two of them had a depressive aura around them. The reason? They knew at first glance that they were no match for Axella, at least in the size of their breasts. It's not that they're flat. Aizu has her proportions in the perfect size, neither big nor small at the top of the C cup. Reveria, on the other hand, is in the struggle between cup C and D, which is a perfect size for a woman. But when they saw that Axella had undressed and gone into the lake, more precisely into her breasts, they knew they had lost without even starting the battle. Axella boasted a round, firm chest, ranging from a D cup to an E. She truly had a sculpted body. And as the girl came out of her prophetic thoughts, she realized that she was being watched by the elf and the blonde, and discovering the object of their gazes, she simply gave a victorious smile. Leaving that aside, I don't distrust him, but just in case, Axella thought as she uttered a short activation phrase. He quickly activated his ability to its maximum range and carried out his search, and unfortunately for a rabbit, he had been located and discovered. Axella narrowed her eyes in annoyance and headed towards the lake shore where she had her equipment, grabbed a dagger from her support weapons, and returned to the lake. Turning his gaze to where Bell had been found, he raised his right hand with the dagger in it and threw him at terrifying speed towards the top of the nearest tree. The others watched in confusion, even as Fuqua had been invited, and Chigusa and Makoto, who were a good distance from Axella, now feared her more than hated her, but everyone's confusion vanished with a single scream. After the scream of surprise, they heard the breaking of a branch and finally saw a white blur falling vertically towards the lake. Splash! There was a small eruption of water due to the impact, causing a light rain to fall thanks to gravity. The splash passed and everything became clear. Bell had fallen into a shallow part, so it was easy to identify him. "Oh, it's Argonaut-kun," exclaimed Tiona as she approached the rabbit without bothering to cover her naked body. Bell reacted to the call and turned his gaze towards the Amazon, who was accompanied by her older sister. "Do you want to take a bath too?" she asked as she leaned slightly towards Bell, letting her breasts hang a short distance from the rabbit. Bell blushed intensely upon seeing the naked bodies of the two Amazons up close. She was about to shout an apology and accept her fate when... "Hi!" The sound was like a moan somewhere between pain and pleasure, which terrified Bell since he heard it after lightly squeezing his right hand. Squeezing your hand to get a feeling of softness and firmness, followed by a seductive, almost whispered moan, could only mean one thing. Bell had fallen on top of someone, and her hand was in a place it shouldn't have been. All the others present noticed it too, and their faces of embarrassment turned into ones of disbelief. They knew that Bell would be killed in a matter of time. Tiona, Tayoni, Aizu, Isfi, Makoto, Chigusa all felt sorry for Bell as they covered their naked bodies. Except for the Amazons, they remained without any sign of shame. The only look that wasn't one of pity, although Bell wished it was pity like the others, was Axella's. She was giving him a terrifying look, implying that he was going to die at her hands. And turning his gaze towards the stranger, who had cushioned his fall, the first thing he saw was beautiful jade-colored hair scattered as it floated on the surface of the lake. The next thing was to make contact with the eyes of the same beautiful color, and finally the intense blush that was on the face of her mattress. It was Reveria Eljas Alf of the Elven royalty, the reason for the pitying looks. Bell had defiled the divine body of a high elf, and one from the royal family no less. The result of this was obvious. Bell would be hunted by every resident elf in Aurario. He had become the enemy of an entire race, something his luck ability could not help him with. But going back to her accident and cause of death, Reveria and Bell were still making eye contact, and Bell could see Reveria slightly shift her gaze to the right. "SB gentler," was the whisper, audible only to the rabbit. Reveria wasn't upset. In fact, she almost seemed to be enjoying it. But that only made our rookie protagonist even more nervous, and his blush deepened even further, if that was even possible. "How long will you keep your hand on his chest, Bell?" was the question that snapped him out of his nervousness and brought him back to reality. The rabbit turned his gaze towards the source of the voice, and there he could see Axella, who for some reason already had her katana in one hand while with the other she covered her beautiful and large breasts. Although the attempt didn't have much effect since it could barely cover her nipples. Bell swallowed hard when he looked directly at the girl. That look said, "I'm going to cut off that hand of yours." Given how things ended, Bell opted for a tactical retreat. "Great sage," was his desperate appeal to his reliable skill, but he received no response. That filled him with fear in its purest form. He made his appeal again, but it was the same. His reliable skill, had abandoned him, although the rabbit was so nervous that he completely forgot that a certain ability was activated. Bell stood up furiously and removed his hands from Reveria's chest, causing her to jump slightly, let out a small moan at the sudden movement, and blush even more. Bell took off in a speed run while shouting, "I'm sorry, it was HERMESSAMA's idea," and disappeared among the trees, lost in the depths of the forest. Axella was about to look for him and punish him for touching someone else instead of her, which, although she wouldn't admit it, was the reason for her anger, but she was stopped by Isfi. "There's still someone left," the light blue-haired girl commented as she looked up at the top of the tree from which Bell had fallen. This reminded Axella that she had detected two presences, so she took another dagger and threw it back at the tree, followed by a scream and the fall of a god. Although this time he didn't fall on top of anyone, unfortunately, and not into the water either, he fell headfirst to the ground and was immediately knocked unconscious. The poor defenseless god was left at the mercy of a possessed Axella and Isfi. His torture will be left for another story. Damn it, damn it, damn it. First the elves and now Axelassin, my fate on the surface is pitiful. Bell kept running as he went deeper into the forest. He was already out of range of Axella's ability, but he didn't want to risk being found and killed in a forest. He didn't want such a pathetic death. He kept running until his ability to return warned him of an attack. Following the instructions, Bell stopped suddenly and pulled his head back just 1 centimeter. Moments later, a throwing knife whizzed past his eyes, nearly grazing his skin. Had he not stopped and stepped back, he would have had a knife through his skull right now. The attack did not stop and Bell quickly ducked. Then 5 knives of the same design passed over him. If he had not ducked like a quadruped animal right now, he would have 5 blades stuck all over his body. Then he propelled himself forward with his hands, performing a somersault to dodge another group of blades that became embedded in the ground as he dodged them. He drew his 2 daggers made from the horn of a minotaur, and as he sharpened his senses, a rain of razor-sharp blades fell upon him like a torrential downpour. However, Bell was deflecting and dodging each of the sharp weapons with his daggers and timed movements. Great Sage, activate the lightning armor, locate the attacker and direct fire attacks towards him, was his quick order as he continued to dodge and deflect each attack. Understood. Quickly, while his master was protecting himself, the skill activated the lightning armor in Azuma no Yor, performed a search within its range, and upon locating the attacker initiated the first and second levels of fire magic Agon Dracona. On the side of the attackers, there were 4 women in different directions surrounding Bell, and only 3 of them were about to launch a surprise attack on the unexpected invader of their resting place. The most excited one was the first to attack, aiming her throwing knife at the skull of the white-haired youth and throwing it. She was slightly surprised to see that the boy had stopped, stepped back, and consequently dodged her attack. He thought it had been mere coincidence, and this time he took 5 blades and threw them again at a considerable speed, which although he was not using all his strength could well impale a LV.3 at the beginning of the path. Again he was surprised to see that the boy had deliberately thrown himself to the ground, thus letting his 5 attacks pass over him. He didn't stop and grabbed more blades to throw them at the lying boy, but again, with a boost from his hands and performing a very precise acrobatic maneuver, he dodged the blades that were heading towards him and they stuck in the ground. In the adventurer's eyes, that boy had immense and devilish luck. Interesting, let's see how long you can keep this up, commented the excited Fursilval adventurer. She signaled with her hands, causing her 2 other companions who were about to attack to begin their knife throwing. The 4th adventurer kept her eyes fixed on the white-haired boy, having seen how he had dodged her friend's first attacks. The simultaneous attack began with the boy being attacked from 3 different fronts. The excited attacker saw her target pull out a pair of bright crimson daggers, and with those same daggers she began to deflect and dodge her attacks. Rather than deflecting, he split in half the blades they sent, some assaulting and backing away on his feet. The boy gallantly escaped their attacks. So how about a little faster? The girl commented with a wide grin as she looked at the wood adventurer from a distance. And as the 3 increased the speed of their attacks and the strength they used, they saw that the boy had suddenly covered himself in an electric armor of shimmering blue rays, which moments later was noticeable from afar, making it much easier for him to dodge their attacks. An enchantment, but when did she perform the chant? And if she did, can she perform concurrent chanting? The girl's surprise was noticeable, and as she analyzed, her expression of joy grew. She signaled to her companions to increase their launch speed, receiving a lively nod from the other 2 and a sigh from the 4th, who was simply watching. Although she didn't know that at this point, she had already been detected along with her 3 other companions by Great Sage. As they increased their speed to that of a level 4 at the beginning, and the white-haired boy's armor rose to its maximum thickness to repel the blades that managed to slip through his defense, 10 orbs rose to the height of his prey's shoulders. Note, this was the closest thing to how I imagined Bell's armor. The Rakage is too flashy XD and Bell is humble JSJS, apprentice of the beast. Ignoring the fact that he looked like a boy dodging knife attacks as fast as a certain flying monster on the 27th floor, she paid special attention to the orbs. Those are llamas, the rabbit hunter asked in confusion. Note the orbs are like this, only there are 10 of them, 5 crimson and 5 blue, obviously levitating around Bell. I hope you understand my idea XD. And it was as he said, 10 orbs of suffocating flames were levitating around the boy, 5 blue and 5 crimson. And something they did not expect was that from those orbs, different projectiles of burning fire were directed towards each of their positions. You must be joking, has he located us yet? The young woman wondered as she jumped from her position, and moments later the tree where she was standing burst into flames and then fell to the ground with a loud crash. It was the same for the others. They dodged the fire projectiles aimed at them, and the trees where they were located burned and fell. The rabbit hunter's excitement couldn't be greater. No, there was no way it could increase right. As the same smile graced her lips and she jumped to another tree, a slight expression of surprise appeared on her face as well as on the faces of her companions. The projectiles kept being launched from the suffocating orbs of red and blue flames and headed towards them. How does he know our positions? The adventurer wondered as she signaled the attack to stop. But its prey cared little or nothing and continued attacking left and right, burning and knocking down tree after tree. In a short time, if it was not stopped, it could well cause a large-scale forest fire. It seems it's time to knock him out, the girl whispered as a smile of pleasure spread across her lips and she watched her ferocious prey. The defenseless boy had turned out to be a dragon disguised as a rabbit. He was about to appear in front of the boy when he suddenly stopped. Hey, you've got to be kidding me, Bunny. She had noticed something strange. An immense amount of magical energy concentrating to such a degree that it was tangible to the eye. It really was a ferocious dragon disguised as a defenseless rabbit, back with Belle. The knife throwing had stopped, but not Belle, who definitely would not let his attackers escape. Great sage, we will make a bonfire, that's what he said to his skill. Understood, Master Belle, and with his skill perfectly capturing his master's message, one could almost notice a tone of emotion in his always monotonous voice. And without wasting any time, the skilled ability began in a matter of seconds to gather 50% of his master's mind into his attack magic, the black fire of his magic Agon Dracona. And of course, it was imbued with the Argonaut skill and enhanced with mage. The pressure on the air and the immense amount of magical energy became tangible in a matter of seconds, causing their attackers, one in particular, to react in complete disbelief. His attack was ready. An orb considerably larger than the other 10 that were still attacking their aggressors with projectiles rose in front of Belle's chest, covered in a white color that emitted tinkling sounds. Somehow, its appearance was that of a black bell covered with a white cloth that, of course, due to the sound of bells. Note, something like that XD. And just as he was about to throw it at the nearest presence, the girl in question, who was prepared to knock him out before realizing the visible magical power, appeared in front of him at a distance of about 4 meters. Hey, calm down, okay, do you want to blow up the entire 18th floor? Was his heated outburst against Belle. The boy, however, who are you? He asked coldly as his sharp gaze narrowed, and of course the remaining 10 orbs continued attacking the other presences around him. How can he keep attacking my friends while focusing his attention on me? The girl wondered as she deigned to answer. Naturally, the others were able to dodge with ease, but having fireballs behind you like a magnet to iron was certainly annoying. And the presence, a woman that stood before him, could only be described as the personification of the Orientals themselves. Long, beautiful hair as black as night cascaded down her back, beautiful light purple eyes adorned her like precious gems, and her skin was as white as snow. Certainly a beauty that, if she weren't attacking him, would have made Belle blush. What also helped was that the girl was covered by a yukata, but even so, in battle mode, Belle could not be disturbed by such things as an Oriental beauty. Note from the bar, my girlfriend lol. My name is Kaguya, I am an adventurer from the Stria Familia, replied the seemingly Oriental girl. A Stria family, one of the 13, is undoubtedly a top-tier adventurer. I have no chance of winning, and that's without even mentioning the 3 remaining presences. My only option is to use this as leverage, the rabbit quickly concluded in a thorough analysis. Somehow, listening to strategies and analyses from his skill on a daily basis had induced him into a kind of unconscious learning. Now, could you stop your attack? I don't want one of my favorite places destroyed, the girl said again. Although Kaguya knew the dungeon would be rebuilt, she didn't want that mass of energy to explode with her there, which would undoubtedly leave her injured. One option is to knock him unconscious, but that would lead to a will-o-the-wisp, he reflected internally while putting on the friendliest face he could. She was at a crossroads. She and her companions had not expected this development at all. They only wanted to test the strength of the current rookie on the surface. Although one had objected due to her elven duty, the majority had won. As the girl continued to stare at Belle, who kept launching fiery projectiles at his constantly moving companions, she wondered if the rabbit was some kind of large-scale mind container. She was ready to continue her persuasion until one of her colleagues positioned herself next to her. Naturally, the projectiles fired in search of her went straight to their now stationary target. But, oh, she is. With that quick thought from Belle, the projectile that was about to hit the target's face vanished. And the projectiles that followed behind the first one did the same, being quelled by Belle's skill, Sovereign of the Flames. She can control her magic at will. Interesting, it's perfect. Thought the Oriental girl as she watched the fire projectile disappear. Very few could do something like that. The other orbs in charge of the two remaining, still unknown presences also ceased their attack, and little by little, the 10 suffocating orbs of blue and crimson flames vanished without leaving any trace of their presence, of course, if we omit the numerous fallen and burned trees. His lightning armor also vanished, leaving a small trail of grayish smoke rising from Belle's body. The only thing that remained was the black orb covered by the Argonaut's white cloak. "You're the elf from that time in the Lady of Plenty, right?" Belle asked. "Yes, I apologize for the poorly refined attitude of my companions, Belle Cranel," replied the elf Rue as she offered her apology. At that moment, the other two presences jumped onto the path, placing themselves next to the elf and the eastern one. "A human with reddish hair and a hobbit with peach hair. To be honest, I don't understand anything. Could you explain?" he asked, still confused and unsure whether to dispel his powerful attack or not. "First, eliminate that magic attack, kid. I don't want this beautiful place to burn in black flames," the human girl suggested cheerfully, though her hesitation was evident at the end as she didn't know how to describe his attack. With some hesitation, Belle finally got rid of his life insurance and lowered his guard as he sheathed his crimson daggers. "Well, where to begin?" the redhead commented as she slowly approached Belle, followed by the others and a smiling Kaguya who already had her plan in mind. "Are you saying that they attacked me just for fun?" was the incredulous question that Belle managed to form as his eyes turned white. "Yes, that's right," the lively redhead agreed. "You don't even deny it," Belle retorted. "Then I wasted my mind," he added in a whisper as he sank down into the forest grass. The explanation had been simple, so simple that it was absurd in itself. They detected an unknown presence in their resting place, identified Belle and wanted to test him at Kaguya's suggestion and the insistence of the already identified Elise. And the explanation had been given to her as they headed to their resting place, with Kaguya a little attached to Belle. "Don't worry here, it's a potion as an apology," the hobbit miner said, tossing him a flask with a bluish contents. Belle caught it and after his ability analyzed it, he drank it in one gulp. He first checked whether it was a potion or not. "Does that mean he has knowledge about drugs?" wondered Kaguya, who had sat down next to Belle while watching him with the same smile. Although she knew nothing about Belle's trap ability, she had noticed the slight analysis he had performed, further increasing her curiosity and interest in this cute adventurer as she saw him. "By the way, are you really a level 2? From what I saw a while ago, you could easily defeat a level 4. Elise commented excitedly as she sat down across from Belle. "Haha, not at all, I'm just a normal LV. 2 who only has convenient magic," Belle replied. "Without it my strength falls to what it should be," he added humbly to his comment. I see, but that doesn't change the fact that you're strong. Besides, you hold the record for leveling up. Maybe tomorrow you'll even be LV 3, haha," he said, lightly joking about the last part. "Strong, cute, and simple," Kaguya interrupted as she stared intently at Belle, making him blush and moved even closer to him, so close that their noses could almost touch. "Hey, will you marry me?" she added, a smile spreading across her face. "What?" was the collective thought of her 3 friends. They were not expecting such a direct question at all. And while they had blank expressions of disbelief, Kaguya continued with her proposal. "Well, what do you say?" The rabbit, who had strangely received a marriage proposal, was in shock, with no idea what to do in such a situation. Finally, with great effort, he regained consciousness. "I'm still too young to get married," was her pathetic and nervous reply. "You're right, I'm still young too, so what if we date first and then get married in a few years?" she asked again after thinking for a bit. Roman 2th thighs pfff. Suddenly, while looking pathetic and unable to form his words, his face exploded in an intense blush as he expelled smoke. That amused the Asian girl, and somehow she found it endearing, so with a playful smile and a sad expression she asked her next question. "Or is it perhaps you already have a girlfriend?" he asked in a dejected tone of voice while giving a sad look, certainly an image of pure tenderness. And contrary to her expectations, the girl received an answer she hadn't anticipated. "Well, yes, it's something like that," replied the blushing rabbit as he remembered that he still hadn't confessed his feelings to Excella. This took Kaguya by surprise. She thought that because of Belle's innocent behavior, he barely had any contact with the opposite hex, but she couldn't have been more wrong. What? That can't be, and you're not looking for a lover." She had certainly gone on alert, and her final question wasn't very nice. No one would agree to have a mistress when they already have a partner, and the other 3 girls who were still watching with blank eyes knew it. But Belle, well, he has a goal to accomplish. Actually, I'm looking to form a harem," he replied while the blush still remained on his face. The white-haired man's response caused Elise, Ryu, and Lyra to drop their mouths in surprise, and the disbelief on their faces could no longer increase. For Kaguya, however, her face lit up as if she had found a rare and expensive item. "Then let me into your harem," was the lively reply, accompanied by a radiant smile. But we don't know each other. Besides, are you sure?" "My girlfriend could say that. She's against my dream," she said with embarrassment and then sadness at remembering that she still hadn't convinced Excella. We can resolve the first one with a date and the second one is up to you. I can't help with that, replied the girl with the solutions, or rather the solution. So can I come in or not? He insisted with the same joyful expression. Belle was blushing. No, he was burning with an intense blush, but this is what it was. He could not refuse an offer of such beauty, and considering his dream to be the king of the harem as his grandfather instilled in him from childhood, he gave his answer. If I'm good enough for you, please be a part of my harem, he replied slowly and awkwardly but firmly. Of course, Belle, exclaimed Kaguya happily with a barely perceptible but present blush. It was absurd. From the perspective of the trio of adventurous observers of this completely unbelievable scene, this was undoubtedly absurd. What on earth was Kaguya doing? That's what they couldn't help but wonder from the depths of their hearts, and they also didn't expect the boy to accept, much less that he was looking for a harem. Those things are childish dreams that only come true in what they are, dreams. But reality hit them with this abnormality in one fell swoop, and they could do nothing but accept it. After all, when their friend decides something, she is as stubborn as a mule. Whether their proposal is serious or perhaps a temporary whim, they're not going to convince her to stop her nonsense. They had resigned themselves and felt sorry for Belle. Kaguya's personality is rather special after all. And when Kaguya was about to ask for a seal for the contract, a signature A kiss, it happened suddenly. As occasional as the breeze that passes unnoticed on the cheeks of many, the explosion sounded, "Boo!" The attack on the 18th floor has begun, and the elimination of two great families began. Chapter 14, Titan Killer. Let the game begin. That human, how dare he touch Lady Reveria's body? Lefia shouted, clearly furious. The bath in the lake had ended, along with the torture of an unconscious Hermes inflicted by Isfi. Now the problem was different. As expected, the rumor that Reveria had been defiled against her will spread like wildfire, causing a considerable number of elves to gather in the dungeon ready to go hunting in the depths of the forest. The group led by Lefia was heading towards the forest, 35 elves in total and only those who were in Revera. But they stopped when they saw that a person was blocking their way, a woman. A beauty with long black hair, beautiful crystal green eyes, and a sculpted body. The only thing that didn't fit with her goddess-like appearance was her gaze and expression. "What are you doing, human? Move it!" exclaimed one of the many elves marching in search of revenge. Axella ignored him and said a few words to no one in particular, almost whispered to the wind. The change was noticeable when the entire horde of furious elves fell to their knees with no possibility of getting up again. They had been restricted from any unauthorized movement by the demonic Axella. Lefia watched this in a daze, tried to cast a spell, and her surprise only grew as she found herself completely restricted to magic. "They will stay with me until Belle returns," Axella proclaimed as she took a few steps and settled down on the grass. She was meticulously thinking about ways she would make Belle pay for touching another girl before her. It was unforgivable, and the elves had no choice but to obey, remaining immobilized and unable to move a single muscle. "She really does look like Hera," Hermes remarked from afar as he observed the pitiful state of the proud elves and sweated profusely at the memory. He had recovered from his blows, but if he hadn't been so docile upon learning that they would have to return immediately so as not to attract the attention of the others and incur a fine from the guild. "Herma-sama, if you have finished your business, we should return." "I'm afraid not, Isfishin," interrupted the cheerful god with a suspicious smile. Isfi only narrowed her eyes slightly when interrupted, expecting the worst. Nothing good ever came from Hermes when he made such expressions. "I sense something I can't miss is going to happen here," the god explained calmly. "It's my divine intuition," he concluded. The light blue-haired girl simply let out a long, tired sigh and rubbed her temple with her index finger. She was fed up with her god's nonsense, but she couldn't object. He gave a resigned nod, making Hermes smile with satisfaction. They headed towards the main tent of the camp to say goodbye to Finn and thank him for his silence. But instead of returning, they went into the forest in search of a place with a good view as indicated by Hermes. As time passed, we now find ourselves inside the main tent of the Loki family camp, where a very embarrassed Reveria was being interrogated by the other two leaders of the faction. "So you like young Reveria? I didn't expect that," Gareth commented while rubbing his beard and giving a mischievous, mocking smile. "I already told you that's not it, dwarf," Reveria retorted in an attempt to hide his pedophilia. "So what is it?" Finn asked from his desk with an amused smile. They had been discussing the matter of finding her asleep with Belle and also about the lake incident. "You know that boy is going to be hunted day and night by the elves for the rest of his life," Gareth said again, preventing Reveria from answering. "Or do you plan to formalize a relationship with him? It's the only way to quell the anger of an entire race," Finn remarked again. Reveria had found it impossible to respond to each of her two friends' remarks, and when the word relationship was uttered in the shop, an intense blush adorned the elf's face. "It's still too soon for that. First I want to have the D-date you promised me," she replied with a slight stutter and embarrassment on her face. Definitely talking about romantic things with two men was too much for any lady, especially if we're talking about Reveria. I see, but that boy seems to have a lot of fish on the hook. Gahahah. Gareth let out a loud laugh after his comment about Belle, but quickly shut up when he received a death glare from Reveria. Relax, Reveria, leaving that aside, you didn't tell me why that boy. Is there anything special about him besides his unusual power? Finn asked in an attempt to save his dwarf friend's life. Hasai, it's not as simple as his strength being unsuitable for his level, it's something more special. Reveria's sigh had turned into a melodious and yearning voice at the end, implying that it wasn't just any simple thing like strength, which, while impressive, wasn't what Reveria was looking for. So, Finn asked again, looking for a clearer answer and less vague like special. Well, it's BOOM. The floor shook and the explosion echoed throughout the place. Finn Gareth spoke, taking a standing stance and wielding his battle axe. Yes, it seems the story will begin once we're on the surface, Finn replied as he grabbed his spear Forsha and left the tent with Reveria and Gareth. The sight that greeted them was an attack on their camp. A large number of wizards in the distance preparing spells which caused the previous explosion. And attacking the camp directly were a large number of monsters of a sickly green color, the well-known violas, monsters with the appearance of a snake and their upper part that of a carnivorous flower. Countless others, and the city on the floor, Revera, was also under attack. The screams of the victims could be heard, unable to compete against the monsters, unlike the camp, where two Amazons were seen killing left and right with their respective weapons. Reveria, protect the city with your magic. Gareth, go in support. I'll take care of eliminating those in the camp. I'll send Baitet to eliminate the mages. Be alert in case the creature appears. Finn didn't hesitate for a second before giving his orders. Reveria and Gareth nodded in agreement and took off at monstrous speed towards Revera. Now, who's behind this? Finn wondered to himself as he headed off to help the Amazon twins. Just as he was about to attack, a voice interrupted him. Hey, Fia, you'll be here with me, you miserable dwarf. The woman's voice was heard in an angry and irritated tone. So this is your doing, Valletta, Finn said when he saw his opponent, a pink-haired and very well-known woman. I didn't think an executive from the Thanatos family would devise an attack against my camp, the hobbit added, sharpening his gaze. Well, you know, accidents in the dungeon happen quite often, the pink-haired woman replied, raising her macabre-looking sword. They stared at each other as the pressure rose several levels, and suddenly Valletta lunged at Finn with the intention of cleaving him in two with a downward swing of her sword. Finn easily dodged that due to his level above the attacker, turning around and launching a kick to Valletta's abdomen, sending her back a few meters as her feet created trenches due to the force. Damn, I guess I'll have to use it, the pink-haired girl muttered as she fixed her gaze on Finn. From Braver's point of view, it was a battle one, knowing that Valletta was a level below him, so he wanted to finish everything quickly so he could continue giving his orders and avoid casualties. Unfortunately, his idea went down the drain when he felt a sense of degradation in his body as he ventured into a radius closer to Valletta. Now that we're even, let's have some fun, Braver. Valletta exclaimed as a twisted smile spread across her face. That's magic that lowers the level, huh? That's new, Finn commented, annoyance in his voice, but without losing his composure. They closed in on each other in less than a second and began their deadly fight, connecting hit after hit with their weapons. Sparks were born, flew, and disappeared after each collision they made with each other. On the other hand, a eyes sniffed wi him. The laments of a certain werewolf deep in the forest could be heard. It was Bete who, after seeing the only woman he respects and feels some love for wake up with another, isolated himself from the others in search of releasing his sadness. He was sinking into a deep lake of depression, and at the same time into one of anger and resentment towards that damned rabbit who had taken away his potential mate. His murderous intentions could only grow day by day. Although waking up with 3 women is certainly enviable, he argued to himself as he recalled the scene of Belle with 3 potential beauties who rivaled goddesses. Be but still a eyes sniff, she spoke again, her voice breaking as she recalled the scene. He was ready to be swallowed by the abyss of lament were it not for. Bo. He heard the explosion resulting from a combined spell, and upon learning the target of the shot, he quickly stood up and exclaimed. The camp. It didn't even take a second for her to wipe away her tears and snot from crying and take off in a flash of speed towards her family's camp. It only took a few minutes for me to reach the pitched battle that was taking place in the center where the camp used to be and now a scene where flames reigned. He could see his low-ranking comrades fighting against the plant monsters, and also the Amazon twins helping them in this. I guess I have to deal with those idiots, he remarked, turning his gaze to the wizards in the distance. Just as he was about to take off towards them, he could see the fight that Finn was having with an adventurer he recognized. Trying to help his captain to end this whole mess faster, he set his new destiny on a battle of 2 fronts against one. But he stopped when Finn gave him a look and said, I'll take care of this, you take care of the wizards. Although there was no way they could use telepathy, Beta immediately guessed that when she saw Finn was in control of the fight. I guess I'll go for the trash after all, he spat, mocking the magicians. His reaction was swift, and in a flash of speed he went towards his victims with his murderous instinct growing ever stronger. From a certain swordsman, "I can't find it," was Iza's comment as she explored the forest in search of a certain rabbit, their goal to ask her out on a date. Strategist, Mini Eyes, we've been looking for him for more than 15 minutes since the accident in the lake and nothing, exclaimed Little Eyes in complete anger. Several minutes had passed since Belle had touched Reveria's body, and after the boy had run away, Eyes received the indication from her minim to follow him. Of course, it had dried up and changed, which took away valuable time in tracking the rabbit. Even so, they hadn't found it. The hideout where Belle was now with the executives of the Estrella family was very well hidden, and Belle's approach to it had been pure luck. They were about to change direction to explore another area in search of their prey, but the explosion sounded and alerted his senses. His conclusion was quick and accurate, knowing that the impact had reached his camp because of the trails of smoke rising into the sky in the distance. He said not a word and took off at full speed towards the battle, drawing his trusty rapier, Despair, in the course of his run. Only a minute had passed when he felt an immense murderous intent directed towards him, and in a swift movement, he raised his rapier horizontally to defend himself. The impact came quickly, numbing his hand due to the force exerted in the life-threatening attack. He jumped back using the force of that attack as momentum, and looking up he could see his attacker. "We meet again, Arya. I've come to settle the score from last time," said a human. Her appearance was certainly erotic and sensual, boasting a well-proportioned body in all the right places. Short hair of an intense red color, yes, a red like blood. Her beautiful, wild green eyes with their jet-black irises dividing them. Certainly a beauty, although it was more than clear that it was Revis, a kind of hybrid between human and incredibly strong monster. "Don't call me Arya," Eyes replied curtly and coldly, clearly displeased and annoyed by how she was being addressed. "Never mind, let's settle this once and for all." Revis spoke again, ignoring the blonde's anger. She was referring to the battle she had with Eyes in the pantry on the 24th floor, where she was completely humiliated by the swordswoman and now sought revenge. Revis wasted no time, and with incredible speed that Eyes at her level 8 could barely perceive, she lunged towards her in search of cutting her in half. The confrontation between the two beauties began when the sound of metal clashing against metal echoed through the forest. Eyes soon realized that her strength was on par, no, even surpassed it. This clearly surprised her. They hadn't been facing each other for very long, and she had already become so strong, although that would be different if certain magic came into play. "Awaken, Tempest, Ariel," exclaimed her short-song enchantment, knowing that otherwise she would lose. A layer of wind enveloped his entire body and rapier, ridiculously increasing his strength, speed, and reaction time. The fight became more even as they exchanged blows with each other, looking for an opening in their defenses, both sides using brute force and agility in search of victory. From Axella's side, the young black-haired woman continued sitting, waiting for her perverted lover, and of course she had the companion elves still immobilized on the ground at the mercy of her skill. During the wait, a certain elf mage had asked why she was defending Belle, receiving a "it's normal to trust the person you love" as an answer. The minutes passed like this until a certain redhead entered the scene. Axela-sama, what's going on here?" Welf asked upon seeing the pitiful scene of the elves. "Blacksmith, where were you?" Axela replied with another question, ignoring Welf's. "I was collecting the mission that the person in charge of Barida's drink entrusted to us, the Honey Cloud," replied the redhead. "I see, and to answer your previous question, I'm waiting for Belle to appear," Axela commented calmly. "I understand, but why are the elves lying prostrate on the ground?" he asked again. "Because they wanted to go after my Belle. Obviously I wouldn't allow something like that," Axela quickly replied, looking up at the ceiling of the 18th floor. Belle was already taking his time, but patience still prevailed. He would ask for a reward for that, a kiss perhaps. "I see," Welf replied, giving a complicated look to the elves who were now staring at him. He sat at a good distance so as not to inconvenience Axela and waited for Belle as well. With the honey cloud collected, his expedition to the middle floors had been a success. As well as the income they would soon have, having defeated countless monsters and collected a large number of items, in addition to the stone and Goliath's hide, the profits would undoubtedly be good. A few minutes passed, and while he was seriously considering taking his goddess Phobos out to dinner as a sort of break for both of them, the inevitable happened. BOO. The explosion of spells conjured together arrived and impacted the Loki Familia camp from afar. Axela and Welf were immediately alarmed and stood up at the same time, drawing their weapons. It should be noted that the elves were not yet freed from the restrictions that Axela had placed on them. They immediately saw a stampede of monsters of a sickly green color and a snake-like appearance charging towards the camp, a clear and unmistakable attack. The beasts were instantly recognized by Axela. They were the ones that had interrupted her date with Belle at the Monsterphilia some years ago. "What do we do, Axela-sama?" Welf asked, holding his greatsword and with his guard up. The members of the Loki familia were already clashing with the monsters. They even saw the fierce Amazon sisters repelling the beasts. "Hasai, I suppose they need help," he replied as he turned his gaze to the prostrate elves and then deactivated his ability. The restricted individuals regained their mobility and, without bothering to utter hateful words towards the girl, rushed to the aid of her family. Even Lefia, who didn't have a good opinion of Excella and undoubtedly wanted to confront her about such treatment, went in the direction of the battle. "Will you help?" Welf asked. It was natural that they hadn't joined the fight. After all, they were at the entrance to the forest, a little way from the camp, so Welf wanted to know whether they should help or not. "I'm more worried about Bell since he hasn't returned," Excella replied, making her priority clear. "But he's strong, nothing will happen to him, I'm sure of it," she added, showing the confidence she has in her beloved rabbit. "I see, that means we'll help, right?" he asked, seeking confirmation. "Yes, after all they gave us lodging, and besides, I'm sure Bell would scold me if I didn't help them," Excella replied as she turned her gaze towards the battle where she could see the group of Orientals. They had decided to help in the attack. After all, the number of monsters was incredible. The sight already revealed people covered from head to toe, hiding their identity and attacking indiscriminately. With that said, both the redhead and the blackhead launched their attack against the monsters, with Bell BOO. The explosion echoed in the distance and had been heard by everyone, including Bell, who was blushing over his newly acquired partner. "It's coming from the camp," exclaimed the white-haired man upon seeing the trails of smoke in the sky above the 18th floor. He got up intending to leave quickly, worry about Excella, and his friend Welf was eating him up inside. "Executives of the Istria family," a male voice called from a distance, attracting Bell's attention. Turning his gaze towards the source of the voice, he could see a figure completely covered by a full-body suit. Not even its face was visible. Bell could tell by instinct he was a top-level adventurer and possibly S-rank. Elise, Kaguya, Ryu, and Lyra also turned their gazes toward the intruder, with Kaguya a little annoyed at having been interrupted in her request. The pout on her face betrayed her. Next to the mysterious adventurer appeared 4 others, also completely covered, implying that their identity was important and under the same pressure as the first top-level adventurers. "Today will be the day you, obstacles to our future plans, will die," the first hooded figure declared, exuding an immense murderous aura. The others followed suit, making the atmosphere heavy and cold. "Well, we can't let that happen after all. Time without justice cannot prevail," replied a smiling Elise as she imposed her aura against theirs. "This is certainly not a pleasant moment, but I agree with Elise," Ryu continued, gripping his wooden sword. "They're a nuisance, it's better if they get lost." Lyra exclaimed wearily. "They interrupted the possible kiss between my lover and me," Kaguya whispered softly as a dark aura began to emanate from her. Bell could see this without being able to speak. The atmosphere created by 9 top-level adventurers was stifling, but the timid rabbit wouldn't let himself be overshadowed by anyone. "I don't know what's going on, but I can't just leave and pretend I didn't see this," he said, stepping forward and standing next to his new lover, Kaguya. The executives of the Istria family merely smiled in approval, and the 5 attackers paid no attention to it. They knew at a glance that he was a localess adventurer. "Master Bell, to avoid suspicion, it is preferable that you at least say a name for the activation of your magic," and of course Great Sage was not far behind. "You're right," agreed the white-haired man, thinking at the last minute of names that sounded great for his magic. It wasn't long before some not-so-bad ideas came to him. "Lightning armor," he spoke without warning, surprising the others. Moments later, he was covered by an electric armor of flashing lightning at 100% power. The screeching of the lightning bolts colliding with each other and protecting their master sounded like birds shouting in chorus for the birth of a god. "So it was a chantless enchantment. You really are interesting, Bell," thought Kaguya as a smile adorned her face. But the surprise couldn't end there, of course not. "Innocentius," he exclaimed again, now recalling a legend he had heard from his grandfather and surprising those present once more. 4 suffocating orbs were born around him after he said the name of his magic, all with a characteristic color, 2 crimson, 1 blue, and 1 black, each of them flames condensed to their maximum power. "Not just 1, does she have 2? Kaguya wondered internally, now looking surprised. The heated atmosphere was immediate, suggesting that the temperatures were extremely high, worthy of Innocentius, the king of the witch hunters. But that wasn't all, of course not. Averno. He roared again, and using his ability Sovereign of Flames, he controlled the crimson flames and they joined his lightning armor. Concentrated especially on their limbs, their armor of lightning and fire now flashed in incredible synchronicity. The previously screeching sounds overlapped with the scorching ones, and their cacophony implored the birth of the immortal bird, the phoenix. The aura that Bell now emanated was not much greater but not much less either, worthy of a LV 4 towards the end of the journey, or even a LV 5 at the beginning. Although of course it only encompasses destructive power, also without making use of his ace Argonaut. Experience cannot be covered by skills, or at least not by normal ones, but this level was sufficient to support the Stria family. "Bell, you look so great," exclaimed an excited Kaguya internally, seeing her new lover so serious filled her with joy at least for her. That's a surprise, without a doubt they are rare and powerful magics, commented the first hooded figure. The reason Great Sage suggested naming the magics was to avoid suspicion about their existence, and he certainly succeeded. But that can be fixed, added the mysterious adventurer, snapping his index finger and thumb. After that, the surroundings were filled with countless plant monsters, violas, implying that there was at least one tamer among the group. Bell recognized them the moment he saw them. After all, they had interrupted his day off with Axella at the Monsterphilia. Violas, Abel, I know it's rude of me, but would you take care of the monsters? Elise asked after identifying the beasts. The Astria family was aware of these monsters. After all, they had been among the leading families in overthrowing Evolus 5 years ago. I'll take care of it, replied the white-haired man as he drew both daggers since his sword had been left in the camp after learning that there was no danger on the 18th floor. He was obviously wrong, but his daggers weren't just any old weapons after all. The moment they wielded them, they were covered in a layer of lightning and fire, courtesy of Bell's magic, drastically increasing their cutting power. With that order and confirmation, the battle began. The starting bell rang at the moment Innocentius began launching projectiles of blazing flames in the direction of all the monsters, courtesy of all the orbs. They were all perfectly aimed towards their targets, impacting, burning, and consuming the monsters, the violas. The executives of the Astria family already knew that, but it was still surprising how much control and precision Bell had over his magic. The other 5 attackers were also surprised, although they quickly turned their attention to the girls who were their targets. They launched themselves at incredible speed against the adventurers, each wielding their respective weapons, all of them top off the line. The one who seemed to be the leader, the first to arrive, went directly against Elise, who was clearly the most powerful of the group. 2 had gone against Ryu, who was not far behind Elise in terms of strength and skill. The last 2 were against Lyra and Kaguya, both receiving the impacts with their weapons in hand. Sparks flew, the sounds of metal clashing against metal adorned the silent forest, like an orchestra composed in the middle of nowhere and with a death battle as its theme. Here in this place, only one group would come out alive and another would perish. It was that kind of battle. Bell was impressed. He only saw blurs and impacts followed by sparks of iron on iron. He kept eliminating the violas because even if one didn't pose a danger to him, an endless horde of them was a completely different story. It was only thanks to his magic as the Great Sage that he was able to barely prevail, eliminating monster after monster. Elise had taken the hit with a block from her mithril rapier. She knew from the force exerted that the attacker was a level 8 just like her, so she would have to go all out or lose. Arga Arvana, she exclaimed at the same time as her magic was invoked. A powerful fire enchantment magic covered his legs and hands, greatly enhancing his strength and speed and allowing him to counterattack against his enemy. Words were not used, instead there were high-pitched sounds resulting from the impact of their weapons. The blows intensified as did their speed. The silver flashes were barely visible on either side, but somehow they were evenly matched. Elise knew it, her opponent had also used a magic or enhancement ability. The aura surrounding him gave him away. But no matter how much she searched her mind, she couldn't find anyone who had used her. The identity of the acquaintance was a complete mystery. While they were exchanging blows, colliding and blocking each other, he decided to speak. "Are you so insecure about defeating us that you hid your identities, cowards?" he said as he received a vertical slash from his enemy. His goal was to irritate him and make him reveal something that could help him discover his motives and identities, but contrary to his expectations. "It's none of your business," the adventurer replied calmly as he dodged a rapier from Elise and landed a kick to her torso. Stepping back slightly from the blow she received, Elise raised her guard again and plunged back into the battle. "You're strong, definitely one of the 13, the redhead spoke again, wanting to confirm her suspicions. "Who knows, maybe yes, maybe no," his enemy replied neutrally. "If you're not going to talk, I guess I'll have to take you down." After his statement, they launched another direct attack. Looking for openings in the enemy's defense, defending against thrusts and cuts, both vertical and horizontal. Their battle reached the point where the forest floor where they stood was deformed by the pressure of their outbursts, the trees around them swaying in a waltz from the shock waves generated by the impacts of their weapons. A real first-class fight, that's what it was. And on Ryu's side it was somewhat the same, but he confronted both his enemies equally, demonstrating his skill on the battlefield. She had no intention of speaking, they would do so once she defeated them. Perhaps it was because his enemies were possibly level 7, but that didn't make it any easier. The beautiful fairy used the trees around her as support bases, jumping from left to right and constantly increasing her speed. Receiving and deflecting blows from the enemy's sharp swords and counterattacking through the openings her opponents revealed, she was taking command of the fight. A worthy demonstration of her growing fame, an adventurer with plenty of battle experience and a cool, calm mind in search of the best move. Of course she received attacks equally, Everything changes with magic or abilities, but she would not allow her enemies to use her. Using his augmentation ability, the speed he exerted could only increase, and taking advantage of that, he fiercely attacked the adventurers. And they weren't far behind. You couldn't call them first-class students if they were like that. Displaying incredible teamwork, they were getting used to the speed and coordinating with each other, making combinations to intercept the whirlwind that Ryu was creating. And on Lyra's side, it was almost the same as Elise's. Being a level 7, she had a few more complications, but her cunning helped with what she lacked. Her enemy, possibly a level 7 as well, kept attacking her, his murderous intent as clear as water, striking with a fury typical of dragons upon entering their territory. "Hey hey, why all the hate?" exclaimed the hobbit as she dodged an attack to her right. "Shut up, dwarf," her attacker replied, his words filled with fury as he fell for Lyra's provocation. "Oh, do we know each other, Mysterioskan?" he asked again in a mocking tone as he thrust a sword into his enemy's chest. "Do you think I'd kill someone I don't know, you idiot?" he replied as he dodged the hobbit's attack. "Well, we'll talk once I take you down, Mysterioskan," he exclaimed in another mocking tone, launching another attack. The sparks created by the impacts of their weapons did not cease, resembling fireworks in the middle of a festival. Making good use of her compact size, Lyra would sneak underfoot and attack at her opponent's openings, although the adventurer managed to block her. Their fight was too evenly matched, making it impossible to deduce a winner at first glance. And with Kaguya, it was completely different from all her companions. She was annoyed, no, furious. They ruined the kiss she wanted to ask Belle for as a seal. It would possibly have been the poor rabbit's first kiss, and she couldn't forgive that. His battle was noticeably tilting in his favor, skillfully attacking with his Kodachi Futaba. The impacts were followed by sparks, and his opponent was barely able to block them. And that's the least one would expect from an excellent hand-to-hand combatant like Kaguya, gaining ground with skill and abilities that she herself developed and perfected. Perhaps his anger towards these idiots who ruined his moment was also an incentive for his violent blows. The attacker was being cornered but still found a way to block the attacks of the Oriental player. It was like that until Kaguya sheathed her Kodachi Futaba, causing her enemy to look at the movement in surprise. Takai technique was the faint murmur that the adventurer could hear. Moments later, a line of blood appeared on his chest. He had passed through his defense and made a clean cut. "Erg," he groaned in pain and jumped back. "I'm surprised you managed to back down even a centimeter. Otherwise, you'd be 2 pieces of meat right now," Kaguya remarked with a defiant smile. She had made use of a quick draw aimed at her enemy with a single cut, a technique of which Kaguya is very proud. "You idiot, you think you're so funny," the adventurer replied as he took a potion. "In that case, I'll have to get more serious," was the simple comment made by the black-haired woman. It took off again at a monstrous speed and arrived in front of its enemy in less than a second. "Yeah, I know, Takai flash," he murmured again. Once again, the adventurer was taken by surprise and, barely dodging the attack, ended up with a deep cut on his right arm. Kaguya used another technique that consisted of an even faster cut than the first one. But she wouldn't stop there. She would make sure to make the idiot who ruined her moment with Belle pay. "Yeah, I know, Takai sprout," he whispered again, and 2 cuts were made at a speed worthy of level 8. The attacker defended himself by the skin of his teeth, but his defense was breached by the 2 cuts he received. The Oriental woman did not miss that opportunity, using another technique with her katana. "Yeah, I know, Takai 5 lights," another whisper, and with this 5 swift cuts were unleashed. When the adventurer found himself cornered, he had no choice but to use his ace. "Damn it, Castle," he exclaimed in a panic, and moments later everything was changed. Was Kaguya's reaction upon seeing herself where her enemy had been before. Somehow he was standing where the adventurer was about to be cut, and the adventurer was now in the position where Kaguya was performing the attack. It was a change of location, a strange ability that Kaguya was already aware of. Therefore, he quickly turned around and blocked the attack that was coming for his neck. The impact sounded and sparks danced. "I see, so it's you, Cheshin," he mocked as a smile appeared on his face. "Whether you know it or not, you're going to die anyway." After his angry shout, the adventurer Cheshin launched another attack. Now that his identity had been revealed, his restrictions were lifted. Horse. The moment he shouted his ability, his speed increased greatly, going faster, attacking faster, and dodging faster. The fight was being leveled again. Bishop. But the attacker had no time, so he would finish his job in the quickest way. After speaking, his dexterity and reflexes increased greatly, attacking fiercely and deflecting Kaguya's attacks. His magical ability had increased. "If I let him get to Riene, I won't get out of here unscathed," thought the rabbit's new love interest. Her enemy was terrifying, already knowing who it was. Giving him time was the biggest stupidity she could do in her life, even bigger than the time when she undressed because she was hot, not caring that there were men around. "Damn it, why do I remember that? If Belle finds out, maybe he won't love me anymore, damn it." Her once calm mind was now in turmoil over her rabbit lover's opinion. That, of course, was a mistake. Tower. He exclaimed again, causing his strength and defense to rise to new heights. The effects were swift. Kaguya could feel them when her hands became numb due to the force exerted in the attacks she was blocking. Focus, Kaguya. I'll be able to apologize to Bell once I'm done here, she told herself internally to return to the fight. Once he returned to reality, it was too late. His head would be claimed, and the reason was obvious. Queen. The adventurer showed no mercy, and using his strongest ability, he turned into a blur which Kaguya could perceive but not follow. Being hospitalized in her mind was the trigger for her death. The attack came and connected with the victim, with blood spurting out as a result. Surprise adorned her face. Without a doubt, letting your guard down can cost you your life, and Kaguya has just experienced that for the last time. Although the attack was received by the adventurer Cheshin, a red dagger. Kaguya thought as she saw the weapon stuck in her enemy's torso. Yes, a red dagger, one of the ones Bell uses. His opponent had been pierced through the torso by the dagger that Bell threw when he saw his new beloved in danger, although that put him in danger with the violas. Bell, murmured the Oriental girl, now out of her trance, watching the white-haired boy killing the violas, although now with more difficulty and receiving injuries for having helped Kaguya. That was the trigger for the Oriental girl, blaming herself for it, turning her gaze on the idiot Cheshin and glaring at him with immense murderous intent. That was close, Bell murmured when he saw that his help had arrived just in time. He was dodging and slashing at the violas with his now only dagger and weapon. He glanced sideways at Kaguya again and could see that she was now cornering her enemy once more. Thank you for letting me know, great sage. Kagasan could have died. He mentally thanked his ability. I am honored by your gratitude, Master Bell, was the response of great sage. The number of violas had decreased, there were few left in fact, but Bell was reaching his limit. Now he no longer had his Innocentius fire magic nor Averno. Having helped his beloved cost him the ability to use the flames as propellants on his dagger so that he could arrive on time. It was the only way, and a miracle that the dagger withstood all the power of the magic injected into it. Now the only thing protecting him from the attacks that slipped through his defense was his lightning armor, but the mental cost he had used was taking its toll. Master Bell mind reserves are at 40%. Using both magics and skills to the maximum wasn't a very good idea, to say the least, hahaha, and although he was in trouble, Bell remained optimistic. And at this moment, when everyone's battle was coming to an end, the floor moved. No, the whole floor was shaking. Master Bell, an irregularity has been detected. An irregularity, Bell murmured, lowering his guard as he saw the violas taking different paths and going even deeper into the forest. They were fleeing. Their most primitive instincts warned them that staying would bring death, even though they were monsters they understood. Suddenly the atmosphere dimmed, giving a dim light to the entire 18th floor. Elise, Ryu, Lyra, and Kaguya, along with their opponents, were alarmed. They knew something bad was coming. The vibrations became more intense, causing the leaves to rub against each other. All the female executives of the Stria family could not help but remember the nightmare of the 27th floor, where they almost lost their lives due to that calamity. It was then that something above them cast a gigantic shadow over the battle scene. Finn, Reveria, Gareth, Beta, Excella, Welf, Lefia, Tione, Tiona all saw it. Those who were in their respective battles or had finished them noticed the sudden darkness that spread over the 18th floor. What the hell is that? Those words came from someone's mouth, although perhaps from everyone present in Reveria. Up above, in the millions of crystals that illuminate the 18th floor in the largest one, the sun of Reveria, something was moving inside. Then a crack was born. The enormous black mass inside the glass was being released, a clear example of an egg about to hatch. Yes, an egg of catastrophe was about to give life to death. Then the moment arrived, and with a powerful blow from the calamity inside the glass, it shattered and the monster was freed. It fell and roared. Note from Bar, the first 3 seconds are a band XD. The thunderous roar echoed everywhere and shook the ground. The beast, a jet-black Goliath that surpassed its junior from the 17th floor, was born on the 18th floor. Damned useless god doing things without warning, exclaimed the adventurer who was fighting with Elise. We're done here, we're withdrawing. He added in a shout audible to his companions who were fighting with the others. They simply nodded and cursed under their breath, then quickly fled into the forest. The executives of the Astria family could only watch, they couldn't follow them with what was coming. Minutes ago, let's see if this is up to your standards, Loki family. The words came from a god, standing at the edge of the 18th floor and watching the battle unfolding at his target's camp. The time had come to move on to the final phase of his plan. After exhausting them with a surprise attack, sending an incredible number of monsters, he then unleashed his divinity to bring a catastrophe to the 18th floor. And when the moment arrived, he unleashed his secret and the dungeon trembled. Hermes-sama, we need to get out of here, Isfi exclaimed after witnessing the birth of the one who brings death. I don't think that's possible, Isfishin. The dungeon isn't kind enough to let us go, Hermes replied, narrowing his eyes. Isfi remained silent when she saw that the entrance to the apartment was blocked by a collapse. The pair of human and god were on the top of a high terrain. Hermes observed without missing a single detail of the battle, that of Finn, Ais, Bete, Reveria, and Gareth, the Amazon sisters, the Orientals with Axella and the blacksmith, and of course that of Bel together with the executives of the Istria family. So how will you solve this, heroes? Looking at a specific place, Hermes simply observed, "This is bad, we need to help the residents of Riviera and eliminate that thing." Elise exclaimed to her companions. They all nodded in agreement with their captain's words and in Belle's case with those of her new friend. They were gathered together with the attackers offstage and simply tended to their wounds resulting from the confrontation. Bebel, the so-called whined by an embarrassed Kaguya. He approached Belle, who of all those present was the one with the most injuries. Is something wrong, Kagyasan? The white-haired man asked from the ground. I had already taken a recovery potion and a mind potion, but I was exhausted so I had to rest for at least 3 minutes. WL, in the fight you helped me when I was about to be cut, thank you very much. After her thanks, the black-haired woman bowed slightly. Ah, it's nothing, haha, I guess I have to protect MMY mates, replied the rabbit while scratching his hair and a blush adorned him. Upon hearing his answer, Kaguya smiled contentedly and a mischievous grin spread across her face. You look so cool while you were fighting and you even saved me, I feel like giving you a reward. Her murmur reached Belle as Kaguya leaned closer and brought her eyes full of pure desire to Belle's face. The white-haired boy blushed deeply at the provocative words and, a little nervous, asked, A reward, what could I ask for? I don't know, you tell me. With the most seductive voice possible, Kaguya was provoking her cute lover. Belle swallowed hard at her response. A multitude of unsavory scenarios flashed through his mind. So what are you going to ask me for, Belle? And Kaguya kept pressing. Of course she would grant whatever Belle asked, so she was eager to see what it would be. Me too. Yes, Roman too, go ahead, ask and I'll grant it. I want. The distance between them no longer existed. Kaguya had cornered him while he sat in a cat-like position, their faces so close that their noses touched. Hey Kaguya, stop flirting, can't you read the room? Elise interrupting the sweet and erotic situation between Belle and the Oriental woman. He was clearly referring to the black Goliath that was wreaking havoc in the Loki Familia camp. The fact that they were flirting in such a situation was not at all normal. They're ruining my moment again, Kaguya grumbled in annoyance. Although he understood that it wasn't the time to be intimate with Belle, he would give him his award at another time. Don't worry, you can ask me on our date, okay? She added while stroking the shy rabbit's cheek. Belle just nodded awkwardly, his heart pounding with excitement. All right then, let's go kill the monster, girls. Elise's enthusiastic outburst was met with a nod of agreement from the others, and so they all took off in a race towards the camp, although it was at a speed that Belle could keep up with. After all, it wasn't that far away. The terrain was a disaster, trees destroyed and felled, ditches and craters in the ground from the impacts. The heavy, erratic breaths overlapped with each other. Even after the fall of that titan, this pair of enemies continued to cross swords, one with murderous intentions and the other wanting to get out of here alive. Only 1 month has passed, how did he get so strong? The question repeated itself countless times in Ai's mind. Many eyes, he was probably consuming a huge amount of magic stones, but that doesn't matter. The problem here is that we are losing ground. If this continues, we will lose. And the always smiling and optimistic Mini Eyes was also on alert. What's wrong, Arya? We're just getting started. The moment the creature shouted, Revis lunged at the blonde with a downward swing of his sword. Eyes dodged it, but the resulting clods of earth from the attack hitting the ground struck her, blocking her vision for a few seconds. Seconds that were taken advantage of by the creature. Gyuha. He could only groan in pain when he felt the impact of a kick to his chest, destroying the breastplate of his armor. Mini Eyes, we're in trouble, Eyes, get up. Contrary to her Minim's request, Eyes could not stand. Her body was reaching its limit. His magic had run out some time ago, and even with it he could barely put up a fight against Revis. You're pathetic, Arya. Now let me dismember you so I can take you to Neo, Revis remarked as he approached the blonde. He closed the distance and raised his jet-black sword to deliver the final blow. At that moment, everything slowed down for Eyes, his eyes widening in reaction as he awaited the blow that would knock him out of the fight. Sweet dreams, Arya, Revis announced. He quickly lowered his sword and the impact of metal against metal sounded in the air. It had been blocked, her sword was intercepted by a rapier of my mithril. Sparks flew and Revis recoiled in reaction. He looked directly at the intruder and it was a young redhead with green eyes just like his own. Elise Lovell, she pronounced the adventurer's name. Do we know each other? I don't recall ever crossing paths with you, Elise replied with a cheerful smile on her face. After identifying the new enemy, Revis noticed that 4 other people arrived, an elf, a hobbit, and 2 humans. I'm outnumbered, she commented after identifying and analyzing the newcomers. The one he paid the most attention to was the white-haired boy with rubbered eyes, observing him with curiosity as he reminded him of a certain confidential matter. Of course, her gaze was noticed by Kaguya, who frowned in annoyance and quickly approached Belle, hugging him protectively. "Oh no, get your own, adventurer," she commented as she buried Belle's face in her breasts covered by her kimono. Revis narrowed his eyes at the memory of the boy but decided to ignore him so he could escape. "I have no interest in a battle I will lose, I'm leaving," were his words as he vanished swiftly. Elise ignored her and went to Aiza's aid while Belle was being suffocated by Kaguya's breasts, who still hadn't released him from her protective embrace. "I really wouldn't mind dying like this," was his thought as his head was buried in the enormous mountains of the Oriental girl. And with his skill observing everything in silence, 3 rabbits later, "Aizen, are you okay?" Belle's somewhat stupid question was directed towards the blonde. They had already given him the recovery potion and Belle had unfortunately been freed from Kaguya's breasts, and of course it was because Elise told him to. If it were up to the Oriental woman, she would have had Belle there all day. "Yes, I'm feeling better now," was the short reply from the golden-haired woman. Belle just smiled, satisfied and relieved by that, and offered her his hand to help her up. "Okay, now we need to deal with that thing, guys. Any ideas?" Elise asked the crowd. "From what I can see, they've been attacking him non-stop. They even unleashed a barrage of spells, but the Black Goliath regenerates. It's more than clear that this is an irregular, much stronger than the one on the 17th floor," Ryu replied as he turned his gaze towards the battle. They were far away, but the monster's size was worthy of a Rex, so it was easy to spot from their position. "If it regenerates, how on earth are we going to kill it?" Lyra asked, fed up with the situation. They were supposed to come to relax in their hideout, but they are attacked and now a regenerating irregular arrives. "Excuse me," the white-haired man spoke a little nervously. "Is something wrong, Belle?" Kaguya asked from beside him. She wasn't hugging him anymore, but the distance between them wasn't much. "Well, I can finish it in one go, but I'll need you to give me time, 3 minutes to be exact," he replied, now calmer. "What, you can destroy that thing with a single blow?" Ryu and Elise asked at the same time. "Yes, but you and the other adventurers will have to distract him while I charge my attack," he replied calmly. They all remained silent for a few seconds, even Eyes, who looked at Belle, unable to believe what he was saying until Elise spoke. "Great, I like the idea, let's do it," she exclaimed excitedly as she bumped her fists in front of her chest. They all nodded and headed towards the camp, where everyone was still fighting against the endless violas and the Black Goliath. Flames swung across the place, craters decorated the ground, and enormous amounts of ash covered the earth. The violas had stopped, but those that remained were still too many. Tiona and Tyone, who had been killing monster after monster since the attack began, were already fed up. Things got worse when the jagged giant arrived and summoned more monsters from the middle and lower floors. Even Ted joined in the extermination of the monsters, destroying minotaurs and bugbear. Finn had reached the end of his fight with Valida, but before he could defeat her, he was interrupted by the violas and the Black Goliath, giving the pink-haired girl an opening to escape. He was currently removing the last violas along with his family. You could also see a daredevil Raoul taking down violas and monsters alike. Although he was injured, his partner Aki helped him. In the city of Riviera, the wounded who were unable to fight the plant monsters had gathered, including 1 or 2 low-ranking members of the Loki Familia. Of course, she was being protected by Riviera and Gareth's barrier, which eliminated any monsters that came near. Everything was gradually being brought under control until the arrival of the Black Goliath. All the adventurers from the 18th floor had joined together under the command of Braver to face the Titan, but its regenerative ability was insane. Even a spell cast by all the stable mages on the floor wasn't enough to end the monster's life. Lefia was one of those mages. Welf and Axella were protecting the Easterners, who had been surprised by a howl of air from the Goliath. Axella was in charge of eliminating the monsters that approached, while Welf provided them with potions. Mikoto stared at Axella's back, completely perplexed, wondering internally why that girl was helping them. That was all the view Hermes had, as if he were in a theater and the play stood out in the tragedy. However, he knew the end would be heroic. His divine intuition told him so loudly. Then he appeared. The protagonist of the work emerged from the vast forest in the distance, accompanied by 5 beauties. That was undoubtedly exciting for Hermes. Seeing the hero arrive alongside beautiful young women was certainly one of the best entrances of his life. "Surprise me, grandson of Zeus." His thoughts drifted as the white-haired man positioned himself at a safe distance from the Titan. It was then that his beautiful companions pounced on the monster. To the god's surprise and curiosity, the boy did not move. He remained static in his place. Suddenly, 4 orbs surrounded him. A magical attack then. The 4 orbs that Hermes assumed were flames merged into 2, contained by a bright white layer. He stood firm, without moving a single muscle, waiting and trusting others while his magic reached its peak. Esfi, beside his god, simply remained silent and observed. The blow of a hero was about to be witnessed, and Hermes didn't want to be disturbed for anything in the world. Her eyes, her senses, her mind, everything focused on the courageous figure of that boy. The world around him expanded to the horizons of possibility. With curiosity and anxiety reaching the limit of the divine limits, he witnessed it. Loud and resounding bells rang throughout the place, a blinding brightness alarming the unexpected. A hero's stroke. He was fascinated. She got emotional, cry, and he shouted. The landscape expanded before Belle's eyes where he could see a fierce battle between adventurers and monsters, simply an endless stream that kept coming, from both the middle and lower floors being summoned by the dungeon to exterminate the invaders. Great Sage, it is time to do something great. Do you wish to use all of Master Belle's mind reserves? Yes, I don't think I can destroy that thing unless I go all out, even if I end up unconscious for a whole day. Your wish is my command, Master Belle. Having come to terms with his ability, Belle was now standing firmly on the ground, ready to begin his attack. He could see in the distance Axella and Welf fighting with the remaining Violas and the endless monsters. Her companions, the executives of the Restria family and Eyes, followed the path to attack the Titan, intending to give the white-haired man time. That's when the process began. Clink, 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 clink. The tinkling of Argonaut began. Great Sage performed a perfect job in the use, combination, and coordination of his master's magic and abilities. A huge golden circle expanded at Belle's feet with two more on his wrists serving as rings. All this is an effect of mage, expanding the range of magic, enhancing attack power, and regulating the use of mind as best as possible. He folded his hands vertically in front of him, initiating the activation of 4-level magic. 4 suffocating orbs of condensed flames emerged around him, crimson and blue merging into one and black and white into another. The fusion was perfect thanks to his ability Sovereign of Flames, and they positioned themselves in the palms of his hands, 1 orb in each. And with those orbs being covered by a layer of Argonaut, all that remained was to wait for the maximum charge of the same. Master Belle, 99% of your mind is being used in the attack. After releasing it, you will fall into a 0 mind. Looks like they'll have to carry me back, ha. The concern of Great Sage went unnoticed by Belle, who always keeps the positive side afloat. At least I'll witness his fall. I can't fall unconscious before seeing it. It was after those specific words that the limit off occurred. Clank, 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 clank. The tinkling sounds turned into bell chimes that echoed throughout the place, reaching every corner. The glow not only covered the pair of orbs, it expanded to Belle's entire body. And of course it did not go unnoticed by the irregular Goliath. Oh! The monster sensed the danger, but the others prevented him from approaching the white-haired man. Even Bite, who had finished off the monsters, joined the combined attack, destroying parts of the Goliath that regenerated instantly. Tiona and Tyone also launched their attack, destroying the Titan's legs, which regenerated instantly. 1 minute. The howls of the irregular did not cease, brushing against Belle for meters, who did not move from his place. The monsters arrived in larger hordes at the request of the irregular to his mother. 30 seconds. They destroyed it, but it regenerated. When the traces of its magic stone were seen, an extremely thick layer of skin covered it. They were all exhausted from the initial battle, but they kept attacking, buying time for Belle. 10 seconds. The boy planted his feet firmly. 9 seconds. A high elf watched from a distance. 8 seconds. His sweetheart and his friend were walking away. 7 seconds. A strong dwarf was attacking. 6 seconds. The danger was imminent for the irregular. 5 seconds. A god in the distance smiled in wonder, excited and captivated. 3 seconds. The hero shouted, "Get away." 2 seconds. Everyone retreated from the attack range. 1 second. Time stood still for both the hero and the monster. Their eyes met and the magic exploded. LAFIRE, everything turned dark for the irregular monster. A massive fire attack shot out towards the enormous Titan. The dungeon shook again, the dust settled and disaster was revealed. The boy in full view of everyone with a burning background in front of him. It was moving and terrifying at the same time. Something like that XD, also add the crater above JSJGS. Throughout world history, even from ancient times, there have been epic moments, and I consider this one of them, a smiling god remarked from afar. Hermes saw it. He witnessed the emergence, the birth of a hero. Zeus, your grandson will be what the world longs for. He looked up at the ceiling of the floor, taking his gaze further to the surface. Bellcranel, I'm betting everything on Bellcranel. He will become the ultimate hero. He added, the god smiled with joy. SS Special Starry Night. Let the game begin. Damn, just when I was having my date with Belle and I got it on my shirt. The annoyed comment came from Axella, who was complaining about being so absent-minded. They were on their 6th day searching for a good god who would accept them, but they hadn't had much luck. Right now, Axella was going to the Heroes Monument, where she would meet Belle after going to change at the inn where they are renting. The afternoon was drawing to a close, arriving at the agreed time with the white-haired man. I must hurry, I don't want to keep Belle waiting, the young woman whispered as she quickened her pace. Running through the streets of Arario, the girl wore a smile from cheek to cheek. It was true that they still hadn't had any luck finding a decent god, but she didn't care much about that. If by tomorrow, the last day at the inn, they still hadn't found a god, she would make sure to find a job so she could support Belle. With those thoughts in mind, she continued running towards the meeting point with her beloved. His view widened after a few minutes and he paused at the entrance to his destination, marveling at the view afforded by the descending sunset. He entered the place and looked around for the white-haired man, which didn't take him long. "You must be joking." His comment was carried away by the wind as his expression remained blank. There was Belle in front of her, about 13 meters away. There was nothing unusual about him, nor was he injured or anything else worrying. The problem is that he wasn't alone, which initially surprised Axella, but that surprise later turned into anger and jealousy. A harpy approached Belle. He exclaimed as he took off at full speed towards the boy. His Belle was being accompanied by a goddess of beauty, the goddess Freya. "So your wish is to become a hero? Heh, that's really cute and adorable. I know it's a childish dream, but I really want it." "No, it's not childish at all." The exchange of words was carried out by a shy Belle and a smiling Freya. They had been chatting while waiting for the boy's companion to agree to join the family of the goddess Freya, and in the short time they had been talking, Freya asked why Belle came to Arario. Although the boy's answer was too short, "I came to become a hero," was what he told the beautiful goddess. Freya undoubtedly smiled at the words of the white-haired young man. With every second that passed, she wished him more for herself. Until a scream sounded a short distance away from them. The goddess and the human turned towards the source of the voice, where they could see a beautiful girl running towards them, or towards Belle to be more precise. The boy smiled when he saw her, but the goddess only thought, "What a nasty soul." She analyzed her from head to toe, observing every detail of the girl, and although she boasted a well-formed body in the indicated parts, with her beautiful aquagreen eyes with a crystalline background, that beautiful hair as black as night and her white skin, in the eyes of the goddess her soul was corrupted. A jet black color. "How many lives have you taken, girl?" A jet black, such a bottomless abyss that it drives to despair those who glance at it. Such was the repulsiveness of her soul, giving an unpleasant sight to Freya's eyes. "There's no way I'm letting her into my family." The goddess gave her final internal verdict, deciding on her plan to carry it out. She would absolutely not let someone so repulsive into her family. Therefore, she would have to use her charm on the young woman to get her to distance herself from Belle. Perhaps the white-haired man is immune to her charm, which intrigues the goddess greatly, but there's no way his friend is equally immune. And so the young woman came to Belle's side, hugging him protectively and throwing a million questions at him. Belle, did he do something to you? Did he try to rob you? Did he scam you? Tell me, are you okay?" Those and more questions hit the poor white-haired boy like a nuclear warhead as he was being suffocated by the girl's breasts. "Axelassin, you're suffocating me." In a poor attempt to get out of the young woman's clutches, Belle answered her. "Axella, the one who is protective." The goddess smiled upon hearing the young woman's name and analyzing the meaning behind it. She still had her gaze fixed on the direction from which Axella had come, wondering how such a nefarious soul had the audacity to approach one as transparent, beautiful, and lovely as Belle's. Insult. It was the best way to describe such an infamous act. Freya, with her plan in mind ready and finished, turned her gaze towards the pair of young men who were behind her. That's when he saw it. What does this mean? She wondered internally as she saw the pair of kids, Axella hugging Belle eagerly and the boy smiling at his sweetheart's concern. Of course, that was not the incentive for the goddess's question. No, the reason for her question was the union of the two. His vision was captivated by a starry night. Axella's soul as black as the abyss, that very black soul was trapping the particles of light emanating from Belle's soul. But I wasn't consuming it, it was getting mixed up. A perfect fusion carried out by Fatum. Black took the background and transparent the center. The perfect graphic representation would be the night with a full moon and the particles of light being the stars in the sea of darkness. Yes, a beautiful starry night. How is this possible? Freya was speechless. Witnessing the union of two souls is not something the earthly plane can witness, yet here she was, seeing it in the front row. It was a truly moving event. But the goddess Freya went against all odds. She felt no emotion whatsoever, and instead her insides were filled with jealousy. Jealousy in its greatest intensity towards that girl named Axella. This definitely had to be a joke, a very bad joke. That unpleasant soul was no longer unpleasant. It still had its jet black color, but observing it brought tranquility, like staring into a bottomless pit and being swallowed by it. In short, the first glimpse Freya gave of Axella's soul was of its incomplete form, its form without Belle. Once she merged with the boy, her soul glowed obsidian black, screaming to the goddess that this was her complete form, its longed-for form. It was then that Freya received a slap of reality. Axella the protector. That was his final thought as he watched the girl still hugging Belle. The vast, dark night was protecting the bright moon and its stars. Axella with her jet black and obsidian soul was protecting Belle. The smiles they gave each other were as real as the immortality of the gods. Without a doubt, humans are ever-changing beings, the origin of divine jealousy. Gods who yearn for a change in themselves, but it remains nothing more than a wish. In contrast, here in the underworld humans change as quickly as day turns into night. With that cleared up, Freya wouldn't let that girl take any more from Belle than she already had. It was here that jealousy of beauty was born. It was here that a rivalry emerged. It was here that a new love cried out. And it was here that the hero died. The monument to the heroes, a meeting place for a new person with beauty. Are you really okay? Ahaha, yes, Axelassin, nothing has happened to me. While the goddess Freya sank into the depths of wonder, surprise, reality, jealousy, and much more, Belle and Axella remained in their own world. So who is she? The question obviously came from the yearning girl, turning her gaze to the goddess who was perplexed, watching them. Oh, it's the goddess Freya. She offered me a place in her family, so I was waiting for you so I could accept. And it was the boy's voice that pulled the goddess out of her world. I see my answer is no, let's go. After answering, Axella took Belle's hand and led him away with her. Huh. And Belle, confused by the answer, wanted a more detailed explanation. It's obvious that goddess is staring at you, so I refuse, I said no. While you're imagining things, Axelassin, Freya-sama was very kind to me. She doesn't have those intentions with a mortal like me. You're still naive, Belle. Once we're at the inn, I'll teach you how to grasp that. Thus, without any way to object, Belle was being dragged by his beloved towards the exit of the hero's monument and towards the inn where they were renting. Wait. Or so it should have been if it weren't for Freya. Let it go. Axella gave him a sharp look when she saw that Freya had taken Belle's free hand, preventing him from advancing further. And Belle was being caught in a tug-of-war between two beauties. Your previous comment was a bit rude, Axella. Freya was the first to speak. I don't see the need to respect a goddess who lustfully looks at Belle, and Axella responded in the least friendly way possible, with clear disgust in her words towards the goddess. Oh, is there any way you can verify your words? I'm sure I didn't look at Belle that way. Freya's tone sounded annoyed as she stared at the girl who was preventing her from keeping Belle. I don't need them, even a child could figure out your intentions. And Axella returned her gaze, looking directly into her eyes with cold, annoyed eyes. That was Freya's goal. Without hesitating for a second, she activated her charm and a silvery glow flashed across the surface of her eyes, a glimmer that caught Axella's eye, causing the girl's gaze to turn empty. I win. Freya smiled inwardly. And Belle, even though he was being held by both beauties, had no idea what was going on. Although, let it go, the order came again. Freya looked at the young woman and she had regained the sparkle in her eyes. How let it go. To Freya's dismay, Axella responded coldly, demanding that Belle be released. And so the rabbit was freed. Freya had let go of his hand, and Axella didn't take a second to walk away from the goddess, taking Belle with her. Freya was stunned, not knowing what on earth had happened. And coming back to herself a little, she addressed a few words to the pair of young people who were walking away from her step by step. I'll be waiting here, please consider my offer. Belle and Axella listened to the goddess's words, which carried a tone of surprise and supplication, but they continued onward. That is how beauty was left in the monument. Night had fallen, and with it a drizzle adorned it. The moon was being propped up on its side in the night sky, with its crescent shape turned sideways and thus letting the water fall. The goddess Freya was being bathed by the crystalline drops that fell from the sky. She hadn't moved from the spot. She was still at the hero's monument, waiting for that boy to return and accept her offer. This is not normal for you, Freya. His self-critical comment echoed in his mind, making a clear observation about his attitude. The goddess Freya is not the type to take no for an answer. She takes what she wants, and if anyone objects, she eliminates them. That is the goddess Freya, the goddess with the strongest family in all of Aurario, but it wasn't like that. Why? She was surprised at herself. Her passive attitude towards that boy was one of the strangest things one could see in the underworld. But more than anything, how did she break free from the spell? The girl Axella. She was definitely under her spell as a goddess of beauty, but from one moment to the next, from 1 second to the next, she simply broke free. Freya was lost in thought, still standing on the cold, wet ground beneath her. Freya-sama. And a voice called to her, so stoic and imposing that it would freeze the skin of anyone who heard it. Otter. But Freya didn't even flinch. She merely mentioned her employee's name in a faint voice. Otter, I want him. She demanded her wish. I can go after him and eliminate the girl, Freya-sama. And it wasn't long before it was answered. Otter never left his goddess's side, serving as her bodyguard at all times. It was more than obvious that he had witnessed Belle's exchange with his goddess, and of course the arrival of the black-haired girl. He considered that the attitude that Human had taken towards Freya was a total lack of respect, but out of respect for her, he did not interfere in the exchange they had in front of him. He simply remained silent and observed. No, I don't want that, but Freya would not accept winning that way. Freya-sama. Otter was genuinely surprised by his words. That girl, those eyes challenged me. Freya raised her gaze and directed it towards the path where that girl had taken Belle. Then she sharpened her gaze and gave a slight smile. Recalling the changing and adaptive color of his black soul, he spoke. I will beat him fairly. The goddess finished, her smile growing. Otter simply remained silent and observed, carrying out the divine will of his goddess. Axelassin, I think it was a little rude to leave Freya-sama in that place. Belle's comment was directed at her roommate Axella, who was lying on the bed in the room. They had both taken a shower, obviously separately, and were now getting ready for bed. HMPH, that goddess was practically devouring you with her eyes, Belle. How can you be so naive? When the girl asked him a somewhat annoyed question, Belle forced a smile as beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. There you go again. Axelassin, you know that tomorrow is our last day at this inn, right? Having no other alternative, Belle laid his cards on the table. Yeah, so you know we don't have the money to rent for another week, right? Without giving her a chance to object, he continued to attack her with reality. Why, yes. The girl was finding herself cornered, knowing that she could not deny her beloved's words. And you also know that we've gone to most of the families and they've all rejected us, right? Another truth came from Belle's lips. Well, yes, but there have been some that did accept us. It was in this response that Axella saw her opportunity to come back and win the argument. But you rejected them too, didn't you? Although he failed miserably in his attempt to object, she herself had rejected a good number of goddesses who accepted them into their family. Freya had been just one of the bunch. Yeah, but those goddesses looked at you like a pet and you also rejected several gods, Belle. Finding herself cornered again, she gave her reasons followed by a counterattack against the boy. Well, that was because they were looking at you pervertedly. And this time it worked, revealing the barely visible jealousy of the white-haired man. Axella was pleased to learn that Belle was jealous of her, but she wouldn't let this opportunity to win this war of words slip by. You see, that's exactly how I feel. That goddess looked at you the same way. He was gaining ground again, cornering the rabbit. But we have no other options, we need to accept her offer. She said she would be waiting, to lose again. But that goddess. Trying to recover, she stammered a few words. We have no choice, Axelassin. I don't want us to end up sleeping on the street, to end up receiving a slap of reality like a certain goddess of beauty. Axella didn't speak for a few seconds, carefully considering her next words. Me neither, but I can get a job for that. There's no need to go to a family. That's when she gave her solution, although it was a fatal blow for Belle, since not going to a family meant not getting a Falna. And without Falna, there was no way he could become the hero he so desperately wanted to be. But if that's the case, how will I become strong? He asked his question somewhat embarrassed and dejected. He didn't want to accept it. Abandoning his dream was something he couldn't accept. And Axella realized what she had said. Don't be an idiot, it sounds like I told her abandon your dream and die. How stupid are you, Axella? She scolded herself internally, knowing perfectly well that she had touched a sensitive nerve in the boy she loves. Knowing that she would never be an obstacle to Belle's dream, she sighed in defeat and agreed. Fine, we'll go back to that place tomorrow to accept the offer, but only if she's there like she said, okay. He resigned himself, leaving it to fate to decide whether or not the goddess kept her word to wait in that place. And at his response, Belle smiled with relief. Thank you, Axelassin. Belle thanked her and she smiled maliciously as a blush spread across her face. You don't think I'll do this for nothing? You'll have to hug me all night, that will be my payment. Between hesitations and nerves, she brought her demand to life, pointing at the boy from the bed where she was lying. Belle reacted in the same way, blushing noticeably before accepting his fate. Your very pleasant destination. Oh, okay. With that said, Belle approached the bed so he could rest. Slowly and nervously, he wrapped his arms around the happy Axella, trapping the young woman in a warm and comfortable embrace. It didn't take long for them to fall into a deep sleep, both with smiles etched on their faces from the comfort. Dawn arrived. The rain had stopped in the early hours of the morning. In the damp streets of Arario, Belle and Axella walked towards the Monument of Heroes to accept the offer of the goddess Freya. Belle, I don't think that goddess is there, it's been raining all night. The logical comment came from Axella, who asserted that it was impossible for Freya to have stayed in that place after the rain had already passed. Maybe, but he said he would wait and his words sounded true, so I believe him. You know, Belle, sometimes you're too nice. Besides, if she's not here, what will we do? We can go to the god Mayach. After all, he told us that if we didn't find a family, he would gladly receive us. That's right, I liked that god. The aura surrounding him was so gentle and charismatic. Why can't all gods be like that? Haha, I guess there's variety in all of them. So if that goddess isn't there, will we go with him? Yes, that's not a bad idea. With those shared comments, they both moved on towards their destination. One hoping the goddess was still there and the other hoping she wasn't. 3 rabbits later. Impossible. It was the word that came out of Axella's lips when she and Belle arrived at the hero's monument. There was the goddess Freya, in the same place as yesterday and completely soaked by the rain that had already vanished. Freya-sama. Belle was worried when he saw her. Although the rain had stopped, the goddess's entire body was soaked, barely drying. She ran towards the goddess, leaving behind an incredulous Axella who couldn't believe what her eyes were showing her. Did she stay here, through the rainy night? What? This definitely couldn't be happening. She was 100% sure that Freya would leave, but against all odds, she stayed in the same place. Belle had already reached the goddess's side, and Axella, still completely paralyzed in her place, received a look from Freya. He gave her a victorious look, then turned his gaze to the worried Belle. I underestimated her. Humanity lost to the obstinacy of a god, and going back to Belle. Freya-sama, are you alright? Why are you still here? It rained yesterday and you might get sick. The worried rabbit dropped question after question at the drenched goddess, causing her to smile contentedly at his concern for her. Didn't I tell you that I'd be waiting here for an answer? Freya slowly raised her hand, bringing it to Belle's cheek as she answered him, and at the same time she felt the warmth of the boy's face in the palm of her hand. Seriously, part of me was sure that his words were true, but because of yesterday's rain I certainly had my doubts. Belle spoke rapidly, full of nerves. His words were barely understandable. So please forgive my rudeness in leaving you here yesterday. He apologized and bowed to Freya, implying that he truly felt guilty for his actions. Please look up, Belle. If you're here it's because you accepted my offer, right? Belle did not answer Freya's question. Instead, he looked back at Axella, who was still in disbelief at what she was seeing. Although he felt Belle's gaze, and with a sigh of defeat he approached. Goddess Freya, we will accept your offer, although I have conditions for that. Which is it? Upon hearing the young woman's response, the goddess smiled confidently and asked about the possible conditions. I want a top-class weapon and it has to be a katana. Belle already has his cursed sword, so I don't see the need for one for him. Okay, I'll have one made with the god Gabanu. The goddess accepted without hesitation. Axella smiled at that. Maybe she was being a little pushy, but she didn't care. Their first objective, securing a good weapon to fight alongside Belle, had been achieved. And for the next condition, the girl sharpened her gaze and her face turned serious. I don't want you to force Belle to do anything against his will. If you do, I will personally make sure you return to heaven. Okay, I hadn't planned to do that, and the goddess agreed. Repeat it until you believe it. Axella responded with an annoyed expression and tone of voice. In response, Freya simply smiled slightly and spoke again. Are there no other conditions? Yes, there's one more, so what is it? The atmosphere became tense and the seconds ticked by one after another. Belle watched the exchange between the two with extreme nervousness. She could clearly see sparks jumping and clashing between them until Axella spoke. I am not so ignorant as not to know about the Freya family. Even in the town where we come from they were talked about. The girl began with a sort of explanation, subtly alerting the goddess. I know your personality very well, and although I don't yet know the reason why you're being so passive, I'll just say this. Belle swallowed hard. He knew what his sweetheart meant and he really disliked her talking about that subject. If your family dares to touch a single hair on Belle's head, I will kill them even if it costs me half the life I have left. His demanding and completely serious voice surprised even the great Bose, who was watching and listening from a distance. Belle lowered his gaze, regretting something he could not avoid. And Freya knew that Axella was not lying after all. A mortal cannot lie to a god. That doesn't sound like a condition. The response, however, was calm. Freya wished the same as the young woman before her, that Belle would not be harmed. At least in that he could agree with his rival. That was a warning. If you truly care about the lives of your employees, you'll tell them to leave Belle alone. Axella was somewhat aware of how devoted the followers of the goddess Freya were, and she knew they would be a problem for Belle. Freya simply nodded in response. Okay, then I'll state my last condition. I'm listening. Whatever happens, you will never interfere with Belle's decisions. Only he will choose his path as a hero. He will not be manipulated by divine will or other such banal things. Her last condition surprised even Belle, who really did not expect that kind of demand from Axella towards the goddess Freya. Otter narrowed his eyes. That human girl had been so rude to his goddess and knew no limits in it. She was really pushing his temper. But Freya smiled. I accept. Without a second's hesitation, her smile grew and adorned her beautiful face. After all, I'm tired of those kinds of heroes. Keeping that thought to herself, Freya raised her arm to seal the deal with the girl. Axella looked for a few seconds at the outstretched arm and then shook it in agreement. The atmosphere relaxed. Otter. And Freya spoke to her trusted servant. Belle and Axella were surprised. They were unaware of the presence of the man Bose. Freya-sama. Otter suddenly appeared, invisible to Belle and Axella due to the incredible speed of movement he used. Freya smiled at the family captain and then led him to the two newest members of the family. Let's go to headquarters then. I'll give you my falna and introduce you to the other family members. With that, the goddess began to walk with Otter by her side, followed by Belle and Axella. He is Otter, the king, the strongest adventurer in Arario, and as he walked, Belle watched intently the back of that great adventurer. I will get over it. Whether in years, he made a vow. The enormous doors opened. The view for the four of them widened, although only two were surprised. Freya, Otter, Axella and Belle had arrived at the headquarters of the Freya family, Folkvanger. Belle and Axella walked behind Freya and Bose, where they found a green desert stretching out before their eyes. Small rings of white and gold flowers waved in the beautiful countryside, quite unlike a city. And in the middle of the field there was a hill, with a giant mansion on top of it that could be mistaken for a temple or palace. Of course, they also heard the sounds of metal clashing against metal as they walked towards the temple. Belle turned his gaze to the fearsome battlefield unfolding in the green desert, and it frightened him. Those people were attacking each other to kill. You didn't need to be a genius in battles to know that. He swallowed hard at the thought of being in that field, then turned his gaze forward again, ignoring the carnage. When they reached the entrance, Freya stopped and spoke. Otter, gather everyone together. I need to introduce the new members. Yes, Freya-sama. Thus Otter first went to the battlefield giving the orders of his goddess and then went after the executives. It took a few minutes for everyone to be kneeling before the goddess, showing their respect. I knew it, they're maniacs. Axella kept her thoughts to herself and continued observing the incredible number of adventurers. Bell, like his sweetheart, was surprised. The Freya family employees numbered over 100, a ridiculously large amount for the white-haired man. My dear children, I called you all to introduce you to the newest members of the family. Freya finished her announced entrance and then turned her gaze towards Bell and Axella, causing her attendants to do the same. The murderous intentions of the goddess's servants were not long in coming, all directed towards the white-haired man. Damn, I think I'm going to die. That was Bell's quick thought as he began to sweat profusely. The frightened rabbit felt like wounded prey in a hunter's school, compounded by the pressure of hearing guns being loaded. He turned his gaze towards 5 in particular, 4 hobbits and a catman who were looking at him with intense hatred and murderous intent. Beside them were 2 elves, although one only gave him a look of disgust, as if he were looking at the most repugnant garbage in the world, and the other was lost in his gaze. Although the most striking gaze was that of Catman, it sent a shiver down Bell's spine and made his skin prickle. And of course Axella captured everything, from the hateful stares of all of Freya's employees to those of the hobbits, Catman, and Elf. But the Catman was the one who bothered her the most. He didn't even try to hide his intentions against his Bell. Why are you staring at him so much, you Fliridin cat? Her question was imbued with annoyance, still waiting for the goddess Freya to clarify what she had demanded in order to enter this family. And of course his words filled those present with surprise. The Catman, however, was emanating an immense murderous intent towards the girl after hearing her insult, and the young black-haired woman returned both his gaze and his murderous intent. After all, Axella definitely wouldn't lose at that. Do I have something on my face, you Fliridin cat? Without fear of death, Axella asked again, coldly and slowly, the enraged Catman who was about to get up and cut her throat. Or so it should have been, except that the goddess Freya raised her hand in a sign of silence, causing the Catman to click his tongue and not move from his place. This wouldn't stay like this, that was undoubtedly the Catman's thought. As you can see, they both have very peculiar personalities. The goddess began, and her attendants simply listened to her words. I reached an agreement with this young woman for her to join my family, and that agreement consists of 3 conditions. Freya glanced sideways at Axella, who was also looking at her, hoping that she would fulfill her conditions quickly and effectively. But you only need to know one of them, the one that involves all of you. That condition was that you not be harmed, which I accepted in order to have you in my family. The words of their goddess confused her dependents, even the 2 elves who were in front of everyone else. Yes, they agreed to join the family after I agreed to 3 conditions. Freya explained to her children, causing the doubt to disappear from their faces and be replaced by complete anger. Did mere, useless mortal humans demand conditions to accept joining the glorious Freya family? That was the question that crossed the minds of everyone present, except Otter. A total lack of respect for their goddess, that's what it was, according to everyone. His hatred and murderous intent completely filled the folkvanger, causing Bell to nervously look around, avoiding everyone's gaze. And Axella, she remained calm, observing all the idiots in front of her eyes. From the beginning, she had expected this reaction from them, and she really didn't care. I know what you're thinking, and I must tell you that you're doing the same thing knowing that I accepted the conditions. And Freya spoke again. Don't they respect my wishes? After his question, the hateful stares directed towards the pair of humans turned to the grass as a sign of respect. After, your wish is my command, Freya-sama. They all exclaimed in unison. They really are manic devotees. I seem to recall Bell's grandfather calling them simps. Oblivious to Axella's thoughts, Freya smiled, satisfied with her children's response. Thank you, my children. Now I wish to share some other news. Continuing with her words, implying that these would be the last, Freya moved closer to Bell and pointed at him while giving him a loving look. This kid, Bell Cranel, will be a candidate for the next captain of the family. In short, he'll be competing against Alan and Otter. Her verdict undoubtedly drained the blood from Bell's face as he felt his life was in danger. Axella was equally surprised by the sudden declaration, but since none of her conditions were lacking, she remained silent. Unless Bell didn't want to, which would break condition number 2 of not forcing him to do anything against his will. And even Freya's employees, including Otter, were surprised by such a sudden declaration. Alan clenched his teeth tightly upon hearing the words of his goddess, but remained silent with his gaze lowered. Okay, that's all, you can return to your duties. Freya had noticed the growing dismay among her dependents, but she ignored it for the moment and ended the impromptu meeting. So everyone went back to what they were doing, and Freya and Otter entered the headquarters, followed by the couple. Okay, now I'll give you my Falna, is that all right? In response to Freya's question, they both nodded. They were in one of the many rooms at headquarters to receive a statement. Otter was waiting outside the room. Freya had suggested giving them separate statuses, but Axella quickly refused, saying that she would be present when Bel received his. The first was Bel taking off his shirt to the delight of the goddess and the human, which annoyed Axella when she noticed the fixed gaze that Freya was giving to her Bel. However, she remained silent. She did not want to interrupt the process of granting a Falna, much less if it was Bel's. Now, let's see why my charm didn't work. Freya pricked her finger with a needle, causing it to bleed and letting a drop fall onto Bel's back. She could feel the boy's soft skin, causing her to blush carelessly as they came into contact. Moments later, the state was implanted in Bel's back. Yufufu, this is truly amazing. The beautiful goddess smiled inwardly upon receiving the answer to her question and was completely amazed. He took a piece of paper and transferred Bel's state while simultaneously translating the divine language into Cranel. Here, this is your status. State. Name Bel Cranel. Age 14 years, race human, LV, 1 strength I0, endurance I0, dexterity I0, agility I0, magic I0, magic. None skills. Hero's wish, hidden. Growth increases exponentially. The effects last as long as your desire does not change. The stronger the desire, the faster the growth. It nullifies and renders useless the divine effects. While my own state, the cheerful rabbit exclaimed and jumped up from the chair where he was sitting, waving his status sheet in the air with great joy. Now it's your turn. At Freya's words, Axella sat down and uncovered her back, revealing her beautiful white skin. The goddess performed the same process, dropping a drop of her blood onto the girl's back and thus opening a state. With the same curiosity as to why the young woman had broken free from her charm, Freya was also surprised. This girl is a complete monster, and this time it was accompanied by jealousy. However, another doubt also arose within her. Did you have a god in the past? Axella simply nodded in affirmation to Freya's question. So how did you get through the Arario entrance without being asked for an explanation? Another question from Freya, and it was answered quickly as well. Are you blind? Can't you see it because of my abilities? It wasn't a full answer, but it was enough. Freya glanced at the skills section on Axella's back and understood everything. So your words weren't empty after all. He spoke again, referring to the threat he had made at the hero's monument and transferring his statement to a sheet of paper before giving it to him. Axella received her status without paying attention to Freya and checked her status, giving a complicated face when she saw her abilities. State. Name Axella Agara. Age 17 years, race human, LV, 3 strength G299, stamina I99, dexterity F399, agility F399, magic I0, development skills. Hunter H abnormal resistance, H magic. Fairy song 2-level healing magic, activation chance. First level, Guide the Lost, Save the Damned, Fairy Song. Second level, Guide the Lost, Save the Damned. Earthly Fairy Mother, I offer my prayers in search of salvation. Heal this stained body and purify this corrupt soul, Fairy Song. Skills. King's Restriction, Blood Ability, disables magic in a predetermined area, taking the user as the central point. It disables reinforcement and support skills in a predetermined area, taking the user as the central point. It subjects the user to lower levels, preventing their movement. It subdues weak wills, preventing their movement. It depends on the user who restricts themselves and who doesn't control at will. Activation phrase, in the presence of the Demon King. Stat-independent trigger, the King's Inclemency, Soul Grabber, losing the fighting spirit in the face of skill means death. The cost of each soul seized subtracts 1 day from the user's life. Losing one's life using this ability prevents the user's reincarnation process. Active trigger. You can bypass the fighting spirit restriction with the activation phrase, however the user's life will be reduced by half. Forced activation phrase, Sacrifice of the Demon King, Creator of Chaos, inactive ability, duplicates all user statistics, trigger inactive. Activating the ability requires a vengeful will. Abilities granted. Hero Protection hidden. Ability granted by the original bearer, shares 25% effectiveness in the benefits of the original skill. Axelassen, now we are adventurers. Pulled from her thoughts by the smiling rabbit's words, the girl smiled back and nodded. Okay, this will be Belle's room. Axella will have hers in the women's section. Having finished her work, the goddess smiled, pleased to have obtained Belle, now a monstrous adventurer, and headed towards the exit of the room. Suddenly she stopped at the entrance and gave them a look accompanied by a smile. Welcome to the Freya family. With that, the goddess vanished, leaving the pair in the room. Night had fallen and Freya was in her room at the Folkvanger, having granted the statuses to Belle and Axella. She informed all her dependents that she would be spending more time at headquarters, making everyone happy except the executives who guessed the reason for it, the rabbit boy. However, the night filled the vast and expansive sky, decorated by a bright and beautiful full moon and its stars. Yufufu, what adventures will you show me, Belle? Looking up at the sky, the goddess whispered her question to the moon. Yes, Freya was observing a beautiful starry night. Chapter 15, The Kidnapping of the Rabbit, and let the kidnapping begin. The surface headquarters of the Freya family, Folkvanger. At the same time that Bel was fighting alongside the Stria family against the Violas, in the meeting room were all the executives of the goddess Freya gathered at her request. The last to arrive was Hogni, who was found by Otter in a canal while the dark elf was watching the fish. Apparently he had been there all day. Okay, back to the meeting. With everyone already gathered, the only presence missing was Freya's. Even Otter was already seated at the large table like the others. A few minutes passed when the echoes of footsteps reached the room. The executives rose from their seats, their eyes fixed on the closed door that was now being opened, revealing a beautiful goddess with silver eyes and hair. Immediately, everyone knelt before their goddess, saying in unison, "It is an honor to see you, Freya-sama." The goddess smiled at the respect shown by her children, and as she recalled the reason she had called this meeting today, a little nervousness appeared on her beautiful face. Everyone present undoubtedly noticed, but they remained silent and took their seats again when Freya did as well. Freya-sama, what is the reason you summoned us all? The question came from Catman Alan Fromel. Everyone paid close attention to the words their goddess would say since, like the Catman, they had not been informed of the reason for this impromptu meeting. Children, I have a message to give you, something that is very important to me, Freya began, stumbling slightly with a slight stutter that was noticed by the others. But they remained silent and continued to pay full attention. The melodious voice of their goddess always filled them all with joy. I wouldn't want this meeting to drag on too long, so I'll be direct. They all swore they had a bad feeling about this, as if the following words would give them reason to go hunting. Yes, let's go rabbit hunting. I'm in love. A silence of all kinds, but not comfortable, fell over the room. Gradually, the faces of the executives, except for Otter, changed from serious to full of disbelief. Freya's cheeks flushed slightly when she received no response from her most trusted children. Without a doubt, Freya was not the Freya of 2 months ago. Freya-sama, I don't think you've been very specific with your statement. You should be a little clearer. The one who broke the silence was Bose, who continued with his always stoic face. Freya understood the message, coughing gracefully to clear her throat and speak again. I'm in love with Bel. All the executives could clearly hear how his heart broke into millions of particles that were carried by the bloodstream and died in the place of their birth, the bone marrow. However, the goddess continued. I know it will sound absurd, but it's the truth. Bellcranel is my god, the goddess continued, her voice regaining its solemn tone. That's why I'm asking for your support, so I can make him fall in love with me. I want him to be mine and mine alone. Seeing him, whether near or far, gives my chest a pleasant ache, my heart races, and my nerves have gotten the better of me far too often. The executives remained silent as the barrage of words rained down on them like a nuclear warhead in their faces. I haven't spoken to him much in the last few weeks because of an incident in the infirmary. I've only seen him when I update his status, so I'm asking for your help. I don't know what to do, I don't know what's wrong with me, this isn't me, but I don't dislike it. Speaking eloquently and eventually raising her voice slightly, the goddess showed a blush on her face as she uttered such corny things. So what do you think? She asked a little shyly. In the eyes of her most powerful subordinates, the goddess Freya, once so elegant and sophisticated, was now nothing more than a tumult of pent-up emotions like a schoolgirl in love. A hard blow for the executives, without a doubt, all for their various reasons, but they remained silent, and at the same time they all stood up. They took up enough space and suddenly knelt down as a sign of respect for the goddess who was still seated. Alan was the first to speak. Freya-sama, my life belongs to you. Although I do not accept that filthy human, I would never oppose your will and therefore your happiness. His voice was firm and clear, not forgetting to highlight the hatred he harbors for Bel for being so weak and the favorite, but his devotion to Freya was greater, much greater. The goddess looked at him a little surprised, but then she smiled and spoke. Thank you for your sincerity and support, Alan, Freya said, her words filled with joy. Without a doubt, Freya's personality had taken a 180-degree turn. Freya-sama. You saved us. And he gave us another life. Therefore, we accept your wish. The following were the 4 Hobbit brothers from oldest to youngest. Freya also gave them a grateful smile. Freya-sama, I will support you, so I request your permission to train the human so that he can make you happy. Next was the white elf, giving a positive and somewhat strange answer, and Freya gave him permission, followed by a thank you. The last 2 were the dark elf and Otter, giving exactly the same answer. Your wish is my command, Freya-sama, and my wish is to follow your command. It was an overly devout response, but it still made the goddess happy to know that her most trusted children supported her. Thank you very much, children, all of you. Thus, a meeting ended. The goddess departed for the Tower of Babel in anticipation of her beloved rabbit, and the executives went to ease their sorrows, or at least Alan. A dark elf walked out calmly, distracted by any trifle. 4 hobbits left, arguing amongst themselves about how they would make that rabbit suffer a little. and a white elf had a strict training regimen for the white-haired boy. Beneath the surface in the dungeon, a certain boy felt a chill run down his spine after saving his new sweetheart from certain death. XXXRANDOM moment alert full of REFERENCIASXXX. Back in this place again, it seems I liked it so much that I can't stop visiting it. Apparently I fell unconscious again, although how could I not be after exhausting my mental reserves for 2 days straight? Hahaha. Oh Belle, it's been a long time since the last time. Grandpa, oh no wait, you're a product of my subconscious, aren't you? Hahaha, exactly Belle, but that's beside the point. Now how have you been since we last spoke? Are you referring to the time that great sage removed it from my mind? I think it's going well. I met a new girl. Oh, that's my grandson. You make me so happy, Belle. And tell me, is the girl good at math? What? I don't understand that question. Besides, I don't know if Kagyasin is intelligent. I don't know. I met her recently, so I don't know much about her. Grandpa, sorry. I see. Next question then. I don't think it will be difficult to answer. Did their clothes match? What do you mean, Grandpa? I don't understand anything at all. I don't know anything about clothing, but she was wearing Oriental-style clothing. I think it's called a yukata. So she's Asian, huh, like Axelasama. I wish I could see the conflict they'll have when they meet. Gehahaha. Believe me, I'm sure that if Axelasin finds out, she'll cut my throat. Don't worry, Belle, the path of the harem is not easy. If it were, everyone would have one. Certainly I can't argue with that logic, Grandpa. Now, Belle, let me ask you the most important question. The girl you're talking about, is she hot? I found it strange that he hadn't asked until now. It may be a product of my subconscious, but he is still my grandfather after all. Why, yes, she is beautiful. Aw, damn, I think I'm blushing just remembering her. Concentrate, Belle, concentrate. I see then that girl has my approval. Good luck, Belle. Yes, thank you very much, Grandfather. Somehow it's comforting to talk to him even if it's like this. Now do you remember our last conversation, Belle? Huh, you mean picking up on women's hints? That's right, the last time Great Sage tore it to pieces before he could tell me. Yes, Belle, come closer. Somehow this is exciting me. This is something I should have told you a long time ago. At my grandfather's gestures, I simply nodded and brought my ear close to him. The secret to understanding women's subtle hints. Damn, my heart is racing. Come, the secret is. Grandpa, you're making me nervous with all this mystery. None that, did I hear wrong that, you heard me none, there's no secret to understanding women's hints. Wait, there's no secret, no trap or special test. No need, Belle, to get a hint, you just have to believe it's a hint. What? I think I'm speechless, but somehow this clears my mind. There's no secret. Those words definitely came from me. Grandpa, you really are great. I know, Belle, I know. Now go get him, Belle, and when you're in trouble, shout it out. Loud and clear, H-A-R-E. I think he got a little carried away, but he wouldn't be my grandfather if he weren't, so I think it's okay this time, yes, just this once. I took a deep breath and screamed. H-A-R-E-M. I'm sure that right now I have a smile from corner to corner like the one my grandfather has. This part of my life, this small part it. Master Belle, are you finished with your war cry? Great Sage, how long have you been watching us? From the part, I met a new girl, Master Belle. I think his voice sounds annoyed. I see, so can I come out of my unconscious state now? Yes, Master Belle, I suppose the time has come, Belle. I hope to see you again. Me too, Grandpa, although I hope I don't have to go into zero mental status for that, haha. Gahaha, don't worry, there will be ways, see you. Yes, goodbye, Grandpa. XXXEND of random MOMENTXXX. I opened my eyes with some difficulty and the brightness of the light assaulted my vision, bringing some irritation and pain. This room, yes, it's definitely the headquarters infirmary. It's been a month since I was last here. That definitely brings back memories of my first adventure. I remember the excitement that ran through my veins when I faced that irregular minotaur. I felt alive. Hasai, somehow I wish for another confrontation like that. Trying to bring my right hand to my face to wipe my sleepy eyes, I realized I couldn't move it. That definitely worried me, and I tried with my left hand to get the same result, but I couldn't move it. Did my bones break from using too much power? That's bad news. With a little fear on my face, I lowered my eyes to focus my gaze on two people clinging to my arms. A silver-haired goddess held my right arm firmly with both hands as I slept, sitting beside the bed. The other was Axelasin, imprisoning my left arm with hers and equally deep in sleep. I think I made them worry again, sorry. At my apology, the first to frown as a sign of waking up was Freya-sama. Clearing her vision a little, she saw me awake and smiled happily as she rushed to imprison me in her arms. Belle, her breasts are in my face. Freya-sama, I can't breathe. Belle, I missed you so much. As Freya-sama rubbed her face against the surface of my head and her breasts were rubbed all over my face, I gave a smile decorated with a blush at the incredible softness of her breasts. I apologize for worrying you, Freya-sama, I'm back. As I tried to calm her down, Freya-sama moved slightly away from me and looked directly at me. Now that I think about it, is Freya-sama blushing? Too much, I'd say. Her blush is too obvious. Freya-sama, do you have a cold? His face is too red. I quickly became worried, causing Freya-sama to jump in surprise and look away shyly. And no, it's nothing like that, I'm just happy to see you. Yesterday you arrived completely unconscious and covered in wounds. I was so worried, Belle, you have no idea how awful my chest felt. Incredible, she's letting out a deluge of barely understandable words, but one thing is for sure, she was worried about me. I see, sorry for being so hasty, Freya-sama. I apologized again, which my goddess received with a smile, and seconds later she brought her face closer to mine again. Wait, more than her face, it was her lips. She gave me a kiss on my cheek. Why is that? Ah, my face must be as red as or even redder than Freya-sama's. It's a reward for coming back alive. Her answer, followed by a beautiful smile adorned with a blush on her cheeks, accelerated my heart rate, causing a layer of nervousness to cover my face. Yes, I'm still weak in these matters. Thank you, Freya-sama. I could only say a stupid thank you. You silly moo, Belle. Didn't I tell you to call me without the sama? You're going to annoy me, huh? What on earth happened to Freya? That cute, sweet pout that starts on her plump, pink lips and ends on her blushing cheek melts my heart. Why, you said only when we were alone, Freya-sama. Damn, this isn't good. My nerves are slowly killing me. I answered her as best I could while looking to my left, where Axelassen stood with a calm face adorned by a light and cute smile. Her closed eyelids were being covered by the bangs of her beautiful black hair. You win this time. Thank goodness she gave up, but what's going on? That lovely expression on Freya's face is unusual. Where's the Freya who always makes me nervous with that seductive voice and gaze? Belle, let's update your status. I have a feeling you could level up. I was pulled from my deep thoughts by Freya's voice and I nodded in agreement. Well, for that we needed to wake up Axelassen, and I have a feeling she'll get very angry when she sees Freya. 3 nervous rabbits later. No sooner said than done. As soon as I woke Axelassen up, she threw herself into a big hug while bombarding me with kisses on my cheeks and likewise rubbing her huge, soft breasts on my face. Everything was fine, excellent I would say, until the moment she noticed Freya in the room. As I expected, an intense battle ensued between them on either side of the bed with me in the middle. That fight lasted 10 minutes until they both calmed down, which really relieved me. Then let's update your status, Belle. I was brought out of my thoughts again by Freya's melodious voice and I nodded in agreement. I hope you don't try anything weird, you perverted goddess. Axelassen and her threats are somehow starting to intensify and at the same time lighten up. That's strange. I won't do any of that, kid. And again, this side of Freya is too cute. It reminds me of the time Axelassen drank alcohol over a month ago. Although after her tender phase, she completely lost control. 3 rabbits updated later. The process was the same as always. This time Axelassen refused to let Freya straddle my back, so I had to take a seat in one of the chairs in the room. Although Freya and Axella made a truce between them for a short time of 5 minutes that were eternal for me as I received their shaking and demands. Freya had a tearful expression and was full of anger. And Axelassen was no exception, but she also directed her anger towards me, blaming me for being so absent-minded. Stupid and Hexy Rabbit were their words said in unison while making cute and tender pouts. All this because of my new development ability, which I was forbidden to use, and if I did, I would be castrated. I was genuinely terrified listening to his endless threats, and all because of a skill. Oh well, as long as I don't use it, there won't be any problems. In my hands was my status sheet, which trembled slightly with excitement at seeing its contents. I leveled up, reached level 3 in just 1 month. And I also got a new magic spell and 2 skills. This is amazing. State. Name Cranel, age 14 years, race human LV, 3 basic skills before leveling up. Strength SS 1055, Stamina SS 1077, Dexterity SS 1023, Agility SS 1107, Magic SS 1099, Basic skills upon leveling up. Strength I0, Endurance I0, Dexterity I0, Agility I0, Magic I0, Development skills. Luck H Magician H Spiritual Healing, I knew Charm I knew Magic. Inazuma no Yours, Agon Dracona. Shield New Defensive Magic, Quickcast Magic skills, Hero's Wish, Great Sage, Argonaut, Sovereign of the Flames, Titan Killer. Exponentially increases all abilities when fighting Titan-type monsters. Blood Destruction. It allows you to break the level barrier by raising the user's skills beyond their capacity. Its use causes extreme physical fatigue. Side effects will depend on the duration of use. Enchanting, how on earth did I get that ability? As cool as it sounds to have it, it's useless if I'm forbidden from using it, although I don't think I need it. Belle, you'll rest for 2 days, okay? I agree with the pervert. I was pulled from my thoughts again by the words of Freya and Axelassen. It seems they won't let me leave here for the next 2 days. Understood. For some reason, when they come together, they are truly terrifying. Okay, and one more thing here. As Freya nodded happily at my answer, Axella handed me a status sheet. This is their state. My eyes widened when I saw the contents of the sheet. She leveled up. I won't let you catch up so quickly, Belle. Remember, we made a deal where I'd give you a reward if you managed to defeat me. Well, keep trying. Damn, for a moment I thought this was my chance to claim that prize. But incredible, reaching level 4 in 2 months, that definitely broke a record. Although it's been over 7 years since its status was last updated, it's still incredible that it went up after just 2 months of receiving an update. I will soon surpass you. I hope you keep your word when I defeat you. I see you're in good spirits. You know I'll keep my promise, so rest in the meantime, okay? Her expression is so beautiful and tender at the same time. The Axelassin of the past is just that. In the past, I'm glad. Yes, I'll rest. By the way, Axelassin, congratulations on leveling up. I smiled from cheek to cheek at that beautiful girl in front of me. I swear she had a slight blush on her face when she saw me. Thank you. How cute. Axelassin in her shy mode is so cute. Hey, Belle. Don't leave me out of the conversation. Suddenly and without any warning, I was caught in a hug by Freya while she suffocated me with her breasts, which led to a scream from Axelassin. Hey, you perverted goddess, let go of my Belle. Here we go again at this rate. I won't be able to rest during my 2 days off. 3 rabbits suffocated later, they finally left. It's been a few minutes since I was left completely alone in the room. Freya said she had some preparations to make. She was very excited, actually. And Axelassin went to buy something to eat. She said that I needed to nourish myself enough to regain energy. She also told me that yesterday, while I was unconscious, she and Welf changed the magic stones along with the items that Welf would not use. 750,000 volleys each is an excellent profit. He also told me that Welf kept the item dropped by that irregular Goliath. Apparently his creative side came out. And he leveled up too, I'm glad. I think I'll have to talk to him as soon as I'm allowed out of here. We initially formed the group because he wanted to level up. But now that he's achieved his goal, I wonder if he'll want to. I feel someone watching me. It's coming from the entrance. Hognisson. Turning my gaze towards the bedroom door, I found Hognisson staring at me like a stalker. How long has it been there? Oh, it's getting closer. Congratulations. Are you congratulating me? Oh, it must be because I leveled up. Thank you very much, Hognisson. Somehow, he's the only one who has never looked at me with murderous or disgusted intentions apart from Ottarson. I'm glad it's like that. I'll take my leave. The other Demon Kings also wish to speak with the Chosen One. Hey, Demon Kings, Chosen One. It seems he's not going to answer me. Hognisson has always been somewhat peculiar. Hognisson left without answering me. Now I'm alone in the room again, but what could he have meant by Demon Kings and Chosen One? Hey, idiot, Olenson, I didn't even see him come in or sense his presence. The Great Sage is analyzing my new abilities and magic, so now I'm on my own. Great Sage, please return soon. Tusk, as idiotic as ever. I just came to say something and then I'm leaving. I don't want to see your stupid face any longer than necessary. It seems I now know what Hognisson meant by Demon Kings. What's happening? Ah, my voice is trembling. Olenson has always been too scary. Get stronger faster. If you end up dying from being so pathetically weak and making Freya-sama cry, I myself will find a way to revive you so I can kill you again. Is this some kind of method to encourage someone? If so, I'd prefer one that didn't involve so many insults directed at me. But that's it, he's worried about Freya. Maybe it's not as bad as I think. Don't worry, I'll get stronger. Tusk, don't be arrogant trash. I'm leaving. I don't want to see your pathetic existence anymore. And he left. Maybe he is bad, especially to me. Hey, Rabbit, congratulations on leveling up. But don't get too cocky, you're still weak. Again. Don't they know how to knock and let us know? Thank you, I'll keep that in mind. I have always felt harassed by the Gulliver brothers. They look down on me even though I am taller than them. I really don't understand them. Another thing, Rabbit, if you make Freya-sama suffer, we'll take care of eliminating you. Okay. Freya, your dependents are very devoted to you. I won't do anything like that. Perfect, so we're leaving. Goodbye, Rabbit. They're perfect at coordinating, especially when they insult me. Goodbye, please let this end already. I'm supposed to rest and you're just raising the pressure to new levels. Axelassin, please come here. What are you thinking about so much, you filthy human? Oh dear, why am I not surprised anymore? Do all executives like to make dramatic entrances? Hedinson H. Hello. Don't greet me so casually, you human filth. H. Hi. I'm just here to tell you that in a few weeks you'll begin training with me. Train me? Do you seriously see me as an animal? Why, you mean training, right? More than training, it will be a change. You will stop being the trash you are, I see. Can't I refuse? If you want me to kill you, yes. Then I will eagerly await my training. It's pointless, I'd better give up. Apparently he has nothing more to say to me. He's already leaving. I have never understood why they look down on those who do not have the strength to stand by their words. Power isn't everything. When will they understand that? Perhaps the Freya family is the strongest in Arario, but it is not the most united. Are they really right? Those who possess great strength due to their level are useless and only use it for their own benefit. So what do they live for? I was looking for a family, even if it's not one of my main ones. That was one of the reasons why I came to Arario with Axelassin. And a few months ago I met Welf, a blacksmith who wanted to level up. His power wasn't that remarkable at first, but from the first day we fought together he took everything seriously. I appreciated how hard he tried and I took him as an example. I am weak, my strength lies in my trap magics. Great Sage, without them I would probably have already died. But even if they are unfair magic and abilities, I will use them to change this family. I can't expect much, but at least they will be a little less conflictive with each other. Knock, knock, knock. I was pulled from my thoughts by the sound of the door being knocked on, and with a come in, it opened, revealing the family Captain Otterson, Captain Otter. Thank goodness he did knock on the door. Belle, congratulations on leveling up. He came to congratulate me just like Hognisson and the Gulliver brothers. What a relief! If he had insulted me like a Lenson or Hedinson, I would have really cried in pain. Thank you, Captain Otter. In response to my thanks, the great Bose nodded with his always stoic expression. I have truly never seen him smile. Things will get complicated from today onwards. Be strong, Belle. Only those with enough strength are capable of protecting what they love. Are you giving me advice? This is new. It's okay to be weak. What's wrong is to remain weak. With those words, Otterson turned around and slowly left the room. What's wrong is remaining weak, huh? Cruel and wise words at the same time. Anyway, I think it's time to rest. My head is still dizzy and my eyelids feel heavy. At the Takemikazuchi family headquarters, hours before Belle awoke from his unconsciousness. Guys, what the hell happened in the dungeon? The question came from the family's patron deity, Takemikazuchi, or Take for short, and the god was looking at his kneeling dependents who had complicated expressions. Why did Aoka reach level 3, Mikoto score over 300 points in each skill, and the others, along with Chigusa, only reach level 2? Yes, the god wanted explanations for the sudden increase in levels and exilia of his children. Now his family had 1 level 3 and 5 level 2. Take Mikazuchi-sama, I will answer you. The voice belonging to Mikoto caught the god's attention, fixing his gaze on her and waiting for the answer. It wasn't that he disliked his children getting stronger, but it was strange, too strange. We met a member of the Agara clan. The whole strange situation vanished with those simple words. The god opened his eyes wide and then sighed. So the only survivor of the clan has arrived in Arario. I wonder what she'll think if I tell her. Take thought of his friend from the east who was the deity of the entire Agara clan. I see, that's what happened then. How did they manage to survive? Take grasped the situation quickly. He didn't need his children to tell him that they had acted violently against that girl, as it was very obvious. They didn't know the whole story. He let us live after defeating us. Mikoto was quick to respond and proceeded to tell him everything that happened on the 16th floor, from the parade pass part, which Take did not approve of and scolded them for, to the part where Belle helped them survive and then saw the ability of her companion, which led to a one-sided fight on the part of the girl. Then he talked about the incident on the 18th floor, the attack on the Loki family with strange monsters and that terrible irregular. He also mentioned that they received help again from the girl and a redhead, Belle's companions, when they were being cornered by those plant beasts. They were certainly very rash. If it weren't for that boy, Belle, right, you would be dead. Take did not hesitate to punish them for their actions, and after a lengthy scolding that lasted for hours, he thanked them for returning and congratulated them on their new levels. Now let's go eat. I'll take this opportunity to tell you a story. Thus the god and his attendants went to the table, with Take relating the story that his friend had personally told him and with the Orientals listening attentively. In a certain abandoned church, headquarters of the unknown Phobos family. Welf, what the hell happened to you? Why did you break the maximum resistance level? How badly did they beat you? An incredulous Phobos watched with a worried, surprised, and bewildered expression the back of her only dependent, Welf, which showed her his condition. It's a long story. Faced with the redhead's response, which could be considered anything but a response, Phobos frowned in annoyance and a pout appeared on his cheek. You're a heartless, idiotic blacksmith. Welf ignored his goddess's delusions and moments later his status sheet was handed to him. She looked at its contents and seconds later a smile adorned her face. Congratulations on leveling up, Welf. Since there was only one development skill, I just added it, besides the fact that you gained a new skill. The blacksmith nodded and returned his gaze to the blade in his hands. State. Name Welf Krazo, age 17 years, race human LV, 2 basic skills before leveling up. Strength B707, Stamina SS 1017, Dexterity C650, Agility B767, Magic D527. Basic skills upon leveling up. Strength I0, Endurance I0, Dexterity I0, Agility I0, Magic I0. Development skills. Blacksmith I knew Magic. Will-O-Wisp Anti-Magical Power Magic. Activation Chant Burn Blasphemous Fire. Skills. Krazo Blood, capable of creating magic swords, capable of strengthening the power of magic swords. Veritas Burn, increases fire resistance, grants greater power when the user uses fire element attacks. Mystery New, allows the user to activate a miracle and create magical items. Resistance in SS. Maybe making Axelisama angry wasn't such a bad idea. Welf was more than happy with his stats before leveling up. He had also obtained the extremely rare skill Mystery, which undoubtedly brought a victorious smile to his face. So are you going to tell me what happened or not? Once again, the worried Phobos insisted on an explanation, to which Welf sighed and nodded in defeat. How about we go out for dinner tonight? The expedition's profits were huge. It wouldn't be bad to go out for a while and enjoy ourselves. I'll tell you all about it then, does that sound good? While his gaze was fixed on his status sheet, Welf had inadvertently invited Phobos on a date, and when he received no response from the goddess after a few seconds of silence, the blacksmith turned to look for her and failed. The goddess was no longer in the room. He went away. While she was wondering that under her breath, she could see a note on the chair where the goddess had been sitting. He picked it up to read it later. I'm going to take a bath, wait for me in Love Square at 7:00 p.m. Sincerely, your beautiful goddess. Hasai, we're just going out for dinner, silly. Yes, the goddess had left at the speed of sound to the baths exclusively for gods. 2 days had passed since Bel had awakened from his unconsciousness and obtained his new level. Of course, the guild was quickly notified to make an announcement, and it was Axella who took charge of delivering the information while also going out for food for Bel. And the reason for his ascent was also given, defeating an irregular Goliath on the 18th floor. The news spread like wildfire, reaching every corner of the city. Adventurers were surprised, civilians were excited, and children played at being monsters and Bel. One adaptation that children were starting to see on the streets was the Battle of the Minotaur and Bel, where one child wore a helmet with horns and another painted his hair white. Of course, the boy was always scolded by his mother for being covered in white paint, but the people who watched his performances laughed with delight. Seeing children full of energy was certainly a good thing. Even within Aurario's most powerful families, the 13, there was talk of the new adventurer who had shattered records by leveling up. A god of the underworld smiled contentedly as he observed the city from a comfortable chair. A goddess of creation was becoming increasingly interested in that valiant warrior. A harvest goddess blushed at the thought of how cute that boy looked in the portrait. Those and more reactions, but 2 in particular were more boisterous. Headquarters of the Astria family. That kid took my words to heart. Imagine leveling up the very next day after I told him he could. It's incredible. Estelle, let a good adventurer get away. I agree with Elise, her salary should be reduced. Lyra, we don't have salaries, everyone earns their own way in the dungeon. Then let's make him give us 50% of his earnings for a month as punishment. Because of him we lost a great adventurer. Lyra, you just want the money, right? You don't care if Cranel joins the family. Hey, where do you get that stuff, Lyon? Of course not. Yufufu, my Bel is amazing, I couldn't have been wrong. The entire intense exchange of words was being carried out by the 4 executives of the Astria family, who were preparing the monthly reports and taking the opportunity to comment on the unusual speed of a certain boy in leveling up. Anyway, now that we've finished all the reports for the month, I'd like to ask you 2 questions, Kaguya. Which ones would those be, Elise? After Bel defeated that irregular and seconds later fell unconscious, you were about to go to him but in the end you stopped. Why was that? Oh, you see, since his friends were going towards him, I didn't want them to ask me why I was approaching him, at least not with Bel unconscious. Besides the fact that that girl was with him, I didn't think Bel had any connection to her, much less see her in Aurario. Could she be the girlfriend he told me about? Yufufu, if so, there'll be trouble. Cleverly concealing her thoughts from herself, she gave an acceptable answer to the curious Elise, as well as to Ryu and Lyra who were wondering the same thing. I see. The next question. Why on earth did you ask her to be your girlfriend? You know she's from the Freya Familia and how possessive her goddess is, so why? I don't know, love at first sight. The person being questioned was displaying a joking attitude, causing the always lively and positive Elise to almost fall backwards at her friend's curt response. Heisai, anyway, I hope that doesn't lead to a war against them. Don't do anything crazy, Kaguya. Hi, I won't do anything bad, Elise. With that done, the meeting between them came to an end and each went her own way to do missions, errands, or simply waste time making bombs. Headquarters of the Loki family. Well, that's all. I declare this expedition a complete success. The one who spoke was Finn, addressing his words to the executives of his family who were in his office. Everyone was present to give the report to their goddess, who had a bored and serious expression while she was on top of Finn's desk. Okay, so this is over now, right? The only problem is those spirit monsters. When the goddess asked him the question, Finn nodded, as did the others. There's something else I'd like to ask you, Loki. What is it? Did you get information from Cranel? No, Freya didn't tell me anything and I didn't want to insist because then that nymphomaniac gets intense. Besides, yesterday when I met with her she was lost in her thoughts while talking about anything but that child. She's definitely crazy. I see, that's a shame. I'm really intrigued by how quickly it levels up. During Finn and Loki's brief conversation, everyone else in the office chimed in, starting with a very lively and clumsy Amazon. The Argonautkun is incredible. He completely smashed Iza's record for reaching level 2 and level 3 too. Don't be so loud, Tiona, you're bothering the captain. That boy is interesting. Thank goodness he won't be a problem for us because he's in love with Reveria. Ha. At the dwarf's mockery, the beautiful elf who had been completely silent gave him a displeased look. It didn't bother her that he said Bel was in love with her. In fact, it pleased her, but it was embarrassing that he said it in front of everyone, especially with Loki present. Tusk, he's an idiot, I'm leaving. commented a disinterested and annoyed Bite. The others watched him leave with complicated smiles on their faces. They knew that Bite wasn't on good terms with that boy for having electrocuted him a month ago. I'm leaving too. The unexpected comment came from the golden-haired girl. She came out with her usual expressionless face, although a certain sadness was noticeable in her eyes. Many eyes, we didn't get the date with the bunny, all because of that wretched creature. Yes, Eyes' goal led by her minim had failed when she couldn't ask Belle out on a date, which worried Eyes because she had said yes to Reveria. With her problems in mind, the blonde disappeared down the corridors. Anyway, Reveria, you're the one who spent the most time with him. 3 weeks of training should have given you a clue about his strange growth, right? I know where you're going, Finn, and I know nothing, and if I did know, you know very well that I wouldn't tell you. It would be a disgrace to my race. I figured as much. Well, as long as the boy isn't a threat, it doesn't matter. That was Finn's final comment as he brought the meeting to a close. Okay, then I'll get on with my business. Mama Reveria, is everything ready for the trip? Don't call me that, Loki, and yes, all the ones that are going are ready. Okay, we'll leave in a few days. Now that that's sorted, I'm going to go drink, hehe. Loki didn't waste a second and quickly left the office, leaving only the 3 captains of the family and the 2 Amazon twins. I think I'll use that plan. With that last thought, Reveria left the office and headed to her room to devise her plan. 3 days have passed since I woke up. In the end, Freya and Axelassin forced me to rest for another day while they took care of me, although they always ended up fighting. Right now I'm going to the Lady of Abundance. Yesterday afternoon Welf went to the headquarters so we could meet and chat, and well, in the end we agreed that we would go eat while we talked. Look, it's Apis Daemon. Oh, the bull killer, brilliant. Having so many eyes on me is embarrassing, but the children's comments make me happy. From what I heard from Axelassin, there's a group of children who recreate the battle I had with the Minotaur, and the child who imitates me even paints his hair white. For some reason, Axelassin stayed watching the whole fight while marveling and giving them money, or at least that's what she told me. To his words, they look so cute imitating your fight, something like that. Another thing that worries me is Great Sage. After analyzing my abilities and magic, he informed me that I would enter a state of evolution. Anyway, it seems he will be out of action for 2 days. Great Sage has abandoned me. He told me to avoid going to jail, so I guess I'll have 2 more days of vacation. Walking slowly towards my destination, all the outings I have pending suddenly came to mind. Einassin, Reveriassin, Axelassin, and Kagyassin, I'll have to go to the dungeon to gather more money than I have. I think I'll need it. And I also need to come up with a plan to escape from Axelassin. Oh well, I'll leave that problem to my future self. Belle, I wasn't thinking about women, I swear. Suddenly I heard my name and my shoulder being pressed, causing me to let out a somewhat pathetic scream of surprise, then jump in fright. Women, wait, that voice. Eisen. Upon vaguely recognizing the voice of my surprise attacker, I looked up and saw Miss Eyes. She responded with a nod, her face always expressionless. Please don't scare me like that. I couldn't help but sigh with relief when I heard my name. I swear to the gods I thought it was Axelassin. Sorry, and no worries please, but putting that aside, do you need anything? When I asked her question, Eisen nodded and moved a little closer. Now that I think about it, when did she appear? And besides, it's not just the executives in my family who like to make dramatic entrances, does everyone else do it too? Top-level adventurers are strange. I want a date. Hey, sorry, maybe I misheard because I was thinking about my multiple dates, so I asked to confirm. I want a date. Okay, if I heard correctly, I see so. Let's have a date. Slow down, Eisen. I'm not understanding anything. Everything is happening so fast. Seeing my very confused face, Eisen turned around, giving me her back with a somewhat scolded expression. I saw her nod several times. It seems she's talking to someone, but there's no one in front of her. Oh, he's turned around now. I want to train with you, please train with me. So that's what he meant. It's not that he wants a date with me, he just wants to train and he mixed up the words. I understand, that makes it easier. That's fine, but I can't today, I have a commitment with my friend. When Eisen bowed slightly and asked to train with me, I said yes. I'm free after tomorrow, so you tell me when you want to start. My grandfather always taught me that a man should take the initiative with women when it comes to choosing, but I don't think that will work in training, so I'll leave the decision to Eisen. She turned around again and gave me her back. That's definitely weird, but after nodding several times, she turned around. I will come for you. Okay, it's pointless, I just hope it's not a day when Axelassin is around, because if it is, I'll be in trouble. With our training agreed upon and the date unknown, Eisen turned around and left quickly. It seems he's in a hurry. After receiving further training, Bell set off again towards his destination, the Lady of Abundance arriving in a short time. Congratulations on leveling up, Welf, he said, taking a sip of his drink at the table he shared with the redhead. Thanks, Bell, likewise to you, congratulations on leveling up, replied the redhead as he drank his cold beer. This was a celebration and Welf was making sure of it, or at least he was, since Bell was ordering his well-known favorite drink. Hey Bell, not that I mind, but why are you drinking so much pineapple juice? He asked, turning his gaze to the white-haired boy's jar. Well, my grandfather told me that if I want to have a harem, it's essential to drink a lot of pineapple juice, so I listened to him. Bell replied with a smile as he recalled his grandfather's talks and advice on how to have a good harem. I see that's strange, but it's okay. By the way, do you remember our deal? Setting aside the topic of pineapple juice, Welf brought up the reason why they were gathered there. Yes, that once you leveled up, you would leave the team to dedicate yourself to blacksmithing, Bell replied, sounding a little discouraged. He really liked Welf, and somehow knowing that he would no longer be in his group made him feel bad. Exactly, that's it. Isn't there any way to forget that stupid thing and stay in the group? He asked suddenly, ignoring the white-haired man's condition. What? WL, I don't have a problem with that, but what made you change your mind? The rabbit was excited by the unexpected news, so he was looking for the reason behind it. You see, initially I just wanted to level up so I could sell my creations for more money, and thus have more income in the hopes of getting Phobos out of that abandoned church. Welf began his explanation and stopped to take a swig of his beer. This caused Bell to enter a state of unconscious torture due to the excessive drama in his friend's explanation. But after seeing the profits from the mini-expedition, I realized that the gains are greater even though I could die. He continued and stopped to take another swig of his beer. Bell had a nervous tick because of that but waited for Welf to continue. Even so, I won a lot. I even went to dinner with Phobos 3 days ago. But putting money aside, what really changed my mind was, he paused again and took a long swig of his beer. Bell was about to scream in despair about it. I've never felt so alive. He finished, slamming his jar on the table, revealing a foamy mustache on his lips and smiling. It was funny, at least for Bell. I understand the first parts, but what do you mean by alive? Don't you understand, Bell? I'm talking about the battles, the doubt of whether you'll make it out of the dungeon alive while the excitement courses through your veins as you face the monsters. Besides, I like you a lot. That's why I want you to let me stay on your team, please. At the redhead's excited response, Bell smiled and nodded. I'm glad we're still working together, Welf. Same here, Bell. Sealing the deal with a handshake and toothy grins, they changed the subject and waited for their order, which a smiling sir had taken. Minutes passed and their dishes arrived. Bell a garlic mohara with vegetables bathed in olive oil and mango dressing. Welf received a plate with a huge piece of medium-rare meat accompanied by mashed potatoes and roasted vegetables. By the way, I obtained the skill called mystery, Welf remarked as he nimbly sliced his meat with a fork and knife. Really? That's incredible, Bell replied in surprise as he struggled with his fish and the bones it had. He had already choked on them several times. Yes, imagine the possibilities. I could make magic pocket swords or other things. I don't know, maybe a mask that makes you invisible. He exclaimed again, his voice rising with excitement. A mask that makes you invisible sounds great. If you make one, I'll definitely buy it, exclaimed the white-haired man after making sure all the fish were boneless. Minutes passed as they chatted about trivial matters or plans for their next trip to the dungeon. Belson, here's more pineapple juice, Sir said as she refilled the white-haired man's glass and gave him a beautiful smile accompanied by a slight blush. She had been tending to the rabbit boy as happily as ever, receiving Bell's thanks and smiles that made her blush, all being seen by a smiling Welf as he watched his friend Casanova. Hey Welf, the white-haired man spoke suddenly once Sir was no longer nearby. Tell me, Bell. I think Sir likes me, he commented quietly to avoid being overheard. Bell's face seemed to have discovered a truth about the world, still unsure whether that truth was real or not, and Welf put on an incredulous expression adorned by his rolling eyes. After a few seconds that felt like an eternity to Bell, the redhead spoke, sorry. It began with the girl's name. The one who always blushes when you talk to her or she's near you, the one who told you about 3 weeks ago that she might be in love with you while blushing, and the one who gave you a kiss on the cheek that same day as a goodbye. Then he attacked Bell with the longest question the boy had ever received in his life. It must have been a big surprise. His final comment sent Bell into a panic, who had barely realized that his good friend was being sarcastic. Why, you're right if you put it that way, I looked like a fool, he commented, somewhat saddened and discouraged. Don't worry, but how did you figure it out? You see, I had a dream where someone explained to me how to pick up on women's hints. Bell tried to answer without revealing his grandfather. For some reason, he didn't want Welf to think he was crazy. Women's hints, exclaimed the redhead, clearing his throat before continuing. So what's the secret? If it helped you figure out about Sir, it must be pretty good. When his friend asked him a question, Bell moved closer to him so as not to be overheard, which Welf understood and did the same. After a few suspenseful seconds, Bell spoke. None. Welf wondered internally if he had heard correctly, so he looked at Bell doubtfully, waiting for confirmation. None, the white-haired man repeated, filling Welf with a universal doubt. None, I don't understand anything at all, exclaimed the poor blacksmith in surrender, taking a huge gulp of his beer in lament. Relax, Welf, I didn't understand it at first either, the white-haired man tried to console. Faced with Bell's words, the blacksmith finally gave up and decided to ask something more important. Well, now that you know, what will you do? I'll try to ask her out, but first I have to sort out the 4 dates I have pending, replied the white-haired man, impressing Welf. I see I really don't want to imagine what Axela-sama will do to you if she finds out, but good luck, Belle, you have my support. Ahaha, thanks, Welf. After that short chat they continued for a while longer until it was time to leave. Belle paid the bill and said goodbye to his blacksmith friend as he headed to one last place to visit. Please let me help you, Mayach-sama. You've always been very kind to me, so please, exclaimed the white-haired man to the god Mayach. I wouldn't want to take advantage of your kindness, Belle. I can't accept, the god began, trying to politely decline, but he was interrupted. Mayach-sama, please accept Belle's help. Naza, the god asked in confusion. The dogman gave them a look that said they had no choice, so they had to accept the rabbit boy's help. With a sigh, the god surrendered and accepted with a nod to Belle. Great, tomorrow I'll come with Axelassen to go look for those materials. She'll be happy to see them, Belle commented with a smile. Mayach smiled kindly and nodded again, still feeling a little embarrassed about taking advantage of the white-haired man's kindness. Thank you very much, Belle, the god replied. Belle simply said it was nothing, then went with Naza to buy more potions. Once he had bought enough, he was getting ready to leave when Mayach stopped him. Belle, is something worrying you? He asked with a mixture of curiosity and concern, seeing the complicated expression that was barely visible on the boy's face. Belle thought about his answer for a while, then gave up and decided to talk to the god. After an explanation while they were both sitting at a table with Naza watching them from the counter, the god understood. So you have doubts about those girls' feelings, the god whispered to himself in a moment of self-analysis. Yes, I'm no expert on matters of love, so I'm in trouble, Belle replied, having perfectly heard the god's words due to his level. Even Naza was surprised to hear that Belle was forming a harem. His beastman senses couldn't have misheard. Belle, I can give you some advice if you want, maybe it will help you, Mayach commented reliably while receiving an incredulous look from Naza. She more than anyone knows how clueless her god is when it comes to matters of love, or at least those directed towards him. Her sleepy expression turned interested in the god's next words. Perhaps she would hear something that would make her laugh a little, or to anger. I speak to you as a son of the god of healing and also as a god of medicine. I am sure you do not know the concepts of chemistry and alchemy, but please take them into account in my advice. In the end you will have to choose one. Upon hearing the god's words, the boy nodded. People who seek chemistry are researchers of love, that is, they are accustomed to the action and reaction of feelings. Belle nodded in understanding and Naza paid even closer attention. People who find alchemy are artists of love, constantly creating new ways of loving. Belle nodded again and Naza opened her eyes in shock. Now learn this, researchers are chemists and artists are alchemists. Okay, the boy and Naza nodded, Naza unseen by the god as she was at the counter. Chemists love out of necessity. The alchemists by choice. Chemistry dies with time. Alchemy is born through time. Chemistry loves packaging. Alchemy enjoys the content. Chemistry happens. Alchemy is built. Everyone seeks chemistry, only a few find alchemy. Chemistry attracts and distracts both men and women. Alchemy integrates the masculine and feminine principles, which is why it transforms into a relationship of free individuals with their own wings, and not into an attraction that is subject to the whims of the ego. The god had become a poet as he paused and continued with his wise words. The voice with which they were intoned only made him sound more divine. Belle had an enlightened expression and Naza one of complete disbelief. In conclusion, added the god, preparing the end of his counsel. Alchemy unites what chemistry separates. Alchemy is the real marriage. Chemistry is the divorce we see every day in most couples. So start building conscious relationships because chemistry will always age our bodies while alchemy will always caress us from within. The god finished speaking while giving a spectacular and kind smile, illuminated by the rays of the sunset that filtered through the window, giving him a truly divine and transcendental image. Belle watched him as tears threatened to spill from his eyes at the scene. This god was undoubtedly the god of gods, according to the boy. And Naza was giving a dead look to the honorable and wise god. Thank you very much, Mayach-sama, now I know what I must do, Belle commented as he stood up and bowed as a sign of respect for the god. Don't worry, I'm glad I could help. See you tomorrow, Belle, the god replied as he placed his hand on Belle's hair. Pay your respects to the great Mayach-sama, Grave letter 1D17. With that, the boy thanked them again and then left with enormous determination reflected in his eyes. The god Mayach had illuminated him on the right path to achieve his long-desired harem. The next day, so we'll help the god Mayach gather materials for his potion, right? Yes, it will be in a forest near Arario. The question came from a smiling Axela as she took Belle by the arm and they walked towards the Mayach family headquarters, and the response of an embarrassed Belle upon feeling Axela's breasts on his arm. Yesterday, when Belle arrived at his room and Axela visited him, he told her about the help for Mayach, which Axela accepted. They were minutes away from reaching their destination when Axela saw a beastman on the sidewalk with a blanket on the ground and accessories on it. Maybe they have some for couples. The girl thought happily as she let go of her beloved's arm and headed towards the vendor. Belle wanted to ask what was happening, but he couldn't. Belle, let's buy some that match. The young woman commented as she turned around to look at her beloved. But he wasn't there. Belle. Axella quickly became worried something might have happened to her beloved rabbit, and just as he was about to activate his ability, he saw a card swaying in the wind and ending up on the cobblestones of the street. He slowly approached it and, fully alert, picked it up from the floor to open it and then read it. I'll borrow Belle for a few days. Thank you. Axella read the few words on the piece of paper more than once, and little by little her once happy expression became free of emotion. An incredible murderous instinct was being unleashed by her, causing a kind of black and terrifying miasma to drain from her body. I don't know who you are, but I will search for you, I will find you, and I will kill you. The words were being whispered in an empty tone of voice that would freeze the blood of anyone who heard them. SS Special, a sky to fly in. May heaven make itself present. So from today onwards I can do whatever I want. My name is Sir Flava, and I have been freed from the chains that I once desired and that now only bound me. I don't know if it was a whim, a choice, or if he simply got tired. Even so, now that I'm free I have no idea what to do or where to go. It seems that the bird from being caged for so long forgot how to fly. Because even though they have wings, birds cannot fly without a sky. Wait, that's it. I just need to find someone who's my one vast, expansive, and beautiful that reminds me of the feeling of flying and allows me to spread my wings. Yes, I just need to find that sky. My longed for heaven, I'll look for it, I'll find it, and I'll make him fall in love with me. I find myself going to the orphanage to visit Mother Maria and the children. It's been a long time since I last saw them, so I hope they missed my lunches. It truly was a miracle that Mamma Mia granted me a day off before returning to work. Wow. That's amazing, Nielsen. What else happened? Well, the hero returned for the beautiful maiden and saved her from the terrible dragon. That's Raikun's voice. Who is he talking to? I'd like to be rescued by a hero too, Niasama. Finachin. Where do their voices come from, dragons? Is definitiva is Rauxkun. Where are they? Quickening my pace towards the source of the voices, I was starting to panic. The children may have been deceived by someone. There have been kidnappings here before. Ahaha, so now that I've told you a story of heroes, will you tell me how to get out of here? I knew it. He wants to take them away. I must stop him. One more. Why, you know I've already told you 3 stories, right? My walk ceased to be a walk and became a race against time, and after turning a corner I arrived next to the children and a person I had not seen before. Children, are you okay? I exclaimed absurdly as I went towards them and covered them behind my back, facing the stranger head-on. That's where I saw him. Hair as white as pure fresh snow. Beautiful, sparkling rubies masquerading as eyes. A face free of evil or perverse intentions. Who is he? Oh, it's sorry, Nisan, Sir Nisama, Nanchan. The children's calls became inaudible to me. I was simply lost in thought as I watched the boy in front of me. Why can't I stop looking at him? Why is my heart beating like it never has before? Why are my cheeks burning? Why do my eyes water? Because is this boy my angel? Are you okay? Are you calling me? Hello, I'm fine, but who are you? Am I nervous? My voice is trembling. Sorry for not introducing myself. My name is Bell Cranel. As the boy Bell bowed an apology, a slight smile escaped my lips. It even eliminated my recent nervousness. Don't worry, my name is Sir Flava. So you got lost on your way to the dungeon PFF. You must be new in town, Bell. Note from the bar. Without the uniform XD, use the power of imagination to put the white dress on her. The feedback and a bit of mockery came from SRY. He had already received an explanation from the white-haired boy and the children who had found him. Please don't make fun of me, S. Ryson, the poor rabbit replied, embarrassed. Sir was mocking the fact that Bell had been found curled up in a corner while lamenting his inability to find his way out of this immense labyrinth above ground. At least that was the case until the trio of orphans found it by chance while playing. Finally, they made a deal that they would help him get out if he told them something interesting, to which Bell opted for stories of heroes, his specialty. Don't worry, it's normal for new people to get lost if they've never visited this place before. Daedalus Street is very confusing, Sir continued with a smile on his face, trying to comfort poor Bell. The children had returned to the orphanage after explaining to Sir how they found Bell, naturally saying goodbye to the boy and thanking him for the heroic tales. Thanks, I guess, Bell said, scratching his cheek in embarrassment. If the children are gone, does that mean you'll be my guide now? That's right, or don't you want me to get you out of here? And no, it's nothing like that. I'd like some help from a cute girl, so please, I'm counting on you. After his words, in complete panic, Bell bent down to ask for Sir's help. That obviously prevented him from seeing Sir's reaction to hearing the word Linda, which caused her to blush slightly and startle. Why, yes, I'll help you, she replied lightly. He called me pretty. But wait, sir, why are you getting so excited? Besides, once I help him get out of here, I may never see him again. Think, Sir Flava, think. There must be a way for me to see him again. There would have been more possibilities if I hadn't returned to the Lady of Abundance, but I can't back out with my mom now. I'm afraid of what she might do to me if I finally tell her I don't want to continue working after confirming it to her. Wait a minute, the Lady of Abundance. Yes, I can get him to eat there in exchange for helping him get out of here. Why yes, I'll help you. Coming out of my thoughts after having the best possible idea, I replied to Belson, but on one condition. Please accept, I'm sure a smile is forming on my lips right now, I just hope it's not too suspicious. One condition, you don't want to hear heroic tales like children, do you? Heroic tales, of course not, I'm not a child. Damn, now I'm the one dying of embarrassment, you're dangerous, Belle. Excuse me, so what's the condition? Okay, that's the question I wanted to hear. Just come have dinner at the place where I work, that's all. I gave the most innocent smile I could muster to avoid being discovered. I didn't want Belle to think I was a conspirator, is that all? Well, I have no problem with that, so it's fine. You fell for it. Okay, the first step is done, now I just have to help him get out of here and take the opportunity to talk to him. Maybe he'll tell me something about his past. I took the initiative and a little nervously took Belle's hand, which made him nervous, I don't know why, but his hand is warm. And my heart beats faster, this confirms it, Belle is the sky where I can fly. I let go of his hand so he would stop being so nervous. My intention was to confirm my suspicions. Apparently my goals of seeking and finding heaven were a complete failure. In the end, heaven sought me out and found me. It's my turn to make him fall in love with me, I won't fail. If you don't see me that way, I'll have to encourage you to do so. Maybe I'm not the best option, maybe you like someone else or maybe you already have a partner, but it doesn't matter, none of that matters. Too bad for you, Belle, but I won't back down. Hey girl, move your butt and pay attention faster. Hi mamma mia. Evening had fallen and with it the customers at the Lady of Abundance, making all the workers completely busy. Yes, that includes sir. The poor young woman was running back and forth bringing orders and taking dishes to customers. But she didn't fall, she didn't give up. On her face was a smile even bigger, more beautiful and more dazzling than before. The reason? Today a boy she considered her heaven was coming, a place where she could be free beyond words. And after a few hours working with his maximum effort, he saw it at the entrance. Yes, he came, she thought quickly with a smile as she headed towards that adventurer. The boy looked doubtful and full of nervousness. It was something cute in Sir's eyes, but she hurried towards him to prevent him from escaping. Yes, he came. For a moment I thought he wouldn't come, but thankfully that wasn't the case. As my heart raced and my excitement grew, I went towards Belle to prevent him from escaping. Oh, Belson, you came. With a smile, I greeted the young man with the rabbit-like appearance who stole my heart this very day. I feigned a bit of surprise. I honestly don't know why, but I did. I also chose to call him Belson. I didn't want him to be upset by my being so casual with him. Hello, Siasen, I've arrived. She returned my greeting with a lovely smile. She's truly adorable. Without wasting a single second, I guided Belson to the bar in a seat I had specially reserved for him. My mom was even pleased when I told her I got a customer. I just hope he doesn't take advantage of that. As she sat down, I was ready to go and take her order, but I was surprised when suddenly Mamma Mia gave her a dish that Belson hadn't ordered. Wait, that's the house special. What are you doing, Mamma Mia? This isn't the time to think about money. Belson might get upset. Excuse me, I didn't ask for this. Oh yes, cheer up, Belson, you can do it. Hey, you're Sir's friend, right? She said a client is coming in today to spend huge amounts of money, so eat without hesitation. This is the house special. When did I say that? Don't believe it, Belson. Insist that it's not true. Inwardly cheering on Belson from a distance, I could feel a little sorry for him as I watched him nod in defeat and take the house special. I understand you, Belson, oh my, she's terrifying. But that's not the problem, sir. Mamma Mia blamed me and now Belson will think I brought him here to make money. I looked back at Belson and could see that he was looking at the menu on the wall with the prices of each dish. 4 million volleys, my wallet is going to suffer too much. Poor Belson, her empty gaze full of regret makes me feel guilty. Okay, I'll go cheer him up a bit. I moved a little closer until I was near him, ready to offer my apologies. Forgive me, Belson. And for some reason, my apology doesn't sound like one at all. I believe that I unconsciously chose to act innocently. You're a demon. I think I heard Belson call me demon, but maybe it's just my imagination, yeah, that's all. Ignoring the whisper from the boy that made my heart flutter, I went straight to attend to the other customers before I got a scolding from my mom. 3 rabbits in debt later. While I was finishing the last order for the tables I'm in charge of, something terrible happened. My face was perplexed and incredulous as I watched Mamma Mia give Belson another plate, and this time a mojarra with olive and lemon. That dish is even more expensive than the special. Do you want Belson to hate me? Lamenting my bad luck, I could see poor Belson with an even more empty look. I wanted to go and cheer him up, but better not, I'll wait for him to forget. The reservation has arrived, Naya. As I watched him struggle with the new dish, Anya snapped me out of my thoughts with the reservation notice. The Loki family would come today to celebrate the return of their expedition. There are definitely too many. At this rate, I won't be able to start my plan to make Belson fall in love with me. But I won't give up. I'll take your orders quickly so I can talk to Belson before she leaves. I walked over to one of the tables they had taken, and with fierce determination went to take their order. 3 rabbits even more indebted later. I finally finished. While letting out a sigh of relief and exhaustion at the same time, I went straight towards my goal. Oh, right, eyes, tell them hiccup about that. It was then that the werewolf's exalted cry sounded. I didn't pay any attention to it and continued my slow walk towards Belson, who had already finished his meal. Is he smiling? He seems proud of having defeated the Mohara. It looks really cute, so adorable it lives up to its bunny appearance. Hiccup the boy with the Minotaur. And while I was admiring Belson's cuteness, that werewolf started shouting again, drawing everyone's attention in the bar. That's when I saw him. I'm sure Belson was ready to pay and leave, but he suddenly became serious. I stopped at a considerable distance while I thought about that. It was then that the wolf began his story. A terrible accident where a young adventurer was about to be killed by a minotaur that escaped from the middle floors and was saved by Adar-sama. I don't know what the strongest adventurer was doing on the upper floors, but that young man they're talking about really got lucky. But it was detestable. Hearing that werewolf mock that adventurer and spread the word about his incident is truly detestable. After his story, he received reprimands from his colleagues. Apparently, he was already drunk. It was then that a sharp noise sounded through the place, attracting my attention and that of the others. It had been Belson. He got up from his seat, left a bag of money on the bar, and headed towards the exit. I was filled with surprise and doubt. He looked annoyed. Why was he upset by the werewolf's taunts towards that adventurer? I wanted to go and stop him and ask what had happened. I didn't want him to just leave like that. I haven't won him over yet. We're not even going to say goodbye. And just as I was about to take a step forward, I was stopped by my mom. My surprise grew even more as I cast a confused glance at the enormous dwarf who was simply shaking her head from left to right. "Leave it," was his message. Once she left the bar, Mamma Mia removed her hand, clearing the way. I didn't hesitate for a second and went straight to the exit to see Belson heading towards the dungeon. "Belson, I think sadness is adorning my face. Is this the cost of wanting a sky to fly in? Why did he leave?" He looked upset and sad. He even left almost twice as much money in the account. It's only been a few minutes since he left and I still feel a pang in my chest. He didn't even say goodbye to me. Will I really be able to make him fall in love with me? The wolf who had mocked him had been tied up by his companions and was being mocked by a smiling Amazon, but that didn't last long and now he was back at the table with the others. I'm not sure why Belson left, but it definitely has something to do with that werewolf. Otter. The spoken name pulled me from my thoughts, causing me to turn my gaze towards the bar's entrance. There was Adar-sama, the strongest adventurer in Arario. "What are you doing here?" My question, full of doubt, was answered immediately. "I'm looking for an adventurer named Cranel. He has white hair and ruby-colored eyes. Has anyone seen him? Are you looking for Belson? Because did he do anything? Are you in trouble? Did he realize my feelings and plan to take them away from me?" While I was wondering and internally terrified, there was no response from the customers or my coworkers. Even Mamma Mia remained silent while drying a glass at the bar. I didn't speak either. I never would, not knowing that it might hurt Belson. "I see, then I'll kill them all right here." Those words completely chilled my blood. This is a feeling completely opposite to the one Belson makes me feel. As fear invaded my body, someone spoke. "Otter, before I give you an answer about the boy, what is your answer?" He was the captain of the Loki Familia. He was the only one who spoke up in the face of the immense pressure emanating from Adar-sama, and Finn Damney had his answer. "My goddess sent me for him. He is the new rookie of the Freya family and a candidate to be its next captain." My world stopped. Did I hear right? I believe I heard that Belson belongs to the Freya Familia and is a candidate for captain. That means. No, live. He's my heaven, not hers. This can't be true. This has to be a lie. Was that why my feelings exploded when I saw him this morning? Are my feelings just a false side effect? Wait. If Belson is a candidate for the next captain, that means that the goddess Freya favors him. Is that why he let me go? She found someone who made her feel something she had never felt before, and that led to my liberation. Did he save me? I see. In that case, we have no problem telling you that he was here and left about 5 minutes before you arrived, although I didn't see the direction he took. The answer from the captain of the Loki Familia pulled me out of my anguish and brought me back to reality. That's right, the direction Belson took was to the dungeon. He said he's a rookie, right? If so, he could be in danger. I must warn you, if they are from the same family, it is impossible for him to harm you. It's even more so if my suspicions are correct. Staggering a little, I walked towards the imposing adventurer Bose. And I know where he went to the dungeon. Full of nerves about speaking with Adar-sama again and worried about Belson, I told him the location about the boy. I don't want anything to happen to her. I hope she won't be upset if she finds out I spoke. Wait, is this concern mine? Are these my feelings? Isn't it really just a simple side effect? Lost in my doubts, Adar-sama headed towards the exit, surely to go and look for him, and suddenly it stopped. I hope no one here has offended him. That's the only explanation I can find for that idiot going to jail. Keep in mind that in the future he will decide whether his family ceases to exist or not. Offended. Did Belson leave because he was offended? But when? How? I'm sure she had a good time if we ignore the dishes that my mom forced her to eat. Even before history, everything was stab. The story is Belson the adventurer who was saved by Adar-sama. I see that's how it was then. The place had closed and now I'm in my room. My mom noticed I was acting a little strange and told me I didn't have to help clean the place. So Belson is from the Freya family. If I think about it a little, it makes sense. It's not possible that I fell in love at first sight with someone I didn't meet more than 2 days ago. How silly of me. I tried to fly, only to end up crashing to the ground. The feeling I had, the emotion that ran through my veins, the hope that flooded my entire being. Was it all a lie? It felt so real. But these feelings don't belong to me and neither do the tears I'm shedding. I'm not in love with Belson. He doesn't make my heart beat strongly and intensely. He doesn't make my cheeks blush uncontrollably when I see his beautiful face. Belson, should I call him that? No, I shouldn't. His name is Cranel. And that for some reason makes my crying increase, but I have no choice. Yes, I'll tell him Cran. No, 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 my heart aches just thinking about it and my eyes well up with tears even more. I don't want to call it that. I want to call him Belson. And in the future, just by his name, to be able to affectionately call him Bell. So, if these feelings aren't mine, then I'll make them mine. I'll steal them and make them just for myself. Yeah. No matter that Freya-sama has instilled these feelings in me, I will take advantage of them and conquer them just like I did Belson. I will win the heart of the boy who caused my freedom. Get ready, Belle, I won't let you get away. I'll make you fall in love with me. As my hands wiped the tears from my cheeks, I whispered a few words that were muffled by my pillow. But I'm sure he felt them, and if not, I'll make sure he does. And so I will achieve a sky in which I can fly. Chapter 16, A Rabbit in the Port and the Sun's Trick. Let the kidnapped person be released. I felt my body become light and then I was pulled by an incredible force and a speed that made my surroundings blurry. That's when I knew I had been kidnapped. How pathetic. I tried to struggle a little, but it was a completely useless attempt. The force being exerted on my body was enormous. I couldn't move. Great Sage will be angry once he returns and realizes that I was kidnapped in his absence. Ah, damn it. And I don't want to imagine what Axelassin will be thinking of doing. She'll definitely wreak havoc all over town. Taking into account the calamity this could cause, I began reciting the shortest magic in my arsenal, only to have it result in a blow to the back of my neck. Everything becomes blurry. I think I'll visit my imaginary grandfather again. It's been a while since we've been to this place, hasn't it, Tyone? You're right, seeing it again is refreshing, but stop being so loud. The shared comments came from the Amazon sisters, the first with her always cheerful personality and the second with her little patience for her idiot sister. They, along with the others who accompanied them, were amazed by the sight their eyes were witnessing. A vast and expansive blue lake of water leading to the ocean was being admired by all the beauties of the Loki familia, their cheeks being caressed by the breeze mingled in the wind. Tiona, Tyone, Loki, Lefia, Anakati, Alicia, Aislene, Reveria, and other low-ranking adventurers in the family were visiting the port of Marin. As always, the view is splendid, commented the beautiful elf with jade-colored hair as the aforementioned was swayed by the wind. All the members of the group, excluding Loki, nodded at their vice-captain's statement, implying that the sight filled them with joy. Even Eyes, with her always stoic, doll-like face, was perplexed. She had no proof of her thoughts, but she was sure that this feeling was familiar to her. "What are you doing? Come on, move your butts, the lake is waiting for us," exclaimed Loki, who was leading the group. They all nodded and began to follow in the footsteps of their patron deity, soon arriving in the streets of the small port town. To say they were excited was an understatement, as some in the group were there for the first time. Even Eyes was amazed to see the numerous boats tied to the docks. The only one who was a little dissatisfied was Tyone, who wished her captain was here, which was impossible since Loki only allowed women. It was forbidden for a man to accompany them, and their goddess took care of that. Even so, he continued walking behind the group. Loki was heading towards the south dock, perhaps in search of an acquaintance. That's when she couldn't resist asking, "Reveria, what do you have in that human-sized black bag?" Was his question directed at the beautiful elf who was walking beside him with a suspiciously sized bag on her back? The pretty jade-haired fairy became a little nervous at the question, but quickly composed herself and answered. "Something we'll need for the mission." He excused himself to the Amazon who had swallowed such an answer. Tyone decided to believe that and dismissed it, picking up her pace slightly to catch up with Eyes. Reveria did the same, but she went ahead to catch up with Loki. By the time she did, the goddess had already reached her destination, greeting the target she was seeking. "Hey, Enurr. Oh, it's Loki." The aforementioned turned around and upon seeing the deceitful goddess, smiled and greeted her. Being away from the others, leaving only Loki, Reveria, and the ocean god, they began their conversation. "What brings you to these parts? It's been a while since I've seen you." "A mission from my family, nothing out of the ordinary," replied the goddess with a smile, who, like Reveria, was carrying a backpack with suspicious contents. "I see. It's also a pleasure to see you, Reveria," the god greeted the elf beside Loki. "Same here, Enurr," he replied kindly. Loki drew even closer to his old friend and commented in more detail on his visit to the port of Marin, telling him about the monsters recently sighted in the lake. He explained that his children were behind those monsters, as well as a second entrance to the dungeon, to which the sea god replied that he knew nothing about it. By the way, do you know of any place that's completely deserted? Being the foreman here, it's normal to know, he remarked suddenly, giving up on searching for information, a wicked smile spreading across his face. The god knew immediately what she meant and smiled dryly as drops of sweat trickled down his forehead. Once she had obtained what she wanted, the goddess left in the direction of her goal, followed by her attendants. And as they made their way to the hidden oasis, Loki became curious seeing the human-sized black bag being carried by a smiling Reveria, as if she had stolen something that made her very happy. "Hey Mama Reveria, what do you have inside that human-sized bag?" I asked curiously. "Will you tell me what you have in that bag of suspicious contents?" And Reveria answered the god's question with one of her own. The high elf knew perfectly well that a god cannot be lied to, so she opted for an extortion strategy where she would demand something in exchange for revealing the contents of her bag. Loki remained silent, then clicked his tongue and surrendered. It was not yet time to reveal the wonders he carried with him in that suspicious bag. And several minutes of walking later, they were going deeper into a cave until they came out the other end, where their eyes were amazed by the sight of such a landscape. Calm waves caressing the white sand, black rocks contrasting with the blue water, palm trees dancing to the rhythm of the breeze that seeped through the openings of the cave, an oasis in its full splendor. "Wow, this is amazing," the younger Amazon exclaimed happily. "It's beautiful," continued her older sister as she imagined a date in this place with her beloved captain. "Look, Miss Eyes, he's really cute, isn't he?" the lesbian fairy asked her idol. "Yes," was the short reply from the golden-haired girl as she nodded with a peaceful expression, admiring the scenery. All the reactions were different, with surprise and wonder permeating them. It was then that the goddess smiled. "Good. We'll take a bath, so change your butts and show me those beautiful skins," he exclaimed, wickedly, drool dripping from his mouth, all to be hit by a staff. "Stop talking nonsense, Loki, we came here on a mission. Besides, we don't have clothes to bathe in," Reveria remarked seriously, still carrying her human-sized bag. I can fix that." The goddess smiled again and finally deigned to show the contents of her bag. "I personally took care of bringing swimsuits." At the end of his statement, Loki threw the contents of his bag, and an incredible number of swimsuits of all styles, sizes, shapes, and colors were seen in the air before falling onto the sand. "Good, choose the one you like best and go swimming," she exclaimed again, but not before speaking once more. "Now that you can't blackmail me, you'll tell me what you have in that bag, Mama Reveria." Loki smiled slyly and Reveria frowned in annoyance, cornered by the thought that Loki wouldn't reveal his secret so soon. All the others who were surprised by the overly revealing clothing completely forgot about that and turned their attention to the high elf. Reveria was even more cornered, and as the group pressure overwhelmed her, she sighed in defeat and very carefully lowered her human-sized bag. The way she placed the bag on the sand was so delicate that everyone thought it was something very fragile or very important to her vice-captain. "I was hoping to get to the hotel to let him out, but I see that won't be possible," the jade-haired woman commented as she unzipped her mysterious bag. They all watched intently and their eyes widened in shock when the contents were revealed. The first thing they saw was snow-white hair, a little disheveled, perhaps from being locked in a small space. Then came beautiful rubbered eyes that at that moment were filled with despair, nervousness, fear, panic, and other emotions that made the scene worthwhile. It was the most remarkable thing if you omitted the part about his hands being tied behind his back, his knees surrounded by a rope as well as his calves to prevent movement. Then the tape that covered the mouth of the agitated and frightened rabbit boy to prevent sounds from coming from it. Barita's note, "Yes, but instead of Sir it's Bell XD." "What the hell?" exclaimed Loki, completely incredulous at what she was seeing. She didn't need to be a genius to know who the victim was who was tied up like a freshly caught rabbit. Moreover, she had never interacted directly with the boy, but there was no other adventurer with such a peculiar appearance. What on earth is Freya's favorite son doing here? His disbelief reached new levels, evolving with every second he spent staring at the terrified boy lying on the sand, eventually becoming a divine disbelief. "Do you want that nymphomaniac to challenge us to a war game, Mama Reveria? Explain this." Loki continued his tirade while the others were just as surprised as their goddess. "What is Belle doing here?" Eyes wondered internally as she looked at the frightened and tied-up rabbit on the sand. "Many eyes, isn't it obvious?" "Reveria kidnapped him," replied his reliable and more intelligent Minim. And leaving aside the schizophrenic thoughts of the beautiful swordswoman, Reveria had finally deigned to give an answer to the furious Loki. "Loki, I brought him along because he owed me a break, and besides, he could be helpful on the mission," he commented firmly and eloquently. "Do you think Freya will understand those excuses without having burned the entire oratory first?" "Of course not," countered the annoyed goddess. Rather than being afraid of the Freya family, she was completely furious because her paradise of beautiful girls showing a lot of skin had been defiled by the rabbit boy. If she was honest, she was angry with the boy, even though it wasn't his fault. Bel will take care of that. I trust he will tell his goddess that he had this commitment to me, Reveria replied without paying much attention to a burning oratory. And of course the spectators were even more astonished, especially Lefia and Alicia. I don't give a damn, that boy has to go, he declared firmly, refusing to accept any refusals. I'm afraid that won't be possible, Loki. It would be cruel to send him back to Arario alone when I brought him here, Reveria replied, as calm as ever. You should have thought about that when you kidnapped him, Reveria. I don't want any onlookers, I mean trouble with Freya, Loki said again. They stared directly at each other without wavering at any time, and this was of course observed by Bel, who was still tied up and gagged. The goddess and the fairy continued their argument until Loki smiled slyly and proposed his foolproof plan to expel the rabbit from his personal paradise. Then let's settle this with a game of poker, exclaimed the goddess of deception with a triumphant smile as she pulled a deck of cards from her pocket. I accept. I'll finish this quickly so I can go to Bel, to finish the mission, Reveria replied as she accepted her goddess's challenge and slightly corrected her words. However, I think you're mistaken about something, Mama Reveria. I won't play against you, I'll play against the boy, take it or leave it, the smiling goddess said. It was then that Reveria felt true terror. I didn't need to ask Bel to know that the boy had zero experience in the world of table games like poker. His angelic and pure face gave him away. So, Loki kept pressing, seeing the crossroads Reveria was in, internally celebrating his victory. She was sure, so sure that she could bet her mansion and all her family's savings on a game against that boy who looked like he had no experience whatsoever. And then before Reveria refused. I'll do it, Bel spoke, surprising the jade-haired woman who didn't know how she had freed herself from the restraints and the gag. Bel noticed this and pointed to Tiona, who had the ropes that bound the white-haired boy. When she was noticed, she quickly put them behind her back in a futile attempt to hide them, and a silly but extremely cute smile appeared on her face. Well said, kid. Let's go somewhere solid then, Loki said, grinning from cheek to cheek. Are you ready, rookie? I hope your trip back is smooth. The goddess Loki smiled after her words. She was truly confident playing against someone who had no experience whatsoever. Bel, with no way to escape, simply nodded, and with that the game began. Both had their cards in hand, and the goddess observed with extreme detail the eyes full of doubt and confusion of the white-haired man. She has no idea what she's doing, this game is won, thought the goddess. It wasn't long before she saw her deck of cards and smiled, then dropped them onto the stone where they were sitting. Full house, exclaimed the confident goddess with a victorious smile. All those who knew the basics of poker knew instantly that the boy would have to leave, much to the delight of Lefia, who was not very well associated with the rabbit who defiled Reveria's body. And Reveria, as mentioned, was completely terrified by the idea that her elaborate plan would go down the drain. I have no idea what I'm doing, but here it is. He spoke with a forced smile, lowering his deck of cards and revealing a 6, 10, 8, 7 of diamonds and a joker. Reveria looked at his hand and was shocked. Bel, that's a straight flush, the second strongest hand in poker, commented the impressed elf. The moment he said it, everyone except Eyes and Tiona, who had no idea how to play, were surprised. I am possible, Loki commented incredulously as his slanted eyes widened in shock. Reveria smiled inwardly and thanked Bel for having beginner's luck, but he didn't expect his goddess to be such a sore loser. Hey, let's play again. If you win, I'll let you bathe with the whole family, he exclaimed abruptly, making Bel jump in surprise and nod by accident, or maybe luck. Reveria was unable to stop the boy in time and began to fear the worst, while Loki had regained his sanity after obtaining his revenge. And after dealing his cards to both of them and checking their decks again, Loki smiled victoriously once more. It's impossible that he'll have the same move, he thought before speaking full house. Reveria gave up and was accepting her fate, at least until Bel spoke. E-straight flush, Bel pronounced, noticing that he had the same cards as in the previous game. Loki wondered if he had heard correctly, so he looked at the cards spread out on the stone, only to be surprised once again. She lost again to Bel's rookie luck. How is this possible? She whispered audibly, unable to believe what she was seeing. Reveria wasn't foolish this time and told Bel that enough was enough, that he shouldn't risk any more in a game where he could lose the next move. Hey, Loki spoke in an emotionless voice. The goddess had switched into her deceitful mode. Let's play again, he continued, words that Reveria was about to reject until, if you win, I'll let you sleep with Reveria, Loki finished his challenge. Tiona, Tioni, Eyes, Anakity, Alicia, Lefia, and the others were surprised by such a bet. Even the two elves were about to complain to Loki for putting their queen in a bet. I don't think that's a good idea, commented a blushing Bel at the thought of sharing a room with Reveria. Do it. And it was Reveria's own words that surprised everyone except Loki, who knew that the elf would take the bait. Reveriasen. Do it, Bel, I trust you, Reveria said to the white-haired man who was looking at her with a blush on his face. After Reveria insisted again, Bel sighed and agreed, which Loki celebrated. The jade-haired girl watched as the two opponents picked up their cards and looked at them, Bell completely oblivious to what he was doing and Loki completely serious as he looked at his deck. Looks like she got a bad game. Reveria celebrated internally while giving a slight smile, and a small blush appeared at the idea of sharing a room with Bell. It was then that the goddess of deception began to laugh loudly, and small tears formed in her eyes from joy. Reveria had a very bad feeling that was later confirmed by Loki. Straight flush, the goddess of deception spoke proudly, knowing there was no way the rabbit could get a better hand than hers, and Reveria cursed herself for having fallen for Loki's provocation. Does that mean I lost? Bell asked, to which Loki signaled for him to reveal his hand of cards. Bell did as asked and dropped 5 cards onto the stone, an ace, the K, the Q, the J, and the 10, all diamond cards, thus fulfilling the conditions for the best existing hand in poker. F Imperial Flower, Loki spoke stupidly upon seeing the mace that Bell held. The goddess was beginning to have spasms from the shock of losing 3 times in a row against a complete novice. Her honor as a goddess of deception had been trampled and spat upon by a rabbit, and Reveria, having heard Loki's words, could do nothing but be surprised, just like all the spectators. Of course, Tiona and Eyes didn't know anything about what was happening, but they played along with the others and were surprised. Does that mean I won? Asked the white-haired man who had no idea what he had just done. Reveria approached him and stroked the surface of his soft white hair while smiling at him, slightly blushing. Yes, you drew the most valuable and least frequent hand in poker, he replied with a brief additional explanation. Bell understood this and smiled at having won, although after remembering the prize his blush was not long in coming and smoke began to rise from his head. Reveria noticed that and, upon thinking about the reason and then discovering it, blushed equally. It seems he'll be having rabbit for dinner tonight. This is incredible. Beautiful and sensual bodies shimmering in the sunlight, this is one of the wonders of the underworld. Exclaimed the goddess Loki, her words filled with fervor. She had accepted her sad defeat against the rabbit, and after cheering up the girls had already changed to bathe in the small and beautiful lake. They all wore sensual and revealing outfits, with Alicia, Tione and Eyes being the most prominent. Bell looked at the goddess Loki with a complicated face. He did not share the same enthusiasm as the trickster upon learning that he was here without Axella's consent. I really didn't want to imagine what kind of torture he would have if his girlfriend found out that he had been on vacation surrounded by pretty girls in bikinis. I hope he doesn't do anything reckless, he thought, almost like a prayer. All the others were taking a bath, and if Bell had to choose who looked the best, he would definitely say Alicia, wondering why not Reveria. Well, she was petrified behind a rock while holding her two-piece bikini in her hands, which actually looked more like strings than clothes. She wouldn't deny that she'd like to wear a bikini to leave Bell speechless, but what was within her reach was too much. It was then that Bell looked at the distracted Eyes sitting on the edge of the mini lake without approaching the water. Bell noticed that there was great fear in her eyes towards the lake, and being so, he approached her. Eisen, is something wrong? He asked as he sat down next to her, though at a good distance so as not to make her uncomfortable. The blonde looked at him for a few seconds before looking away in embarrassment. Mini Eyes, don't be silly. Take advantage of this opportunity to learn how to swim. Exclaimed Mini Eyes with anger and frustration. But I'm scared, water scares me, replied the fearful girl. Eisen, Bell called to the young adventurer, a little confused, thus pulling her out of her thoughts. The golden-haired girl struggled internally for a few more seconds until she deigned to give an answer to the worried rabbit. I don't know how to swim, he finally replied. Bell opened his eyes in surprise, then let out a light laugh that was noticed by Eyes, who became annoyed, causing Bell to apologize. Do you want me to show you? The white-haired man finally asked, to the delight of a Mini Eyes who was celebrating. The royal one hesitated a little due to her trauma induced by Reveria, but in the end she accepted with a nod, to which Bell responded with a smile. Bell stood up, then offered his hand to help Eyes up. They were slowly going deeper into the lake, causing the golden-haired girl to begin trembling slightly. Bell simply tightened his grip, making the girl feel a little safer until they reached a slightly deep place. The others were surprised to see the two of them. The Amazon smiled, while Lefia was filled with jealousy, and a very flushed Alicia looked away from Bell's well-formed body. Tiona and Tione were mentally supporting Eyes. Reveria remained petrified behind the rock with the garment still in her hands, and Loki merely harassed Lean and Anakity. Okay, try extending your limbs on the surface and then move them slowly to keep your body afloat, Bell instructed, as if he were a professional instructor. Eyes, a little hesitant, nodded after being convinced by her minim and let go of Bell, who had been holding him around the waist with her hands out of fear. Barida's note, like this, but Bell has normal hair. Barida's note, so you can better appreciate the swimsuits, you're welcome, smiling oncoming. Little by little he did what Bell instructed him to do, but it was all in vain when his body became as rigid as the hardest stone and slowly sank down. Glug 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 glug. Eyes disappeared from Bell's sight, sinking to the bottom of the lake in an instant while making an inhuman noise and bubbles rising to the surface of the water. That was fast. Belle exclaimed, completely stunned by the scene of the sword princess drowning. All the others became worried, except for Reveria, who was still in her own world, and they shouted Iza's name in unison. Belle didn't waste any time and pulled Iz out of the depths, then carried her like a princess to the shore and laid her on the sand. "Human, you should have taken better care of her, can't you do anything right?" exclaimed the annoying lesbian elf furiously. Belle simply apologized until Iz, already recovering from the shock of almost drowning, spoke. "It wasn't your fault," Iz said, her eyes rolling and her shoulders heaving with breath. "Sorry," she finished, curling into a ball and wrapping her hands around her legs. They all had complicated expressions, not knowing what to say. "Leave her alone, the trauma from Reveria's training is deeply ingrained in her brain," Loki commented. "What kind of training did you give him, Reveriasan?" Belle wondered as a shiver ran down his spine. After Iz calmed down and the others enjoyed the hidden paradise a little longer, they finally left for the hotel where they would be staying. It was then that Reveria snapped out of her reverie and sighed in regret at missing the opportunity to leave Belle drooling. Night had fallen with a clear night sky decorated by a beautiful full moon, and at the hotel where the Loki family would be staying, a dilemma was taking place. "Is it really okay for me to stay here?" Belle asked his kidnapper, who was on the balcony of the room looking up at the dark sky. "Don't you want to?" Reveria answered with his own question. At this point, if Belle was honest, sleeping with Reveria sounded wonderful. The problem was with Lefia, who flatly refused to let it happen. Of course, she was silenced by an annoyed Loki saying, "I lost, my honor as a goddess does not allow me to break a bet," making the elf even more annoyed but leave. "And no, it doesn't bother me, it's just that I don't really understand any of this. Why did you bring me here? Have you already forgotten the outing you promised me?" As if it were customary, Reveria always answered the questions with more questions, causing Belle to gradually lose patience and a nervous tic to appear. Reveria laughed sweetly at that while covering her lips with her fingers. Sorry. "If you want an answer, it's simple. I wanted to spend some time alone with you," she replied, looking into Belle's eyes with a slight blush on her cheeks. Belle froze at the sight of such beauty in the front row and could only blush. "By outing I meant a dinner or something like that. I didn't think it was some kind of mission or anything like that," he commented while returning Reveria's gaze. "You're right, but that can be fixed with another solution, right?" "Well, yes, you're right," he replied nervously, then remembered something important, "but I would have liked you to warn me. This morning when you kidnapped me, I had an appointment with the god Mayach." Belle hadn't forgotten the mission to get the materials for his good friend Mayach. Knowing that he had let him down made him feel terrible. Reveria was surprised by that. When she stole Belle, she thought he was on a normal walk with her rival Excella, so she saw no problem in taking him. "I forgive me, Belle, I didn't know about that," she said, ashamed of her behavior, which was not at all worthy of a high elf. The apology was genuine, as was the remorse. "And no worries, I'm not angry or anything like that. It's just that next time there's no need to kidnap me. I'd gladly accept an invitation from you anytime," the gallant rabbit said when he saw Reveria apologizing. His goal was not to make her feel bad, he just wanted to make it clear that there is no need to resort to such extremes as kidnapping. "I understand, I'll keep that in mind for next time," she replied, now calmer. "Now it's very late, so let's go to bed," Reveria finished, heading towards Belle. He took his hand and pulled him towards the bed, at which point Belle went into high alert. "Wait, Reveriasan, and normally one gets to know each other before this. Maybe go for coffee or something," she exclaimed, her mind racing with nerves. Belle had misunderstood what Reveria meant by "let's go to bed," so much so that his mind, personally trained by his grandfather, played him wrong this time. What? And no, I didn't mean that. What I meant was go to sleep, go to sleep." Reveria exclaimed, her face flushing bright red all the way to her ears. And it was at that moment that Belle had the wonderful idea of faking his death, of course not in the literal way, but he chose to faint from embarrassment and fall to the ground. "Belle, are you okay?" she asked worriedly, receiving no response from the rabbit. Belle was an excellent actor, she seemed to faint from embarrassment, she spoke to herself, still blushing, not expecting Belle to be so direct. That same conclusion took her by surprise, something she regretted. "What can you do?" she finished, sighing as she took Belle in her arms. She carried him brittle style as if she were carrying the dish she was about to taste to the table, only this time it was the bed instead of a table. The menu, fainting rabbit. "Good night, Belle," Reveria whispered once she had settled Belle into bed. She took the left side next to Belle. The bed was large enough for them to be spaced apart, but that didn't matter much to the beautiful fairy. Snuggled into Belle's right arm and encircling his torso with her soft hands, Reveria closed her eyes in complicity before drifting off to sleep. "Damn, this is going to be a long night," thought the sleeping Belle as he felt Reveria's soft, warm body against his. And that same close contact is what will keep him awake. The rabbit will be keeping vigil this time. Meanwhile, in Aurario, at the same time that Belle was faking his death. "I'll kill her, I'll 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 kill her." The words were whispered by an annoyed no, enraged no, not that either, demonic yes, a very demonic Axella who was heading towards the guild. Night had fallen, but it wasn't so late that the guild was closed. She was sure that at least Belle's advisor would be there. As Axella endlessly repeated the words, "I will kill her," the citizens and adventurers still walking the streets were filled with fear at her terrifying appearance. Eyes without color or any light in them being covered by the bangs of her black hair, her beautiful and divine face devoid of any emotion, as if she had seen the most horrible thing in the world and that same image would not leave her mind. And to all this was added his jet-black katana being dragged and crashing against the cobblestones of the floor, causing a very eerie screech. No attempt at a Casa Nova was stupid enough to even get closer than 5 meters to the girl. Even when Axella passed in front of the bars, the drunken adventurers averted their gazes to another in terror. Thus went his journey until he reached his destination, raising his dull gaze in search of his objective and soon finding it. "There she is," he whispered as his gaze caught a beautiful half-elf in one of the many reception areas. She walked towards her without being noticed by her, not until she was in front of the half-elf who was completely focused on filling out paperwork. "Advisor," Axella spoke in a dead tone, pulling Ina out of her thoughts. The half-elf felt a shiver run through her entire body upon hearing the voice, even though she hadn't yet looked up from the papers she was filling out and signing. And when he looked up and saw her, he had a front-row seat to see death personified. "Wah, has death come for me?" she exclaimed in terror, letting out a scream. Axella's eardrums were assaulted by the heartrending scream as if someone had stumbled upon a murder scene. "Why are you shouting, advisor? It's me, Axella." The young woman shouted, her dark expression fading as she unconsciously returned to normal. Ina came out of shock as she better recognized the face of her night visitor, and now that she saw him clearly, it really was Axella, the friend of the adventurer in her charge. "Why, you're Belkan's friend," she remarked, then let out a sigh of relief. Axella's eye twitched when she heard Belkan, but she dismissed it this time. There was something more important right now. "Advisor, I need to know which families have had missions outside of Arario starting this morning," she said calmly, awaiting Ina's response. The half-elf, however, refused. "I'm sorry, Axelassin, but I can't give that kind of information to unauthorized people." "Belle was kidnapped," Axella spoke again in a more serious voice. "The Loki family," and Ina responded quickly with the same seriousness upon learning that her small, tender adventurer was in danger. The response speed was so monstrous it was frightening. "So the Loki family, it seems there will be one less family in the city," Axella commented as she brought her hand to her chin in a thoughtful pose. She already had suspicions about that elf's family, but she couldn't act rashly without evidence to support her actions. Now that he had it, the doubts were gone and his plan to eliminate the Loki familia was already underway. "Do you know where they went?" he asked Ina again. "To the port of Marin. The permit is for 3 days, so you should be here in 2 days, and Ina, as if she were a reporter, answered without any delay. "I see, thank you, advisor," the dark-haired woman said gratefully as she turned to go in a new direction. Ina simply nodded. She was worried about Belle, but if it was the Loki familia, she was sure nothing bad would happen to him. The only reason he gave the information to the bloodthirsty girl was because he understood her concern, that's all. It wasn't partly because he was very scared, not at all. As Axella walked through the streets, a certain redhead was in the workshop that had been given to him by the goddess Hephaestus. "He's alive," he exclaimed fervently or perhaps exaggeratedly. Either way, he was experimenting with his new ability. Since saying goodbye to Belle yesterday at the bar, he had locked himself in the forge and had not come out until now. He was inspired, trying and failing at an idea he had in mind, but it just wasn't working, or at least until now when it has managed to make significant progress. He went straight to the test mirror he had in the small forging room and observed himself carrying his test prototype. "It's not finished yet, but this is proof that it will work," he commented cheerfully. "Although it's a little scary to see myself like this," he added, seeing his rather eerie reflection again. He finally decided to take a break, and when that idea struck his mind, he didn't hesitate to shut down the entire system that powered Welf's body and collapsed onto the cold floor. The snore soon began due to fatigue, and the redhead sank into the arms of Morpheus or Hephaestus. Either way, the point is he fell asleep. "Otter, where is Belle?" Freya asked her most loyal assistant while sitting on her dresser looking at the city from the top of the Tower of Babel. And the reason for wanting to know about Belle was simple. No matter how much he searched the entire city, he couldn't even glimpse a faint glimmer of her magnificent soul. In the afternoon, she thought it was because she was in the dungeon, but night had fallen and Belle showed no signs of appearing. The idea that he died in the dungeon was ruled out because the beautiful goddess had not seen such a radiant soul ascend to heaven. Freya-sama, Otter didn't know how to break the news. It was the first time he'd ever seemed so nervous. Belle was kidnapped by Nine Hell. As she finished her report, the sound of breaking glass was heard, coming from the wine glass that Freya dropped upon hearing Bose's reply. He stopped looking at the city and turned his gaze towards Otter, who was beside him. The goddess's eyes reflected pure disbelief, implying that the word kidnapping would never be associated with Belle's name. What, Bell, what? He asked, perplexed. Otter, he was kidnapped, he replied again. He found out by observing the behavior of Bell's friend who was searching the city house by house, shop by shop, corner by corner. There wasn't a rock that she didn't turn over. Of course he knew who it was, he didn't need to be a genius to figure it out. For whom? Freya asked again by nine hell and Otter replied. Silence filled the large, luxurious room until the sound of teeth grinding was heard. Freya was furious at having come out of her state of shock. Otter, he spoke seriously. Freya-sama, Otter replied, knowing what his goddess would say. Get the boys ready, this is war, he declared, fury adorning his silver eyes. And Otter would make sure to repay Bell for the information he gave him about Bite and his boar on steroids comment. Freya-sama, if you will allow me, began the great Bose, capturing the curiosity of his goddess. There were two ways this could be resolved, war or a deal. Otter was definitely going for the second option. Going to war against the Loki Familia is not a good option. Bell has acquaintances there, and I'm sure he would be saddened to learn that because of his weakness, the Familia will go to war against his friends. Freya opened her eyes in shock. Otter was largely right. But he tried to speak. Besides the fact that the Loki Familia gave Bell shelter after his accident on the middle floors, it would be somewhat dishonorable for the Freya Familia to start a war when they helped one of our members. Otter didn't let her speak, giving no further valid arguments. Too valid indeed. Freya was left pondering this. The fact that Loki's family was helping her beloved Bell still lingered in her mind. She even disliked the idea of owing her enemy a favor, but it was Bell she was talking about. His favorite, his Bell, it would be a complete failure as a lover if I didn't take that into account. Otter did not ignore his goddess's doubts and attacked with his last card. If you let this incident go, I will personally arrange a date for you with Bell, he declared stoically, observing Freya's reaction. And of course it was dramatic. The beautiful goddess jumped up at the tempting offer, her angry face changing to a completely vacant one, suggesting she was deep in thought. A date with Bell, a date with Bell, she began to murmur as she cupped her flushed cheeks in her hands and shook her head from left to right. Otter triumphed internally. His goddess was weaker when Bell entered the game, almost like a child wanting candy. Fine, I'll let it slide this time, she said, her final verdict coming with a smile and her cheeks still flushed. But there won't be a next time, the goddess concluded. While a boy faked his death, while a girl prepared everything for war, while a blacksmith dreamed of Hephaestus, and while a goddess fantasized about the boy who faked his death, a plan was being carried out. Yes, the sun's trick. Hyacinthos, I want it, exclaimed a solemn voice in a certain room. But it belongs to the Freya family, Apollo-sama, replied the aforementioned, emphasizing the obviousness of his request. God and his dependent were in the former's room discussing the god's interest in a certain rabbit-like boy. The depraved god described it as love at first sight. White and shining white hair, precious rubies adorning her face, and an extremely pure appearance. And of course his interest grew when he heard the rumors about the boy, eliminating the irregular Goliath with a single magic attack. There must be a way in which Freya won't interfere, besides we have the support of them, the god replied to his servant with a wicked smile. His golden hair was ruined by the unworthy expression for a god, yet in Hyacinthos's eyes he was beautiful. Intending to please his god, even though he hated the fact that he focused his attention on the stupid rabbit, he offered a possible solution. I understand that the boy is extremely sentimental. There are rumors of a fight he had in a certain bar with some adventurers who tried to touch his companion. He began his explanation, hoping it would be helpful. Continue, the god said. She belongs to the Freya family as well, but she's almost certainly very close to Cranel. Considering what happened at the bar, we could seriously injure that young woman, causing Cranel to act on instinct and attack us without warning. The god smiled. He liked where the plan was going. Once you do that, you would be fully within your rights to file a claim with the guild for the unjustified attack. To make it more effective, we could attack the girl in the dungeon and thus avoid witnesses. Apollo nodded in confirmation, but something worried him. Tell me, what level is the aforementioned? He asked with great interest. It was reported in the guild that she's a level 3, but don't worry about that. Witnesses at the bar spoke of healing magic she used, so she's a healer. Eliminating her won't be a problem at all, Hyacinthos replied confidently. Besides, if she's a fighter, I'm LV5, she doesn't represent any risk, he added to his comment. The god nodded, pleased with the good news. The fact that Cranel's companion was a weakling made things much easier. But I'll ask for Hazer's support just to be absolutely sure, he said calmly. He had a bad feeling about that girl. Perhaps she was being escorted by a few adventurers from the Freya Familia, so he didn't hesitate to consider reinforcements. His assistant, on the other hand, gritted his teeth in disgust but did not plead against his god. Then I'll start watching the girl. I'll wait for her to go to the dungeon to leave her in critical condition. If she manages to survive, great, but if the monsters devour her, all the better. All right, take everyone from the family. I don't want to risk that girl being escorted by other adventurers. And exclude the 3 new ones. I'll test them in 4 days. The god commented, blushing as he remembered his new dependents. A red-haired girl, a beautiful blue-haired girl, and a palom, all of them being harassed by the god until they gave up just 3 days ago. They still didn't fully accept being part of his family, but he didn't leave them many options and would soon test them like all his other dependents. Yes, the god Apollo slept with his dependents, whether men or women, he loved them equally. Understood, Apollo-sama, I'll take my leave. Apollo nodded dismissively and waited for his assistant to leave his room. Once alone, he lay down on his bed. Bellcranel, what will I be able to do to you once you're in my hands? He fantasized depravedly about the white-haired man, and so began a plan to hurt what was most precious to Bellcranel. The night vanished and day replaced it. It was no later than 10 a.m. when heavy footsteps began to be heard on the city's cobblestones. Soon those noises stopped and stood in front of a door. His goddess said he hasn't returned because he's been at the forge. I hope he's not dead, Axella commented in a bored tone. She was working on her last pending task for the plan to eliminate the Loki Familia, and at that point the blacksmith was necessary. He knocked politely on the door, and after waiting a few minutes without a response, his patience broke and he kicked it down. Blacksmith, he exclaimed, looking around for the redhead. What, is he dead? And what they found was a Welf lying on the ground. Nothing strange, in fact. It seems he fell asleep from so much work. The problem is that Welf was without his head, in other words, decapitated. A little disconcerted, Axella returned to reality and activated her ability as a precaution. She didn't want to be caught in an ambush, in the presence of the Demon King. But as soon as his restriction-type ability was activated and covered his normal radius, Welf's head reappeared as if by magic, and with a very strange mask covering his face, only revealing his red hair and neck. Axella jumped in surprise and fright. Seeing a decapitated body only for its head to suddenly reappear moments later would frighten anyone, whether they wanted to or not. What the hell? He exclaimed excitedly as he stared at the now complete body of the blacksmith on the ground. He calmed down a little and deactivated his ability to check anything. As soon as that happened, Welf's head disappeared again as if by magic, leaving him decapitated once more. Is that mask a magical object? Bell told me the blacksmith obtained the Enigma ability. I suppose he started experimenting, the dark-haired woman concluded. He didn't take the time to wait for Welf to get up, and locating a bucket of water that was on Welf's workbench, he picked it up in his arms and then bathed the poor blacksmith. The result was obvious, with a decapitated Welf suddenly rising up in a panic. Wag, he exclaimed comically. While his brain processed the situation, he managed to remove the mask, causing his head to reappear. Axella still wasn't used to it, it was too eerie. Welf looked around and, noticing Axella at the forge, knew immediately who had gotten him wet, but it wasn't as if he wanted to complain, not to her. She would do it once she saw Bell so he could control her, something Axella seemed to like when Bell acted rudely towards her. After all, who was Welf to criticize her? With those thoughts, the blacksmith asked his initial question. Axella-sama, what's wrong? He asked respectfully to the girl in front of him. Blacksmith, I need you to make as many magic swords as you can, the more destructive the better. Tomorrow we'll go and destroy the Loki Familia's headquarters, Axella replied calmly. The way he said his words made it sound completely normal and natural, as if attacking the second most powerful family in the city was nothing out of the ordinary. Needless to say, Welf's eyes widened in disbelief at the request. No, at the order from Bell's girlfriend. Axella-sama, to make at least one magic sword I need 3 days. Making a large quantity in a single day is simply impossible, Welf argued logically. With her comment, it was impossible for Axella not to see her mistake. Well, Axella wouldn't accept such nonsense, not today, not when her Bell might be having a bad time with the Loki Familia. Impossible. You're Bell's friend, you have to get used to impossible challenges, sooner or later they'll come. After that, the girl headed towards the door to leave, but not before saying a few last words. Bell was kidnapped. This surprised Welf, who quickly connected the dots and realized it had been the Loki Familia. Now it made sense to him that Axella would want to destroy their headquarters. I haven't got my mind off things, so I'm going to the dungeon to kill some monsters. I'll be back tomorrow afternoon, have at least 3 swords ready, he finished, then disappeared from Welf's sight. And Welf, once alone, simply sighed. Bell, come back soon, otherwise Axella-sama might burn the whole city down, the red-haired man whispered, recalling a part of Axella's past that Bell had told him about. Of course, the white-haired man didn't do it willingly, but Welf had insisted on knowing something after the incident they had with the Asians on the 17th floor. The sun's rays were hitting my face, making me squint slightly. After waking up being hugged by a very comfortable Reviriasan and going into complete panic like the rookie I am, she gave me an explanation. He told me about the mission they had at the port of Marin and what they were going there for. I never really expected those plant monsters I fought in Monsterphilia to be so important. Right now I'm next to Reviriasan, we've already had breakfast and now we're waiting for the Amazon sisters who went diving in the lake. The reason. The goddess Loki said they had to make sure the underwater entrance to the dungeon was sealed, otherwise they would have a clue as to how the monsters had been getting out. 15 minutes have passed since they left, and the sun tells me that it will soon be midday. I really want to go back to Arario. Having a vacation in a beautiful port isn't bad, but I didn't get permission from either Axelassen or Freya. Sai, I'm going to have a bad time once I get back. Are you okay, Belle? I was pulled from my pessimistic thoughts by the beautiful Reviriassen. To be honest, I'm still nervous about what happened last night. Mistaking his words and thinking he was asking me for that was truly humiliating for me. Although she told me there was no problem, that she hadn't explained herself very well, so she understood my mistake. Even so, that doesn't take away my embarrassment. Yes, I'm just wondering if the Herutessan sisters are okay. I gave a mostly truthful answer. I don't want to reveal that I'm afraid of Axelassen and Freya. The shame would kill me this time. I see, don't worry, they know what they're doing. Taking my answer very well, Reviriassen gave hers. I nodded confidently at his statement. For the moment, I was safe. But is it me or is it my imagination? Reviriassen, I spoke to clear up my doubt. SSI, she replied a little shyly, I think you already know what I'm going to ask, although this side of you is really cute. Don't you think we're too close together? I finally asked the question. We're definitely too close to each other. I can feel his shoulder bumping against mine, which confirms my suspicions. It doesn't bother me, in fact I enjoy being near such beauty, but will she feel comfortable? I just want to contribute something. Ever since I received advice from my imaginary grandfather, I've become a little more perceptive when it comes to women. WL, it's to make sure nothing happens to you. Your safety is my responsibility since I brought you here. That makes sense. So was I wrong about my hunch? But I also like being with you. Is that wrong? And just before I could get rid of that feeling forever, Reviriassen attacked me with one more comment and an overly sweet question at the end. This confirms it, right? Me, does Reviriassen like me? Looking me straight in the eyes, waiting for a response from me while a noticeable blush appeared on her face, she pressed for my words. And no, it's not bad. I like the feeling. Ah, damn, my face is burning and my heart rate is accelerating. At my response, Reviriassen smiled happily and came even closer to me, even shyly taking my hand and intertwining her fingers with mine. I unconsciously did the same. Wait, Reviriassen, this is too much for my heart. She looked away slightly, still blushing, and then looked back at me. Her eyes are full of determination. Wait, is this the scene where I'm supposed to kiss her? And no, my first kiss has to be with Axelassen. I already survived Freya. I can do it again with Reviriassen. Oh no, his face is getting closer as she slowly closes her eyes. Where are the busybodies when you really need them? It's pointless, I'm going to give in. Forgive me, Axelassen, splash. And as if the gods were giving me a hand, a marine explosion was heard from the direction where the Amazon sisters were. Reviriassen jumped in surprise and turned her gaze towards the lake. There was one of the plant monsters about to attack a ship coming towards the port. But suddenly, the monster was pulverized in one blow by a silhouette that was on that same ship. Belle and Reviria had watched from a distance as a viola was completely pulverized by the fist of a silhouette. Reviria, with her LV-8 vision, knew immediately that they were Amazons and high-level ones at that. Belle, however, with his infallible great sage ability still absent, only had his LV-3 vision, which allowed him to visualize only the silhouette. Then two came out of the water. They were the Amazon sisters Tiona and Tione, who quickly reached dry land and stared in astonishment at the ship approaching the dock. The white-haired man followed Reviria, who had a very bad feeling about this, heading quickly towards the dock. They didn't take long to arrive. It was an emergency, but Reviria was still slow so as not to alert Belle. Another point is that he was really looking out for him. At this moment, he was his responsibility. It doesn't matter if the boy is an irregular, he is still a LV-3. And when they set foot near the dock, they could see the other members of the Loki Familia who were gathering information. And the most prominent was Tione, who was filled with anger directed towards all the Amazons who were disembarking and were now on dry land. Belle was listening to them speaking in a language he had never heard before in his life. They sounded more like shouts than words. It was then that the white-haired man had the brilliant idea of mediating the situation. After all, he is a man of peace. And Reviria was so perplexed by the situation that she didn't notice the elusive Belle that was surrounding all the sailing Amazons. Suddenly, he spoke. "Excuse me, I think you two should get along. Violence isn't good," he commented, surprising everyone on the dock. Even the people who had their sales stalls were not so stupid as not to know that the problem that was developing could not be solved with words. Something that Belle completely ignored, not because he was aware. He really overlooked it and headed towards the Amazon who seemed to be the captain. The Amazon turned to look at the boy with suicidal tendencies, and she could freely say that he was not a bad male. She would not mind stealing him away and taking him back to her country, Telskura. And Belle, completely unaware of the Amazon's thoughts, spoke. "It's best if they shake hands and make peace. They could share drinks at one of the bars in the port," she said with a charming and pure smile. Reviria, eyes, Lefia, Tiona, Alicia, Lean, even Loki himself couldn't believe what they were seeing. It was too stupid to be true. "Boy, what's your name?" The Amazon spoke in the common language Koine. Bell was pleased by the question, oblivious to the murderous instinct that was infused in the Amazon's words. His survival senses shut down when he is in peace mode. "Oh, Bell, Bell Cranel," he exclaimed cheerfully, extending his hand in a polite greeting. In his grandfather's words, manners make the man. "I see my name is Argana, and about your proposal to avoid conflict," the Amazon identified as Argana spoke slowly. Bell was really happy to have her greeting returned. She had made a new friend today. "I'll take it if you can withstand a blow with all my power," Argana finished as he ended the friendly greeting. Bell's smile gradually faded until his face was filled with panic. Now that he was in survival mode, he noticed the intense gaze directed at him by the so-called Argana. "Okay, here I go," Argana said as he pulled back his right arm, taking a running start. Bell knew it instinctively. If that blow connected with his target, he was going to kill him. "I have to use my defensive magic." He thought quickly. The problem was that Great Sage was not there yet. She knew she would have to do the chant, so she prepared herself. In a millionth of a second, Bell's mind acted unconsciously thanks to his human body's sympathetic nervous system, which prepares rapid responses in stressful situations, or in this case, life-or-death situations. As she stared directly at Argana, her rubbered eyes flashed a deeper, more intense red, causing her development skill charm to activate. The amber eyes of the Amazon were lost for a few moments in that red flash. And after that billionth of a second, the chant came, followed by the impact of the blow. "Svalin Freja," exclaimed Bell. Barita's note, read the comment that she is in Svalin Freja. A rubbered barrier covered the entire upper part of Bell, where he received the full force of Argana's blow. Whether by miracle or luck, the barrier held without any crack, but the impact passed through and the shock wave definitely damaged Bell's torso a little. And moments later, he was sent to sail through the air towards the lake. As if he were a stone thrown into a stream, the white-haired man hit the surface of the lake, leaping from the force and speed of his body, and then crashed back onto the surface of the water. This happened 6 more times until his body lost speed and sank into the deep lake at an exaggerated distance from land. The other observers were perplexed. From one second to the next, the white-haired boy had disappeared, soaring through the air and then sailing over the lake. "Now let's see if he's still alive," commented a smiling Argana, still wondering what that red flash in the boy's eyes had been. And on behalf of the Loki family, the first to react was Eyes. "Bell," she exclaimed worriedly and ran at full speed towards the lake. He didn't think about it much and quickly took a long leap and plunged into the water. He rose to the surface trying to swim towards Bell, but glug, 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 glug. It ended up sinking without being able to move even a centimeter forward, with bubbles rising to the surface of the water. Tiona didn't keep them waiting, and, on Reveria's orders, went to rescue the shipwrecked Bell, while the jade-haired girl rescued the one who was originally going to rescue the white-haired girl. On the 10th floor of the dungeon, while a certain white-haired man was playing pirates with a highly aggressive Amazon, Axella was taking her revenge on the monsters of the nebulous 10th floor. She had only gone up to the 11th floor, not wanting to be too hasty while she wasn't with Bell. But after sensing a large number of presences lurking around her, she went up one floor pretending not to have noticed. Finally, fed up with the situation, she spoke out. "Hey idiots, if you want to carry out an ambush, try to hide your nefarious intentions." With the greatest disgust in the world towards her harassers, the young woman sharpened her gaze. Moments later, she found herself surrounded by more than 100 adventurers. The emblem of the sun with a bow and arrow was the first thing Axella's eyes caught. "Hello, friend of Bell Cranel, if you don't mind, we'll kill you." And the carnage began. Chapter 17, King of Knowledge and Battle in Marin. What Bell wakes up from her dream. The hatred was growing, piling up with every passing second, every minute, every hour, every day, every week, every month. From the first day he was hated in a justified way for having received the grace of the goddess, for having monopolized it for himself. Not only that, he had demanded 3 conditions to join the glorious Freya family, and although they only knew one of the 3, it was enough to hate him for eternity. And of course it didn't just end with the "don't bother him" condition. No, he also refused to wear the family uniform, despising it and buying third-class armor for himself. That was humiliating in everyone's words, even for the executives if we exclude Otter. They had been eagerly anticipating welcoming him from day one in the daily training that everyone was required to take, but they were left wanting. Why? Because Bell never showed up to training. He just walked right past them and ignored them, going straight to the dungeon. Of course, they didn't know that his girlfriend had told him not to train with those psychopaths. They thought it would only be for the moment, and that in due time the boy would come to them so they could beat him until he was exhausted, but they were wrong. The rabbit leveled up in 26 days, which made the level 2 members of the family tremble. And even though he was a level 2, he ignored them, making everyone believe that the rabbit felt superior to them and that they weren't worth his time. That ignited more than one fuse in the family. And after that, the young woman who had joined him joined them in exploring the dungeon, ignoring them equally and even looking at them with clear disgust when she felt the hateful stares towards Belle. She held nothing back and even insulted them if they stared too much at the white-haired boy, making the hatred towards her no less than Belle's. Everything accumulated until today, with Belle being level 3 and his partner level 4. The volcano was about to erupt, and it would be a bad time for Belle. In a bed in a certain room lay a sleeping Belle. The boy was frowning, shaking his head slightly from left to right, with sweat running down his face and his lips pressed together. Belle was having a nightmare. His mind was being invaded by a scene that seemed to him like the worst torture in the world. And suddenly his eyes opened wide, flooded with despair. He jumped up and screamed, "Axella!" He shouted his sweetheart's name while extending his right hand in a futile attempt to reach something that was out of his reach. The sound of his ragged, erratic breathing completely filled the desolate room, creating an atmosphere worthy of a panic room. He looked around erratically, searching for something that wasn't there, and calmed down when he finally understood the situation. Thank goodness it was a dream. As her breathing stabilized and returned to normal, she realized she had had a very bad dream, a terrible and terrifying one. For now, where am I? Having resolved his bad awakening, confusion filled his mind as he had no idea where he was. He turned around on the bed and then placed his feet on the cold wooden floor. This was an indication that he was inside a cabin. And the moment he stopped, the scene changed. The room disappeared and was replaced by a room. White walls and a cobblestone floor of an opaque white, metal stretchers free of anything on them placed at a certain distance from each other. A shelf on the back wall with various metal drawers, each with a name and emblem on it. The curious thing is that its square shape was perfect for a human body to fit vertically. Confused by all this, he approached what caught his attention the most, the shelf with metal drawers with names and emblems on each one. Note from the bar, that's right, morgue coffins in a nutshell. The shelf was completed by 3 drawers high and 10 drawers long, giving a total of 30 metal drawers with inlaid names and emblems. Yes, names and emblems. With the heavy, cold atmosphere, an uncomfortable feeling filled Belle's body, causing sweat to accumulate on his face. He read the first name in the first drawer and, not recognizing the person, continued with the others. One after another, then another and another. None of the names sounded familiar, but something they all had in common was their emblem. A sun with a bow and arrow, that was the emblem found on each and every one of the labels he read on the metal drawers. "I don't understand anything," he commented while reading the label on the second tallest metal drawer, which had a name unknown to him and the same emblem, a sun with a bow and arrow. He gave up on continuing, but as he turned around, a thrust pierced his heart, causing his cold sweat to increase and his pupils to dilate. What is this? While asking himself this in a low voice, he turned around and went to the last metal drawer, taking his gaze directly to the label. It was after the name on the label became embedded in her eyes that disbelief filled her face. Her hands developed a slight imperceptible tremor, and as she brought her trembling right hand to the handle of the metal drawer, she spoke. What is Axelassen's end name doing here? And without further delay, he pulled the handle and the drawer swung open, revealing the lifeless body of a certain girl whom Belle knew very well, the most important thing in his life. Her heart throbbed and her chest ached. The sweat increased and the cold completed it. His breathing became uncontrolled and the sound of it filled the room. What their fearful, trembling, and tearful eyes saw before them was the lifeless body of their first love. Her once white and beautiful skin was now bluish and haggard, covered in wounds. Her perfect, chiseled face was withered, with cracked lips and cut cheeks. Her beautiful, bright, aqua-green eyes with a crystalline background were now empty and opaque, filled with sadness and devoid of the light that once flooded them. There were traces of tears running down her face, perhaps tears of regret for something. Ax. Belle couldn't bear it. Tears broke their dam and filled his face, and then his legs gave way and he fell heavily to the cold floor. He wanted to scream, but the sound wouldn't come out, as if a sphere of air the size of a golf ball was stuck in his throat. Her body trembled as she waved her hands toward the open drawer. He couldn't reach it. No matter how much force he exerted on his feet, they didn't react, much less get up. And then he heard it. Liar. And then the sphere of air disappeared and a heartrending scream was born. Axelia. His body rose, and as he reached out his hands towards something that was not in front of him, the scream filled the room. He was lying on a bed in which he had woken up earlier, his legs covered by the white sheets. Sweat ran down her forehead and tears floated down her tense cheeks. Her pupils pricked with dilation and were searching for something. The body. Where is his body? He abruptly looked around, searching for something that once again was not in the room. Her shoulders bounced from her ragged breathing and her racing heart, beating so wildly it could burst her chest. And again, it was a dream, wasn't it? Breathing slowly to control himself, he managed it after a few minutes of self-oxygenation. He walked around the bed and placed his feet on the cold wooden floor, then stood up and listened. Liar. Her skin twitched and her shoulders jumped so that the sweat would come again. Like a rusty robot, he turned his neck towards the source of the voice and saw her. On a single-piece sofa lay the emaciated body of Excella, looking directly at him with those opaque, empty eyes devoid of any light. Liar. He spoke again, his cracked and purple lips did not move, but the sound did. You promised to always be with me, and the dead words did not stop. Liar, no. Liars, your wrongs. Liar, please. Liars for. Liar, please stop, Cranel, you're a liar. Then he shouted again, that's not true, Excella. His torso jerked up from the bed, sweat bathing his body, as he extended his right hand trying to grab something that was impossible to grab. Her eyes, swollen from crying, throbbed with dilation, her pupils darting every second with irritation. He looked desperately from left to right, searching for something that again was not in the room. Her heavy breathing filled the spacious room, trying to control it and failing to do so. I couldn't anymore. It was a dream, it was a dream, it was a dream, it was a dream. He repeated it to himself as he held his head with both hands, trying to calm his nerves. His sweaty body dampened the mattress he was sitting on, and again, it wasn't, you're a liar. She heard her again, the tone of those words was lonely and regretful, truly longing for Belle to be with her. The boy saw her, screamed, stood up, controlled himself, heard her, saw her, screamed, stood up, controlled himself, heard her, saw her, screamed and stood up. It was an endless cycle, tormenting Belle tirelessly and with no intention of stopping. Belle was experiencing a lucid dream. He screamed so much that he lost his voice. She cried so much that the tears dried up and were replaced by blood, covering her cheeks in deep red. Master Belle. And now he couldn't hear, the cries that came to his aid went unheard. Master Belle, wake up. The worried voice was ignored by the tormented boy who had torn off his ears and shattered his eardrums. Master Belle, please wake up. What? The figure appeared before him, but it was no use. The desperate Belle had torn out his eyes to avoid seeing the figure of his beloved again. In the empty sockets was shown a dark, endless abyss adorned with blood at its ends. It's a dream, Master Belle, snap out of it. And a hand rested on her red cheek. Belle continued screaming while tightly gripping his hair with both hands, pulling it out little by little, screaming in despair. Master Belle, it's a dream, she's alive. Belle was surrounded by warm arms seeking to control him. The wooden room disappeared and a blank space replaced it. This same room was filled with the boy's screams and cries, gradually decreasing in volume as the minutes passed. Her body was embraced and her hair caressed, her face was placed on a couple of large, comfortable pillows. His eardrums returned, as did his ears, his blood-covered face was cleaned, and his empty sockets were filled again by his beautiful rubbered eyes. Master Belle, please calm your breathing, I am here with you. Still stroking his white hair, Great Sage was trying to get his master to control himself. She was sorry for having left her beloved bearer for 2 days, so she just hugged and stroked him. Yes, now that she could, of course, she would take advantage of it. 3 hours passed like this until Belle regained control. Once he was calm and his breathing was back to normal, Belle realized he was being hugged. Great Sage. He asked, still with his face buried in the double pillow. Yes, Master Belle, it's me. Her reliable skill was quick to respond, tightening the hug even more and pressing Belle's face even further into her breasts. I see, so it was all a dream. He asked again, fearing the answer. Yes, it was all a bad dream. I tried to force my way into him, but it was impossible for me to do so immediately. I apologize for that. The white-haired man sighed in relief. All that torture had truly been just a bad dream. Don't worry, thank you so much for getting me out of there, he said gratefully while still being caressed by the hand of his skill. Wait, hand. Belle noticed that he was resting his head on something that wasn't pillows, it was breasts, and very large ones at that, apart from the fact that her hair was being stroked. Great Sage. Exclaimed the white-haired man, abruptly turning away and looking at the figure in front of him. A beauty in every sense of the word, she could put several goddesses to shame if compared to some of them. Beautiful long white hair cascading down the woman's back. A beautiful and clear complexion, or at least the one that was visible since she was wearing a long-sleeved military-style secretary suit, and her hands were covered by fine gloves the same color as her hair. The suit was a grayish-black color, as were her tight pants, showing off her long, slender legs and her very well-proportioned thighs. Belle had no way of knowing, but he was sure that the woman's ass in front of him wouldn't lose against that of his beloved Excella. And finally, the beautiful face that made her whole body look stunning, with beautiful little lips adorned with 2 fangs. If you asked the white-haired man, he would say without any joke that it was him in a female version. The clearest clue was his beautiful rubbered eyes. Are you really a great sage? The boy asked, perplexed. Yes, Master Belle, thanks to your level increase I was able to acquire a body, and I chose one that suited your tastes. She responded with a beautiful smile on her face. Belle was stunned. All he knew was that his ability now had a body of its own, and he didn't dislike that. I see. Well, Master Belle, how do I look? Do you like my appearance? Why, yes, you are very beautiful, he replied, slightly blushing to her cheerful questions. That makes me happy, Master Belle. I must say, I took a while to choose my appearance for fear that you wouldn't like it. But in the end, I decided on one that had features that I liked, such as ruby-colored eyes, white hair, and fair skin. Bell was bombarded with a response that was not very typical of his ability, and he ignored a very direct hint due to his recent condition. But what he couldn't overlook was the new personality of his reliable ability, and even its voice, which was no longer monotonous, this time had a distinctly feminine tone. "Great sage, is it me or have you changed a little?" he finally asked. "I'm glad you noticed, Master Bell. It seems I was also able to acquire a more liberal and less work-oriented personality with your level increase. Of course, that includes my feminine voice." "That's incredible," she commented in surprise, making Great Sage blush slightly as she watched Bell examine her from head to toe. "By the way, Master Bell, my name has changed now," he said, trying to change the subject. "A new name. Yes, in his state my name has changed from Great Sage to King of Knowledge." "King of Knowledge, but you're a woman, shouldn't you be Queen?" he asked doubtfully, causing his ability to blush again upon hearing Queen. Well, the name itself doesn't matter that much, it's just a title emphasizing my specialty. Now, there's nothing I can't answer, Master Bell. "What? That's definitely great, you're amazing King of Knowledge," exclaimed the white-haired man with a smile on his face. A smile that made her skill blush again. All this witnessing her beloved teacher's reactions in person was new to her, so she was having difficulty controlling her own reactions. "I'm glad to hear your compliments, Master Bell." She responded in a shy and adorable way, which was a delight to the eyes of the white-haired man. "Now, Master Bell, there's something I need to talk to you about." He spoke again, causing Bell to snap out of his reverie. "What is it?" the boy asked calmly. "I think I warned him not to get into trouble while I was away." Bell tensed up at the comment about his skill, saying it with a smile on his face, a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "WLUC," he tried to excuse himself only to be interrupted. "And once I'm back I realized that not only was he kidnapped, but he was also treated badly, being taken away tied up and gagged inside a human-sized bag." Bell knew that was true, so he simply looked away while his beautiful, angry ability continued its scolding. And after that they wanted to send him back like he was just unwanted luggage. Who does that damned deity think he is? Bell opened his eyes in surprise. The beauty in front of him was truly angry about the treatment she received, which pleased him because it meant that his ability was concerned. "And then you went and enjoyed the sight of a bunch of women in bikinis. That's not moral at all." "What?" The scolding continued and continued, even showing a hint of jealousy, but the really serious thing came at the end. "Now I need to settle accounts with that Amazon. Who does she think she is, harming my beloved master?" It was the blow that Bell received that truly brought his ability to the peak of anger, so he would definitely get revenge. "Please don't worry about it, it was actually my fault for being so naive to believe that one could reason with them," the white-haired man replied in an attempt to calm her down. The King of Knowledge could only sigh at his master's excessive kindness, but if it was sincere, that was something he liked about him. "Understood, Master Bell, then let's proceed with your punishment." "Punishment, why?" exclaimed the poor rabbit. The beautiful white-haired woman did not answer and instead took both gloves off her hands and then put them in the pockets of her suit. Suddenly, a black whip appeared in his hands as he smiled kindly at Bell. What is that whip for?" he asked as he slowly backed away. "This is for your punishment, Master Bell. I saw in your memories that Axel-sama once used this method to punish you for dreaming about women, so I assumed this would be the same." "Of course it's not the same, but in retrospect you seem to enjoy it, Master Bell." "No, that's not true, please don't remind me of that," exclaimed the poor masochistic rabbit nervously. His ability was somewhat confused, not knowing how to punish his master. "So what punishment can I give him?" he asked doubtfully while tilting his head. "Can't we avoid the punishment?" "No, Master Bell, he has to learn or he'll do it again." "I see, even so I don't really want a punishment, I don't have those kinds of tastes. But in the Riku, I don't have them." "Then close your eyes," he spoke after a slightly awkward silence. "My eyes, oh understood," replied the doubtful Bell. Closing her eyes, she didn't have to wait too long when she felt the small, warm lips of her skill on one of her cheeks. That made him open his eyes suddenly, a blush rising on his face, and he was genuinely confused. "If you don't want a punishment, then I demand a reward," explained the white-haired beauty. Bell could only nod in response without objection. "Well, now that I've received my reward, it's time for Master Bell to wake up. There's a very scared elf in the room," the now happy white-haired girl explained. She always wanted to kiss her master on the cheek, and she would even get jealous when that goddess, the half-elf, the waitress, or Axela did it and she couldn't do anything about it. "So I'm still unconscious, I see. Okay, please end my unconsciousness," he asked politely. "Understood, Master Bell." With that, Bell was about to wake up, but before he received another hug from his ability, flooding his face into its breasts. After that, a very blushing Bell disappeared from the white space into the real world. The boy opened his eyes, and the first thing that assaulted his sight was the wooden ceiling illuminated by a mini magic stone chandelier. She brought her hand to her sleepy eyes and rubbed them in an attempt to fully awaken. "How long did I sleep?" he whispered to himself. With his vision now clear, he turned his head to the right, taking in something he wouldn't believe if he weren't seeing it right now. A very scared and terrified Lefia was curled up in a ball, hugging her trembling legs in a corner of the room. Her frightened expression was accentuated by the tears running down her cheeks, leaving Belle with no idea what had happened. Belle stood up abruptly, extremely worried. "Lefiasin, what's wrong? Is everything all right?" he asked, making Lefia even more frightened as he approached. Belle stopped walking and stepped back a little, which calmed the elf down a bit. "Why were you screaming?" She finally spoke. "You were screaming desperately and crying nonstop. You even tried to tear your ears off, and when I went over to stop you, you screamed even louder. What was all that about?" "I understand now. She was scared when she saw me in that state." Yes, Lefia was chosen by Loki himself to look after the rabbit boy while the rest of the family continued their research and dealt with Tyone's terrible change of attitude upon seeing that group of Amazons. It was pure bad luck that the young elf was very sensitive, which led her to become frightened. "I'm sorry about that, it was just a bad dream," Belle explained, trying to reassure her. Lefia stared at him for a few minutes while her trembling body managed to calm down. The frightened elf seriously wondered what Belle had dreamed about to make him scream so heart-wrenchingly, and after a few more minutes she finally calmed down. "I see," he replied, deciding internally not to delve further into the matter. Lefia's frightened afterwards. "So you took care of me, I see." "And what happened after I was hit?" Belle asked the now calm Lefia. "The Amazon named Argana said she would fulfill her part of the bargain when she saw you were still breathing when they pulled you out of the lake, and after Miss Tyone calmed down they left." Lefia replied to the rabbit's question. "And how long has it been since I was hit?" "It's been 2 hours, it's almost 3 p.m., he replied again while checking the time on a pocket watch. When Belle heard his unconsciousness time, he knew that less time had passed than he had spent in his nightmare and with his ability. "Now we must join the investigation, we still have time before nightfall," Lefia said again, pulling Belle from his thoughts. Belle nodded and followed Lefia. After a few minutes walking towards the hotel exit, he realized. "It's raining," she whispered as she watched the cloudy sky and the drizzle falling. "Yes, it started an hour ago and hasn't stopped. Aurario is also shrouded in clouds and water," Lefia replied as he walked along under the downpour. Belle saw Lefia from the hotel entrance. The young woman was underwater but wasn't getting wet, something really strange for the white-haired man. "Here, it's a magic item that forms a small barrier to keep us from getting wet," the elf explained as she threw him a silver bracelet. "Wow, I didn't know this existed," she commented as she received the magic item from the elf. "It doesn't surprise me, Perseus himself made them and it's not something you see very often. That means you'll have to return it," he replied disinterestedly as he walked away. "I'll have to tell Welf to make a similar one, maybe he'll make a much better model," he thought as he followed Lefia. They continued walking until they came to a building somewhat similar to the Guild of Aurario, only in miniature. "What exactly are we looking for?" Belle asked. "Information about the plant monsters and also about someone else in the family so I can get rid of you, human," she replied in the same disinterested manner. "I see you still hate me, haha," the poor dejected rabbit muttered under his breath. Lefia stopped abruptly and turned to look at Belle, making the person being observed visibly nervous. "Listen, human, I'll tell you 2 things," he began while pointing at him indiscriminately. "First, I hate you for the simple fact of defiling Lady Reveria's body. That is something unforgivable to the point that there is already a reward for your head in all the elven villages and in all of Aurario. A price on my head, that's way too much," Belle exclaimed in his poor defense. "Not at all, the fact that they haven't hunted you down yet is simply because you're from the Freya family and the goddess's favorite, that's all," he explained to him as if he were a small child. I understand. Now second, I hate you because not only did you defile Lady Reveria's body, you also saw Miss Isa's naked body and that is unforgivable," she exclaimed as she raised her arms in growing fury and a vein popped out on her forehead. Belle could not object since the accusations he was receiving were true, and he even felt a little guilty about that accident on the 18th floor. So she simply nodded as the furious elf continued on her way to the reception of the mini-guild. "Excuse me, miss," interrupted a small, copper-skinned girl before Lefia reached the reception desk. The elf quickly noticed the little girl and crouched down to her level, and seconds later Belle joined them. "What's wrong?" he asked politely, something he didn't do with Belle. "Are you an adventurer?" "Yes, I am an adventurer of the Loki Familia." "Why?" continued the kind Lefia to the shy girl, and while the little girl continued talking to the elf, Belle was being briefed by her reliable and hexy ability. "Master Belle, that girl is performing a magical conversion." "Magic conversion, what does that mean?" "That the girl talking to the annoying elf is in disguise and hiding her true identity." "So it's a trap." "Correct, Master Belle, what do you wish to do?" I think we should play along. There's something about yesterday that bothers me. Understood. The internal conversation was short, so short that Lefia's conversation with the girl had barely finished. Hey human, follow me, the fairy said to Belle, receiving a nod from the boy. The little one saw some monsters like the one this morning in the lake. I just hope it's nothing painful, thought Belle, a little worried. They followed the girl into a dark and narrow alley, making Belle genuinely worry and regret playing along with the little imposter. And suddenly they stopped, the girl turned around and Lefia was surprised by her behavior. Suddenly she spoke. Well, that was easier than I expected, he remarked, a fierce smile spreading across his face. Lefia suddenly felt eyes on her, something Belle had felt since they entered the alley but had ignored. Those Amazons are here, aren't they? The little girl spoke again. Just before Lefia could ask what the hell was going on, one of the observers silently fell behind her and sliced the back of her neck with pinpoint accuracy. Lefia, Belle exclaimed, still in his acting role, pretending to have no idea what was going on. Yes, Belle was definitely good when it came to acting. He may not remember, but when his grandfather hid from a very angry Ulfia for wanting to spy on her, he always helped him hide, and then pretended to the silver-haired girl that he hadn't seen him. As Lefia collapsed on the floor and Belle worried, the girl began an explanation that no one had actually asked for. Among the various gods, such as Zeus and Odin, they are able to suppress their divine will, mingling with the population and delighting in human actions. After that, the girl took off a wig and strands like blood fell down her back, then radiated an all-powerful authority. The girl had become a god, while Belle and Lefia became children, uncultured and ignorant. Belle, still in his act of surprise and disbelief, felt an Amazon woman surround him from behind and hit him, knocking him unconscious. He only caught a glimpse of the sandy hair and coppery skin. Perhaps it was Argana. You will come with me to Telskura, he heard before his sight faded. Night had fallen and the women of the Loki family were gathered in the lounge of the hotel where they were staying. Loki, Reveria, Eyes, Alicia, Lean, Anakity, and the other low-ranking members were surrounded by an unpleasant atmosphere. They had received a letter from the Amazons of the goddess Kali stating that they had Belle and Lefia captive, demanding that the Hurut sisters appear alone at a certain place at a certain time. This isn't going to end like this, that damned dwarf is going to have to deal with me, commented a very annoyed Loki. Not only did they kidnap one of their pretty employees, but they also tarnished their family's name in the process. A key here, you're the fastest of this group, so I trust you, Loki added as he handed a letter to the cat girl. This definitely wouldn't stay like this, so the deceiver would make sure the troops were called in. Aki nodded to her goddess and took off at high speed towards her new destination. Now, since the sisters left without even telling us, we'll split into 3 groups to look for them and help them. Eyes' group will go to the docks and Reveria's to the warehouses. I'll take care of the rest, understood. At Loki's instruction, they all simply nodded. All right, then get your butts moving and get to work, the goddess concluded. Belle, I hope you're okay, was the thought of a very worried Reveria. She really regretted being separated from the boy. She was supposed to be responsible for his safety, and the moment she lost sight of him for a second, he was kidnapped. Ironically, she did the same thing to her partner Axella. But anyway, with Loki's instructions completed, they all departed for their respective missions. And while Loki went to Arario in search of the cavalry, Loki snuck away to find the culprit of the plant monsters. Eyes was looking for Tyone, Reveria was looking for Belle and Lefia. The same kidnapped ones were in a kind of sea cave with a labyrinth complex. Human, forgive me for getting you into this situation, came the elf's faint apology. They were tied up in a cave inside the underwater cave, crazy but true. They were being guarded by 7 level 4 Amazons while the goddess Kali had gone to witness Tiona's fight with Bach. Don't worry, Lefiasin, it's partly my fault for playing along with the little goddess, Belle replied, confessing his actions. Lefia could only be confused by Belle's words. Now I think it's time to act, he added, ignoring the confused elf behind him. Kali had told them that the guards were level 4s capable of quickly dealing with any spell, ripping out their throats before they could complete it, but they hadn't considered that Belle didn't need to speak. King of Knowledge, it's time to leave, he spoke mentally to his ability. Understood, Master Belle, initiating chance of high-level magic. The next few seconds were even faster. Belle was surrounded by 4 orbs of blazing flames, surprising his guards and even Lefia herself, who heard no chanting. The fire projectiles were not long in coming and were launched towards the Amazons who nimbly dodged them due to their levels. Even so, Belle was looking for time and only time. His arms were covered in flames, thus charring the chains that held him, and then he freed the surprised Lefia. The beautiful lesbian elf seriously wondered how on earth she was using magic without conjuring it, or did she have magical items? Belle turned his gaze towards the still defensive Amazons who were dealing with the endless projectiles of scorching crimson flames, followed by a now-freed Lefia. King of Knowledge uses charm on them, ordered his not very happy skill by such order. Understood, Master Belle. Suddenly, an intense red flash appeared in his eyes, catching one of the Amazons who was about to reach him. The young woman with copper skin was affected in her movements, becoming completely defenseless against any attack from the white-haired man. Of course, Belle didn't waste his opportunity and with a powerful front kick sent her flying. The fire projectiles ceased, giving the remaining 6 Amazons room to attack, but they were once again caught in Belle's bright red flash, hindering their movements. Inazuma no Yor activated Master Bell. The boy was covered by armor of shimmering rays colliding with each other. It didn't take a second longer before he launched himself at the enchanted Amazons, knocking them out with a powerful blow. After 3 minutes, they were completely free. Lefia continued to observe the white-haired man with obvious surprise and unable to take her eyes off him. And Belle said about tying up the unconscious Amazons, it really pained him to have to hurt women, but the situation required it. He would apologize to his grandfather for breaking one of his agreements. Never hit a woman. Once he had finished tying up the Amazons, he turned to the still surprised elf. Lefiasen, we need to help Tianasen. I'm sure a battle is taking place at the port right now, but I have a bad feeling. I know that Lady Tiona is in this cave. Lefia came out of her trance and heard the white-haired man's words perfectly, and when she did, she finally connected the dots. Huma no, Belle Cranel, did you know from the beginning that that girl was actually a goddess? Belle was pleased to finally be called by his name, and nodded energetically to the Lefia Sherlock Holmes. So you knew it was a trap. He received another nod from Belle. And you knew that we would be kidnapped and used as bait for Miss Tione and Miss Tiona. Another nod from the rabbit. So you knew that the Amazons of the goddess Kali were planning all this, the battle to the death and the kidnapping. Likewise, another nod from a now desperate Belle. He had to hurry to help a very possibly dying Tiona. How did you know? How did you use magic without reciting a chant? How are you so strong? How are you so intelligent in these situations? And to Belle's misfortune, Lefia bombarded him with a large number of difficult questions to answer. Sure, I could tell her about the existence of her very hexy 2-hexy ability and everything would be fine. But that was an absolute no. Not even Axella knew about the existence of her support ability, or at least how it works. It's a secret, Belle replied, bringing his index finger to his lips and giving a charming smile. The elf was processing the answer and realizing how stupid it was, a vein popped out on her forehead, only to be replaced by a blush when she saw Belle's expression. He looked away slightly while giving an audible HMP and puffing out his cheeks in annoyance. Master Belle, please don't flirt with the elf and return to the plan in question, spoke a very jealous king of knowledge suddenly. I wasn't flirting, replied the now embarrassed Belle. Lefiasen, we're running out of time, let's go, Belle addressed the indignant Lefia, reluctant to fall into the rabbit's trap. Even so, he nodded and followed Belle behind, quickly escaping his mini-prison. King of knowledge, do you have the analysis of the charm skill? He asked internally as he continued running through the cave alongside Lefia. Yes, Master Belle, do you need it? She asked somewhat cautiously. Not really, I just want to know why it doesn't work so well, the white-haired man clarified. Oh, if that's the case, it's simple, Master Belle. The skill is still at a low rank at I, to be more precise. As it increases, so will its effectiveness. And to upload it, I need to use it too much, right? Yes, Master Belle, do you plan to use it often? At least for today, yes, it's the perfect card to fight against the Amazons. Understood. Thus was devised the infallible plan to deal with the army of Amazons of the Kali family. Of course, Belle didn't realize how much his skill displeased him when using the charm, but he would have to give him his reward later. At the same time that Belle was planning his escape, a pitched battle was taking place on the dock of Marin Port or naval battle. Anyway, different kinds of fights and confrontations were developing. Eyes had spotted Tione with her highly developed first-class eyesight, seeing the Amazon on a boat that was getting farther and farther away on the lake. She didn't hesitate for a second to try to reach that ship, but she was interrupted by a monstrous woman, a rare combination of a troll and a toad, truly disgusting. She had been arrested by Frine Jamal, captain of the Ishtar family, and because of that they had dueled, which was really bothering the beautiful blonde since she couldn't go to the aid of her dear friend. The battle lasted for a few minutes, during which Eyes realized that Frine was one level above her level of strength, being a LV7, but being able to fight with her a LV8. Of course, he wasn't using his wind magic because of the various curses he received and the antistatus effects alike, but it was strange, almost as if he had received a level-up magic. They continued exchanging blows with Eyes gradually losing ground due to the restrictions, and when she made a slight mistake, a werewolf came to the rescue. Clank. The roar of metal against metal was heard, Bitez's boots against the Toad Woman's axes. At the same time as a collective war cry was heard, they crossed the pitched battle, coming to the aid of Loki's girls. They were men from the same family, summoned by Loki and Eki. After that, everything turned around for the members of the Ishtar family. Just like Tione was in the middle of the death match against Argana, although his captain was already on his way to the rescue like a good little Prince Charming. In another cave within the underwater cavern, a different kind of battle was taking place, a death battle like Tione's but a little more lively. They had been exchanging blows for quite some time. Tiona had even been affected by Bacchus' poison, gradually cornering the poor Amazon. But no matter how cornered she was, that characteristic smile of hers was always present. No matter how many blows she received, it never left her for a second. The cheerful Amazon was making use of her berserker and intense heat abilities, that being the only way to withstand Bacchus' Velgas. And after a few more minutes of exchanging blows, the cheerful Amazon emerged victorious, impacting a strong blow on Bacchus' voluptuous breasts, sending her flying backward through the air. And while Tiona was breathing heavily from the intense battle, the applause of a very happy Kali echoed through the spacious cave. "Very well done, Tiona, now complete the ritual," the little goddess ordered. Tiona, however, "I won't do it," he refused. "I won't kill Bach. I won't be a tool for your amusement, much less follow your orders." "Oh, are you sure? I don't think you're in any position to object or refuse my orders. After all, what's stopping me from dragging you back to Telskura by force?" the deity remarked playfully. Tiona clenched her teeth tightly. However foolish she was, she knew that in her current condition she could not face all the Amazons who were watching the battle. "I don't care, I won't let you take me," and although she doesn't want to be foolish, she can't help it. She took a very pathetic battle stance because she couldn't even move properly, but she was determined to defend herself to the end. Kali smiled at that and signaled her dependents to attack her. "I wish it had been different, but what can you do?" she commented, sounding a little regretful. Then she smiled with amusement. Some of the Amazons had jumped towards the defenseless Tiona, but her smile disappeared when those same Amazons were sent flying by the impact of some fire projectiles. "What?" he exclaimed in surprise, turning his gaze to the source of the attacks. How the hell did you escape?" he demanded in growing anger. At the entrance of the cave were two people, a white-haired man and an elf, the former observing everything analytically while in his battle mode, and the latter being overly concerned upon seeing the condition of her precious friend. "Miss Tiona," he exclaimed as he ran towards the emaciated Amazon. The other members of the Kali family saw the worried fairy and rushed to attack her, only to be equally struck and sent flying by Belle's blazing flame projectiles. "Don't get in his way, I am his opponent," he said calmly, looking at them all seriously. Something that he as a hero could not ignore were acts like those taking place here, battles to the death. It was despicable in his words. The furious Amazons didn't think twice and launched themselves at the white-haired man. A total of 27 still conscious Amazons attacked the poor rabbit, eliminating any chance of it surviving. Well, that's how it would have been if it weren't for Belle's charm. "King of knowledge, this must be finished." "Understood, Master Belle," initiating lightning magic, fire magic, and charm ability. Suddenly, the white-haired man was covered in armor of colliding rays and with 4 orbs of crimson and blue flames levitating around him. The first Amazon reached him trying to land a blow on his abdomen, only to be charmed for a brief moment and then receive a punch to her cheek, sending her flying backwards. The battle began with that fall, with Belle being flooded by the furious Amazons. They were shouting words that Belle couldn't understand since it wasn't Kaine, but what he did know was that they weren't words of thanks. Their angry tone gave them away. The intense red flashed across the surface of their eyes as 4 Amazons were captured, being struck moments later in non-lethal but sensitive areas, making them fall unconscious from a single attack. He really regretted not having any of his weapons when he was kidnapped by Reveria, but although the hand-to-hand combat wasn't the best, it wasn't the worst either. And unfortunately for the Amazons, the punches they received from the rabbit boy were surrounded by his lightning magic, making the impacts more painful and even burning their skin. He jumped back to dodge a spear and ducked to avoid a kick in the air. Moments later, his eyes flashed bright red again. He caught the 2 closest ones, and while they were disoriented, he knocked them unconscious with blows to the stomach, making the Amazons vomit before falling asleep. The rabbit was dancing in a ferocious field where the slightest mistake would cost him a paw literally, and yet he was unfazed, maintaining that serious expression as he kicked and punched the Amazons who crossed his path. Tiona and Lefia watched from a distance, clearly surprised to see a level 3 fighting against more than 20 Amazon warriors of levels 3 and 4. But Belle remained in his own world, burning the fists of the Amazons who managed to attack him from behind with his lightning armor, and then giving them 2 or 3 blows to finish them off as quickly as possible. And while fighting against 2 Amazons who were possibly level 4 at the end of the path, he was attacked by 3 spears towards his back. The lightning armor wouldn't be able to repel them at that speed. And while Tiona was worried about seeing all of this in slow motion due to her level, she was surprised when the spears were stopped by a ruby-colored barrier, just like the one she had used to defend herself against Argana. In the eyes of the Amazon, the white-haired boy was a vehicle of defense and attack besides being movable, a true fire machine. And finally, there were 3 Amazons left, with a good number of them scattered all over the cave floor. Belle was a little tired due to the use of his 2 magics at full power and the use of enchantment, which took small amounts of his mind away. I can do this all day, she remarked to the three remaining Amazons with a challenging smile. Bell really loved having fierce battles, although none have compared to the one he had with that irregular minotaur. The trio of Amazons smiled equally, accepting the boy's challenge, and with acrobatic movements they launched themselves towards the rabbit. Dancing while intertwining their kicks in an attempt to confuse Bell, another thing the white-haired man noticed was that the warriors were no longer looking him in the eyes, they were focusing on his feet. I have to admit that was fast, he commented mentally as he did a few backflips. The power of his electric armor increased by 2 levels, giving him more speed while his limbs were covered in flames. Now that the Amazons were aware of his strange eyes, he had to go with more force if he wanted to end this quickly. And with his left foot planted on the ground, he launched himself towards the Amazons, blowing up the place with an attack of flames to scatter them. One of them was the furthest away from the others, and it was the first to fall. She ducked her body backwards, dodging a medium kick from Bell, but reflexively the Amazon tried to strike her saphenous nerve, receiving in response a large burn from the rays surrounding Bell. Og! He groaned as his fist bounced down, causing his elbow to slam into the ground and make a crater. That same impact caused the Amazon to damage her ulnar and radial nerves, bringing excruciating pain to her entire right arm. But Bell was kind enough to knock her unconscious with a blow to the brachial plexus, the lower part of the neck. The Amazon fell into the world of dreams. The 2 remaining ones saw their comrade fall but were not bothered. That's what a battle was about, losing or winning. She quickly brought a slash towards Bell's chest with her scimitar, but it was dodged with millimeter precision. Bell took advantage and grabbed her outstretched arm, burning the Amazon's skin with the electric grip. Og! She groaned as Bell pulled her in to deliver a powerful headbutt, sending her to sleep. The Amazon languidly fell to the ground once she was released by Bell, and he turned his gaze towards the last Amazon. She was giving a fierce smile of amusement and excitement, denoting her joy at this fight. Bell may not have known it, but he had accidentally charmed more than 35 Amazons, including those who looked after him simply because he had defeated them. The last one standing was about to lunge at the white-haired man, but she was stopped by Kali. "That's enough, we've lost," declared the goddess as she saw more adventurers arriving at the cave. "Looks like you do have a brain after all, dwarf," Loki exclaimed playfully from a distance. And as Loki's attendants entered ready for battle, they were incredulous to see so many unconscious Amazons on the ground. Everyone turned their gaze towards Bell and the last Amazon, knowing instantly that the entire battle had been between the rabbit and the copper-skinned warriors. Bell lowered his guard, knowing that it was all over, and with that he deactivated both of his spells. The Amazon, however, he knelt before the rabbit and fervently exclaimed some words that were not understood by the boy because of the language. And Kali, seeing the boy's confusion, spoke. "She says she wants to finish the battle with honor until the very end," she explained with an amused smile on her face beneath her mask. Bell blinked a few times in surprise, but turned his gaze towards the kneeling Amazon who had her eyes on him. "All right," he proclaimed as he raised his guard. "But I won't hold back." The Amazon did not understand his words, but when she saw that Bell had raised his guard again, she knew that he accepted her request. And after Kali translated Bell's words to the Amazon, the latter smiled with satisfaction. Activating Magi. "No, let's leave that aside for the moment. Charge my fists for 2 seconds of Argonaut," Bell interrupted. His skill didn't speak again and he did what his master asked. Both human and Amazon stared at each other, reaffirming their stance on the ground and clenching their fists tightly. Their eyes exclaimed the beginning and they launched themselves towards each other, being observed by the newly arrived members of the Loki Familia, Tiona, Lefia, and both goddesses. 3 meters before they collided, Bell directed his fist, coated for 2 seconds by his heroic ability, towards the ground, raising an incredible amount of dust and debris at the moment of impact. The Amazon knew it instantly, a smokescreen. His senses were heightened to astronomical levels as he awaited Bell's movement, which came immediately. Dust scattered through Bell's entrance, heading towards the Amazon, who then launched a ferocious kick towards the boy in midair. Bell was in a jump, which made it impossible to dodge the kick, but the Amazon was greatly surprised when the white-haired man punched the air upwards. A small wave of air quickly carried him to the ground, approaching the defenseless Amazon from below and directing his fist towards her abdomen. "That was a good fight," Bell muttered under his breath as his fist landed on the Amazon's abdomen. The valiant warrior was sent flying through the air, only to end up embedded in the cave wall with a pleased smile on her face as she fell unconscious. She didn't understand the words Bell spoke to her, but from the tone the boy used she knew they weren't bad at all. Thus the uproar came to an end. "Apollo-sama, how are you?" Hyacintosh asked. "Well, I've recovered from the traumatic shock," replied the bedridden god. They were in Apollo's room with him lying on his bed in a terrible state due to a tragedy that occurred with his plan to attack Excella. "I never thought that girl would so easily kill the vice-captain who had recently risen to LV. 5 and 28 other adventurers of LV, 4 as if it were nothing, Apollo's lover commented as he recalled the carnage. Yes, Apollo was bedridden due to the sudden deaths of a large number of his children. The gods received minor mental blows for each death of their children, although nothing serious since they were very slight. But Apollo was suddenly hit by 29 deaths, and the cumulative effect led to a low-grade traumatic brain injury, causing him to almost fall unconscious from the pain. I hate to admit it, but if I hadn't contacted Hazer, the whole family would have been wiped out by that monster disguised as a human, Apollo's lover remarked again, receiving a nod of agreement from the god. But the job is done thanks to that I can now have Cranel. It was a fair price to pay, the god said as a slight smile appeared on his face. Hyacinthos pursed his lips but said nothing. Now he needed to rest. After all, he too had been used like an old rag by that girl. Chapter 18, Night Consumed. Let the night fall. Going back a little in time to the moment Belle was sent sailing across the surface of the lake by a blow from Argana. On the 10th floor of the dungeon, a certain possessive and highly jealous black-haired girl was taking out her growing anger on the helpless monsters of the foggy floor. She only went up to the 11th floor because she was without Belle, which really made her angry. She didn't want to be hasty and worry her beloved. Although she felt a lot of eyes on her during her biocidal journey, she pretended not to notice and returned to the 10th floor where she was currently located. Fed up with being followed, her patience reached its limit and she spoke out. Hey idiots, if you want to carry out an ambush, try to hide your nefarious intentions. With the greatest disgust in the world towards the repulsive bullies, she sharpened her gaze. Moments later, she found herself surrounded by more than 100 adventurers. The emblem of the sun with a bow and arrow was the first thing Axella's eyes caught. Hello, friend of Cranel, if you don't mind, we'll kill you, exclaimed an unknown adventurer to Axella, average size, light brown hair tied in a mini ponytail next to a very stupid face. Huh, are you an idiot, Axella asked in an exasperated tone. The stranger frowned in annoyance and pointed his crimson wavy sword at him. I didn't come here to chat, so I'll be brief. I'm the captain of the Apollo family and we've come to eliminate you, proclaimed the man now identified as Hyacinthos confidently. Axella raised an eyebrow in dismay and with a bored expression unsheathed her katana. Well, you'll help to lessen my anger a little, be glad of that, he said dryly while looking at all the bullies. They vastly outnumber me, and the more I restrict myself with my ability, the greater the mental drain will be. She drew her conclusions quickly and activated her ability in whispers. In the presence of the Demon King, causing a field to spread around her. 132 no, 133 attackers. If I subdue them, all my mind would collapse in 10 minutes, but that's enough time. What are you thinking about so much? Hyacinthos asked with a smile on his face, unaware of Axella's ability. Apollo's lover lunged at the dark-haired woman, believing she had let her guard down, and Axella, seeing this, used her restraint on him, taking effect immediately. The adventurer did not fall to his knees, which implied that he was 1 or 2 levels above Axella, ALV-4, but his speed was greatly reduced as was his strength. How slow, Axella commented as she blocked the horizontal slash that was sent at her with her katana. The sound of metal was not long in coming and flooded both their ears. Use your imagination, XD. I'll try to support you as much as I can with images. I deflected Hyacinthos' sword to my right, causing the man to pass by, and delivered a powerful kick to his side that sent him rolling across the earthy ground. The incredulous stalker was surprised to receive such a blow that it even made his ribs crack. Aren't you supposed to be a level 3? She demanded angrily as she stood up and noticed her diminished strength. What did you do to me? He asked again. Axella saw it from her starting position. She hadn't even moved back an inch. How pathetic. I won't answer questions from trash like you, he replied disinterestedly. She looked around and the remaining members watched her silently from a distance, waiting for the moment to attack. Begin the spells. Hyacinthos exclaimed to his family. The wizards and witches in the back lines nodded at the signal and began reciting their chants, but it won't do them any good, the dark-haired woman commented again. Wizards and witches were puzzled when they found themselves unable to control their magical energy, causing them to panic. What the hell? Murmured Apollo's lover as he pointed his sword at Axella. Attack. He added again, causing the members of the front line to draw their weapons. Then with a war cry they launched themselves at their only and defenseless prey. More than 30 were the first to approach the girl, truly resembling a pack of wolves against a lamb, except this lamb wasn't the most suitable to be threatened, much less attacked. Kneel down, Axella said without moving from her place. The pack of wolves quickly transformed into a flock of sheep as they felt a pressure pulling them to the ground, causing them to fall to their knees before Axella. Some even fainted from the pressure and fell to their feet, all of them being level 3, fulfilling one of the conditions to be subdued by Axella. How boring, he muttered under his breath as he turned around to face Hyacinthos. Apollo's lover sharpened his gaze with the intention of challenging him and raised his guard ready to attack. Marcus, bring all the level 4s to face her. Hyacinthos exclaimed to his vice-captain. The chestnut-haired man nodded and directed his elites to finish off the annoying black-haired woman, ending it in seconds. Axella smiled slightly at this. She would finally have some fun, so she raised her katana to a right side position over her shoulder. The first idiot launched his attack with his kukri knives, doing a very exaggerated somersault, bringing his cuts towards the girl's neck. Axella saw that bored and for the first time moved from her place. Although it would be more accurate to say that he jumped, intercepting the acrobat and delivering a powerful kick to his torso, sending him flying towards a distant wall of the room. The idiot juggler didn't get up and fell unconscious with his eyes rolled back as an internal hemorrhage began in him as his broken ribs pierced his lungs. With the first one to fall, the others pounced on their prey. Axella finally took step after step while dodging thrusts and slashes from the swords, breaking some due to her first-class katana. 4 were sent crashing to the ground after receiving downward axe kicks on their shoulders. And suddenly, a great number of arrows flew past her as she dodged them, turning her gaze towards the archers and clicking her tongue in annoyance. Firebolt. He exclaimed repeatedly, causing several reddish fire bolts to strike the archers. With their wails and moans filling their ears, the girl took off towards her next victims, breaking the ground beneath her feet in the process. The first unfortunate victims were 2 black-haired men with very common features who were dodged in their attacks, filling them with rage and attacking relentlessly. But Axella didn't even flinch. She was restricting their abilities and magic so much, adding to the level drain she imposed on them. Then the 2 idiots felt both their legs being pierced at the same time with strong and precise thrusts, and also the areas of their pancreas. They could only hear 3 piercing hells before falling heavily to the ground, lamenting in cries of pain and unable to get up. How pathetic, Axella commented as she wiped the blood from her katana with a slash in the air. There was a girl who endured it and she was only LV. 2 I pity you being LV. 4 who can't handle something so insignificant. Note it's not Axella, but it's the expression she's using XD. She was truly cold in her comments towards the already unconscious adventurers. Suddenly she took a step back and an arrow passed centimeters from her face. Axella didn't stop there and jumped back, dodging more. How annoying, fire bolt! He exclaimed repeatedly, causing countless bolts of fire to strike the archers. The explosion echoed through the room, trapped by its walls, as were the screams of pain. Taking her katana again in her dominant hand, she ducked, dodging a horizontal slash that was about to cut her in 2. He spun around and in a jet-black flash his enemy's sword was split in half. The poor adventurer could only see Axella jump slightly and spin in the air before receiving a kick to his jaw. Like a human projectile, he was launched towards the wall, embedding himself in it, with blank eyes and a dislocated jaw giving him a somewhat eerie appearance. And finishing off those nearby, the floor began to tremble slightly, causing the small stones to bounce on the ground, giving an indication of a stampede. Although they were adventurers instead of monsters that didn't appear at the time. Axella knew it instantly and took action regarding the situation. I can't handle them all at once, and if I restrain them all at once, my mind will vanish like a drop in the desert. Damn it, I should have brought mind potions. That was the only thing that worried her, having to bring the 133 adventurers who were attacking her to their knees, making her mental expenditure no child's play. It would take 10 minutes to have a zero mindset, and I absolutely did not want that. But there's no other way, I'll have to escape once I'm done with those who resist my restraint. He thought about it, then stopped the horde of adventurers. In the presence of the Demon King, he exclaimed again, reinforcing his skill and subduing the weakest. The invisible dome that covered the entire room turned into a dark background, not so intense as to be seen with the naked eye, but with the required attention it could be noticed. The reactions came like a domino effect, bringing down multiple low-level adventurers. 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, 8, 13, 25, 46, 56, 78, 83, 97. Hyacinthos broke out in a cold sweat as he felt the intense pressure on the trapped air, and even paled as he watched most of his troops fall like dominoes to the ground. The high-level ones LV-4 remained standing but with their strength reduced, the same happening with Hyacinthos and Marcus. You wretch! Marcus shouted angrily as he brought his greatsword down on Axella's head. Nevertheless. Don't shout garbage, it hurts my ears to hear your stupid voice, Axella commented as she sideways dodged the downward slash. The impact reached the ground, shattering it and sending debris flying in all directions. Seeing that he had missed, Marcus tried to raise his sword only to fail again. Axella's foot was on the blunt part, preventing it from being lifted. The vice-captain broke out in a sweat as he felt the pressure the girl exerted on his body. Fly, Axella spoke dryly, clenching her fist tightly and slamming it into Marcus's abdomen. The impact released a wave of air upon contact and lifted Marcus 70 cm off the ground. The dust accompanied him as he levitated, and as he descended a few centimeters, he felt his chest being pressed by a strong kick hitting right in the sternum. He groaned in pain, then soared through the air until he crashed into one of the walls. 1 second later, the mouthful of blood that came out from the blows fell onto the floor next to Excella. He took the katana again in his dominant arm and blocked a powerful slash from an enraged Hyacintosh. "Damn it, die already, damn it," he shouted as sparks flew through the air from the impact of both weapons. Hyacintosh was strong, but if his strength wasn't overwhelming, he wouldn't be worth a damn against Excella. His slash was pushed back, receiving a deep cut on his left arm. "If I had brought Belle's sword, you would already be dead," the girl remarked as she jumped back to gain some distance. The recoil was not for show. Several daggers and blades were stuck in the ground right where the dark-haired woman was standing. "I have 6 minutes left, I guess I can handle it." The attackers were really bothering him, so he decided to take them out. "Fire bolt," he exclaimed 5 times, releasing fire beams towards the annoying adventurers. The mini-explosions resonated in symphony with the screams of pain from their victims as they were burned. She planted her legs firmly on the ground and took off instantly towards Hyacintosh, standing in front of him again. "Fly too," he spoke at the same time as his fist struck the face of Apollo's lover. Hyacinthos was sent flying and then landed bouncing on the ground, and of course with the septum of his nose completely shattered. With that, Excella turned her gaze to the few still standing, making them tremble to the very depths of their being with just one look. "Well, I guess we're done here. Thanks for helping to ease my anger," he remarked disinterestedly as he sheathed his katana. He decided not to kill anyone because he didn't want to worry Belle, but that didn't stop him from breaking their bones. 3 minutes to spare, perfect. With that thought, she deactivated her ability, giving a respite to the adventurers who were trapped on the ground. "I'm leaving," he finished, walking towards an exit. No one dared to stand in her way or interfere. They had had enough of such a display of superiority. This was largely due to the girl's unfair abilities, but it wasn't just that. Her decisiveness in strategy and movement, her composure in executing them, and her complete lack of hesitation in inflicting harm. Adding to that his amazing kenjutsu, he was truly a monster in human form, the perfect assassin. "Wow, they really are pathetic." The mocking shout echoed throughout the room, making Excella stop. He turned his gaze towards the source of the voice and saw it. At the opposite entrance where she was standing was an adventurer, number 133, who had not been seen by the girl. If it hadn't been for his skill, I wouldn't have even noticed his presence. Robust clothing, black undershirt and brown leather jacket, black pants and boots that reach up to the shins. Hair slicked back, a spear as red as blood, and most notably quartz lenses covering his eyes. "It's one annoyance after another," Excella whispered to herself, but the stranger could still hear her. Come on, I want to have fun too," he replied mockingly with a cheeky smile. He approached slowly, tapping his spear against his right shoulder, a kind of tick, you might say. "My mind is at its limit, I'm even feeling a little dizzy." Judging by his stupid attitude, I have to assume he's stronger than the other idiots. Excella was weighing her options, seeing if she could or could not defeat the new idiot who was slowly approaching her. "It's useless. If it's a level 6, I don't stand a chance, not in this state." His conclusion was swift, and he didn't hesitate to turn around and flee. She might be toxic with Belle, even possessive and jealous, but she wasn't a fool. There's a big difference between confidence and arrogance, and Excella is anything but arrogant. With that in mind, the obvious response was a tactical retreat. "Not so fast, girl." However, contrary to her intentions, she heard the stranger's voice close to her, no, too close. In 1 second, he was already 1 meter in front of her, blocking the escape route of the dark-haired woman. "It's fast. Look, I really have more important things to do than beat up a little girl, but this is work, so don't hate me," he said sarcastically to Excella. "If there's no other way, I'll have to fight." With her thoughts changed, she wanted to draw her sword, but was prevented from doing so. He could only feel his body becoming light and then see his surroundings in a blurry way before hitting a wall of the room seconds later. "Wah!" she exclaimed as a mouthful of blood was expelled from her. She had been punched in the abdomen, sending her flying, and the perpetrator was the same unknown man. "Come on, you were supposed to wipe out that idiot Apollo's whole family. Entertain me some more," he shouted playfully. Excella heard his taunt and became enraged. "You'll regret this in the presence of the Demon King," she whispered, then exclaimed audibly, veins bulging on her beautiful face. "I don't care if I end up with a 0 mind, I'll make this idiot regret ever touching me." What? Yes, Excella wasn't angry about the teasing, it was more about being touched by someone other than Belle. Even if the blow was to the abdomen, that doesn't change the act one bit. No one but Belle could touch her. That's what made the beautiful girl lose her temper. A mini dome with a dark background surrounded Excella and also engulfed the stranger, lowering her abilities, magic, or any type of action that requires magical energy. Obviously, his condition was also degraded, causing the adventurer to notice and become completely curious. "Oh, this is strange, I suppose you're the one responsible," he remarked as he walked towards the enraged girl. "I will kill you," Excella finished with no intention of speaking again. His blood boiled with anger, his skin prickled with rage, and his murderous aura increased to the point of being tangible. Abruptly placing his feet on the ground, he took off at incredible speed towards the stranger, only to widen his eyes in surprise as he lost sight of him. A kick was delivered again to his abdomen from the right side, causing him to groan in pain and levitate in the air. While she was floating due to the strong impact, she managed to see the adventurer turn nimbly to deliver a powerful kick to her face, sending her flying again and crashing into the same wall. It is too strong, he thought as he stood up with a visible tremor in his legs, a repercussion of the 3 blows he had received, making it clear that they were anything but gentle. "Let's finish this, I have to get back to torturing the monsters," the adventurer remarked, sounding bored. Axella looked up only to see nothing. He had already disappeared at a speed imperceptible to the dark-haired woman. Then he received a powerful punch to his ribs without even knowing how it came about. She received another blow to her abdomen, also without being able to see it, then 2 blows to her face followed by an uppercut aimed and implanted in her chin, causing her to be sent flying and then roll on the earthen ground. There had been few of them, but he was too powerful. This was indeed an overwhelming force that could counter Axella's deceptive ability. This demonstrated the difference between quantity and quality. The girl groaned in pain, lying face up on the floor with blood trickling from her lips. She tried to get up but felt one of her feet being pressed down, then being lifted up and slammed against the floor repeatedly. Left, right, left, right, left, right. 5 times on each side, resulting in a total of 10 impacts of his body against the ground, breaking several bones due to the immense force. 2 craters were formed due to Axella's collision with the ground. Again, she was pulled by the same foot and thrown at incredible speed towards the ceiling of the room. The impact echoed throughout the room, making even the walls tremble. Then the debris fell like mini meteorites, with Axella's battered body in the background. Whether by miracle or not, he managed to open his eyes to realize the bad fall, using his left arm to cushion his descent. Crack. Ah. He screamed in pain for the first time as he felt his left arm dislocate and break. He tried to get up, but again a blow he didn't see hit his body, a strong kick to his side abdomen that made him roll a good distance on the ground. He complained again about the pain. Damn, I can't even keep up with him. He admitted that his skill at this moment was not useful against his opponent, perhaps being a LV6 or worse a LV7, is that all? The stranger suddenly asked, appearing in front of Axella. Don't underestimate me. Burning with anger, he slowly stood up, ignoring his serious injuries due to the adrenaline. But again she was hit in the face, causing her to roll and bounce across the floor. Was it really that easy? The Apollo family is truly pathetic. Complaining of being bored, the stranger smiled. It's not fun if it's easy, come on, make it fun for me, he exclaimed as he grabbed his spear. Axella got up again only to receive 7 cuts on her body, 2 on both legs, 1 on each arm and the last one crossing diagonally across her chest. The cuts were so quick that at first glance they appeared to be made simultaneously, and a second later the blood came out as if from a pressure hose. The burning sensation in her skin and wounds overwhelmed the girl, causing her to weakly fall to her knees on the cold floor. Belle, forgive me for being so weak. Axella lamented her pathetic state, knowing perfectly well that her body was reaching its limit, as was her mind. Oh, the curse of my spear doesn't affect you, the adventurer asked, seeing that the bleeding had stopped due to blood clotting, and it was true the curse on the spear had been momentarily removed by Axella's ability, although it would only last as long as she could keep it active. Anyway, not that I care, he added as he kicked Axella in the face again, sending her tumbling to the ground. Ah. He groaned as he stopped rolling on the floor. The wounded and emaciated girl could not get up, feeling extreme pain run through her entire body, both skin and bones. I'll leave the rest to you, Hyacinthus-kun, the stranger said as he disappeared in the blink of an eye. The aforementioned simply nodded, now recovered, alongside the others who had healed while Axella was being beat. How humiliating, whispered Apollo's lover as he glanced at his subordinates. The dozens of adventurers who had been subdued by Axella already had their mobility back, standing up one by one. Everyone, return to the surface, he ordered, making the others nod. They slowly made their way through the exit to the floors above them, heading towards their headquarters. Minutes passed when only 30 adventurers remained in the room. What are you waiting for? Let's go. When Hyacinthus asked a question followed by an order, the remaining 29 remained silent. At this, Apollo's lover raised an eyebrow in dismay, not knowing what was happening and wanting an explanation. You see, Marcus said, we want to teach that idiot a lesson for humiliating us. The others behind him simply nodded as wicked smiles spread across their faces. Marcus, don't tell me that, he managed to say, receiving a nod from the aforementioned before finishing. Yes, we will grape her and then kill her, he said as his face contorted disgustingly. His words were spoken firmly and audibly, reaching the ears of Axella, who was still unable to move. Belle, forgive me. It was the only thought she had, wanting her beloved to be with her. Hasai is always so unpleasant. How many grapes have you and the others committed already? He complained while asking wearily. Hyacinthos knew perfectly well the history of everyone present in the room, adventurers who enjoyed desecrating the bodies of their victims and then killing them in cold blood. They had been the most corrupted by the initiation given by Apollo 1 week after handing over his fauna. "Do whatever you want, I'll wait at the entrance," he said nonchalantly. The vice-captain and the other 28 level 4 adventurers smiled at that and turned their gaze towards the dying Excella. They and she had categorized her as a beauty comparable to goddesses, so of course they would take advantage of the situation to touch her sculpted body. She was injured now, but those were just details. And when their eyes reached the place where Excella's emaciated body should have been, they saw absolutely nothing on the ground. Suddenly blood spread, staining everyone's faces, and seconds later a head rolled away. "Forgive me for breaking my promise, Belle," the unstable girl thought as she wiped the blood from her katana with a slash towards the air. The decapitated body was that of a woman, the one closest to the dark-haired woman, lying upright with blood rising into the air like a grim and macabre human fountain. A light drizzle fell on Excella, covering parts of it with deep red and giving it a funereal and gloomy appearance. Imagine it's Excella XD in her adventurer outfit. "But I will not allow them to defile my body. Even if you are angry with me, I will accept the consequences, even if it is your hatred." With his thoughts finished, the carnage began. And he sliced the decapitated adventurer in half, her intestines and guts scattering across the floor. "Something like that, but please remove its head with the power of imagination, lol." "What the hell?" asked Marcus the idiot in a perplexed tone. The other 27 recovered from their shock, grabbed their weapons, and rushed towards the weakened girl. There was no way he could defend himself in his condition. And then another flash of intense red light spread across the dungeon floor. One of the adventurers had been pierced by Excella's fist in the left pectoral, having his heart ripped out. Excella pressed her hand and the heart exploded into pieces. Then with her katana on her right arm, she cut the poor unfortunate man in half. The guts fell out with a watery sound, giving it a grim appearance. He turned his gaze back to the once again perplexed adventurers, causing an electric shock to run through their bodies just by looking into his eyes. They knew it just by seeing the black flames dancing in the girl's jet-black iris. They would die. Excella took off towards them, forcing her body to break the limit set by her state, reaching the two closest ones and decapitating them. Again the blood erupted upwards, giving the marvelous sight of two grim fountains of human blood. 3 others couldn't even move their arms when they were stripped of them, expelling liters of red liquid from their uncovered shoulders. Their screams of pain were muffled as their heads were torn apart, receiving fine cuts at the neck separation. The floor had been stripped of its blue-gray color, being ruled by the intense red of blood. 3 more stomachs were opened while their owners' eyes could only catch a jet-black flash opening them and then decapitating them. Their intestines spilled out like air from a compressed bag, falling to the blood-covered ground, followed by their heads. Again, you know what to do, BV. Excella staggered slightly to the right, suffering from a terrible headache due to her battered state. That same thing opened a gap in her as she felt 2 daggers plunge into her right leg. He clenched his teeth so tightly that the grinding of them became more acute. He turned his gaze to the culprit and took off towards her, piercing her like a skewer with his sword and plunging the edge of his blade into her heart. The body fell lifeless, and 4 others near her followed, losing their legs, feeling their tracheas break from the girl's blows and their lungs being punctured. They experienced a feeling of suffocation and seconds later fainted from lack of air. The desperate cries of the remaining victims already echoed through the room, only to be silenced again as they felt their tracheas crushed and ripped out, as well as their lungs punctured. At that very moment, a certain sun god was writhing on the floor of his room in agony. 1, 4, 6, 10 more were killed painfully and quickly. The simple fact of not having both lungs functioning caused the oxygenation of their body to decline to unimaginable levels. Struggling to get a breath of air and circulate it through their respiratory systems, but failing and dying in the attempt. Their faces hadn't even turned blue before they were separated into 2, completely covering the remaining 4 in blood. Being bathed in blood, receiving a greater trauma than they had in their initiation with Apollo. Marcus trembled in terror, trying to ask Hyacinthos for help, but when he turned his gaze to the entrance, there was nothing there. Hyacinthos had escaped in complete terror upon seeing the 7th body fall inert and devoid of any life. He turned his gaze back to his few companions only to be even more terrified as they were dead. In a single turn of his gaze, they had been cut to pieces, falling to the ground. Like this, but x4, that is, he did it to 4 people. 11 women and 17 men, with him being number 18. "You will suffer more," he managed to hear Excella's words, bathed in blood. Marcus' legs trembled uncontrollably, then he lost his strength and fell heavily to the floor. The pressure emanating from his murderous intent was incredibly immense, as if the young woman in front of him were truly a natural-born killer. He tried to crawl on the ground, but his legs were cleanly severed by Excella's katana, causing a heart-wrenching scream to escape his throat. Ah, only to be silenced when his trachea was crushed. Unable to make any sound, he could only widen his eyes when his stomach was opened vertically, reaching down to the sternum. His intestines and other entrails, like the others, were expelled outwards like a compressed air bag. "I hope you burn in hell, you human scum," Axella exclaimed, delivering the final blow. Marcus, for his part, felt his pupils dilate with terror, those being the last words he heard. Axella weakly sheathed her katana, then slowly raised her right leg and violently brought it down towards Marcus's skull. Crack. The sound spread like the brains of the no-dead Marcus. The dark-haired woman moved away from the grim scene for a moment before collapsing onto the cold floor, having reached her limit. The daggers contained poison, he thought as he regulated his agitated breathing, causing his chest to jump uncontrollably as he was unable to do so. The daggers that had been stuck in his leg were having an effect like a strong paralytic and corrosive agent, and the problems didn't end for Axella. A cracking sound echoed throughout the dungeon room, followed by many more. "Belle," she murmured as tears welled up when she realized where those sounds were coming from. The walls were giving birth to the children of the dungeon, in order to eliminate the remaining virus. Bodies fell to the dungeon floor and the first roars filled the room, sending shivers down Axella's spine. "Belle, please." Axella rolled over as best she could, ending up face down, and then crawled in the opposite direction of the sounds. "Save me." The first one arrived, begging for her hero to come for her. "I don't want to die this way, not without you being the last thing my eyes see." The roars of dozens of orc reached her ears, causing the girl to crawl harder in a futile attempt to escape inevitable death. "I don't want to die without first being able to touch you, without having kissed you, without having felt your warm hands." The shrieks of the bad bat flying overhead assaulted his body, further increasing the speed with which he crawled across the cold ground. I want to see him again." His arms regained the minimum strength to increase the speed of his drag, propelling his body with his unpoisoned leg. Finally, the screams of multiple imp echoed through the room, further alerting Axella. The dungeon had bared its fangs, following the trail of blood from its wounded prey, and with no intention of letting her go. "I want to stroke that beautiful hair." Today, on this day, and at this moment, the dungeon would claim another life. "I want to see his beautiful face again, his smile, feel his touch around my body as he holds me in a warm embrace." Her agitated thoughts increased along with her tears. "I want to hear his voice again." The mere thought of her dying without being able to see the boy she loved so much caused her to cry and lament. "I want to be held by your hand." He wasn't afraid of death, it wasn't such a stupid idea. "I want to be able to hear him say only my name permanently." She is aware that her life is reduced to half of what it normally is. She knows that she doesn't have much time to share with Belle. She knows that she will leave first. She knows all of that, and yet she doesn't regret it. And if I want all that to happen, there's only one way. Her only regret is dying without Belle by her side to hold her hands, without giving her the farewell she wanted. That is her deepest regret and fear. "It seems I'll break more than one promise today," she thought as her determination was born and she stopped crawling, making the hungry monsters come closer to her. "I don't care if I lose a day." The floor began to tremble slightly from the heavy, hurried footsteps. A week. Another roar came even faster, warning that he was not far from her. 1 month, 1 year, 1 decade. She was being surrounded by the orc, imp, and bad bat, denoting their sharp fangs adorned with their thick slime. "If that guarantees I'll see you again, so be it." The orc's arms reached out towards her body to tear her apart alive, but "Don't touch me," the enraged girl shouted, delivering her death sentence. "The king's cruelty," she exclaimed fervently as tears streamed from her eyelids. The arms, intent on tearing her apart alive, stopped inches from her body and seconds later fell backward. Orc and imp fell onto their backs, their reddish eyes now white, being turned to ash seconds later. The bad bat lost their lives to fall to the ground, turning to ashes alike. There's no going back now. Axella thought as she counted the souls her ability claimed. 1, 4, 12, 19, 25, 29, 33, 38, 47, 56, 63. The minutes passed as the souls were claimed, making Axella more and more sleepy from using her second ability. She didn't know how much time had passed, maybe 20 minutes, half an hour, or even an hour. Nothing was certain for her except the count of the souls seized. The same monsters that were victims of Axella were restrained while their souls were consumed and collected, making the reincarnation process impossible. And time passed until the counter reached 103, and from there it did not advance. Axella fell unconscious, causing the king's mercifulness to deactivate and no longer protect her. At the same time, the curse of the spear took effect as it was no longer restrained, releasing an external hemorrhage in Axella. At that moment, as his vision faded and he fell into a dark abyss, the surface was bathed in a torrential and mournful rain. The skies wept as the night faded, and a certain god among the 13 smiled as he felt the king's inclemency. The dungeon consumed the night, which would provoke the wrath of the moon. Long note that you must read or I'll dox youxd. I don't know why, but many believe that Axella was unharmed, and well no, we're in a tragic story and these deaths are just the beginning. I just hope Wattpad doesn't get too harsh xd. This is the beginning of many deaths to come. If I don't see any restrictions, I will increase the descriptions to more in-depth ones. Sorry about the images, but they help you visualize the scene better. If you don't want me to include them in future posts, just comment and I'll let you know right away, my kings BV. That's all, you can continue. Returning to the present one day after the night that was consumed, 2 in the afternoon. With the problem already solved the night before, the entire Loki familia was returning to Aurario, being transported in carriages they were forced to rent. It wasn't a long distance between the city and the port, but the endless rain was a nuisance when walking. Among the entire caravan of wagons, Belle was in the last one, accompanied by a very blushing Reveria. She had rented a separate carriage so she could have a quiet moment with Belle, since due to the problems at the port she had barely been able to share a bed with him twice. And nothing had happened. That obviously annoyed Reveria. So that's what happened, it's really complicated, Belle commented while eating a replica of the Jugamaru-kun sold at Marin Port, the difference being that this one contained seafood. They weren't bad, but they weren't as good as the ones from Aurario. I'm truly sorry for getting you into this trouble, Belle, the beautiful elf apologized somewhat sheepishly. She had informed him of everything related to the incident in Marin, both the mission and the machinations of the god Enurur. Belle was informed of everything: the violas, the deal the god made with a stranger to be able to use them, the naval battle that took place against the Ishtar family, implying that they were related to the plant monsters. He did it for only 2 reasons. The first was that he had dragged him into a battle where he had greatly helped Tiona and Lefia, so it would be unfair not to inform him, and the second was that he trusted him. Don't worry, Reveriasan, I actually had fun, although I do regret something, Belle replied cheerfully except for the last few words. Reveria became a little worried and asked, what happened? Belle's expression only darkened at the question, making Reveria even more worried, and then in a desolate voice he answered, I couldn't see you in a swimsuit. You could see the regret on the poor rabbit's face as he seriously lamented it. Reveria, on the other hand, blushed intensely, her face flushing at the boy's words. Belle Roman 2 didn't think you were a pervert, she managed to say, her blush deepening. And you say that after you've already seen me naked and even touched my chest, she murmured audibly, looking away in embarrassment and placing both hands on her chest. Belle snapped out of his trance upon hearing Reveria's response and the words he himself had spoken. Was he so distressed at not seeing Reveria in a swimsuit that he went into autopilot to say it in front of her? Please forgive my insolence, Reveriasan. I Roman 2, he apologized to the blushing elf as his last words were choked out. An awkward silence fell over the carriage, the two of them as red as tomatoes, until Reveria spoke again. Do you want to do it again? He asked, much to Belle's surprise. The white-haired man looked at her in complete shock, observing a very flushed Reveria looking at him with determination in her jade-colored eyes. Take it as a reward for helping Tiona and Lefia, he spoke again, his words slightly stuttering. And also for putting yourself in danger, he finished, still looking at him intently. Belle was still in shock as he looked directly into her eyes, the ruby and the jade meeting and not moving away as the boy listened to her words. The King of Knowledge was seething with jealousy and anger, and the expected response came in a rather strange way, with Belle quickly shaking his head from left to right, causing Reveria to feel a blow to her pride as a woman, but Belle's words did not match his actions. Yes, he said, while continuing to shake his head from left to right, greatly confusing Reveria. No and yes. Belle, I don't understand anything, she said as her confusion and embarrassment mingled. Belle stopped his jerky movements and took a breath before speaking. I would love to, she exclaimed fervently, a blush spreading across her face. He remembered his grandfather's teachings perfectly, never reject the offer of a woman you like. Great words from a great pervert that had just helped Reveria. And the aforementioned jumped a little in surprise at Belle's lively response, but she controlled herself a bit and nodded. Please be gentle, she said, still blushing as she unbuttoned her mage's outfit, revealing her right breast covered by a black bra with semi-transparent lace. All this in front of a paralyzed Belle that did not expect this development. The carriage was soundproofed by Reveria, and nothing could be seen from the outside in thanks to a reliable magic object devised by Hermes and designed by Isfi. Belle couldn't think straight, but his body did, as he raised his right arm towards Reveria's chest. All this before the expectant and nervous elf, awaiting Belle's touch upon her. Suddenly, an incredible softness invaded Belle's palm as it made contact with Reveria's chest, making her blush even more and begin to caress slowly and gently. And Reveria, she gave an inaudible moan of pleasure which she managed to stifle when she felt Belle's warm hands on her chest and consequently being delicately caressed. Bell seemed like a natural master at massaging breasts, as he wasn't doing it roughly despite his incredible nervousness and embarrassment. Somehow he had gone into autopilot, bringing out the teachings of his grandfather. Her fingers danced elegantly to the rhythm of a non-existent symphony on Reveria's beautiful chest. The sensation was incomparable. Unconsciously, the white-haired man wondered what it would feel like to caress them without a bra in the way, but his waltz did not stop. Bell and Reveria could no longer stifle her soft moans. She was falling into Cranel's clutches. It was then that Bell asked a question while still caressing Reveria's chest. "Reveria asked, do you like me?" he asked seriously, blushing and looking directly at her. Reveria, for her part, was a little surprised. Of course she liked Bell, otherwise she would never have allowed him to touch her like he was doing now. "Why yes, I like you, Bell," she replied, completely blushing while trying to keep her moans down. Bell smiled slightly at her answer. Honestly, he already knew, but for a beauty like Reveria to tell him in her own words that she liked him made him happy. "And may I ask the reason?" he asked seriously, wanting to know what motivated Reveria to want him. The delicate and refined caresses stopped as Bell withdrew his hand, making it clear how important this question was to him. "I'll tell you, but don't stop caressing my chest," Reveria retorted with a slight pout and clear annoyance. "Why yes, sorry," the white-haired man apologized, once again placing his hand on Reveria's chest and resuming his dance on its soft surface. "Gh." The elf moaned audibly as she felt once again the beautiful and pleasant sensation that Bell's touch gave her. With incredible willpower, she suppressed her small, pleasurable moans again to answer Bell. The reason is due to," he stopped, trying to stifle another groan, "the main Modi." Knock, knock, knock. Reveria couldn't even begin her explanation when the sounds of the door being knocked on interrupted her. "Hey Mama Reveria, we've arrived at the gates of Arario," Loki shouted. The elf was surprised and embarrassed when she remembered the situation she was in, followed by Bell, who was still caressing her chest. They looked at each other for a few seconds before Reveria spoke. "How about I give you the answer on a date?" she suggested with a smile, her blush still present. Bell continued to gently stroke her chest unconsciously while nodding in agreement. The elf smiled sweetly in victory as she placed her hands on Bell's, still doing their excellent work on him, stopping the boy's agile movements and squeezing his hand affectionately. "Okay then, let's do it in a week, shall we? I need to prepare for that day," he proposed cheerfully, receiving another nod from Bell. The elf reluctantly removed Bell's hand from her chest and buttoned her dress again. She stood up from her seat, and before opening the door, she claimed Bell's left cheek with a tender, soft kiss from her beautiful, small lips. "I gave you a reward, this will be mine," she declared with a playful and tender smile as she stroked Bell's opposite cheek. "Understood," replied a blushing Bell. After that, the door opened with the sun's rays assaulting the interior and both of them getting out of the carriage. Another note, sorry. I want to explain Reveria's attitude in case you thought, she's not like that. First, we're in a fanfic. From the beginning, Reveria showed a completely different personality from the canon one. Second, when I was writing this part, it really gave me anxiety. Not only could I not continue normally, I didn't want to. I was deleting and writing, but subconsciously it always ended up with hexual results. The beautiful fairy forced me to give her that result, and well, I was completely perplexed and gave up. Anyway, Reveria, how much do you want the rabbit that you're forcing me to write those scenes? You may continue. Bell was at the entrance of his family's headquarters, extremely nervous and scared, so much so that he had been thinking for 10 minutes without going in. Damn, it's been 3 days and I don't think Axella will let me live after this. A few hours had passed since he parted from the Loki family, with a blushing Reveria saying goodbye and an annoyed Bete looking at him. I hope this gift will make her forgive me. It was her final thought as she turned her gaze to a hair accessory in her hand, a brooch with a white rabbit design. Without further delay, he finally touched the enormous gate, which opened seconds later, revealing a beautiful green desert and on a hill, a structure resembling a palace or temple. Nervously, he walked towards the palace entrance to go to his beloved's room, devising his apology plan and resigning himself to punishment. I see they still aren't hiding their hatred towards me, haha. He thought somewhat nervously as he felt all eyes on him, although this time he detected a different feeling. In their hateful stares there was a hint of mockery that of course was noticed by Bell. How odd. Bell finished at the entrance, only to be greeted by the goddess Freya, Otter, and Heath. He stared at them completely nervous, but they didn't say anything to him, they just looked at him with different kinds of emotions. Concern, curiosity, and sorrow. Hello, I'm here, she said nervously while ignoring those strange looks. Otter, as always, did not respond, just like Heath. It was Freya who stepped forward and hugged Bell, confusing the white-haired boy a little. Welcome back, Bell, she said, hugging him a little tighter as if worried about the boy's reaction. Bell tilted his head slightly, confused, and nodded as he returned the hug. Of course, the others on the training field looked at him angrily. After a few seconds of being hugged, Bell was guided to a room that was not Axella's. In fact, it was the nursing section. This confused Belle, who didn't know whether to speak or not but walked on without offering any resistance. Otter, give us a moment, Freya said, causing Bose to nod and disappear. Standing in front of the door of a room for wounded, Belle was slightly disconcerted but with a bad feeling. The door opened and Belle's view widened, revealing Axella lying in bed, bandaged from head to toe. That's when Belle broke. That strange dream he had had in his unconscious state came back to him. Walking slowly and fearfully towards the stretcher where Axella lay, her eyes welled up with tears. Axe. Just like his words, they got stuck and wouldn't come out, all under the gaze of Freya and Heath, who were already expecting this reaction from Belle. He reached the bandaged Axella and her knees buckled, falling to the floor with a thud that echoed through the small room. Tears were streaming mournfully from Belle's crystalline eyes, his body visibly trembling all over as he tried to touch Axella's cheek. I had no idea what was going on. His hand made contact, bringing him a lukewarm sensation, not warm like the many times he caressed the girl. Finally, Belle spoke. What happened? His stuttering faded and his tone cooled, causing Heath to sweat from the pressure that Belle's body now emanated, and Freya slowly crumbled. She was looking directly into the soul of her beloved dependent, becoming opaque and slightly dark. A battle between black and transparent was taking place inside Belle's soul, a heartbreaking sight for Freya. We don't know, a group of adventurers brought her to headquarters in that state. One of them said they found her unconscious on the 10th floor, so we assume the monsters left her in that state. Height reported with concern that she had already completely healed Axella's wounds, but the state in which she received her was terrifying. All his bones were broken, his body was covered in cuts, and his right leg was poisoned. Don't give me that crap. Belle's shout made both observers jump. Belle stood up with growing anger on his face and looked directly at Heath. You're saying they found her on the 10th floor. Do you expect me to believe such nonsense? Axella is much stronger than me. It's just stupid to say the monsters on that floor defeated her. Her words were lofty, even catching the attention of the amused members of the Freya family who had seen Axella's condition and expected this. It was fun for them. Tell me who the hell did this. Tell me. The white-haired man shouted again, getting closer and closer to Heath. Freya was about to intervene, but she couldn't. Belle. Axella's faint voice reached Belle's ears, causing him to turn his gaze towards her and approach, forgetting his anger from a moment ago. Axella, he managed to say when he saw the girl weakly raise her arm towards him. Belle didn't hesitate for a second and took her fragile hand in his own, holding it warmly. And as she felt Belle's warmth in her hands, Axella opened her eyes slightly and then tears filled her cheeks. How wonderful to feel your warmth again, Belle, she murmured in a fading but joyful voice as her crying intensified. After all, it was worth it, she added, giving Belle a small but beautiful smile. Axella, the boy murmured as his cheeks grew wet. He tightened his grip on Axella's hand, not wanting to let go for any reason. And then he asked, tell me what happened, and Axella's smile disappeared, remembering how pitiful she looked while she was being beat. They attacked me on the 10th floor, he said softly but audibly to Belle, making the white-haired man seethe with anger. Who was it? The Apollo family? Before Belle could speak again, Axella interrupted him. But it wasn't just them, there was another one with quartz glasses. He was really strong and left me in a sorry state. Belle, forgive me, I broke 2 of my promises to you, he murmured, making Belle even more worried. Even so, he said nothing, his beloved was not finished yet. I killed 29 people, he said, making Belle remember the dream he had. They wanted to defile my body. I couldn't allow that, Belle, even if you come to hate me for killing again, he said as more tears ran down his cheeks along with his sad expression. Belle clenched his teeth tightly, wanting to explode but controlling himself so that Axella would continue. After that, I used it. With those simple words, Belle trembled. I was left too weakened. If I hadn't used it, I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't have been able to see you like I'm doing now, Belle. The sadness on her face increased, as did her tears, managing to suppress the sobs that wanted to be born within her. Belle looked at her with different emotions battling inside him. Hate, sadness, lamentation, anger, helplessness, resentment, and fear. How many days? He asked, completely terrified of the answer. Axella looked away and answered. 103 days. I lost 103 days of my life, Belle, he said with more sadness, making the white-haired man shed more tears, and the entire exchange was observed by Freya and Heath. But I don't regret it. I would spend my whole life if it meant seeing you one more time before I die, he added, turning his gaze back to Belle and giving her a small, tender smile. That only made Belle's heart ache, causing his gaze to tremble and his blood to run cold. And I'm sorry again, Belle, I'm sorry for being so weak, she finished as she could no longer hold back her tears. Her lament echoed through the room as her face was filled with tears, sobbing loudly as she repeatedly said, I'm sorry for being weak. Minutes passed and Belle lost count of the number of times Axella apologized. He continued to hold her hand as the dark-haired woman let out a sad cry, still lamenting the weakness she carried. Why are you apologizing? Don't do it. Belle, however, didn't blame her at all. Simply hearing her apologize countless times only made him feel more pitiful. Don't apologize. It's not your fault, Axella. It's my fault I shouldn't have left you. I am the weak one, not you. With a multitude of conflicting emotions, Belle separated one of his hands from Axella's hand, causing the girl to worry and stop crying. She shook her head, her face moist, not wanting Belle to let go of her, pleading with her eyes not to take away his warmth. But to her surprise, Belle pulled an accessory out of his pocket. A little white silver bunny, which made Axella look at it with her moist eyes full of confusion. And without warning, Belle separated his last hand from Axella's, causing her to burst into tears again as she no longer felt the most important person in her life. Wanting to scream and beg that he not let go, she stopped when she felt Belle's hands in her hair, placing the rabbit-shaped accessory. Her eyes widened in surprise, then she felt Belle's hands taking hers again. "It's a gift from me, I hope you like it," the white-haired man explained, giving her a look of pure love. Tears streamed down Axella's cheeks again, but this time they were tears of happiness. "Now rest, once you've recovered, we'll have our date," Belle finished, kissing her forehead. "It's so warm, really warm," the girl thought as her sad expression changed to a happy one. With a "thank you, Belle, I love you," she fell completely asleep with her face full of tears but in complete calm. The last thing Axella's teary eyes saw was that kind expression Belle was giving her. So pleasant, full of love, affection, desire, longing. Once he was asleep, Belle's expression was replaced by an emotionless one. He had a distant memory from 7 years ago when he had saved Axella. "You'll regret saving me." Those were the words Axella gave him while being carried piggyback by Belle. What had Belle replied at that time? "That's right," I told him. "Of course not, because I'll be there to prevent it." A self-deprecating smile spread across his expressionless face. "I was the one who broke his promise, Axella, not you. I wasn't there to prevent that regret." He got up and went towards the exit, but not before lightly caressing Axella's cheek, returning to his affectionate expression. But once he let go of her and went towards the door, he disappeared, free of emotions again, causing Heath to unconsciously tremble as he looked at him. Before Belle reached the door, Freya stepped in front of him. "Get out of the way," Belle exclaimed in a voice devoid of any warmth or kindness, a tone that left no option but to obey, and Freya did so. "Now they will regret it." She finished and left the room. Chapter 19, Angry Moon, Now They Will Regret It. The door opened and the white-haired man came out. The sounds of footsteps echoing through the long corridor increased in rhythm, denoting the impatience of the one causing them. "King of Knowledge, explain yourself," he demanded in an expressionless manner, while his anger only grew with each step he took. And knowing full well what his enraged master was referring to, he confessed. "The dream you had was due to the connection that exists between Axella-sama and you, Master Bell. The connection is due to the subdivision of your ability, Hero's Wish, Hero's Protection, forming a bridge between your souls." He explained the dream Bell had, making the expressionless boy understand as he continued walking briskly. "And why did you hide that information?" "I didn't mean to worry you, Master Bell. Please don't think I lied to you. My response that Axella-sama was still alive was because the connection was still there." Belle's thoughts were completely cold, without a trace of kindness, demanding the reasons for her ability and feeling terrible for lying to her master. A half-truth then. "I apologize, Master Bell, please forgive my insolence." Bell did not answer and continued walking, causing his ability to stop insisting and remain silent. Sharing an intertwined will with Bell, she was perfectly aware of the swirling feelings he was experiencing. The footsteps continued to echo until the creaking of a door being opened was heard, it being the main door of the temple, and with Bell passing through it to walk through the green desert. He kept staring at the gigantic wooden gate until a blade struck his cheek. A dull, dry noise entered Bell's ears as the same blade was repelled by a small rubbered barrier covering his cheek. The white-haired man, annoyed, turned to look to the right, seeing all the members of the Freya family, led by one in particular. "Hey Rabbit, having a bad time?" I asked with a mocking smile, knowing perfectly well Axella's condition. "I'm not in the mood, stop with the nonsense and get out," Bell demanded, ignoring the obvious mockery of his beloved. It had made him seethe inside, but he wasn't so lost in madness that he couldn't distinguish a simple provocation. His companions, however, ignored his request and surrounded him to prevent him from passing. "I see you're in a hurry, any place in?" he asked again mockingly as he moved closer to Bell. The white-haired man, on the other hand, was reaching his limit. "Vanir, move," he exclaimed, his short words so cold and empty, causing the one identified as Vanir to become enraged. "Huh, is that a way to talk to a superior?" he asked, veins throbbing in his temples, wanting to draw his swords and slit the rabbit's throat, and again. "Move or I'll move you," Bell declared with his expressionless face and monotonous voice. This even annoyed those around him, clenching their teeth to the point of making grinding noises from the friction. "Try it, Rabbit," Vanir challenged, placing his hands on the hilts of both swords. Bell frowned in annoyance and agreed. It wasn't his best moment, and he didn't have time for his colleague's stupid jealousy. The rabbit boy didn't know it, but these are the results of greatness. Greatness inspires envy, envy breeds resentment, resentment produces lies. It is what it is, and this is the moment of envy. He inhaled sharply and exhaled in a condensed manner, giving it a touch of terror. King of Knowledge, destroy them. Bell gave a serious order, causing his ability not to respond but to act. Vanir and the others were waiting for Bell to make a move so they could chop him into mincemeat. They didn't want to be the ones to start the fight and thus provoke the wrath of their goddess. But humans define their reality through suffering. That was about to be proven, and with great amounts of pain. The lower ranks of the Freya family were about to receive a harsh slap of reality. Vanir did not detect any movement in Bell's body, beginning to believe that he had not fallen for his provocation and becoming annoyed by it. But it did achieve its goal in the form of heat shocks to such a degree that it had consumed part of his clothing. The explosion echoed and those who had Bell surrounded scattered, having no bucking idea about what had just happened. What the hell? Did he use magic? No, impossible, I didn't hear any chanting, so that's out. If that's the case, then he used a magic object. Vanir's suspicions and conclusions were swift as he nimbly moved away from the explosion, watching Bell be engulfed in it. Even with the rain still present, the flames did not go out, bringing a smile to everyone's face. The rabbit cooked itself was the shared thought that everyone had. Aha, that was too quick and disappointing, Vanir remarked as he lowered his guard, but she raised it again when she felt a piercing gaze through her soul. I told you to move and I did. I hope you're ready for the consequences of your stupid jealousy. The voice spread to every corner of the green desert. All eyes turned to the source of it, the explosion of flames that had not yet been extinguished. Little by little, the eyes of the others widened in surprise, seeing a completely unharmed Bell emerge from the fire. There wasn't even the slightest burn on his skin, all thanks to Sovereign of Flames. The surprise disappeared and anger followed, causing everyone to draw their weapons and point them at the cheeky rabbit. Vanir kept his distance as a small group approached their prey, observing everything analytically. Something didn't add up according to his words. 8 people approached Bell while the harassed man raised his right hand with an open palm to the level of his chest. Barita's note, something like that XD add the fire orb with the power of imagination. A small crimson orb appeared in the center of his hand and was covered with a layer of argonaut. He clenched his fist tightly and directed it towards the ground, burying it as it pierced the burnt grass and filling his attackers with confusion. Are you delirious, rabbit? Those and more insults assaulted Bell's ears, but the boy ignored them. He wasn't in his right mind to name his new technique, so he uttered the only words that crossed his mind. Move, he exclaimed before unleashing his attack, which arrived in the form of a volcanic geyser. 8 pillars of flame rose upward from the green desert, engulfing the 8 ignorant people and charring their bodies to such a degree that they became unconscious. Note from the bar, yes, but there are 8 of them in a circle, swallowing their attackers from the ground. Blank eyes and burned faces were what they all shared in common, falling like sacks of potatoes onto the now black grass. That confirmed Vanir's suspicions. Fire magic, huh? He must also have lightning magic, judging by the rumors about him. The adventurer continued observing until he turned his gaze to the rest of the family, there being more than 40 present, the rest, in the dungeon or on missions. The only unfortunate ones were those present, playing with the lion's tail and surprised by the obvious answer. Ignorant people with no skills whatsoever, that would be a good description. And once again, fierce smiles appeared on everyone's faces, longing to be the one to finish off the rabbit. The horde surged towards Bell, their footsteps causing slight tremors throughout the verdant desert, and their war cries and fervor filling every corner of the headquarters. I was wrong about you, there's no way you're a good family, Bell whispered, his gaze lowered as he stared at the charred ground beneath him. He raised his emotionless gaze to the horde of ferocious adventurers and launched his attack. There was no reasoning governing him, even his skill knew that he could not mediate the situation. Bell's right fist was covered with a charge of argonaut, then his lightning armor appeared, greatly increasing his speed. The first impact came, with Bell stopping a sword with his lightning-covered left hand and his right fist in the chest of an unfortunate soul. A small gust of wind arose as the impact resonated with the sounds of bones being broken in the background, and the unfortunate soul sailed through the air before crashing heavily onto the grass. He traveled 30 meters through the air before falling with all his ribs broken and a serious internal hemorrhage. The first fall was one of many, with Bell narrowly dodging blades, thrusts, and slashes, and him delivering lightning-covered fists and argonaut to his companions' faces. The blood was spilled from one side only. Bell's electrified armor protected him from the cuts that seeped through its openings, and his attackers were stripped of theirs with 1 or 2 blows from him. The attacks that threatened to pierce the lightning armor were stopped by Svalin Freja. Blows and cuts later, the flames arrived. With a cry of rage, 10 orbs, 5 crimson and 5 blue, were born while they levitated above the white-haired man. Move, he exclaimed as the dozen suffocating orbs fired projectiles of scorching flames at his companions. The explosions echoed through the place, being trapped by the high walls, causing even the other nurses watching from a distance to worry. Screams muffled by the high temperatures faded as the rolling of eyes increased. Even Freya, who was still in the infirmary watching the sleeping Axella, heard the repeated explosions and numerous screams. And luck was on the side of Bel's attackers this time, as they were blessed when they faced the unarmed boy. Bell didn't even have his daggers. If he had been with his sword, several corpses would already be piled up because he wasn't thinking rationally. Only anger was driving him now, not caring about breaking the bodies of his companions. Those who were far away were sent flying by explosions of flames, and those close to Bell were sent rolling by blows from electrified Argonaut. The sound of bones creaking harmonized with the sound of fists clashing. The advantage was on Bell's side because of his magic. Not needing a chant or any words was the only thing that allowed him to prevail in this confrontation. And of course the attacks directed at him were intended to kill. A pity for the Einherjar that a ruby-red barrier repelled them. Why? Why do you insist so much on fighting me? I just want to go out, let me out. Bell was somewhere between angry and bewildered, unaware of the jealousy the whole family felt towards him. I was aware of it, but I didn't understand it. I didn't understand such a stupid motivation to hurt. It was absurd, move it. And the boy roared again, demanding a free passage but not having it. The thickness of his armor increased to the maximum, giving him greater agility and dexterity, using his feet to deliver 2 blows to the face of the nearest one. The blue fire mingled with his lightning armor, giving him a ferocious appearance, now burning and electrocuting those who received his blows and kicks. The verdant desert was being consumed and replaced by a charred one. The mournful rain soaked the bodies of the conscious and unconscious alike, even staining with mud those lying on the grass. The cries of war, pain, and fury continued for 1 hour, with 2 silhouettes still standing on the once green field below them. The burned, electrocuted, bruised, and unconscious bodies of the others provided a rather terrifying decoration. An erratic and tired breath dispersed through the air, belonging to Bell, who was almost in a zero mind. Using spiritual healing, Master Bell. But it was nothing his skills could solve. The King of Knowledge may not have been visible in the real world, but in the rabbit's deep subconscious his face was one of lament. He was receiving and suffering the same as Bell because of their very close intertwined connection. I must admit that was surprising, Vonnier commented as he observed the white-haired man's condition. Bell had a few cuts he received when his lightning armor was dispersed by the low mind content. This led to his shirt and pants being ripped, with Bell completely naked on top, showing off his well-worked and injured torso. Using Inazuma no Yor, Sovereign of the Flames, Agon Dracona, Sphalen Freja, and Argonaut at the same time for too long a period had taken its toll at the end of the battle. Aren't you going to move? The white-haired man asked between heavy breaths, his voice still hollow. That and the previous show of force did not terrify or intimidate Vonnier, who responded with a fierce smile. I see, so you'll get in the way too, Bell whispered as his fists cracked. He knew it, Vonnier was at LV6, being one of the best when it comes to the lower classes. Of course, that only applied to the Freya family, where everyone was at a high level. The mini-army that Bell defeated consisted of levels 1, 2, 3, and 4, with everyone above them still absent. It was because of all that Bell, in his angry state, still knew that Vonnier would be the most troublesome. That never stopped me, Bell whispered again, declaring that it was just another obstacle in his path. King of Knowledge, what magic can I use right now? Taking a small step towards Vonnier, Bell was asking about his options. It is recommended to use Inazuma no Yor, Master Bell. The fire magic forces you to use Sovereign of Flames, which is not recommended due to your limited mind. And it was answered immediately. The screeching of lightning colliding with each other made its presence felt as it covered Bell's entire body, causing Vonnier to approach as well. Increasing the power in the area of his fists, Bell let out an angry shout before launching himself against the stone that badly decorated his path. Vonnier did the same with an evil smile as he gripped both swords and prepared to cut the rabbit. And a second that felt like an eternity to the terrified healers, the collision came, followed by a strong resulting wave of wind. The victor, Bell, was standing and Vonnier was on the ground. What happened? The white-haired man wondered internally, realizing that the blow hadn't come from him, as he watched the unconscious Vonnier lying on the burned and wet grass. Are you finished? If so, clean up and rest, came the imposing voice belonging to a very well-known warrior. Bell turned his gaze to the right and saw him. Captain Otter, he spoke softly as he observed the imposing bows. Otter did not respond and only looked at him, implying that he was waiting for the white-haired man to obey his orders. Bell, however, wasn't up for that crap. Will you also stand in our way, Captain Otter? He asked, a little pained to learn that he would be fighting against his captain. Among all his family members, Bose was the only one who supported him and even trained him. He didn't bother or threaten him like the others, and he even gave him advice. She was really the last person he'd want to duel with, but it wasn't the time for such nonsense. Of course, the same thing happened with Hogni. Please move, Bell demanded, his face still expressionless and his voice devoid of emotion. Cold and dry words were those that came from his mouth, those that were born from his throat. Go and rest, Belle. This is not the time to make a scene, Otter said stoically again, which was surprising considering he was a man of few words. Very few indeed, since even in them there was a slight hint of concern for Belle. Otter looked at his younger self, the little rabbit, yearning for strength and desirous of glory, but more than anything, the fury that burned in his eyes at not being able to protect his beloved was the same fury that Bose would have for an insult to his goddess. No, please move, Captain Otter, Belle demanded again. Are you disobeying a direct order from your captain? He asked now with a clearly frightening tone of voice. Belle did not respond and advanced, wanting to surround Bose, but Bose took a sideways step and was once again facing Belle. Please move. The white-haired man shouted furiously, causing the healers who were working with the injured bodies of the others to jump in surprise. Belle had yelled at the family captain, the strongest adventurer in Arario. That was a clear request for death from Belle. Otter narrowed his eyes, observing the sparkling flames in the rubies that Belle carried before deciding to use force. You want to get out? Fine, you'll have to go through me, he stated firmly and coldly, sending a shiver down Belle's spine. Otter unleashed his immense level 9 adventurer aura, causing everyone present to tremble. Go back to your room, he proclaimed with a piercing look on his face as he crossed his muscular arms. What is this pressure? It feels like the sky is falling. The survival alarm screamed, implored, and begged Belle not to move an inch. The sweat mingled with the raindrops that had soaked into him. A slight tremor arose in his body and his eyes dilated. This was fear, impotence. Faced with a great no, immense and colossal force, the boy could only tremble and be terrified. His chest was compressed by the tangible pressure that didn't even allow him to breathe, suffocating the poor rabbit. So, was the question that brought Belle out of his paralyzed state. His knees buckled and hit the burnt, wet grass, making a liquid, muffled sound at the same time. Why are they getting in the way? The kneeling Belle asked audibly. We are Einherjar and Einherjar have ambition. We cannot act on personal feelings, were the simple words of Bose. Those stupid words reignited Belle's fury, made his blood boil and dilate his pupils with anger. He clenched his teeth tightly. Wasn't he allowed to protect his beloved? Don't tell me that nonsense, you bastard. He shouted in complete fury, causing the healers and the others who were now conscious to drop their jaws. Belle had cursed the family captain, denoting his desire to die. And he didn't stop there. He got up again and aimed his fist at his captain's abdomen, hitting it and causing a cracking of bones. Bones belonging to Belle, who had shattered his 14 phalanges by hitting Otter's hard abdomen. Barita's note, wow, that's awesome, 0 JPG. He took a few steps back and painfully took her hand, stifling his scream and biting his lips to calm him. Belle's action caused the other observers to have an identical idea cross their minds. He's crazy. What the hell is going on here? This has become interesting. The Chosen One has defied the Emperor of the Demon Kings, that rabbit. Did he just hit Otter? Yes, he did. He wants to die. Suddenly, the comments of the newly arrived executives reached everyone's ears, everyone except Belle, who was still holding his fractured hand trying to control the burning pain. Alan, Hedin, Hogni, and the 4 hobbits watched from a good distance the spectacle that Belle was putting on for them. They also concluded that the entire disastrous field had been caused by the furious Belle, as well as his previously unconscious companions. And going back to Belle, he had already calmed his pain with sheer willpower and his anger had not diminished in the slightest. Is this your answer? Otter asked, looking directly at him. Belle did not respond and did not back down, sharpening his gaze in a sign of denial. Sauka, Otter finished, raising his fist and approaching Belle with terrifying speed. The impact reached the white-haired man at the same time as Svalin Freja played in the background, creating a rubbered barrier obstructing the passage of Bose. But after a crack and a shatter, Otter's fist reached Belle's abdomen, sending him flying and rolling on the ground once he landed. Oh, is that the magic that bears Freya-sama's name? Its hardness level is on par with adamantine, but it's not enough, Otter said, looking at his right knuckles with a slight, imperceptible scratch. Note from the bar, wow, that's a solid JPG X2. And with Belle slowly getting up from the pain, still demanding to be let through but not getting it, why don't you understand? Why doesn't anyone understand? They hurt Excella. They hurt the most important thing to me, the foundation of my happiness. Belle began to shout at the top of his lungs and everyone could hear him. They tried to steal my world, and you expect me to just stand by and do nothing? Don't mess with me, you idiot. With the expressionless face disappearing and one of pure suffering being born, tears began to flow as she vented her feelings. I couldn't protect her. The one who gives light to my life, I couldn't protect her. How could you come up with such a stupid idea as telling me to calm down and go to my room? Tell me, Otter. Bose observed the suffering in Belle's words. The executives and lower-ranking members remained silent as they witnessed the performance. Freya, who was watching everything from the same infirmary room through a window, was crying. They tried to steal her smile from me. What kind of hero do I want to be if I wasn't even there to protect her? She wasted days of her life, days I could have spent laughing happily with her. I feel powerless because I couldn't protect her. Knowing that she was almost killed because of me, If only I had been there with her, this wouldn't have happened. Do you know the feeling that causes, do you know? Otter nodded slightly, giving his answer. Then why the hell don't you understand? Get out of my way, please. The words ceased as the boy who had spoken them waited for the answer, really hoping for a positive one. The rain provided a perfect backdrop to the tears that slid down Belle's cheek, and Otter, seeing Belle's sorry state, was a little disappointed. So you choose to whine and feel sorry for yourself by making shitty excuses right now. He began his critical questioning of the boy's actions. Do you realize how late it is for that? He asked again, making Belle angry. That same question was full of truth, which annoyed him. But that wasn't all from Bose, and yet you still proclaim yourself a hero. The question reached Belle's ears, causing the boy to plunge into a soundless state, sinking into a deep sea of thoughts, negative thoughts. Take it back, he whispered audibly while giving Otter a dead look. Bose, however, did not. Nobody has the right to mock my wish, nobody, not even you who are the strongest. His words grew louder, reaching the ears of the audience. You haven't shown me anything that would make me refrain from doing it, Otter replied stoically, and this is where Belle changed. People change for two reasons: their minds are opened or their hearts are broken. The white-haired man gained a lot from both, his heart being broken upon seeing Axella's condition and his mind being opened by Otter's words. You're right, I haven't accomplished feats that prevent the atrocities against me, but something I've discovered on my own, and not from my grandfather, is that the world is dark. Recalling all the bad times he went through because of the rotten people that existed inside and outside the city, Belle began. It is dark, selfish, and cruel. If it finds even the faintest ray of sunshine, it destroys it. Otter had a very bad feeling, something that King of Knowledge was experiencing as he sensed his master's inner conflicts. Freya, weeping as she watched the intense battle that Belle's soul was waging, could do nothing but lament. That ray of sunshine is Axella, and if you want to support those who tried to take her away from me, I'll eliminate you, the white-haired man concluded, giving her the deadest and coldest look of the day. Humans destroy what you love in order to prosper. Belle continued in his thoughts, coming up with a hypothesis on his own. But are they really human? Before Belle reached a dangerous conclusion, the shaking of the floor brought him back to reality. If he remembered correctly, he had threatened Otter. The observers were speechless, fearful of what was about to happen. The same tremors that resonated were those emitted by Otter's aura slowly approaching Belle. Suddenly, there was a blur of speed and a fist impacted Belle's face. Gah, he groaned before sailing off again. That didn't stop there. Otter instantly reached Belle's side in the air, delivering a downward blow and sending him crashing to the ground, creating a crater. The great Bose fell beside Belle as he raised his right leg and brought it down heavily on Belle's left leg. He screamed in pain as he felt his bones being pulverized. A scream followed by another as he felt the same pain in his other leg, leaving his bones shattered. She tried to move them, but none of them responded. She tried to scream, but no sound came out. You may use the emblem, but there will be no path to Valhalla when you die, Belle. Otter began, while referring to beliefs about the mythology of his goddess. And the colors of Folkvanger will never shine upon your grave, he finished as he turned and walked away from the crippled rabbit. He didn't have to take many steps when Belle spoke. I have no right to lose, thought the lying Belle as he decided to speak. I don't give a shit about going to Valhalla or having the colors of Folkvanger on my tombstone. I don't care about any of that. The boy's outbursts offended the creed of the entire Freya family, but he did not stop. I will do what my heart tells me. I will not follow your stupid beliefs, and I don't expect you to understand. Listen, Otter, I will not submit to divine will, he exclaimed with a voice full of fervor as he lay on the wet grass. Otter let the insult slide on a whim. He knew perfectly well that Belle was not in his right mind at the moment, so it was foolish to take his words seriously. Don't underestimate me. Another shout from Belle made him turn around. I trained for 3 weeks with the best mage in all of Arario. Do you really think these broken legs will hold me back? Suddenly, without the king's help and to her surprise, small rubbered barriers were covering Belle's fractured legs. Belle was undoubtedly a prodigy, although he was so out of his mind that he had completely forgotten his support ability. This led him to create a type of prosthetic leg using his defensive magic, Svalin Freja. Now get out of my way. He shouted again, now standing, supported by the prosthesis surrounding his legs. It almost looked like armor. A wonderful fighting spirit, he still has a lot of vigor despite his injuries, Otter thought before speaking. A strong will why taint it with hatred and anger? Otter asked, and Belle, he wasn't in the mood to explain something to someone who didn't want to learn. You wouldn't understand, he whispered as he took one step at a time toward the gate. Her legs sent burning shocks throughout her body, demanding that he stop and heal them. Master Belle, please stop, your body and mind are reaching their limit, he pleaded with his ability in a broken voice. I will use blood destruction. It was Belle's short thought. Master Belle, using blood destruction in your current state is extremely risky, your body won't be able to withstand it. Please reconsider. What? King of Knowledge was extremely worried. The ability that Belle wanted to use was taking its toll in extreme ways. It's a risk I'm willing to take, the albino replied quickly as he continued his slow pace. Master Bell, please. King of Knowledge couldn't even finish when Bell interrupted her with a furious shout. Blood destruction. He exclaimed powerfully, activating his last resort ability on his own. The pressure around him changed and rose to new levels. The containers of their limitations exploded, allowing everything to reach the highest limit and even exceed it. A bestial blood-red aura surrounded Bell's body as his skin turned slightly reddened and his veins became more prominent. The level barrier was being shattered, allowing all of Bell's abilities to transcend beyond his capacity. Otter noticed the incredible change in power around Bell and watched him, waiting for action from the boy instead of stopping him. So much potential, I can't let it be tainted by hate. That was his thought as he decided on his plan to help Bell a little. Move it, Otter. Faced with Bell's latest demand, Otter shook his head slightly. I can't allow you to be swayed by personal feelings, was his reply. There you go again, you damn fool. Wouldn't it be a personal matter if someone insulted Freya-sama? What would you do? Bell could no longer bear it, exploding again as his body screamed in agony and pain. Tell me you just sit in your room. Is that it? Then you're no better than an obedient piece of trash. He even insulted him again, shocking the audience once more. Otter ignored all of that as he watched the ground being split by the pressure and force emanating from Bell. Stop talking so much. If you want to pass, just do it, Otter said, stepping into the rabbit's path again. Bell didn't hesitate, and thanks to his ability he now had free use of the limits surpassed in the others. King of Knowledge, use all magic. He gave his simple command to his ability, which was beginning to work its magic. A lightning armor at 100% capacity. A thicker layer on the improvised prosthesis with Svalin Freja. A layer of blue flames merging with the lightning armor, and a gigantic orb of black flames being covered by a dense layer of argonaut. Move it, the white-haired man exclaimed as a warning, receiving no response from Otter. The attack he was about to use was even twice as powerful as the one he used against the irregular Goliath. A small part of Bell feared he might hurt Otter, but it was quickly silenced. He planted his broken legs firmly on the scorched, wet grass and then ripped it apart as he took off at high speed towards Otter. Bose didn't even move, waiting for Bell's attack. He used all that magic without any incantation. He has potential as a magic swordsman, but only if he survives. And with Hedon's thought finished, the blow struck. The collision between an immovable object and an unstoppable object resulted in a clash between defense and force that sent everything flying. Strong gusts of wind erupted in the surrounding area, sending the healers and the lower levels of the family flying by force. Something like that. I couldn't put a GIF where it happens exactly as in my mind. I failed you by not studying systems engineering. The windows shattered into 1,000 pieces from the destructive wave it caused. A blast of condensation pierced Otter's body, impacting the gigantic gate and easily destroying it. The remains of burnt and wet grass were disintegrated by the black flames that spread through the space. The raindrops were thrown upwards only to fall back down. Only the executives remained in place, their hair disheveled by the cyclone and their eyes slightly widened by such power. And finally, the side walls of the now non-existent gate fell as they were consumed by the jet-black flames. The disaster subsided, causing all those who had been sent flying to weakly get up while they waited for the dust to settle. 1 minute passed and 2 silhouettes could be seen. A heavy, extremely tired breathing sound was heard, accompanied by a slight groan of pain. Bell stood with his fist extended, being stopped by Otter's right palm with smoke coming out of both arms. Otter had been forced to retreat 1 meter. The trenches in the charred earth were proof of that. Slowly, Bell fell to his knees, his erratic breathing accompanying him. Otter stared at his right arm, which was completely burned and destroyed, with trails of smoke billowing from it. That was a good shot, Bose flattered, feeling a slight pain in his arm, but it wasn't enough, he finished, spraying a vial of mermaid blood on his arm, which then healed as if nothing had happened. The title of strongest adventurer in Aurario was not just for show, that had just been proven. That's all you can go if you want, he said again, making Bell's eyes widen in surprise from his kneeling position. I didn't understand those words. Was he getting permission to leave? After all the damage he caused at headquarters, I couldn't let you go in good condition, otherwise you would have destroyed Apollo's seat as you did ours, explained the impassive Bose as he turned and walked in the direction of his goddess. If you can get up, go and settle things with a war game, but don't expect your wounds to be treated, he finished, then disappeared from Bell's sight. The white-haired man's body fell onto the shattered earth, still surrounded by the reddish energy of his ability. I haven't given up yet. After that thought, the blood-colored aura increased and he stood up, slowly exiting through the destroyed gate in a single direction, to the home of the sun. The furious moon would destroy that star, one of many on the list. Mandatory note. Hey guys, I honestly liked the fight he had with the Freya family, although everything went to shit when Otter arrived XD. What did you think? There were many references throughout the battle, I hope you caught them. And yes, Otter prevented Bell from destroying the Apollo family, without first starting a war game XDDD. Great job, Otter BV. You can continue. That was incredible. The comment could be heard throughout the disastrous field with no one knowing who said it. But one thing was certain, he had spoken the thoughts of everyone present. They had been impressed by such a display of courage and power from Bell, even standing up to Otter and damaging his right arm with an incredible and powerful attack. There's no way any of us could have survived that attack without being killed as a result, Hedin said, addressing the other executives. The Gulliver brothers nodded in agreement. That scale of power could only be sustained by Otter. But it doesn't matter much if the attack misses you. Otter let that blow hit him, Alan explained, sounding somewhat annoyed. It was something the executives present knew. However destructive power Bell could generate, it was useless if he couldn't reach them. At this moment, what separated them was speed, a very high level that Bell would take a long time to reach. With that said, everyone withdrew except Hogni, who remained silent, observing the battlefield. The Chosen One is terrifying, he said before withdrawing, but before that a voice called him. Hey, what the hell happened here? Where's Bell? Turning his gaze towards the intruder perched on the shattered entrance, he saw a red-haired man dressed as a blacksmith. The Chosen One has gone to defy the sun, was his response upon identifying the stranger as Welf, a friend of Bell's, and Welf was confused by his response. That's all he managed to blurt out. The human has gone to the headquarters of the Apollo family, Hedin spoke, suddenly appearing next to Hogni and acting as translator. Welf listened and nodded, following in the footsteps of his lost friend. About 5 minutes had passed since Bell started pacing from side to side, barely able to stay upright on the ground. The people who watched him pass by were concerned about the terrible state he was in, shirtless and covered in wounds as the rain covered him. A faint trail of blood followed him on his journey, and suddenly an arrow struck him. The sound of metal hitting Bell's flesh was heard. Gog! Bell groaned as he fell to his knees on the cobblestone path. The arrow had pierced his arm, then was pulled out by the white-haired man. Master Bell, you are being surrounded by countless people, reported his concerned ability. Bell looked up and above the rooftops, the road, and even behind him were a large number of furious elves. How many are there? He asked weakly. 50 elves, Master Bell. He gave the amount, making Bell worry. He was not in a condition to face such a large number of adventurers in his deplorable state. The people around walked away in concern, some shouting insults at the opportunistic elves. Cranel, exclaimed one of the many elves. Your divine punishment for defiling Lady Reveria's body has arrived. Prepare yourself, you will not have a pretty death, he finished. And Bell, he was already fed up. Why were they preventing him from reaching his enemy's headquarters? Were they on his side? Did they agree with what they did to Excella? They're coming one after the other. He whispered softly as he stood up and his stalactive blood destruction ability increased. Don't get in the way. Orbs of jet black flames were born levitating around Bell and then attacked the elves. Some projectiles were dodged and others were not, sending the unfortunate ones flying painfully, receiving the burns of the black fire. Another Allegainstone battle broke out, pushing Bell beyond his limits, hitting elf after elf and receiving their attacks due to exhaustion. All until no more than 20 elves remained standing, completely wounded but conscious, and Bell lay fallen on the wet floor being drenched by the rain. Goodbye, human scum, the same elf from the beginning said, slashing at the boy's neck on the floor. It must have been that way, except that a fist collided with the elf's face and sent him rolling on the ground. A redhead made his epic entrance holding an emerald green sword in his right hand. Hey, do you guys like to fly? He asked furiously, making everyone doubtful. Doubts that were answered with a furious slash of the emerald green sword, causing a huge cyclone to be unleashed, sending the elves flying. Damn trash, the redhead commented furiously as he walked towards his lying friend. He checked his serious injuries and sprayed all the potions he was carrying, causing Bell's condition to improve. He was no longer surrounded by his reddish aura. It had been deactivated by King of Knowledge upon detecting Welf approaching to help. Bell, can you get up? He asked, receiving a weak nod from the boy. The blacksmith looked at him for a few seconds and then lifted him up to support him with his shoulder. All right, let's go to your destination, buddy, he finished as he headed off with Bell by his side. The pair of friends disappeared from the street, leaving behind the elves that Bell had burned, and minutes later passing by the unconscious elves that Welf had sent flying. Thank you, Welf, the white-haired man thanked his faithful companion. Welf responded with a toothy grin and they continued on their way until they reached Apollo's headquarters. They were at the gate of the mansion that served as Apollo's headquarters, unable to see anyone who would open it for them. Bell, I'll take care of it, Welf said as he pulled a small metal object with a red gem in its center from his pocket. Bell wondered internally what it was, but fell and watched as Welf approached the gate, still supporting it with his shoulder. He placed the small metal object in the center of the steel bars and pressed the red gem in the center. He walked away with Bell leaning on his shoulders a good distance, and then an explosion erupted as it smashed through the gate. Welf, what was that? Finally asked the tired rabbit. It's a mini collapsible condensed bomb for knocking down entrances. I created it with my Enigma and Krazo blood abilities, the tactical redhead explained as he walked towards the wrecked entrance. Bell smiled slightly at that. Welf had proudly explained his creation. They passed through without problems, and halfway there they were surrounded by large numbers of adventurers. I want to see the god Apollo, the white-haired man demanded forcefully, supported by Welf. They all exchanged glances, knowing that this was imminent, even planned. Wow, I never imagined that the famous adventurer, bull and titan slayer Bell Cranel would come to see me, came a voice from the mansion doorway. So many words even gave Welf a headache, who along with Bell saw the god looking directly at Bell with his red cheeks. Welf felt an unimaginable disgust even to himself. He already knew how nefarious this god was. Apollo, I'll get straight to the point. I challenge you to a war game, Bell announced firmly with what little strength he had left. Apollo smiled at that but shook his head. No one would accept a war game against the most powerful family in Arario, my dear Bell, Apollo replied without taking his eyes off the boy. More specifically, he was staring at her fully exposed upper body, her blush deepening. I don't think you understand. My family has nothing to do with this. The war game will be between your family and me, Bell spoke again. Your whole family against me alone, he finished, glaring furiously at the god. Apollo noticed the look and only blushed more because of the bestial shape of those eyes. They made him shudder with pleasure. Just as he planned, he is letting his anger get the better of him and rushing headlong into absurd situations. She smiled inwardly with happiness and gave her answer. That sounds interesting, but what will I get if you lose? He asked, still staring at Bell, making it obvious what the god wanted as a prize. I don't care what it is. If I can give it to you, I will, the white-haired man replied quickly. Then it will be you. If you lose in the war game, you will belong to me, Bell Cranel, he announced with a pleased smile, and Bell understood that. So that's what it's about. They hurt Axella because of such stupidity. Okay, and what do you demand in the unlikely event that you win? Apollo asked before Welf and Bell withdrew. I'll let you know in a note with my goddess, but one thing is for sure, you will leave the earthly plane, Bell replied, already feeling his eyelids grow heavy. Very well, I will convene a denatus to decide the date and the rules, Apollo concluded, giving a pleased expression. Welf turned around with Bell, ready to leave, until a shout full of fervor called him back. Bell Cranel, exclaimed Apollo with a smile on his face. Bell and Welf turned their gazes back to the god, awaiting his words. You have started a war that you cannot possibly win, the god concluded with an impassive face. Bell lowered his gaze and then raised it again. No, god Apollo, you accepted a war you cannot win, he replied before finally closing his eyelids. He fell unconscious, but not before whispering to Welf, I'll leave the rest to you, friend, and the blacksmith nodded. Welf turned his gaze back to the god and spoke. They crossed the line. They angered someone they shouldn't have angered. He began his words of judgment. I pity you. You will not have a good end, he finished before leaving through the same door he had destroyed. The god fell and went in the direction of his room. Hey! A voice called out to Welf, who was carrying an unconscious Bell over his shoulder. The blacksmith turned his gaze towards the source and saw two young people on the wax, one with red hair and one with blue hair. What do you want? He asked coldly, noticing the emblems on their uniforms, a son with a bow and arrow, emblem of the Apollo family. Please talk some sense into your friend. There's no point in him resisting. In the end, he'll have the same fate as us in Lewin, the redhead said in a mournful voice. Welf noticed that, and after some hesitation, finally decided to ask. What happened? He asked, receiving a brief account from the pair. They told him how they were pursued and harassed by the god until they finally gave in, and also about the ritual that was performed on all members. Did you already receive it? He asked awkwardly, making the girls shake their heads. No, a few days ago the god Apollo announced that the rituals would stop until that boy on your shoulders was in his hands, the redhead replied, pointing at the unconscious Bell. Welf sighed in relief and made up his mind. All right, in the war game, try not to get too close to Bell and tell that to your partner Lewin too, Welf announced, resuming his walk and slowly moving away from the young women. The pair were filled with doubts but came to the conclusion that they would not heed his warning, regretting it and returning to their headquarters. I opened my eyes slowly, with the sunlight assaulting and immediately irritating them. I covered my eyes with my forearm and soon after realized I was in a bed inside the headquarters infirmary. Axelassen. Beside me was the girl I love so much, my first love and the one I failed to protect. From what I can see, he's still sleeping. My whole body hurts. My legs are burning and my body creaks with every movement. I think these are the repercussions of using blood destruction. Bell, how are you feeling? I was pulled from my thoughts by a voice I know very well, but now that I'm thinking straight, I really owe it an apology. Freya-sama, I feel fine, just some pain in my body, nothing I can't handle. As I watched my worried goddess approach, I remembered the way I addressed her yesterday. Freya-sama, I'm sorry. I answered dejectedly, knowing that I had done great even fighting with my family members and Ottarson. Wait, I fought Ottarson, and I insulted him. How the hell am I still alive? I was pulled from my troubled thoughts when I felt Freya-sama's warm hands on my cheeks, gently taking them and directing my gaze towards hers. How beautiful are her silver eyes. Don't worry, Belle, I understand your actions in a way. You know I would destroy everything if someone ever hurt you, right? Freya-sama, for her to say that with a smile on her face is truly terrifying. But I'm glad he cares about me, even so that doesn't make it any less terrifying. Belle, regarding what happened yesterday, it was actually a week ago. Did I hear that right? Was I unconscious for a week? 1 week. Yes, the excess power you used led your body into emergency hibernation, Heath said. While blood destruction sure charges big, I see, so Axelassen has been unconscious for a week. In response to my question, Freya-sama nodded, making me worry about Axelassen not waking up. Yes, using his ability demands too much of him, and the state in which he used it also played a role. Just as I suspected, using that damn ability completely exhausted her. Any indication that he'll wake up? She is out of danger. Heath reported that she will wake up soon. Thank goodness. I'll have to thank Heathson later and also apologize for yelling at him. As I was thinking of the words to apologize, Freya-sama approached and hugged me while rubbing her large, soft breasts in my face. I never tire of this feeling. Freya-sama, I'm sure my blush is increasing. I'm glad you haven't changed, my sweet Belle. You really worried me. Changed. I guess I didn't show my best side. I'm sorry for worrying you. It's okay, just don't cause damage of that magnitude again. After accepting my apology as if nothing had happened, she pressed her body closer to mine, or in this case, her breasts against my face. But putting aside the apology, if I remember correctly, I made a mess at headquarters. That reminds me, the headquarters has already been renovated, right? How much did it cost? I just hope it wasn't an outrageous price my wallet couldn't handle it. The arrangements. 100 million volleys. Okay, that's beyond my financial means. 100 million. Freya-sama, no matter if it takes me a long time, I will pay for the damages. I tried to speak as calmly as possible, but that's impossible. 100 million volleys is no joke. Don't worry about that, Belle. You can pay me another way. I don't think that's a very good idea, or is it? Although that depends on whether it is what I think it is. What way? You'll find out in due time. For now, I'll tell you the details of the war game. Giving a suspicious smile, Freya-sama changed the subject to the war game I started against the Apollo Familia. Was a date agreed upon? Yes, but since you were unconscious, it was decided that it would be 2 days after you woke up. Then in 2 days, great, I'll be ready. Should I update your status? True, I need to go in the best possible condition. The number of enemies I will face will be considerable. Please. I turned over on the bed, ending up face down, and Freya-sama quickly climbed astride my waist. It wasn't long before I felt my state being unlocked and updated, as well as the strength coursing through my body. Here, I must say you impress me as always. After Freya-sama's words, I waited for her to get off my back and then received my status sheet. The results were too great, although not surprising given the fight in Marin against my family mates Captain Otter and the elves. State. Basic skills. Strength IS 997. Stamina ISS 1077. Dexterity IS 966. Agility ISS 1026. Magic ISS 1099. Development skills. Luck HF +2. Dry HF +2. Spiritual healing IG +2. Charm IG +2. Freya-sama said I can level up, but I'll wait until after the battle. There's a better chance of gaining skills with what I have in mind. I just hope it works, then I'll go after that bastard who seriously injured Axelassen. I hope he's ready because I won't show any mercy. Now that I think about it. I was pulled from my vengeful thoughts by the beautiful voice of my goddess, turning my gaze towards her and being surprised by the smile on her face. A smile that didn't reach her icy eyes at all. SSI. With a little sweat trickling down my temple, I asked fearfully about what was to come. I believe I told you not to use the charm skill, and yet I can see from your status that it even went up 2 levels, which leads me to ask, what did you use it for so much? Damn, it was stupid of me to expect him not to say anything. Could you explain what you were doing in Marin Harbor? I hope you didn't charm or touch anyone, Belle. This day will be a little complicated. Belle, oh. Axelassen, you know I can eat well, right? That you say, say, The sweet talk and mini-battle took place in Axela's room, Belle's love interest, with the latter being fed like a baby by her. Axela had already awakened from her semi-vegetative state, and the first thing she did was imprison Belle in her room while hugging him like a rabbit-shaped Dakimakura. This did not bother the white-haired man, as he had his girlfriend's enormous breasts in his face for a very, very long time. As he received the spoonful of food and Axela watched him eat with a pleased face, the latter asked, "Tomorrow is the war game, do you think you'll be okay?" He asked, concern in his voice. Belle swallowed his food only to see another heaped spoonful of it in front of his mouth being held by Axela. He resigned himself and opened his lips to be fed. "Of course, I'll just give a demonstration of what will happen if they hurt you again," replied the albino, having already finished his meal. A drop of sweat trickled down his forehead when he saw another spoonful in front of him, waiting for him to open his mouth. He accepted it again, enjoying the taste and texture of the food being crushed by his teeth, and then swallowed it, seeing another spoonful in front of him ready to be gobbled up. He did the same thing and the same thing happened. Axelassin, I'm already full, he commented, already tired from all the food he had swallowed. It almost seemed as if the beautiful young woman was fattening him up so that no one would approach him, which made Belle tremble. Law. The poor fattening rabbit resigned itself and opened its mouth, being fed again while Axella watched it with a face full of love. They spent their time like this until the food ran out and Belle, exhausted and full, fell onto the bed. Axella saw that with a victorious smile, she had already fed her beloved bunny, now she would ask to be fed by Belle. Belle, she began, whispering his name sweetly while caressing the white-haired boy's cheek. Tell me, won't you give me a reward? She asked in a seductive and sweet manner. That snapped Belle out of his exhausted state and he blushed, looking at Axella with her cheeks flushed and possibly hearts in her eyes. Axelassin, did you try alcohol again? The rabbit asked, completely terrified, while having a feeling of déjà vu. You're so cute, Belle, my Belle is so cute. The blushing girl ignored his question as she brought her face closer and closer to Belle's. Oh no, it's going to happen again, the rabbit thought quickly as he remembered the time he was almost grawed by a very drunk Axella. Axelassin, please calm down, tomorrow I have to fight against more than 100 people. The white-haired man tried to reason with her. Dialogue that was completely ignored. You know, Belle, denying love is as foolish as denying life for fear of dying, she declared seductively as she climbed on top of Belle, not letting him escape. Without a doubt, Axella had said a truly beautiful and real phrase, only the hearts in her eyes and the very flushed cheeks on her face didn't make the best combination. Those were the same words you said when you tried to grape me, Axelassin, exclaimed the rabbit nervously, wanting to free himself but failing in the attempt. Calm down, I'll take good care of you, my little Belle. Axella finished as she tore in half the black shirt that Belle was wearing. That caused the blood to drain from the boy's face, knowing that a drunk Axella is unstoppable. Just let yourself be loved, my cute, tender, and beautiful Belle, the drunken, black-haired woman spoke again. The first time was over a month ago when he was rescued by pure miracle by Heath and Freya. Soon he felt Axella's warm hands delicately tracing his abdomen, and Axella giving him a tender but fiery kiss on the cheek. Humid and warm, the perfect feeling for a romantic night. Axella soon removed her clothes, remaining in her underwear, a black one like her semi-transparent hair that gave her an incredible sensual touch, making the poor rabbit drool. He took off Belle's pants, making the albino fear what was going to happen. But luckily or unluckily for Belle, Axella had very little tolerance for alcohol, falling asleep while leaving a terrified Belle shirtless and pantsless. That was close, the boy whispered as he stood up and affectionately cradled his half-naked beloved. He gazed at her face for longer than he thought possible, and then with a kiss on her cheek he said goodbye. He left the room and headed to his own, waiting for tomorrow to take his revenge and send a message to the whole city. Don't touch those he loves, don't touch his world, don't touch his girl. Note succulent. I will publish the SS from the time Axella tried to grape Belle after the war against Apollo BV. You may continue. Axella suddenly opened her eyes as she stood up and noticed she was in her underwear. She looked around beside her bed and there was no one there. Tusk, it was a dream again, he complained in annoyance at not finding his beloved Belle. She had already lost count of the dreams she had about Belle, waking up and realizing that it wasn't real. Yes, the love-struck woman would still have to wait a little longer. Today was the day his beloved rabbit would fight against a family, so he got ready, brushed himself, and went out to wish them the best. She wanted to fight alongside him, but Belle had refused for obvious reasons, and she eventually agreed. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Today we are about to witness something that hasn't happened in a very long time. The voice of a presenter echoed through every corner of Arario, being heard in taverns, homes, headquarters, and even the guild. A battle that has caused a stir during more than a week of waiting. Exclaiming fervently and full of joy, the presenter with the traveler's hat continued, day against night, white against gold, moon against sun. With words full of joy, Hermes continued his introduction. It will be a day of fighting, the most exciting battle between adventurers in Arario history. An army against a single man, the family of Apollo against the bull killer. The smiling god finished and turned his gaze towards the countless mirrors of Arcanum above the city, allowing all to observe a desolate battlefield. A huge fortress being guarded by more than 100 adventurers waiting for an attack from one. And suddenly, far away from the strong, high walls, a head of snow-white hair fluttered in the wind as the bearer advanced slowly. He wore jet-black clothing along with his 2 crimson daggers and his trusty cursed sword. Let the war begin, Hermes exclaimed with joy and with stars in his eyes as he observed Belle's bearing. They hurt Axelassin, and suddenly Cranel's voice could be heard throughout the place. Freya's request that all dialogues be broadcast, and the white-haired man's words were directed at no one but himself. They don't deserve any forgiveness, he repeated, making everyone look intently at his reflection. They will be my prey, he continued, turning his gaze towards the fortress. Okay, suddenly he pulled out a white mask with lines decorating it and a red gem in its center. Let's begin. He finished with his face being covered by the mask and with a tone of voice that froze the blood of the audience and of the god Hermes himself. Chapter 20 Hero or Villain, Stop the War Game. Her chest rose and fell constantly in perfect sync with her rapid breathing. Sweat filled his chiseled body, dampening his clothes. No, suddenly half asleep and half awake, she murmured, "Please no," frowning in annoyance, wrinkling her face in pain and pressing her lips together in suffering. This is not what a hero would do. Mild contractions began to occur in her, causing her to gradually awaken due to the discomfort and movement. But that did not prevent him from having a clear view of such a scene: a genocide. A terribly badly decorated battlefield with intense blood red and severed limbs, a demon emerging from hell, incinerated bodies, the sky falling as a sign of ferocious lightning. Silver, white, black, blue, and crimson flashes. Consequences. The sun was pierced by a blazing ray. What? Cassandra abruptly got out of bed with a silent, suffocating scream, wanting to give it life so desperately, making her vocal cords almost burst. Immediately, crystalline drops formed in the corners of his eyes, filled with panic and fury. Huff, puff, huff. His erratic breathing reached their ears. Her clothes were soaked with sweat, her skin so pale she looked ill. Nausea threatened to overwhelm her, but a worried voice pulled her out of her horrible world. "Hey Cassandra, are you okay?" Slightly raising her gaze, she could see her best friend looking at her with clear concern, blinking a couple of times before answering her. "Hell is near." Although her words were more self-directed than anything else. Consequences. Daphne looked at her in dismay for a few seconds but downplayed the situation. Cassandra again remained silent, knowing it would make no difference. The preparations for the long-awaited war game between the Apollo family and the Bull Killer were complete, with everyone taking their places and waiting for the show. In a certain tavern called the Lady of Abundance, large bets were being organized, as in most places in the city, with a certain Mord betting all his money on the white-haired man along with other gods and a certain dogman. And one of the many waitresses in the place was as anxious as she was worried. She hadn't seen her longed for heaven for more than a week, but she did find out, just like the whole city, about the fight in the Folkvanger that he is rumored to have started, also the attack he received from the elves, and finally the war game. "Hey sir, stop thinking about the white-haired Naya and help us." Anya's shout snapped the beautiful girl out of her worries, bringing her back to reality and making her help deliver the orders. "Please take care of yourself, Belle," she thought as she walked back to work, determined to ask him out once all this was over. The same concerns plagued the mind of a half-elf receptionist at the guild, who, like Sir, was extremely worried about the adventurer under her guidance. Minutes before the Mirrors of Arcanum appeared, Ina wished her best for that intrepid boy, the same one who had stolen her heart. "Don't even think about losing, you still owe me a date," she thought as she blushed, imagining herself and Belle walking hand in hand towards her apartment. Don't think about that, Ina." And contrary to the impure thoughts of the half-elf, the high elf Reveria Eljas Alf was seething with pure anger. That depraved god ruined my date with Belle. Right now, all she could do was curse that idiot Apollo for ruining her plans. 2 days ago, she and Belle were supposed to be at the beach so she could show him her body in a swimsuit, but she hadn't counted on these problems. "I guess I'll have to wait for things to calm down." She sighed to calm herself as she took a seat in the room of her headquarters, accompanied by the other executives who were waiting for the battle. Among them were a certain blonde and her minim who were worried. The fight would be between 100 adventurers against just one, which was no small matter. A big difference was found with 2 beautiful black-haired women, one at the headquarters of the Istria family, waiting for the broadcast to support her partner and watch him fight. "Yufufu, show me your aggressive side, Belle." Another one in her room at the Folkvanger, with a large amount of sweets waiting for the fight. Worry was not reflected on her face because of the trust she had in her beloved. What should I wear for our date?" "Definitely a dress, but what color?" Axella's thoughts were on future days when her date with the white-haired man was approaching. "I also need underwear to seduce him. Yes, he'll definitely fall for me." And in a way, I was planning how to make Belle not resist that very night. 30th floor of the Tower of Babel. A huge table was surrounded by a large number of goddesses and gods, counting down the remaining minutes until the great fight. "Freya, it's good to see you. I suppose you brought the letter with Belle's demands, didn't you?" The question posed by Apollo was directed towards the beautiful goddess, causing her to give him a death glare in response. The mere fact that Apollo dared to lay his hands on her precious and beautiful Belle enraged her to such a degree that she could send him to the Tenkai right now. "Yes, it's in the form of a contract." Freya contained her swirling anger and handed over a piece of paper on which the white-haired man's demands were written. Apollo looked at its contents, smiled, and signed it. "Okay, I hope you don't go against your son's word, Freya. I won't do anything like that. He's free to choose his path, and I'm sure that path is with me." Despite Apollo's warning, Freya ignored him and went back to her place to await the battle. This soon happened when the enthusiastic presenter's voice echoed through every corner of the city, including the 30th floor. "Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Today we are about to witness something that hasn't happened in a very long time. The cheerful Hermes exclaimed in a fervent voice while making strange gestures with his hands. A battle that has caused a stir for over a week of waiting. Freya smiled as she waited for the divine mirrors. It will be a day of fighting, the most exciting battle between Arario adventurers in history, an army against a single man, Apollo's family against the bull's killer. Following his words, countless mirrors of Arcanum appeared everywhere, giving a view of a desolate battlefield. A fortress being guarded by more than 100 adventurers awaiting the attack of a single one. And that attacker appeared immediately, his white hair dancing to the rhythm of the wind as he advanced slowly. A jet-black outfit made her snow-white hair stand out. I liked this one, that's all I'm going to say XD. The ruby matched his daggers while his clothes matched the sword. Let the war begin. At Hermes' starting shout bell the assailant spoke. They heard Axelassen. Thanks to Freya's request for the transmission of dialogues, Bell could be heard perfectly, capturing the attention of his girlfriends and the aforementioned girl. They don't deserve any forgiveness. His icy words conveyed stimulating sensations to the audience. They will be my prey. Turning his gaze towards the fortress, he pulled out a white mask with lines decorating it and a red gem in its center. It's cool, simple and cool, lol. Okay, let's begin. With the mask on, his voice sounded even colder and devoid of emotion. As Bell finished his mini-sentencing speech, a voice behind him spoke to him. After this, we'll go for a good drink, Bell. The aforementioned turned his gaze to the source of the voice, seeing there his ever-faithful friend, Welf. Are you sure about this, Welf? What you're about to see won't be pleasant at all. Trying to check his friend's position, he could only be surprised by a toothy grin from the tactical redhead. Welf had made a similar deal with the god Apollo while Bell was resting. If he let him help his friend, he would also join his family if he lost, which Apollo accepted upon learning Welf's last name. Of course, the condition was that he could not use his magic swords in war. Come on, Bell, you know I'd go to hell with you. I'd even help you destroy the Pleasure District if the situation called for it, though I don't think that'll happen. Giving a valiant start to end with a prophetic joke, Welf stood next to Bell and also put on a mask, a black color that stood out against her red hair. Okay, they're still test prototypes, but if you press the gem in its center, it will release the mind that's sealed inside. Don't activate the invisibility because only your head will disappear. I'm still in the testing phase with that. While explaining his invention, the redhead pointed out what is not yet perfected and what is. Understood, let's go then. Resuming their slow walk, they advanced until they were visible to their enemies who were reciting a large number of spells at the top of the walls. Oh, what is this? The children of Apollo are launching a large-scale magical attack against the invaders. Hermes' voice explaining the details reached the ears of the entire audience in the city. Along the edges of the high walls stood several dozen adventurers casting their spells. Minutes passed as everyone screamed in unison, while great flames headed towards Bell and Welf. From the duo's perspective, they looked like a large number of meteorites. Bell did nothing spectacular like dodging attacks or running away from them, he just stood watching the flames that would engulf him. Svalen Freja. Those few words were all Arario heard before seeing the white-haired boy engulfed by fire magic, just like his friend. Wide eyes stared into the mirrors of Arcanum, some fearing for the boy's life, others waiting, knowing the outcome, and some disappointed for having placed their bet. It seems this ended faster than it began. No, wait. There's movement from the infernal flames. Hermes, who was worried about his great friend's grandson, changed his attitude when he saw a silhouette walking calmly out of the flames. It was Bell, emerging from the scorching hell as fresh as a cucumber and without the slightest burn on his skin or jet-black clothing. The white demon had emerged from hell, by all the gods. Cranel has emerged completely unscathed from that massive attack. Hermes cried out at the height of his excitement as he watched Bell raise his hand to the sky, filling all the spectators with doubt. Doubts turned into surprise when the entire hell of flames was drawn into Bell's palm, forming a great fireball. At the same time, an unharmed Welf was seen being enclosed in a ruby-colored, square-shaped barrier which had protected him from the flames. What's happening, God Ganesha, what's happening? Hermes couldn't stand it anymore and shouted his question to his fellow announcer. Ganesha, that was all the gods said. The spectators turned their gaze back to the boy who held a large infernal sphere in his raised hand. I'll give them back. His words were followed by action, pressing his legs together tightly and extending his right arm in a throwing motion. The enormous sphere took off at an incredible speed towards the impenetrable walls. The wide eyes of the sentries in charge of the spells could do nothing but that before the explosion reached them. Booming sounds filled the ears of both the onlookers and the victims, followed by the sound of walls falling to pieces. The wooden gate without any support could only crash down to the hot ground. The defenses have been breached. What the hell is wrong with this kid? It's unbelievable. Hermes was completely animated, contrary to the expressions of the Apollo family. Expressions of terror filled most of their faces, wanting to know how that boy had controlled his fire element attacks. We've barely begun. The cold voice of the masked white-haired man drew attention again, reaching into his adventurer's pocket and pulling out 10 iron coins, volleys. She tossed them lightly into the air so that they fell back into her hand, causing a tinkling sound. He took one from the pile and, as if throwing a marble, the technique was born. Large amounts of electrical magic began to surround the coin, then shot out in time with its name. Railgun. A line of electric blue flashed at 3 times the speed of sound, reaching the enormous fortress in an instant and destroying the remaining walls. 1 or 2 of the enemies were sent flying by the shockwaves of the impacts, attracting cries of pain and surprise. A bolt of lightning. Cranel just unleashed a powerful bolt of lightning at his enemies. Damn, it was so fast I only saw the trail. But the excitement didn't end there were still 9 coins left. As if it were a spear, 9 more powerful rays were released by Bell, impacting and destroying the not-so-distant fortress. Those attacked could only scream if they were hit by the impacts. Incredible, he almost looks like a lightning god. Hermes' comment was well-intentioned as he made a strange comparison, something he knew very well. Okay, let's move on. The boy gave the order and his friend, now freed from his protective cage, followed him. They began their race at a trot that Welf could keep up with while dodging the arrows that tried to stop them. Within minutes, Bell was inside the castle. Bell, I'll do my part, I'll see you at the end of the battle. Bell could only nod at his friend's words, watching him disappear in another direction. He turned his gaze to the enemies he would face, seeing a large crowd in front of him. The first idiot launched himself into the attack with his sword in hand, trying to pierce the chest of the white-haired boy. Without drawing one of his weapons, Bell nimbly deflected the thrust, making his enemy pass by. His right fist glowed white before crashing into the attacker's face, sending him flying and rolling so that he could not get up again. Silence reigned for a single second both in the city and on the battlefield. That second was followed by an incredible scream from the audience and the god Hermes himself. He knocked him down with one blow. My god, how strong was the impact! The traveling god continued to promote the white-haired man with a smile that slowly faded away. All the gods saw it. A soul ascended to heaven. On the 30th floor of the Tower of Babel, the god Apollo abruptly rose from his seat upon feeling a slight pain in his head, a symptom of the death of his children. His eyes widened like those of the other gods, but the difference in these was that they were being decorated with veins going towards the pupil. The single blow that Bell had delivered was so precise that it struck the apex of the skull, fracturing the skull and causing instant death. It was a painless death. Ello, did he kill him? It was the brief whispered question she managed to ask, before seeing Freya staring in complete bewilderment at the reflection of her beloved Bell. More precisely, he was observing her soul. Why doesn't it chain? His thoughts became indecipherable when he saw the brilliance of that beautiful soul grow even more. Doesn't he see them as human? Freya drew completely accurate conclusions that would be confirmed by Bell himself. You are not human, you are monsters. The beginning of his words hinted at a great war speech, capturing the attention of the audience who were not yet aware of the situation. His enemies in front of him took a step back, devising ways to attack him, but the boy's words really intrigued them. One day, one life. Bell took a step forward towards his enemies, causing them to raise their weapons and prepare themselves. Axella lost 103 days, you will have to give me 103 lives. Filling both the audience and his enemies with complete confusion, the boy continued. One soul for another soul, a little different, but it is what it is. Claiming that a day in Axella's life was worth the same as one of her souls, the boy continued. Still without wielding one of his weapons, Bell dodged the enormous axe that a dwarf aimed at him, then grabbed his face with his hand and lifted him into the air. The clumsy dwarf's small legs could find nowhere to rest, swinging back and forth desperately. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, and evil for evil. Bell wore his mask, making it impossible for his eyes to be visible, but the trapped dwarf perfectly felt those cold eyes piercing through his being. It burns to ashes. Suddenly, blue fire surrounded the white-haired boy and then shot out from his palm, hitting and burning the dwarf's entire face. The dwarf's screams filled the entire place, both the fortress and the city. Bell loosened his grip, letting the dwarf's body fall to the ground where it was consumed by the blue flames. It was then that the crowd understood what was happening. Horrified, shocked, pained, and panicked faces abounded in the watching crowd, but everyone remained silent. This is just the beginning. Bell spoke again as he looked at all his astonished enemies. I will become despair personified. And amidst the terror they will endure, they will unite and be grateful for their lives. Irrational attitudes and those who perpetuate inequality will cease to exist. Suddenly, words that instilled fear in their listeners were born. In a world where survival is uncertain, crime will disappear, discrimination, and even wars will all dissipate. It was as if the young adventurer were announcing that what the world truly needs is not justice based on inequality, but equity based on absolute evil. Although it depends on the situations in which it occurs, the terror was no different. Bell fell silent and finally drew his daggers. Without saying a word, he advanced, covered himself in lightning, and cut necks. The angry screams of his enemies were silenced by his fine and precise cuts, attacking without hesitation or mercy. He soon found himself surrounded on all sides, making his movements limited. King of Knowledge. A simple call from him was enough for a crimson orb covered in argonaut to settle in the palm of his hand. He closed it and buried it in the ground with a single blow. Haino Hashira. 8 pillars of fire rose like volcanic geysers, as if emerging from purgatory itself to devour the rotten souls of their attackers. Screams muffled by the high temperatures adorned the atmosphere, making those same screams resonate throughout the streets of Arario. Terrified faces of women and troubled faces of men, the children had already been put away. Bell, for his part, continued attacking, not using his crimson or blue flames. Right now, jet-black flames ruled the area. 3 orbs of suffocating and terrifying jet-black flames levitated above the albino, soon firing their projectiles at the distant adventurers. Some miraculously dodged the bullets, while others were tragically consumed by the impacts. Suddenly, he took 3 backward jumps while dodging large quantities of arrows and those that reached his body being repelled by a ruby-red barrier. He spotted the archers with his eyes and the black flames consumed them seconds later. Suddenly, he stopped when he saw that no one was attacking him, observing the others looking at him with fear in their eyes, dilated pupils and veins encasing them. Bell ignored all of that and sheathed his daggers. The sound of a sword being released echoed through the ears of the others, revealing a beautiful and imposing black sword with slight purple tones. Indeed, I changed the design and now it will be this. King of Knowledge, use all the magic. Understood, Master Bell. With his skill at work, Bell took off at a terrifying speed thanks to his lightning magic and exclaimed his technique, Nanason. To the spectators, it looked like 7 flashes, living up to its name. The first cut was a horizontal one covered with crimson flames, splitting its target in half. The second was a diagonal one covered with blue flames, slicing its prey in 2 and incinerating its body. The third one is vertical with black flames doing the same as the previous one. The game was repeated 4 more times, 1 white cut, 1 electric blue cut, 1 purple cut, and the last one a copper color. A single second claimed 7 lives, adding them to those already taken. How strange the white fire didn't kill him. Bell was surprised to see that his attack with white flames had not killed his enemy, but rather the cut of his cursed sword. That's because it's sacred magic, Master Bell. It's effective against monsters and curses, but not against humans. But I'm not killing humans, I'm killing monsters. Faced with the albino's quick response, his skill fell silent, something that Bell didn't take into account as he resumed walking towards his victims, only they were moving away. Between annoyance and frustration, he raised his sword, pointing it at one of the fleeing men, plasma projectile. At his few words, magical energy condensed in the sword shot out towards the unfortunate elf who was running for his life, piercing him without any difficulty. Knowing that his black flames were not enough, he continued shooting at those further away, piercing their chests, heads, or stomachs. The screams continued and continued as time went on, with the enemies diminishing as time passed. Bell suddenly contracted his lightning armor, intensifying it in his limbs and leaving his torso exposed. An opportunity for the children of Apollo that vanished like the wind when those same openings were covered by a rubbered barrier, almost like armor. The ground beneath Bell trembled slightly, lifting small debris caused by the enormous energy accumulated in his legs covered in shimmering rays. His compressed armor reached the point of resembling a light one, flashing powerful energy awaiting its release. Lightning Dance. Again, naming his techniques with names that sounded cool according to his criteria, he disappeared in a blur of light. It leaped and directed its course with bursts of its flames, reaching its targets without them noticing. Another second later, he appeared on the other side of the battlefield, trails of smoke billowing from his body, leaving the audience wondering what was happening. It seems he failed in his attack by not controlling his speed. After several minutes of silence, Hermes finally spoke, giving his opinion on Bell's movement after noticing that about 20 adventurers had slight cuts on their cheeks, barely releasing any blood. The result was obvious to everyone. Bell had failed in his accuracy, so they sighed with relief at not being killed. Bell ignored them and continued onward, leaving the 20 adventurers with unanswered questions. Wait, her cheeks are turning dark. Once again, Hermes' impressed voice was heard, fearfully watching the severed humans being filled with a black stain on their faces. Soon the 20 fell, unable to move, and then gave life to heartbreaking cries pleading for help that was not given. The city, still silent, could only watch as a single word passed through their minds in sync. Damn. Hermes uttered it, sending shivers down the spines of his listeners. Bell Cranel's sword is cursed, it's a cursed weapon. With the excitement gone, it was more of a comment than a compliment. Everyone could see the now putrefying bodies of the cut-off victims, their hands raised in the air seeking mercy, seeking freedom. Freedom came to them in the form of black flames consuming their rotten bodies, courtesy of the white-haired man. A silver-haired girl fell to her knees upon seeing such an atrocity, tears flooding her beautiful face. And Bell, he just kept going as if nothing was wrong, moving towards his next prey. Lightning dance. He cried out again, and a second later he disappeared. Bodies that were slightly pink with non-lethal cuts were so after putrefaction took over, causing cries of pain. An hour passed and a final scream was heard. People were observing the place. A place with bodies on the ground with their mouths open and arms outstretched, showing no signs of life, just like clay dolls. Faces that seemed never to be alive were eternally silent. The smell of the corpses, even though the audience was not present, made them put their hands to their noses. The city's inhabitants, with their drinks in their right hands, stared at the faces of the corpses with their hair lying on the ground. A grim sight. Two silhouettes rose up in the terrifying field, one belonging to the captain of the Apollo family and the other to a trembling hobbit. Master Bell, your mental reserves are at 10% capacity. King of Knowledge gave his report, causing the albino observing the two silhouettes to nod. He pressed the red gem on his mask and a sky-blue glow flashed. Mind reserves at 80%, Master Bell. Okay, let's finish this. With his mind restored, he advanced towards the nearest silhouette, raising his black sword to end the life of the little hobbit. The innocent hobbit's tearful and emaciated face did not elicit the slightest compassion from the white-haired man, so he swiftly lowered his sword to cut the little one in two. Master Bell, if you end the hobbit's life, the 103 lives claimed will be fulfilled. And just 1 centimeter from cutting the palm, the blade stopped. The wide eyes of the fearful adventurer shed tears without restraint, wetting his face and his clothes. What's your name? Suddenly, a jump of fear surged through her body upon hearing the icy voice of her executioner, LL Luluan. He responded as best he could, using his last bit of strength to remain conscious until his death. Luan, you are very lucky. A small, inaudible A escaped his trembling lips upon hearing Bell's words, not knowing what he meant. But relief filled him when Bell withdrew his sword and then sheathed it. I keep my word, I only came to claim 103 lives, yours is safe so you can leave. Now tears of happiness pierced the hobbit's barriers, spilling out and running down his cheeks, wanting to give thanks but unable to do so. Her words were stuck, unwilling to come out because of her past experience. He stood up tremulously and bowed slightly to Bell, then walked weakly away from the massacre. He took small steps, emerging triumphant after facing death head-on. He advanced several meters before falling inertly, without energy, onto a pool of blood, surely belonging to one of his deceased companions. Me too. I couldn't speak no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't. I wanted to shout in gratitude, joy, and happiness. But he couldn't, the mere fact of having almost died moments before ominously choked his words. He had been warned by his 2 other companions not to approach the battlefield, but in a moment of carelessness he ended up there, seeing blood spill and bodies burn, arms torn from their owners and heads rolling on the ground. Me too. Her broken voice was grateful, grateful to be able to sound for another day. He did not mourn the death of his companions since the god Apollo kidnapped him, which was not for long. His entire family except for those 2 girls hurt him. He knew the terrible crimes they had committed, he knew how rotten they were inside, and it was because he knew this that the tears on his cheeks were not for his companions. They were for himself for having survived. Slowly closing his eyelids before fainting, he was carried by a redhead. Idiot, I told them not to come near. Luan could make out the figure of a man with red hair leading him away from the battlefield. Thank you. Finally, he was able to speak. Then he lost consciousness. Bell approached the more distant silhouette after letting Luan escape, seeing a man watching him in complete silence. Hello, I'm Bell Cranel and I want you to answer some questions. The white-haired man politely introduced himself, causing the adventurer in front of him to not change his gaze and ask, what could they be? The tone was pervasive with mockery, as if he had ignored the massacre that was all around him. I just want to know the name of the other person who attacked Excella. It went without saying that the city was still listening to his words, still stunned by the way the battle had unfolded. A high elf stood stunned, unable to believe what her eyes were showing her. A half-elf gave life to tears, seeing the lives that the boy who had made her fall in love was claiming with his sword. A pretty waitress was unable to move as she looked at the mirrors, understood by her colleagues and the owner herself. One dark-haired girl smiled with interest while another smiled regretfully. Oh, that I'm afraid to say I won't tell you. And Hyacintosh's reply sounded, causing Bell to slowly advance towards him. There are many ways to get information. If you don't choose the easy one, it will be the difficult one. Hyacintosh smiled and took a step back, pulling a bottle of red liquid out of his bag. He gulped down the liquid, and a black aura began to surround him, causing the ground beneath his skin to slowly crack. And madness engulfed him. He began to laugh in a despotic and manic manner, with slight changes in his white skin to a purple hue. His brown hair changed to a lifeless gray, with small mounds growing all over his body, giving him a somewhat deformed appearance. The energy belonged to the element of fire, joining with the energy of the sword. My name is Love, precious child of light. Suddenly he began to cast a spell that was as homosexual as possible. Master Bel, it's possible the adventurer intends to flee. I offer my body to my son. King of Knowledge voiced his suspicions, which were taken into account by Bel. My name is Sin, jealousy of the wind. I call a gust of wind to my body. I can imagine. Instead of stopping him, Bel did nothing, waiting for his enemy to finish. There's nothing you can do now. Surrender and turn in whoever is behind you. But that did not stop him from speaking, turning his gaze towards his last enemy. Ring of fire released, come west wind arrow Zephyros, and Hyacintosh had finished with a huge ring of fire above his hand. You're insolent. As he exclaimed his mockery, he launched his magic attack towards Bel, who was still motionless. When you dodge the attack, I'll take the opportunity to leave here, was the adventurer's foolish thought. He wants to make it explode in midair to escape. Bel immediately knew his intentions. Beneath his mask, the white-haired man smiled. Well, I'm sorry, Sovereign of the Flames. He exclaimed the name of his ability as he extended his right hand towards the attack, drawing it into his palm and gathering it into a sphere of fire. Hyacintosh's face paled. I told you that you couldn't do anything. King of Knowledge, use Svalin Freja to create some walls. At your command, Master Bel. Svalin Freja, he pronounced as he snapped his fingers and 4 rubbered barriers surrounded him. Hyacinthos frantically looked around as he watched himself being locked up. What the hell, what the hell, what the hell, what is all this? The conflicted thoughts of Apollo's lover were cut short by Bel's voice calling him. If you're going to fight seriously, do it now. Bel rarely spoke, unlike the other unfortunate souls who were simply cut off. Hyacintosh watched him and his maniacal laughter returned, highlighting the madness that the potion caused. You're strong, I admit, but you haven't seen what I'm capable of yet. Can you withstand this attack? Apollo's lover drew a red sword while pointing it at Bel, and moments later he lunged at him. The speed of a LV-5 was powerless against Bel's magic, doing a perfect job of blocking it. Impossible, this is impossible. The detainee shouted in fury and surprise, unable to make Bel back down. The boy was covered by his lightning armor at maximum capacity, supported by his fire magic in his limbs. I'm a level 5, a level 5. Stating the obvious, he was answered as Bel made him retreat with a slash of his black sword. He narrowly dodged it. It's useless, you're weaker than me. His words, belonging to a level 3, might well have caused laughter throughout the city, but the observers who witnessed the massacre could only swallow their saliva. Once again, Hyacintosh attacked Bel with his sword, his eyes widening in surprise when his own sword was split in half upon impact with Bel's sword. His sword was supposed to be top-notch. What material was Bel's sword made of that it broke his? His thoughts were cut short when he received a powerful left punch to the face, sending him rolling on the ground. He couldn't even get up when a powerful kick to his stomach landed, making him spit blood. Standing on the ground, looking up at the sky, he saw Bel swiftly bringing his fist forward. One impact followed by another impact, being followed by another impact. Tell me the name of the one who hurt Excella. Hyacintosh shook his head, knowing that if he betrayed one of them, his god would suffer the consequences. And a heartrending scream escaped her throat as she felt 2 daggers plunge into her legs and twist to the right, tearing through muscles and tendons alike. Tell me. Play it. Oh, and the second one, not the first, the second one, eh? It was more or less like this that Apollo's lover screamed. I hope your imagination helps you visualize his haggard face. Another scream came from him as he felt the same daggers emerge from his torn legs and pierce his arms. The audience paled at the agony of the voice. D. Dix. And the tortured man finally spoke, barely murmuring the name of that adventurer. More details. Bel was not satisfied with that and crushed one of his legs with his foot. One more shout to add to the list for the day, making them countless. D. Dix Perdix of the Eiklos family, Ser members of Evelis my family is also associated with them. He gave Bel the information he wanted, succumbing to the pain. Well, it's time for you and me to say goodbye. The next dead man began to weakly shake his head as tears streamed from his eyes, looking pleadingly at the cruel masked man. Please, please don't kill me, she begged between sobs and tears. However, that only served to further enrage Bel. Why are you crying, huh? To prove you're a human being, that's despicable. Condemning the idiot sprawled on the ground with the utmost disgust, Bel stepped back. Don't move, I need to do something. Hyacinthos could only see Bel raising his hand as a signal before catching a spear that was thrown at him from a direction he could not see. That same attempt to see caused it to move 1 centimeter, noticed by Bel. I thought I told you not to move. The coldness in his words stood out when his armor disappeared, as did the flames and the barrier that trapped him. He raised his right fist and it began to glow white. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The seconds ticked by as Bel watched the fearful son of Apollo staring at him with fear in his eyes. Making a woman cry is not something a man should do. Remembering the tears Excella had shed while apologizing to Bel, her anger grew. That's further evidence that you're not human. The eyes of the crowd of gods and humans widened. Bell slammed his fist, covered by a 2-minute Argonaut, hard into Hyacintosh's face, shattering it into thousands of pieces. A huge plume of smoke rose up due to the impact, sending debris into the air and breaking the ground. The brains and blood flew and adorned his hand. Evolus, you are next. You will regret the day you dared to hurt Excella. Still staring at his blood-stained fist, he spoke a few words into the air, knowing that at least one of his targets was watching him, and of course he was not wrong. Several gods associated with Evolus watched and remained silent. Welf had already thrown the spear at Bell when he saw him make the signal. He was at a good distance, accompanied by Daphne, Cassandra, and the still unconscious I can't believe my eyes, the redhead commented as she looked at the blood-soaked scene. Welf looked at her with a puzzled expression. He knew this was going to happen, but he was hesitating about whether he should have let the two girls look at each other. And he also felt sorry for the little hobbit. He had experienced something he would never forget. Consequences, Cassandra murmured again, making Welf wonder how many times she had said it. Although he downplayed it and looked at Bell, who had already smashed Hyacintosh's head and was now looking at the spear in his hands. Well, this is about to end, he said, making the redhead look at him in confusion. To finish, what do you mean? It's obvious it's already finished, Daphne remarked, looking at the blacksmith who could only manage a puzzled expression. No, it's not over yet, he replied indifferently while looking at Bell, going back to the white-haired guy. King of Knowledge, wait, that's a very long name, don't you have another one? I'm afraid not, Master Bell, I'm sorry my name is too long. Upon hearing the apology for his ability, Bell smiled from beneath his mask. That's not what I mean. What I mean is that it's not very practical and it doesn't suit your appearance either. I don't understand, Master Bell. In short, don't you want me to give you a name? The albino girl brought her hands to her face, trying to hide her enormous blush, although it was somewhat useless since Bell couldn't see her unless he was unconscious, but she did it anyway. If you would like to give me a name, I will gladly and honorably receive it, Master Bell. A little stuttering was heard in her voice, as well as emotion overflowing from her words. Okay, then let me think of one that sounds nice. At the word pretty, the white-haired girl blushed even more, eagerly awaiting the name her beloved teacher would give her. A few seconds passed, which felt like an eternity to her, and then Bell spoke. Alvis, I read it in one of the books Freya gave me while I was resting. Do you like it? The now-named Alvis could only see smoke rising from her head as she imagined her master calling her that. It's perfect, Master Bell, but may I ask the reason for your choice? Hoping not to be impolite with her question, she carefully asked her teacher. Well, in Freya's language, which is Old Norse, Alvis means she who knows everything, so it suits you perfectly. The one who knows everything, it's beautiful. Thank you very much, Master Bell. You're welcome, Alvis. Upon hearing her teacher's name, Alvis blushed greatly, though it was not noticed by anyone, not even Bell. In his personal space in Bell's subconscious, he made a bed appear and threw himself onto it while hugging a Dakimakura with an image of his master on it. She had controlled her emotions. Okay, now let's finish this. Bell returned to reality and asked the question he had originally wanted to ask. Alvis, is the fight still being broadcast? Alvis composed himself as best he could, coughed gracefully, making his blush disappear, and replied, Yes, Master Bell, Arcanum's presence is still felt in the area. Fine, thanks. Readjusting his grip on the spear, it was covered in lightning and his crimson fire magic, imbuing what little mind he had left. God Apollo, I know you are still watching me. His words were directed towards the now almost unconscious god who had suddenly suffered the deaths of all his children. Their screams still echoed through the ears of the gods present on the 30th floor of the Tower of Babel. But even so, the weak god raised his gaze towards Bell through the mirror of Arcanum. With her wide eyes and haggard face adorned with tears, she observed him, the cause of her ruin, the cause of her pain. These are the consequences. Bell's voice echoed through every corner of the city, still being heard by all citizens and adventurers. The consequences of having hurt someone important to me, the most important thing. His words pierced the hearts of all his lovers who listened to him. I don't care if he's a god, if anyone dares to hurt what I love, I will destroy him. Freya had a bad feeling about this, wanting to stop it all but finding herself unable to do so. Bell couldn't hear her the way she could hear him. So enjoy them, I suppose you've already signed my demands, and with that said, I'll claim the first one here and now. Apollo could only think of the most familiar one. Bell Cranel will send you to the Tenkai. Someone who is willing to kill must also be willing to die. Bell's reflection in the mirrors pierced everyone's eyes as they watched him swiftly and with great force throw the spear imbued with magical power. It looked like a blazing lightning bolt. Apollo never imagined that those words meant he would do it by his own hand. He thought he would be sent to the upper world by the words of the white-haired man. Serious error in the assimilation of words. A few minutes passed when one of the windows shattered into 1,000 pieces and the spear passed cleanly through until it reached the god, piercing him and pinning him to his seat while giving an expression of horror. What? A pillar of light ascended into the heavens, signaling that a god had returned, or rather had been killed. A sepulchral silence settled in the air with countless faces filled with disbelief, stunned by what had happened, unable to even breathe or speak. With their wide eyes, they saw Bel's reflection through the mirrors, watching the white-haired man remove his white mask and reveal a calm face. There were no signs of repentance in him. I didn't change Bel's face, only his hairstyle, which here is shown somewhat disheveled and more relaxed. And the gods, especially those who had been warned by the boy, remained silent. A god has been killed by a human, faced with this inconceivable reality. The gods simply sat in horrified silence. The battle is over. Victory belongs to Cranel. The only one with the strength to speak was Hermes, ending the meeting and thus making the mirrors disappear. I need to get all the information possible. I can't let his reputation as a hero be ruined. The god disappeared towards his headquarters, ready to gather evidence in favor of Bel. He already had an idea of what had happened. The arcanum over the area has disappeared, Master Bel. Okay, then let's go back to Excella. Understood, although there is something I wish to inform you of, Master Bel. Sure, tell me. It's about the goddess Freya. About Freya? Yes, you see, a day had passed since the complete elimination of a family and their own god, all at the hands of a single person, becoming the topic of conversation throughout the city. Everyone is waiting for Bel's sentence, which will be handed down in 3 days. Congratulations on leveling up, Bel. The words came from Freya, looking at the white-haired man who shared the table with her. They were having breakfast in the goddess's room, all at Bel's request, much to Freya's surprise. First, he updated his status, granting Bel the level 4 boost and giving him unique abilities. Thank you, Freya. The boy thanked them, and as they finished their meal, he finally spoke. I want to announce my departure from the family. The sound of the cutlery falling to the floor echoed through the large room, leaving Freya completely stunned by the words. He thought he had misheard, but Bel confirmed it again. I want to leave your family, Freya. The goddess's world was crumbling, because now all he could do was ask, with a lump in his throat threatening to break his voice. Do you remember the Minotaur accident where I leveled up after defeating it? Freya nodded, fearful of what Bel might say. Why didn't you ever tell me that you planned it? The silver eyes widened. Chapter 21, A Hero's Perspective, That the Rabbit Be Exonerated, Part 1. Here begins the first part. Pay attention. A god had been killed by a human. Faced with this undeniable truth, the gods could only sit horrified. The Evolus organization, which had been condemned by the white-haired man's last words, received a reminder. This wasn't her city, and it wouldn't be. That was the agreement once Cranel's girl was hurt. From Welf's perspective, he knew that everyone felt the same as he did. It was as if, headquarters of the Hestia family, the executives were in the meeting room accompanied by their goddess. Only a few minutes had passed since the transmission cut, which led to the goddess quickly arriving with her daughters to ask for their opinions, something that really intrigued her. As the goddess of justice, Cranel's actions could not go unpunished, even if it hurt her. So what do you think? He asked, wanting an immediate answer but without demanding it. The relationship she has with her daughters is one of the best, if we take it as an example to other families, so she always uses her kind tone in her words. It's like my Bel said, they're consequences. I have no problem with that, Kaguya replied with a smile. She was wearing her oriental clothing and sitting comfortably while drinking water. The tone of her voice also made it clear that she supported Bel's decision. I must admit that I admire the young man, but the demonstration he gave was very funereal. Whereas Elise, she was weighing her impressions of the boy against her ideals. The hobbit Lyra nodded in agreement with her captain, leaving one last answer to give. All eyes turned to the serious elf, who still had her gaze fixed where the mirror of Arcanum had once been, without changing her stoic and beautiful face. He finally deigned to reply, I understand in a way. It was so unbelievable that he had said such words that even Kaguya spat out the drink of water she was taking. Cranel made it clear that this was a consequence of having hurt something important to him. Without paying attention to Kaguya's reaction, Ryu continued seeing it that way. If something similar had happened to you, or you had died because of another family or organization, I'm 100% sure I would act the same way he did. His answer left those present speechless, even the goddess Astrea, who detected no lie in Ryu's statement. The beautiful elf was saying that she would carry out the same massacre if they hurt or took away something important to her, in this case her family. You're right, nothing is more important than family, I suppose, Lyra said, her final comment eliciting slight smiles from those present. With that said, they all exchanged glances and nodded. Then we will not act against Cranel, Astrea declared, smiling with relief that her daughters shared her opinion. As a goddess, she saw no evil in the actions of that white-haired man, headquarters of the Takemikazuchi family. A tense atmosphere existed between the god Take and his dependents, with the former trying to control their terrified breathing. Are you telling me that for a moment you considered killing the girl from the Agara clan? His voice, still broken, made it clear that he did not like that action by his children. Why, yes, that was my decision, but in the end Mikoto objected and we brought her back to the surface. Sweat ran down Take's forehead at the thought of that possible scenario. If things had gone as Aoka said, they would be accompanying Apollo and his children right now. I don't even want to imagine what would have happened to us. The comment came from Mikoto herself as she recalled the encounter with the dying girl they both hated so much. Flashback on. After a long day in the dungeon, the Take Mikazuchi family were back on the surface with a full expedition. Due to their recent level boosts thanks to a certain beating they received from a young woman they didn't want to remember, they could now reach the 18th floor without any problem. Of course, they always made sure that the Goliath on the 17th floor was regenerating. They were crossing the 10th floor heading towards the entrance to the 9th when they noticed a large number of monsters surrounding a white light, unable to approach it. It filled them with complete curiosity, especially Mikoto, as the monsters gradually moved away from that whitish glow. When the room was finally almost clear, they entered and killed the minority of monsters that were still watching from a good distance the lump lying on the destroyed floor.
TH this is.
Yes, it's a large number of dead people, and it seems the cause wasn't monsters. Aoka finished Chigusa's words as they surveyed the carnage in the room. Dismembered and torn-to-piece bodies, scattered heads and intestines strewn about like blood. With expressions of disgust at the stench, they put their hands to their noses and headed towards the white light that was slowly fading away. When she completely vanished, they saw the battered body of someone they knew very well, a black-haired girl who had helped them level up. "She's the girl from the Agara clan," exclaimed one of the Oriental women, whose arm Axella had dismembered not long ago. Faces filled with hatred appeared on everyone except Mikoto, who watched the scene while trying to figure out what had happened.
It was an ambush.
The answer was obvious, and seconds later an order from Aoka brought her out of her Sherlock Holmes state. "Let's kill her," Aoka ordered furiously as he saw the girl's chest rise and fall slowly, a sign that she was still alive. Mikoto opened her eyes in shock at that. "Aoka dono," she exclaimed, somewhat offended as she confronted her captain. "No matter how much we hate him, I cannot kill someone in cold blood. That would be a disgrace to our family." Incredulous faces at the words of the Eastern woman reached her companions, meaning that it was not a time for stupidities like honor. "Don't falter, Mikoto. You know better than anyone that this monster cannot be defeated under normal circumstances. It's now or never." Aoka did not back down from her order. A small fight was about to break out when the monster's footsteps sounded in the background, bringing everyone back to reality and calming their anger. "Forget it, she'll die anyway if we leave her here, let's go." The captain dismissed the situation as he turned around and walked away. The others followed him except for Mikoto. She had taken a few steps away from the dying Axella, watching as the monsters approached her wounded body. Is this really okay? Sorrow was etched in her eyes as she recalled the atrocities that Girl's clan had committed in ancient times, and even the largest-scale massacre that took place 7 years ago. Even knowing Take's full story, that didn't lessen the lives they took. But soon the memories of that girl letting them live and then helping them in the attack of the irregular Goliath overlapped. Although that didn't force her to help, she just stood there motionless, watching as the monsters approached Axella to devour her. But that didn't happen. The girl's body was once again covered by a white light that, when observed, brought tranquility and at the same time acted as a shield. The monsters stopped suddenly and seconds later walked away. Mikoto didn't know it, but that light was being emitted by the hero's protection that Bell had given to his sweetheart. "Mikoto, let's go." Aoka's call brought her back, causing her to make a decision and approach Axella, who was being surrounded by white light. He carried her on his shoulders and headed to the surface, although of course his companions questioned and opposed him, but in the end they took her to the Folkvanger. Flashback off. "Thank goodness Mikoto brought her. I really need to rethink my status as captain," Aoka commented apologetically as she finished stating the obvious. If we had left her there or killed her, we would be dead just like the Apollo family. The big man bent down and proceeded to perform doja, causing the others to sigh in relief. "Let's leave that in the past. It's best not to get too close to that girl and the white-haired guy." The order came from Take. They all nodded and returned to their duties. Headquarters of the Loki family. The same was true of the Loki executives, all with somewhat complicated looks but none to such an extreme as Reveria's. She was immersed in complete chaos. "Well, that boy has finally shown his true colors, and to think I let him see my beautiful girls in swimsuits," Loki's words echoed through Finn's office. None of those present spoke, letting their deity finish. "Anyway, now I know why he's in that family of maniacs. I was wrong to think he was the only normal one. Now I forbid you all from going near him, especially you, Reveria." Loki's command caused the worried elf to snap out of her personal world and exclaim negatively towards the goddess. "Absolutely not, Loki. I need to speak with him and get an explanation. I'm sure there's a good enough reason for all this. Her voice was broken and stern, making it clear that she was not going to obey Loki. She, however, forget it. What Freya told me in Babel was that a young woman of extreme importance to that assassin was harmed. It was the only thing I could get out of her before she left, Loki explained, waving his hand dismissively in the air. Reveria quickly connected the dots with his highly advanced intelligence and deduction. Someone important, it must be Axella. If she was hurt, it was while I was separating him from her that day in the streets. So, Loki, I need to talk to Bell. This is my fault, he said once he had reached his conclusion. No, it's a divine order. None of you can go near that boy. I don't care if this was caused by your actions or if he's behind Evelys. But Loki didn't give in, making the elf frown at his order. They talked a little about another topic, where the search for the other entrance to the dungeon would take place, and the most suspicious place was Daedalus Street. That rabbit, I understand his actions perfectly, and that's why I can't say anything against him. And strangely, too strangely, Beta had gained a little understanding towards that adventurer he so detested. The meeting ended with a very annoyed Reveria, who was the first to leave the office with a sour face and heading towards her room. The mere fact of being forbidden from meeting with Belle did not leave her in a very good mood. Belle. And a somewhat clueless blonde was still thinking about the boy, trying to understand his actions. Many eyes, looks like our training date with him is cancelled. The disheartened voice of her minim made the swordswoman nod, and she headed back to her room in the same manner. Important note. This concludes the first part. If you feel incomplete, you can continue with the second part. I only included these 3 reactions because they will be the most relevant in this arc. The other 13 will not have their debut yet. Part 2. A day had passed since the complete elimination of a family and their own god, all at the hands of a single person, becoming the talk of the entire city. And with everyone waiting for the sentence that the boy would receive in 3 days, where he would be tried for having murdered a god and more than 100 adventurers. Congratulations on leveling up, Belle, Freya said to the boy in front of her. They were sharing breakfast in the beautiful goddess's room at Belle's request, something that had taken Freya by surprise. He even updated his status, granting him the boost to level 4 and with very peculiar abilities. Thank you, Freya, Belle said calmly as he devoured his breakfast. When he finally finished his meal, he spoke. I want to announce my departure from the family. The sound of the cutlery falling to the floor echoed through the large room, with Freya completely stunned by the words. He thought he had misheard, but Belle confirmed it again. I want to leave your family, Freya. The goddess's world was crumbling. W.A. All she could do was ask, with a lump in her throat threatening to break her beautiful voice. Do you remember the Minotaur accident where I leveled up after defeating it? Freya nodded, fearful of what Belle was going to say. Why didn't you ever tell me that you planned it? The silver eyes widened. Her pupils were jumping rapidly, not understanding how Belle found out about it. How do I know? Well, that doesn't really matter, so please answer my question. Why didn't you ever tell me that you planned it? Finding it impossible to understand how Belle had discovered this, Freya mentally stumbled. No one other than the family executives were supposed to know about it, and it was impossible for Belle to have detected Otter while he was fighting the Minotaur. And it was true, Belle could not have detected it, but Alvis, who was then a great sage, did. Freya, please answer. Belle's call brought her back to reality, causing her to lock eyes with the white-haired boy. The ruby and the silver met. It was because of you, she finally spoke, causing Belle to raise an eyebrow at such a response. You said you wanted to be strong, so I wanted to help you, and I didn't see the need to tell you. I knew you'd react in a way that wasn't very nice to me. Belle stared at her for a few seconds, seconds that felt like an eternity to Freya. His heart was pounding wildly. I see, so that was it. The goddess assumed there would be no problem. After all, she hadn't caused any major damage, but I forgot something. And that's why an innocent man lost his life, Belle added, making Freya remember the servant of Hermes who died at the hands of that monster. Her body froze, speechless. She had a very bad feeling about this. It was my fault then, but that doesn't change the fact that I want to leave your family, Belle finished as he got up from his seat to leave, but of course he was arrested. Wait, exclaimed Freya as she held his hand. She had gotten up from the table and approached Belle so as not to let him go. She knew that once the boy crossed the threshold, there would be no turning back. I had no proof, but I also had no doubts. Please don't go. I want you to stay in my family, she said as she moved completely closer to Belle, looking directly into his eyes. The emotions swirling within the beautiful goddess were complicated. She didn't know whether to feel sadness, guilt, or worry. Her voice, now cracking at the possibility of Belle leaving, did nothing to improve her situation, sending the sophisticated goddess flying and bringing in the insecure and clumsy Freya. Freya, please let me go. I don't blame you for that accident. After all, you said you did it for me, so it was my fault. But even though I don't blame you, I still don't get along with it. Human life isn't something you can play with. Even if you are gods, you don't have that right. Suddenly, without warning, Belle unleashed a torrent of words on the poor goddess, who could barely understand them due to her poor condition. Having the thought of Belle leaving in her mind prevented her from concentrating. If it weren't for that, I would have understood that Belle was reproaching himself for having been proud of that incredible death battle with his rival, a battle that in the end turned out to be planned. And to top it all off, an innocent person had died. All this time he was boasting about a staged battle that caused the death of someone who had nothing to do with it. It was the worst thing for Belle. He didn't blame Freya at all, but he didn't get along with her either. In the end, it was all due to his weakness. A weakness that still haunted him. No, I don't want to. I won't let you go. No way. I don't care if you blame me. I won't let you go because of the loss of a single life.
What?
Desperately exclaiming the words that came to mind, the nervous goddess finally said some that made Belle's tranquility disappear. Only one life, you say? Do you gods see us merely as pieces on a chessboard? Clearly annoyed by his goddess's words, the boy asked, bringing to mind the god Apollo who had ordered his beloved killed for the mere whim of having him in his family. The gods are truly cruel. His thought was imminent, although it wasn't directed at everyone in general. It arrived. What right do you have to say that, Belle? Yesterday you wiped out 100 adventurers and their own god. I can't believe that a life lost long ago would make you act this way. And Freya wanted to counterattack, not knowing that her words would upset Belle even more. Are you comparing the life of an innocent person with that of such filth? I really don't know what to think, Freya, but I'm leaving. I don't want to argue with you. He carefully moved Freya's arms away, making sure not to hurt her, and headed towards the exit, taking the door handle to open it. You're too kind and selfish, Belle. And that shout came from the silver-haired girl with tears in her eyes as she watched Belle leave. Her heart ached painfully as she watched her Ord walk away from her. So much so that she was on the verge of despair. She didn't know what to do or what to say. She could only complain about the unjust heart of her beloved.
Kind and selfish, yes, I am.
Belle stopped and turned to look at Freya, staring at her intently. I'm sure people want me to change, but there's nothing wrong with me. I'm empathetic and positive. I'm a good person who helps others and wants those people to help others. Small tears threatened to spill from her ruby eyes. Freya was the only goddess who took him in, whether it was due to mere whims, interests, or something else. That did not change the fact that she gave him a place to stay and the opportunity to grow stronger. Without her, many things would have been different, for better or for worse. And yet, why wasn't she understanding her own heart? Was it too selfish to ask for the understanding of his goddess? Perhaps, the one who understood his desire, perhaps, I didn't know it and maybe I'll never know, but Cranel was exploding. That's just how I am, sorry, but understand. It's bucking great to be like this. I'm sorry to swear, but it's bucking okay to be like this. The goddess opened her eyes in shock. Belle was opening his heart, but not in the way he had hoped. Go to hell if my stupid kindness bothers you so much. Freya's eyes, filled with tears, widened at this last thought, not understanding anything that was happening. If he had done so, he would have detected the suffering ingrained in Belle's voice, who was suffering because of his immense kindness. That kindness which at the same time was a double-edged sword, hurting its bearer with the impotence that often attacked him. An example, Axella, you spent so much time saying you wanted to be pure. But purity is found in the soul, not in something as simple as the body. Why don't you understand? You gods are supposed to know everything and have everything, and yet, why? Why are they so ignorant and blind? His grandfather hadn't told him anything about this, and part of Belle wanted to punch him for only talking about heroes and harems. But he knew it was something he would have to discover, little by little, but he would. I know my actions can be counterproductive, but my conviction remains the same. I want to be a hero who saves people, but I will be one in my own way and I will save them in my own way. Claiming a modified conviction, the boy stepped back far enough and took a breath to finish. The reason for my departure is because you do not value human life. Until then, I will move with Axella to Apollo's mansion. I will have to do renovations, but a prize is a prize. I will not despise it. Freya wanted to take a step, but Belle stopped her by raising his hand, asking her not to come any closer. I know what you have done long before I came to your family, plots or banishments among many other things, such as taking something important from another, all for your own good or fun. That is what I do not approve of you, Freya, and I never will. Wanting to give his goddess one last push, he continued. I won't judge you, nor will I blame you, but I don't approve of it either. I know I might sound arrogant speaking to you this way, but the affection I feel for you, if I can even call it that, compels me to want to help you, and this is the only way. Returning to the feelings he was experiencing towards Freya, the boy mentally pleaded with her to understand his message. It was not his desire to harm her, but neither would he make it easy for her. I'm not asking you to change who you are, I'm asking you to change the way you do things. Self-esteem is important, in fact, it is the first step to being happy. But without an accompanying understanding, it is nothing more than an ornament, just like life and death, each gives meaning to the other. He bowed in respect and farewell to Freya, wanting to leave at once but unable to. Belle was still Belle, no matter how tough and docile he tried to act, it wouldn't always come out perfect, even with his incredible acting skills. I don't know if you noticed, but I've only been with your family for 3 months, it's impossible for you to convert. Even so, I'm leaving the headquarters. I'll wait until a year has passed before changing families. With that said, he left the silent Freya in her room. Unless you make me change my mind, it's your decision, Freya. She left the room and closed the door, not turning to look at the goddess and not saying her last thought. And Freya, I didn't know how to react. She could cry, scream, or go crazy. She could have been dying in a complete state of depression, but none of that was happening, strange for the goddess herself. Belle. More than stopping him or wanting him to, I wished he would come back and stay, very similar but completely different things. W.I.
Why can't I scream? Why can't I get up and stop you? Why can't I stop you from doing what you want to do? Why can't I make you mine?
With countless questions rising from within, she fell onto her knees on the floor of the room, bringing her hands to her chest and without taking her eyes off the door. Hoping no, wishing it would reopen with Belle saying it was a joke. What nonsense am I thinking? That was completely true. I didn't detect any lie in his words. He had even briefly forgotten about the fact that he couldn't lie to a god. That's how tangled his mind was. More than loneliness, it was an emptiness. A void that she had to fill, and this time in a different way. Although it would take him some time to realize it, after all, the first part of these cases is denial, and it was about to make its presence felt. Seconds, minutes, hours passed while Freya gazed longingly at the door. The belated feelings had arrived, striking hard into the poor, tormented heart of the goddess. She had already undergone a major transformation not too long ago, acting like a love-struck schoolgirl and now like a rejected one. Raising her hand, trying to reach someone who was no longer with her, her tears began to flow again. Born with fierceness and force, choking her breath and bringing contractions to her chest.
Your gift, Belle.
Remembering the new gift for which she had even bowed before Hephaestus, her voice was gathering strength, preparing to be released and exclaim in pain. Comes back.
Please come back. Come back, I need you.
So come back, comes back, Belle's back. Night fell with the screams of the goddess adorning the atmosphere of the headquarters, bringing pain to her children who heard her. Even Otter faltered slightly, having the idea of going after Belle by force but immediately dismissing it upon remembering his goddess's wish. Your wish is my command, Freya-sama. He continued to stand guard outside Freya's room, painfully listening to her crying.
Important notes.
No, I didn't write it on the fly or it was a last-minute idea. This was planned by Alvis, so blame her, not me. XD. Why am I doing this? Simple, I want the original Freya, the one from her mythology, just as they tell her. Amari-sensei changed his character too much and I understand that perfectly, but here we will remodel him based on emotional pain. And no, it won't change overnight, it will be almost a year before he can reconcile with Belle. That's all. If you feel capable of continuing to read the third part, you can continue. Part 3. Axella was happily humming as she took Belle's arm and pressed her huge breasts against it, causing the white-haired boy to blush deeply. Needless to say, he did it with that intention. He liked seeing Belle blush and flustered, but back to the couple in love. They were walking towards their new home, the reason for Axella's enormous excitement because she was finally going to live alone with Belle as if they were a newlywed couple. That excited her a lot and one that would be shattered in a few minutes. Suddenly, Belle took charge of leading the walk, filling the beautiful girl with curiosity and causing her to ask questions. Belle, where are we going? This isn't the way to the mansion, she said, looking at her sweetheart and resisting the urge to kiss him. She was desperate to such an extent that she might even steal the kiss if she didn't control herself properly. It had been almost 3 months since she confessed her feelings to Belle in her hometown and they hadn't even kissed. This obviously annoyed Axella. She wanted to kiss him, but she didn't want to seem needy by asking for it, so she was waiting. Her date wasn't far off, so she would be patient. She had a feeling that Belle would officially ask her to be his girlfriend that day. To Wealth headquarters was the simple reply from the blushing boy, pulling Axella from her thoughts. Having his beloved dark-haired girl's breasts still made him nervous. They were too soft and adapted to his arm, trapping him between them. Oh, with the blacksmith. Is there something you need to tell him? He finally understood. This path seemed familiar to him because of the time he went to look for Wealth after a kidnapped Belle car crashed. This reminded him of Belle's kidnapping, although now was not the time. He would ask once they were in their new home. I'll tell her to move in with us, Belle replied, still walking but stopping when Axella did. He observed the girl's disappointed face and a little fearfully asked, Axellason, is something wrong? The young woman took a few seconds to recover from her defeat and shook her head, resuming her walk alongside Belle. That damned blacksmith. But obviously he couldn't hide his annoyance, cursing poor Wealth, who at that very moment felt a chill run down his spine. They walked for several more minutes until they reached Wealth's headquarters, an abandoned church in terrible condition. They went down the stairs to the basement and knocked on the door, which looked like it could easily fall off with a light kick. They didn't have to wait long when a beautiful black-haired goddess attended to them, happy to see Belle but sweating with fear when she saw Axella, and even more so with the expression of terror she showed. Hello guys, what brings you here? He asked nervously, nimbly ignoring the annoying Axella. Belle couldn't tell, but Phobos was a goddess and more importantly, a woman. It was obvious that he would notice the girl's poor condition, and remembering the first time he met her, he knew that something bad was going to happen to Welf. Good day, Phobos-sama, I have come to speak with you and Welf, Belle replied, pulling the goddess from her thoughts and making her nod. He let them in and they saw Welf cooking. 3 rabbits explained later. That's a good offer, Belle, but I don't know if I should accept it, commented a no-informed Welf. Belle had told them about living with him and Axella in the mansion he got from that idiot Apollo. Huh, why do you say that? Asked a confused Belle. I think I'd feel bad taking advantage of your kindness, wouldn't I, Phobos? The redhead replied. The aforementioned goddess nodded quickly. And well, they actually wanted to accept the boy's offer and help, but the look Axella was giving them wouldn't allow them to accept. And Belle, unaware of Axella's silent anger, was filled with doubts that Alvis would help him resolve. Master Belle, look at Axella-sama. Alvis's strange instruction made him hesitate a little, but in the end he obeyed and turned to look at Axella, who was sitting next to him. The dark-haired woman, noticing this, changed her icy expression to one of pure kindness adorned with a beautiful smile, making Belle blush a little and causing the blacksmith and the goddess to sigh in relief. Belle, still not understanding anything, turned his gaze to Welf and Phobos, causing Axella's kind expression to vanish and be replaced by one that instilled terror in her targets. In this case, to Welf and Phobos. I am the goddess of horror. How is it possible that this girl is making me almost faint from fear? It was Phobos's naive thought, still trembling slightly at the imposing and murderous sight of the girl. Please, I insist, the house is too big for me and Axelas, and having you two here would be a great relief. Belle's voice rang out again, making Welf and Phobos look puzzled. And after a few minutes that seemed like an eternity to Welf and his goddess, they finally decided, although it was the suicidal Welf who spoke. Okay, we accept your help, Belle. Thank you so much for being so kind to us, he said, bowing his head slightly. Belle smiled at that, as did Axella, but unlike her beloved smile, Axella's did not reach his eyes. That was obviously noticed by Phobos. He could only pray that nothing bad would happen to them. Then let's go to our new home, Belle said again animatedly, making the others nod in agreement. Everyone got up and collected what Welf and Phobos would use after that they left for the mansion. Wow, it's huge. The comment came from Phobos, who was observing the entire structure of his new residence. She certainly hadn't expected to move so unexpectedly, but she didn't dislike it. She was just now choosing her room, picking one that was close to the entrance so she wouldn't have to travel long distances when receiving guests. That's very clever, if you ask me. Axella was changing all the sheets in the master bedroom. She didn't want to sleep on the ones that idiot Apollo used. She also noticed that it was too big, although it didn't bother her since from now on it would be Belle's and her room. We'll have to do some renovations, like tearing down all those statues, building a forge for you, and some oriental-style baths would be nice too. It's the only thing Axelassin likes about her homeland. The talk was coming from Belle, seeing what would have to be remodeled, changed, and thrown away along with Welf. We also have to throw away everyone else's belongings. That will take us a few days, Welf added to his friend's words. They checked what other changes they would make and came to an agreement. We'll have to hire the Goibniu family. If you want, I'll take care of that while you get rid of those disturbing statues, Welf suggested, receiving a nod from Belle. They got to work, with Welf going to the headquarters of the Goibniu family and Belle incinerating the statues of Apollo with his black fire. It wasn't long before he saw his beautiful girl walking towards him. Belle, I've already removed all the linings from our room, now I'll go buy some new ones. Belle, still busy with his work of incinerating the statues, nodded. Don't you want me to come with you? He asked hesitantly, since he was rarely forced to go with her, although he didn't dislike it. No, you're busy. Besides, I have some people to thank, he replied with a smile as he approached and planted a kiss on Belle's cheek. That took the white-haired man by surprise, causing him to change color. See you tonight. I also need to buy ingredients for dinner, she added as she left. I suppose I'll take advantage of this oversight on their part to make my move, Belle thought. There was something his grandfather had told him was necessary to have a harem, and he knew that with Axella present it was almost impossible to obtain it. With Axella, she didn't know why, but she had a bad feeling the moment she left the mansion, as if something bad was going to happen because she had left Belle alone. I must be imagining things, she concluded, blaming the paranoia that had consumed her moments before. I was heading to a particular branch, wanting to take care of that pending matter before going to buy new sheets and supplies. That's right, I need a new suit of armor. He suddenly thought, remembering that the previous one, which wasn't armor per se, no longer existed. That added another item to his list, giving Belle more time to accomplish his plan. Minutes passed and she found herself in front of the door of her destination, knocking lightly and being attended to moments later. The one who opened the door was a girl with oriental features, black hair tied in a ponytail and amethyst-colored eyes. Mikoto, It must be said that she paled when she saw Axella's face and almost fainted from the sudden fright, not because Axella was ugly, not at all. It was because of the great fear he had of her. "Good afternoon, I need to speak with you and your god, may I come in?" He greeted politely and asked. She received no immediate response as Mikoto's face was still free of blood, but she later nodded with difficulty. And once he took her to the living room and called everyone else, this situation arose. All of Take's children and Take himself were sitting in front of Axella, all of them completely tense. "I've come to express my gratitude." Axella was the one who broke the awkward silence. Although it was uncomfortable for her, it was terrifying for everyone else. And of course, his words surprised everyone. "I will not apologize to you for what my clan did in the past and for what I did 7 years ago. I hope you understand that perfectly, nor will I apologize for the accident on the 17th floor. You brought that on yourselves," the dark-haired woman continued. She was speaking calmly, not in a bad mood or rudely. "My gratitude comes from having brought me back to the surface with you. Thanks to that, I was able to see the person I love again, and that is something I am truly grateful for, and I am sure I will not be able to thank you enough. Thank you for that." The shocked faces increased when, after her words, the girl bowed respectfully to everyone, implying that she was not joking. She was truly grateful to them for allowing her to see Belle again. No one answered, not even Take. Although Axella wasn't interested in that, she just wanted to offer her gratitude, and with that done, there was nothing more to do here. He got up and went towards the exit of the house, leaving the still incredulous adventurers in the living room. This had certainly been something unexpected for them, so it was necessary for them to properly assimilate it. Time skip. "Okay, the sheets will be sent to the mansion and I already have the ingredients for dinner. Now all I need is my new armor." Having spent a few hours since her visit to the Take Mikazuchi family, Axella found herself in front of her new destination. She had already placed her order for sheets, which would be delivered to her home, and she was carrying the ingredients for dinner with her. And right now he was in the workshop of a very well-known Herrera. "So you want armor? Fine, done. Tell me the design and your measurements." The response was quick, wanting to know the style and measurements. He was very surprised to hear the measures, and then smiled shamelessly. "You beat me in the butt department, but you're just as big in the chest department," he exclaimed, laughing as he sketched the armor. Axella said nothing inside. This woman's personality was rather peculiar. "It's a little strange that you're asking me for armor that's lighter than the light ones and doesn't show any skin," the woman spoke again. Axella sighed again, but this time she did answer. "Armor protects you, but in return it hinders your movement. So I prefer something more like clothing and durable. That's why I brought you that item I took from my blacksmith friend in Belle." He gave his explanation while observing the design of his armor. "And as for covering all my skin, it's a personal matter. Only the person I love can see my body," she finished, blushing slightly at the memory of Belle. Herrera saw that and smiled. It was explanation enough for her, although something surprised him. "You say you took this Goliath hide from a blacksmith. If that's the case, why not ask him to make the armor for you?" she asked, full of doubt, although she also wanted to confirm something. "Didn't you hear what I said? My body is for the person I love. I wouldn't give my measurements to that red-haired blacksmith," was her simple reply. "I knew it, you know, Welfie," exclaimed Herrera as she placed the finished design on the table. Axella raised an eyebrow at that and waited for the woman to speak. "Tell that idiot that I Tsubaki, send him my regards and that he's already given up on winning over Hephaestus-sama. Oh, and this would be the design of your armor. Do you like it?" The one now identified as Tsubaki passed him the sheet with the sketch of a costume, with Axella taking it and ignoring the part about a Welf in love with a goddess. "Note, this design works exactly as is, just change the brown color to black, and the pink background with flowers to aquamarine like a lake with floating green eyes. Get creative." "I like it," was his reply. Tsubaki nodded and took the sheet back, ready to start placing her new order. "Okay, it'll be ready in 1 week," he said to Axella. The girl nodded and left, noticing that it was already night and realizing that she had spent more time with this Tsubaki girl than she had thought. "That's right, I should pass on the greeting," he remembered as he walked and observed the beautiful, dark, starry sky. But what about the blacksmith who fell in love with the goddess Hephaestus? He wondered internally, realizing that Tsubaki had accidentally betrayed poor Welf, although he downplayed it and continued walking towards the mansion. And 1 block away, he saw a beautiful girl come out carrying a huge stack of papers. Maybe documents, but Axella didn't care about that. Light blue hair and glasses were what he saw, and with annoyance he continued until he was inside the mansion. Once inside, he saw Belle, Welf, and Phobos in the enormous living room talking quietly amongst themselves. Belle, the scream of the annoying black-haired woman made Phobos and his assistant tremble, also causing Belle to scream in fright. "Axellasin W, what's wrong?" he asked, sounding both fearful and nervous. Axella left the ingredients she bought on the floor. "Don't play innocent, you cheating rabbit. Who's that girl who just came out? Are you already cheating on me without even being boyfriend and girlfriend? Can't I leave you alone for a single day because you're already with another woman?" And she dropped a barrage of words and questions on poor Belle, who could only pale at his girl's paranoia. W8 Axelassen, don't jump to conclusions. He replied, taking a few steps back and trying to get away from the angry Axela. She stopped and waited for an explanation, receiving it immediately. 3 rabbits died of fright later. So she came to gather information for your trial that explains the papers she was carrying, she muttered to herself. Now she understood she had been just a little hasty. She nervously looked at the white-haired man and smiled foolishly and tenderly. Belle sighed at that, as did the redhead and his goddess. Finally, she apologized to Belle while hugging him and rubbing her breasts in the boy's face, only to be immediately forgiven by a blushing rabbit. After his apology, they made dinner and enjoyed it in the dining room while talking about trivial things. And yes, with Axela wanting to feed Belle, but this time not succeeding due to the presence of Welf and Phobos. In short, Belle was embarrassed. Everything continued normally until they finished, washed the dishes, and said goodbye. Although, "Hey blacksmith, Tsubaki sends her regards and said something about your surrender in conquering the goddess Hephaestus," Axela said. He passed on the message he was entrusted with before everyone went to their rooms, and yes, with Phobos present. Welf paled as he turned his gaze to Phobos, who had an expression of terror on her face, although it was mixed with surprise and sadness. But the horror one definitely won. Welf. His murmur reached the ears of the aforementioned, causing him to tense up and step back a little. But it was in vain. Phobos approached him and grabbed him by the neck to drag him to his room. Welf's cries for help from his faithful friend did not reach him, as he was paralyzed by Axela's gaze. Tonight would be a very long night for the blacksmith. "I think you were wrong to say that, Axelassen," Belle scolded the black-haired girl who was walking with him towards his room. The aforementioned woman looked away due to guilt. "It was an accident," he replied quietly. "You told me a long time ago that accidents don't exist, Axelassen," Belle scolded again. Axela winced at that, having her own words used against her really hurt. She tried to hide it to avoid further scolding, but it didn't work. In the end, Belle told her to apologize tomorrow, which she agreed to. It wasn't for nothing, but Belle being firm with her at certain times filled her with emotion. Finally, they walked further until they reached the main room, opening the door so they could rest. Belle walked by calmly, but Axela did not, carefully observing the bed where from now on she would sleep with Belle. The white-haired man noticed that and tried to hide it a little. "Let's go to sleep, Axelassen." His call made the girl look at him, but with great confusion in her eyes. "Belle, why is the bed so big it can fit 15 people? Finally, she asked, seeing the exaggerated size of the bed, which obviously wasn't like that when she removed the sheets in the morning. She didn't know it, but while she was busy all day, Belle had focused the renovations on the master bedroom. Of course, it was the Goibniu family, making a huge bed frame and joining several mattresses into one. All at the behest of the white-haired man who wanted a bed for his harem, definitely advice from his grandfather. "Well, it's so we have more space, that way we can both sleep more comfortably," Belle replied, trying to hide the truth. Axela looked at him for a few seconds. "I'll hug you anyway," she finally said, downplaying the matter and heading towards the bathtub. Belle sighed in complete relief. His plan had been a success. Now he would just have to wait for Axela to take a bath to do the same and then go to sleep. 3 successful rabbits later. Once they had bathed, they prepared for sleep. Belle was already in his pajamas and lying on his new, enormous bed. Now that he had her, all he had to do was convince Axela to let him have a harem. Staring at the ceiling of the room while thinking about how complicated that would be, he turned his gaze to the right. There he saw his beloved in skin-colored pajamas, her beautiful black hair falling like a waterfall down her back and her crystalline, water-green eyes looking at him. The pajamas consisted of a loose-fitting button-down nightgown that still failed to completely conceal her well-proportioned chest. And what caught Belle's attention most were the short, baggy shorts she was wearing, covering nothing of her long, slender legs nor her well-defined and proportionate thighs. The sight was sensual and tender. Note, similar but with Axela's measurements and its shorts instead of pants. How do I look?" the blushing girl asked, seeing the fixed gaze her beloved was giving her. Belle swallowed hard as his blush deepened. Very well, you look beautiful," she replied sincerely. It didn't matter that it was pajamas. Axela's toned and sculpted body along with her beautiful face made her look simply beautiful. Belle couldn't take his eyes off Axela's beautiful and enchanting legs. The girl smiled victoriously as she noticed she had caught Belle's eye, celebrating her victory and heading towards the bed. He climbed on and had to crawl repeatedly to reach the center of the enormous mattress, where Belle was. Once he arrived, he rushed towards the albino and surrounded him in a strong and comfortable hug. "We almost look like husband and wife," she whispered as she wrapped her legs around Belle's and her arms around his torso. The blushing boy could only blush more at Axela's comment, but she nodded, causing a lovely smile to appear on the young woman's face. A few more minutes while they were lying down with Axela resting her head on Belle's chest, the first one remembered. He always forgot due to mere coincidences, but now he wouldn't let it go. "Hey Belle, tell me about the days you were kidnapped and who did it," he demanded, still with his head on Belle's chest. And thanks to that, he could feel his Belle's heart rate accelerate. She frowned in annoyance and tightened the hug, pressing her breasts even more against Belle's body. "Tell me everything." Her tone of voice left no room for refusals, making Belle sweat. Seeing that her still-knit partner didn't respond, she stopped hugging him and climbed astride Belle's waist. She saw him directly as she blocked Belle's movements with her hands, causing him to become alert and raise his arms in an attempt to stop her. A feeling of softness invaded Belle's hands, trapping them in a comfortable sensation of unconscious levitation. It was the sound he could make in dismay. Then he saw Axella's flushed, very flushed face looking at him with shame in her eyes. Gee ha. The young woman tried to force silence over her almost inaudible moan, then sighed sensually when she succeeded. Yes, Belle had touched Axella's breasts for the first time, and he still had his hands on them. When she realized what she was doing, she quickly removed her hands and Axella, now free, got off her waist, putting some distance between herself and Belle. Since it was such a large bed, that wasn't a problem at all. 2 meters separated them as Axella unconsciously covered her breast with her arms and looked with an intense blush at Belle, who had his eyes on his hands. An awkward silence fell over the large room until Belle spoke. "How can they be so heavy and soft?" Although the words weren't for the embarrassed girl, they were more like whispers to himself. "They even adapt to your hand when you push through your clothes." Describing the sensation he experienced, Belle kept looking at his lucky hands while paraphrasing incoherent nonsense. And Axella looked at him with a chibi expression adorned with blank eyes. He approached Belle without him noticing, as he was in his own world. "Even though I grabbed them, they surrounded me." Before he could finish his last sentence, he received a pinch on his right cheek, snapping him out of his reverie and bringing him pain. "Oh, why is that?" Turning his gaze to the young woman and asking, he found her face as red as a tomato as she pouted. "Stop talking about my breasts, it's embarrassing," she exclaimed, still blushing while lightly tapping Belle's chest in annoyance. Sorry, it just felt really good," she replied, blushing as she remembered the feeling. "To put it simply, it was like grabbing a cloud. Let's go to sleep," exclaimed the black-haired woman nervously as she tried to ignore Belle's comment complimenting her breasts. It made her happy, too happy, but the shame came in equal amounts. Belle nodded, not wanting to prolong the subject. He was also embarrassed. It was the first time he had touched Axella's chest. They lay down a good distance apart because of how recent it was and closed their eyes trying to fall asleep, although Belle felt the vibrations in the mattress. Sign that someone was moving. And it was Axella, slowly and gracefully approaching Belle until she eliminated any distance and hugged him while pressing her chest against Belle's back. He was lying on his side, so the position was spooning, although rarely inverted. Belle smiled comfortably as he felt the warmth emanating from his beloved's body, falling asleep faster due to the sensation it transmitted. "It'll let you touch them when we're dating." And the whispered words that Axella said in his ear brought him back to reality, eliminating any trace of sleep and drawing his gaze back. Axella, noticing this, hid her face and said goodnight, cutting off the topic of conversation and quickly falling asleep, leaving Belle with insomnia. "I have to ask her to be my girlfriend as soon as possible." Important notes. This concludes part 3. If you feel capable of continuing, go ahead XD. I like the part where Axella takes family but makes it very clear that she doesn't regret what happened on the 17th floor, 7 years ago or in ancient times. It's a good way to avoid being a hypocrite. Part 4. It's been 3 days since I accidentally touched Axelassen's chest, and just as I said, today is my day of reckoning. I will be judged for having murdered a god and all his dependents. Although I have a good lawyer, or so the god Hermes said, he was supposed to arrive today before the Gaincha family came to escort me. That's why I'm at the entrance of the mansion with Axelassen, Welf, and Fabal-sama, waiting for them to come for me. And we didn't have to wait too long when we saw 5 people walk through the gate. "Good morning, Belle Cranel. My name is Shakti Varma and I have come to take you to your judgment." A blue-haired adventurer with shoulder-length hair greeted me while introducing herself, also announcing her purpose for coming. "Shakti Varma, I think she's the captain of her family. Seriously, they sent a level 7 after me. I have no intention of running away, there's no need to be so cautious. Master Belle, not only her, the others are first class too." "You've got to be kidding me, God Uranus. Will I just have to obey your orders, nothing can go wrong." "Good morning, Miss Shakti, I'm in your hands." I returned the greeting politely, to which Miss Shakti nodded and looked at a young woman behind her. The girl with short gray hair nodded and handed him some handcuffs. "Damn, those are anti-state handcuffs, right? How dangerous do they think I am? I'm just a guy who wants to become a hero and have a harem. There's nothing dangerous about that." "Please extend your hands, we will take you to the guild, but it is necessary to restrain your power." Miss Shakti's words pulled me out of my world, and I was about to agree with her when an immense thirst for blood became present throughout the place. I robotically turned my neck back, looking at Axelassen with her empty expression and murderous eyes. Oh no, she got angry. "Hey, why are they handcuffing him? Are they treating my Belle like a criminal?" I figured as much, that's it. "I don't like the idea either, but there's nothing that can be done. Therefore, I have to do something. Everyone who came for me stood on guard and stiffened. From their confused faces, I suppose Axelassin already used her ability on them. I know, it's never understood the first time, it's normal. Just as I was about to speak to calm Axelassin down, the sound of the gate being opened reached my ears, bringing my gaze there and seeing Hermesama with Asphissin. Wait, he shouted, drawing everyone's attention, even making Axelassin turn her gaze towards him. Axelasama, please let me, Cranel's lawyer, handle this. And as soon as he arrived at our side, he knelt before Axelassin as a sign of respect, even calling her Axelasama. According to Hermesama, she reminds him of a Yandir goddess who is no longer in the city, hence the respect he shows to Axelassin. Let's just say he's another Welf, but this time he's a god. Axelassin looked at him for a few seconds and nodded, accepting Hermesama's proposal and returning to the side of the fearful Welf and the fainted Fabosama. I think it was too much pressure for her. Shaktachin, please let's not resort to rough treatment. My client will not offer any resistance when brought before the court. And Hermesama, having obtained his permission, stood up and faced Miss Shakti, explaining my position and asking for better treatment. A few minutes passed as I watched and listened to their exchange until Miss Shakti nodded. Okay, we won't be using anti-state handcuffs. Although we'll be on alert, if he makes a suspicious move, we'll restrain him. That definitely sent a chill down my spine. They're 5 first-class adventurers, I couldn't even handle one. No problem. Well, Belle, let's go win this battle. Hermesama agreed and looked at me, saying those words. Of course, his always fearless smile was present. As I nodded, I commented on what I thought when I saw him arrive at the mansion. Hermesama, that suit looks very good on you. Yes, right now he's wearing a full suit. Black trousers and black polished toe shoes, a long-sleeve shirt tucked in underneath, a leather belt adorning his waist, a well-fitted red tie, and a beautiful black tuxedo. His signature feathered hat was gone, revealing his neatly styled golden hair. He also has a black briefcase with him. I suppose that's where the evidence for my trial is. Simply put, he's dressed very nicely and elegantly. It has to be something that represents the lawyers, and I didn't expect it to be him. Thanks, Belle. For important events, you always have to look presentable. He thanked me and added to his words, and for some reason I think it was a hint to me that I was wearing my black shirt, black pants, and my adventure boots. Haha, if only I had known that before. That was all I could manage to say as we left the mansion. Of course, I said goodbye to Axelassin and Welf, who was trying to wake up the unconscious Fabosama. Thus, I left accompanied by Hermesama, Asphissin, and my escorts. The tour ended, and Shakti, along with the other 4 executives from her family, left Belle in the courtroom, with the boy being watched by a small crowd of guests, most of them reporters. The reporters would have their say after Belle's sentence is handed down, whether good or bad. And to embellish the trial, everything will be broadcast through mirrors of Arcanum at Hermes' request. The reason? To clean up Belle's reputation. Both God and human were waiting for their rival and the judge, the latter being a fat elf named Royman. They didn't have to wait too long when the judge arrived, a blonde-haired, white-skinned god with scarlet eyes. He fell, it's him, was Belle's quick thought upon seeing him. Hermes, beside him, smiled as he looked at the god with whom he would duel. Let the trial begin. The solemn voice of the god Uranos resounded through the room. He himself was not present since he could not leave the prayer chamber, but that did not prevent him from listening and mediating the case. With that, the discussions and appeals began, with the defending and accusing god engaging in a great oral battle. And of course, the divine mirrors were already everywhere in the city: bars, homes, restaurants, stalls, squares, family headquarters, and the guild itself. A high elf didn't miss the broadcast. A certain waitress from a certain bar asked for the day off so she could do the same at a certain orphanage. A dejected goddess watched the reflection of her beloved in the mirror in her room. She hadn't left since Belle left. An oriental woman listened to the dialogues for and against from her headquarters with her friends, an elf, a human, and a hobbit. Axella, the blacksmith, and the goddess were doing the same thing, only from the mansion. And Ina, she was watching and listening to everything live, being present at Belle's trial and not taking her eyes off him for a single second. The city would hear the prospect of a future hero. My trial had begun, the transmission of this same trial also began, and Hermesama began his battle against the god. The same god who fell into my trap, the god Rudra. I didn't rush into announcing that I would go after all the gods associated with Evelys at the end of the war game, of course not. I did it to see the reactions. Anyone who acted against me would be suspicious, and my trial only served to improve the bait. Type a hook and it's jigging. And well, so far he has shown that he wants my death as a sentence. That makes my suspicion more than clear. I can't believe that one of the 13 is allied with that organization, but now that I know, it all makes sense. The rumored and famous Dark Triad doesn't sound so crazy now, so I'll assume that his family is one of that group. And with that said, there must be 2 other families among the 13 belonging to the Dark Triad. I'll have to get stronger. Among them are extremely strong first-class and S-rank adventurers. While I was thinking about all this, Hermesama was doing a splendid job as my lawyer. Although I don't quite understand the term, he's supposed to be my defender. I received each argument from the god Rudra and returned them with greater force, showing the evidence that was taken from the mansion that I obtained as a prize. Kidnappings, murders, grapes, robberies, etc. All that kind of evidence was collected 3 days ago, and most importantly, there were witnesses, in such an enormous way because they were all the residents of the city. That was the winning argument, with Hermes-sama pointing out Hyakintash's confession to everyone's ears. There was no way for that god to recover. Mr. Royman's final verdict was exoneration. In short, I was declared innocent. Now all that was left was the interview, and according to my amazing lawyer, that was the most complicated part. Why? Because he couldn't help me, I was alone in it. The god Hermes has abandoned me. Or something like that. Well, I hope everything goes well. Young Cranel, what do you have to say about the massacre you carried out 5 days ago? Why did you kill them? The question came from an enthusiastic young human woman with short black hair, perhaps in her first interview. Belle was already being targeted by reporters, receiving the first question and preparing to answer it. And of course, the interview was being broadcast just like the trial, with everyone watching and listening. Because they were bad people, was his simple answer. Although it was a reason, that was more than enough, at least that's what Belle thought. The young black-haired woman was not satisfied with just that and insisted with another question. And how did you know they were bad people? Perhaps it was her first time interviewing someone, but she wasn't doing too badly. Hermes recognized him as he listened to the exchange of words, waiting for a good response from Belle. All those who hurt others without hesitation are bad people. And he got it, with Belle responding immediately and firmly, denoting his confidence in his words. And the dark-haired girl, well, she continued to surprise Hermes. But everyone deserves a second chance, so why not give them one? Redemption is always an option. Such was an idealist, a young woman with the mindset that everything could be fixed with regrets, and well, whether she was an idealist or not, it was also a truth. Belle smiled at her question, a kind and regretful smile at the same time, because not long ago he had thought the same way as his interviewer. But that would not break his will. After all, it's Belle who has a skill called luck, not the girl. How do you know they haven't given her that opportunity yet? Belle replied with another question, making the young woman a little surprised. Seeing that, Belle finished. Yes, they may have even had a third one already, although that's just my guess, and so is yours when you think they haven't given her a second one yet. Silence reigned for a few seconds before being banished by the murmurs of the other people present. The young woman remained silent in the face of that truth, unable to counter-argue. Are those all the questions? You can ask any you like, I'll answer them all. And Belle gained confidence. He only had to respond with his beliefs and the truth behind his actions, which didn't bother him. At that point, a middle-aged man with brown hair spoke. Don't you feel any remorse for having killed a god? I mean, they're deities. The way you treated the god Apollo isn't well received by the citizens. On a moral note, this showed that compared to the previous young black-haired woman, he was a veteran, not worrying about the mental stability of their target and asking bluntly. But again, he doesn't have a skill called luck. Belle stared at the man for a few seconds, analyzing the question in order to answer. The gods themselves claim to have descended to the underworld out of boredom. In other words, they relinquished their divine rights. I'm not saying they don't deserve respect. No, I mean that by being in the Gekkai, they placed themselves on equal footing with us mortals. They abandoned their roles as transcendent beings and adapted to the ways of us mortals. I don't recognize as a god someone who plays with human lives as if they were disposable pawns, so with that said, they receive the same punishment as any mortal who would do that. That's my perspective as a human, and I believe it should be everyone's. Belle's response left the man speechless, attacking him with a long and eloquent dialogue. Being a veteran doesn't always guarantee victory, but this time someone else spoke. Excuse me, what do you mean by the word I think? Do you mean that you're unsure of your answer, embellishing it with a vague word? Wonderful move, Hermes thought upon hearing the man's question. Attacking the mindset, if it is weak, of your target is one of the best moves in interviews. But Belle was anything but weak-minded. Do you think it's better to say that everyone should share my ideals? I don't believe that. If it were, it would be no different from a dictatorship or tyranny, and that's something I couldn't do. Regarding the word I believe, you say it lacks firmness, but I believe quite the opposite. It's the firmest word I can think of. The mere fact that you don't see it for yourself doesn't mean I don't. Belief is the beginning of ideas, what gives them life. It is the certainty of our thoughts and the way we express our desires, but without demanding them. It's the most neutral word I know. The interviewer was silenced by Belle's response, surprising even those watching the transmission through the mirrors of Arcanum. And it was the whole city, after all. The Belle case was the topic everywhere. Hermes was on the verge of tears at such a response. The trick questions intended to overwhelm Belle continued until a young woman changed the subject to one that was more personal for the boy. Excuse me, he said, raising his hand and politely asking for permission to speak. Belle saw her and nodded, waiting for her question. Among the people of the city, there are those who call him the White Demon. Is that an insult or a compliment? The slightly unusual question surprised Belle, but then he gave a smile that made several women blush and answered. The young woman was the same one who had started the interview, wanting to gain more experience in her first case. An insult, of course, he began, making a complicated face. Being called a demon was something completely different from being called a hero, which is what Belle aspired to be. But slightly respectful, he finished his final answer, leaving a silence in the room, taking several interviewers and the audience itself by surprise. Do you mean you want respect from others? I thought you wanted everyone to fear you. Finally, the young woman herself came out of her bewilderment and asked. Belle smiled kindly at him. Well, miss, to answer that question, let me ask you one of my own. The enthusiastic newcomer nodded. Is it better to be feared or respected? And she didn't know what to answer. Belle noticed that and smiled as he asked another question. Well, is it too much to ask for both of you? Once again, the interviewers fell silent and the audience did the same. It is my wish as an aspiring hero to have both, as they express kindness and strength independently of each, of course. Belle spoke again, ignoring the reporter's state and bringing them back to reality with his words. Excuse me, are you saying that's your wish as an aspiring hero? Are you saying that after what you did, your wish is to be a hero? The question was asked politely, but the man's tone of voice made it clear that he was displeased. Yes, that's what I said, was the simple reply from the white-haired man. That made the man lose his mind. The interviewer felt it was too pretentious and shameless. He couldn't let it go. Killing over 100 people is not something a hero would do, he stated angrily while denying Belle's words. The man didn't know it, but right now in a certain mansion, a certain dark-haired woman was emanating an incredible murderous aura against him for having insulted her beloved. Perhaps today was his last day alive, and Belle remained calm. Well, to answer that, please let's do a simulation, he began, pointing at it. Imagine that you are a hero, someone who has saved countless people and killed an infinite number of monsters. The man nodded, wanting to know where all this was going. Well, now I've spent some time as a hero, saving people and killing monsters. He repeated his words, making the man smile as he thought he couldn't respond. But what will you do when someone you saved ends up killing someone else? Belle finished speaking, causing the man to almost choke on his own breath as he listened to them. Will you say it was your duty as a hero to save everyone, even if they weren't innocent? Belle did not allow him to counterattack. The 100 or so people I killed a few days ago were just that, people who would kill others at any moment, and among those others would be innocent people. Since he was already at it, he had to confirm his words. I'm not saying it, the evidence presented at my trial says it. The murders, rapes, robberies, and kidnappings committed by all the sons of Apollo. The man clenched his teeth, almost making them squeal. From my perspective, they were no better than monsters. The man was definitely speechless, but upon hearing the last part, he was able to respond. Are you saying that monsters are better than humans? That's unheard of, he exclaimed, losing his composure. Nobody would like to be compared to monsters, who are the antagonists of humanity in all races. Calm down, please, I can answer all your questions, but there's no need to shout, Belle said, gesturing with his hands to reassure the man. The others were the same, bewildered by such a comparison. Belle noticed that inside, he clearly misunderstood my answer, so I'll explain in detail. It took her a few seconds to organize her words and she spoke again. Monsters kill people by instinct. It is in their nature to murder us, being beasts devoid of conscience. But humans or other races don't. We know exactly what we're doing, whether it's killing or helping someone, and if it's the former, it's more dangerous. Someone who kills knowing they're killing is worse than a monster following its instincts. Evil is born from consciousness, that's what I mean. Upon hearing his response, the annoyed man calmed down, noticing that he had become agitated and remained silent. Many people overthought Belle's answer, more specifically the part about the monsters. Did he mean that if a monster showed signs of consciousness, he would help or save it? It was the thought of Uranos, Ganesha, a certain specter of the guild Shaktivarma, who was informed about the existence of peculiarities as well as the vice-captain of her family. Although they immediately dismissed that idea, nobody was good enough to become an idiot. But they didn't know that Belle was the complete opposite, because being good is not synonymous with being an idiot. Being good is a virtue that some idiots don't understand. But returning to the interview, one last question had been asked of Belle, and of course it was the cute newbie gaining more experience. So you fight for good people. What do you have to say to criminals? A simple question, but a basis for being able to generalize Belle's position. A simple question, but a good one to wrap things up with. Belle smiled at her again. She was the only one who asked to find out and not to cause harm like the others. And that's why she answered him happily. Yes, I fight for the people, the weak, the innocent, those who cannot protect themselves. When they ask for a savior, I will answer. That was his answer to the young woman's first question. What about the criminals who threaten them? They need to know that their actions have consequences, that Cranel will come after them. And this one on the second try, giving a fearless and confident smile, giving another warning and sentence to those who harm the innocent. His confident face, reflected in the mirrors of Arcanum, was the last thing seen when the transmission was cut off. People had heard the perspective of an aspiring hero. Important note. Well, this concludes part 4, and the next one is the last one, which is short, to be honest. I didn't plan to move on to a new chapter without first going through a political and legal process. I wanted to make it very clear that bad people will be purged. And well, Belle won't be taking another life for now, there's no need anymore. Who's the rookie reporter? Lol, I have no idea, looks suspiciously away. I left a few references in this part. I must say this chapter has been short on them since it's difficult to add them to serious topics. Anyway, that's all, part 5. Hermes-sama, thank you very much for your help, I am indebted to you. The gratitude came from Belle, who bowed to the god who was with him outside the guild. It's okay, Belle, just don't do anything so crazy again, hahaha. And Hermes didn't attach much importance to it. After all, he would do it even if he wasn't asked. All for the grandson of his great friend. Speaking of him, I need to go see him, thought the smiling god as he walked alongside Belle and Isfi. Haha, I'll do my best, was the white-haired man's reply. They were about to say goodbye because Belle had noticed the unwavering gaze Ina had given him during the trial and the interview, so he wanted to see her. Hey Belle, I'll be out of Arario for a few days, so try not to do anything crazy while I'm gone, okay? Hermes pulled Belle from his thoughts and the latter asked, Are you going on a trip? Yes, I need to talk to an old friend, maybe I'll introduce you to him one day, he's a harem lover just like you. Belle nodded in response to the latter. He knew he would get along well with someone who shared his desire, after all, he does it with those who don't. Okay, be careful. Sure, and if you need anything you can ask Asfishin, you can ask her for anything, even a C.I. Gyuha. Hermes was unable to finish his insinuation because of a blow he received from a blushing Isfi. She knew what her god was getting at. Please ignore that last part, Belson, but if you need help you can go to headquarters, I'll gladly help you, Isfi said while fixing Hermes' sentence. Belle saw that with a few drops of sweat and nodded. It was strange that Hermes wanted to offer his assistant to him on a silver platter, and he wouldn't complain, after all, Isfi was a beauty in his eyes. But something to keep in mind about harems is that you can't add women who aren't in love with you, and unfortunately for Belle, Isfi showed no romantic interest in him. Okay, I'm off then, see you in a few days, Belle. Hermes returned to his normal state after recovering from the blow and said goodbye. Belle simply swung his hand from left to right as he told her, have a good trip. Thus, God and human were lost in the distance, leaving a nervous Belle behind. It was time to go talk to the cute half-elf. You can do it, Belle. The boy gave himself a pep talk and then headed towards the adventurer's reception. 3 rabbits later, Belle was on all fours, comically crying while silently lamenting. The reason? Well, when he saw Ina behind the receiver, he quickly went over to her so they could talk. What he didn't realize was that Ina fled from him in complete chaos when she saw him, causing enormous pain in the chest of the poor white-haired man. While she was lamenting and imagining the worst, Misha, who saw everything that happened, facepalmed at her half-elf friend's reaction. Ina hadn't run away out of fear, no, it was because of nerves. She didn't know what face to make in front of Belle or what to say to him. It was normal, but Belle's heart still ached. I suppose I'll come back another day, he remarked as he stood up and began walking towards his home. Misha felt a little sorry for the boy's depressing aura and went to find her friend to teach her a lesson. After complaining to her for days that Belle didn't come to see her, she runs away when he finally comes. In short, the hypotenuse. It's already morning. Yesterday, after I momentarily recovered from my rejection by Ina, Axelassin made me her pillow for the night. I must admit it was sensational, as always. And now there's something to worry about, or maybe not. The guild fined me 500 million volleys, but luckily the Apollo family's savings covered the debt completely. I don't know what would have become of me if I hadn't asked for the riches of the god Apollo as a prize. I must thank you for that, Alvis. It's an honor to have been of help, Master Bell. Well, I have to go to jail anyway. It's been a while since I've been. It wouldn't hurt to save up some more money, though. Knock, knock, knock. There's a knock at the door. We're not expecting visitors, so who could it be? Go. As Axelassin was getting ready in the room and Welf was being scolded by Fabal-sama, I went to attend to the visitor. Speaking of Welf, I hope nothing bad happens to him. He's been getting scolded by Fabal-sama for several days now. Anyway, I got to the door and the first thing that crossed my sight was a beautiful silver hair. Then skin as clear and beautiful as porcelain, wearing white robes as if she were a saint. And the most beautiful thing, without a doubt, those light but intense purple eyes. Hello. Can I help you with something, miss? I stumbled at first because of the impression I had, but in the end I was able to ask to resolve my doubts. Since I definitely don't know her, maybe she'll come to see well for Fabal-sama or even Axelassin. No, what am I talking about? I don't think Axelassin would get along with anyone other than me, Mayach-sama, or any Asin. And instead of answering my question, the beautiful girl raised her hand, as delicate and beautiful as a doll, and with her palm open directed it towards my face. No, wait, towards my cheek. Are you going to hit me? Activating electric barrier, Master Bell. No, wait, you're going to hurt her. Cancel the defense. Slap. The burning sensation adorned my right cheek after receiving the slap from the beautiful girl. It was inevitable. If he hadn't canceled the magic, it could very well have burned his hand. But turning my gaze towards her with doubt in my eyes and my hand on my bruised and red cheek, I could only observe her completely dismayed. Now that I see her clearly, her almost expressionless face shows a slight annoyance. As if she were angry with the person in front of her, and in this case, that person is me. I don't mind. Suddenly, her lovely, melodious voice sounded as low as possible. I don't care if you had your reasons. And that low, delicate tone turned into an outburst, adorned by the expression full of fury and annoyance on her face. Using a cursed weapon on humans is despicable. You're the worst, heartless bastard. And those were her final words as her cheeks were invaded by lines of crystal-clear water, her tears. I understand now she must be a healer. I couldn't answer her, I just watched her as she looked at me with contempt in her eyes, showing her disgust towards me and my actions. It really hurts when a woman hits you and says you're the worst, but what could I expect after what I did? Although I don't regret it, I made that very clear yesterday in my interview. Master Bell, that girl's life is in danger. And suddenly, just like Alvis, I felt it too. An immense thirst for blood directed at the potential healer was unleashed, and I did not hesitate to draw one of my crimson daggers. Clank. The sound of metal clashing against metal reverberated in the mansion's entrance, leaving the silver-haired girl completely surprised. I had pointed my knife at her neck not to hurt her, but to protect her from the cut that Axelassin was about to make on her. Otherwise, the girl would be without her head right now. Axelassin, what do you think you're doing? My question was directed towards my future partner, who did not take his annoyed gaze off the face of the other young woman. Isn't it obvious? Behead her for hitting you. The instant she said that, I felt her exerting more force on her katana, wanting to push back my knife or maybe break it in half and with it the healer's neck. Alvis, activate lightning magic and use Svalin Freja to ward off Axelassin. Understood, Master Bell. Moments later, my knife was coated with a layer of rays to prevent it from being broken by Axelassin's katana, and a rubbered barrier was fired to her side to push her away. Sometimes she's very overprotective of me. Please calm down, let me handle this. When I asked, my beautiful girl clearly saw I was annoyed. Something tells me I'm going to be cold tonight. HMPH, if he touches you again, I'll make sure he regrets ever being born. Making a cute pout, she holstered her weapon and went into the mansion, leaving me alone with the still stunned healer. I sighed in relief and spoke to the almost murdered silver-haired woman. Sorry about that, she's a little protective of me. And about the cursed sword, I won't apologize for that. I made that perfectly clear yesterday. I apologized for Axelassin's attitude and made the other matter clear, waiting for a response from her. She didn't arrive, she just nodded and turned around before leaving. So I'd better go to the dungeon to clear my mind. Tomorrow is my appointment with Bell and my excitement keeps growing. I've waited so long for this day. I'm sure he'll ask me to be his girlfriend, and if he doesn't do it, I'll have to do it myself, although I don't think that will happen. Still, how dare that girl hit him? And even more so, Bell let her do it. As punishment, I will not hug him tonight. Although that would be a punishment for me. I'll have to think of someone else then. Yes, I can't afford to stop hugging him for even one night. Chapter 22, Sacrifice of the Demon King. May the hero save her. Once upon a time, in ancient times when the deities had not yet descended to the earthly plane, in a small forest in the far, far east, a man lived in peace and tranquility. It all started with that man, 7 years ago. Living initially in a city near the great Eastern Empire with his wife and 3 daughters, he moved away alone after finding them dead one day when he returned from his job as a guard. He never found out who the murderer was, but he did find out who was responsible for it. And of course, he was a loose end who would soon be caught. Swearing revenge upon his return, he escaped with difficulty and wounded from the city and went into a distant forest. I'll remember this. He was talking while running and clenching his teeth so tightly they were grinding. I'll remember this, you bastards. His anger and thirst for revenge grew with every hurried step he took. I will not die. Regaining his stride as he stumbled over the wounds on his body and the blood distorting his vision. No matter what they do, I will not die. Cried out fiercely and lost in hatred, he kept running, and I swear that. He pulled out an arrow that was embedded in his shoulder and groaned in pain before shouting his sentence. And I swear I will kill every single one of you. The oath was sworn while being shouted with a heartrending cry full of hatred, vengeance, and anger. The hatred was so intense that it captured the interest of a transcendental being who was dying of boredom. The demon smiled from the depths of hell. I didn't know how long he had been running until he fell inert to the ground without any strength left in his body. His untreated wounds were draining what little blood was circulating in his body, causing his vision to blur and his skin to pale with every passing second. And if there was one thing he was sure of, it was that he didn't have much time left to live. He was going to die without even having carried out his revenge. Frustration overwhelmed him because of that. With the sounds of insects and birds that abounded in the vast forest where he was, he tried to get up, only to fail in the attempt. As mentioned before, their forces had completely vanished. Every breath he took was important because in its own way it was a kind of countdown. a countdown that would mark his death, and so it should have happened were it not for a terrible change in the environment. The surroundings were clear, suggesting that night had not yet fallen over the vast sky, but that only made the situation stranger. From one second to the next, everything went dark, withered, and died. Black miasma rose from the ground, trees rotted as their leaves dried and fell, the flapping of birds and insects stopped, causing a rough, light sound as they hit the ground. This filled the man with doubt, plunging him into a state of total dismay and not knowing what to do. He was experiencing something supernatural, and although he was one step away from death, he was able to realize it. Wow, are you going to die already? That's kind of disappointing. And suddenly that monotonous but refined voice invaded his ears, wanting to lift his head but failing in the attempt. Tell me, human, is it your wish to die here like discarded trash? The man couldn't answer. He wanted to know who was speaking to him, but he couldn't look up. Oh, sorry, I guess it's my fault you can't see me. The stranger apologized while chuckling softly but without losing his composure, and right after his apology, the man was able to look up and see him. A nobleman's attire, deep black hair with red and gold streaks, eyes with blood-red pupils adorned with golden irises. Who are you? Finally he deigned to speak, puzzled by the strange appearance of the stranger. He didn't look Asian, no, he wasn't one at all, maybe a foreigner, but from which country? My identity doesn't matter, what matters here is you, so tell me. The stranger ignored her question and asked one of his own, but not before giving a brief introduction. The best thing you can do is always follow your greatest desire. What do you desire most? A malicious smile spread across his face and his eyes flashed dangerously, and although the man on the ground noticed it, he ignored it. I desire revenge. He screamed with his revitalized anger, distorting his dying face into one of pure hatred. At this, the stranger smiled. Fine, then I'll give you the power so you can carry out your revenge. Upon hearing such encouraging words, the man smiled with joy. He was no longer in a state to properly judge his emotions. After all, he was running out of blood. But on one condition. He didn't care about that. To get his revenge, he would even give up his own soul. The stranger, seeing him nod desperately, only widened his smile. The lives you take will belong to me. Once you die, your soul will also become mine, and your descendants will owe me a favor with no expiration date. The dying man nodded. Kyukuku, then receive my blood and take revenge, my son. With that said, the stranger extended his hand with a small sphere of blood towards the fallen man's mouth for him to drink. You will be the first to possess my blood, Margus Agara. The now identified Margus Agara didn't even get to ask how he knew his name because he fell unconscious. I hope you entertain me. Those were his last words before he disappeared into a dark mist, taking with him the gloomy atmosphere that settled with his arrival. The forest regained its usual vibrant green color, the birds and insects rose up and soared into the skies, the miasma dispersed into nothingness and the darkness vanished, leaving behind a reddish illumination. The sun was setting. The next day Margus Agara woke up with no trace of the wounds on his body. His night-black hair had even changed a little to obsidian, and his aquagreen eyes had a crystalline background with a jet-black iris adorning them. I feel better than ever. The power coursing through his body was noticed instantly, as if he were being guided by it. He clenched his fist tightly and slammed it against a nearby tree, splitting it in half on impact and barely feeling a slight burning sensation in his knuckles. With this strength, with this power, I will be able to take my revenge. She screamed with euphoria while laughing uncontrollably. His strength was extraordinary compared to humans or any other race. He even surpassed dwarves. Right now Margus stood above all the species. And with a grim, icy smile on his face, he headed towards his destination. What the documents would later recount was the greatest genocide suffered by the Eastern Empire at the hands of a single person. Women, children, men, the elderly, and especially the nobility, all were consumed by the flames of revenge. And after a year of war, they managed to make a peace treaty with Margus Agara, granting him lands and riches. The man only agreed out of boredom. He had already eliminated all those responsible for the death of his family, and he saw no need to kill more people who had nothing to do with it. And so time passed, with Margus living on his lands and founding the Agara clan, being the first member and therefore the founder. A short time later he fell in love again and married a beautiful woman who had suffered a similar fate to his. An understanding arose between them which led to love. They had children who had children, and those children had children, starting a family that would later become a clan of assassins, although they mainly focused on countering the monsters that threatened all races. Years later came the Age of the Gods, descending due to their boredom in the heavens and helping humans by granting them the fauna to repel monsters. 1,000 years passed and the danger of the monsters had been eliminated by sealing the entrance to the dungeon, the mother of all calamities. The abilities of the Agara clan were lost over time, with none of them possessing them at birth. But martial arts, assassination techniques, and more remained a custom, making it a prosperous and peaceful minicity with a goddess watching over them. However, everything changed with the birth of a girl who 9 years later would show in her condition the ability that her ancestor once had. Black hair like the beautiful night and aquagreen eyes with a crystalline background adorned with jet-black irises. That girl would cause paranoia throughout the entire Eastern Empire, leading them to purge the entire Agara clan for fear that the past would repeat itself. Lands of the Agara clan, with an approximate population of 1,000 inhabitants. 9 years had passed since the birth of the daughter in the main branch of the family, becoming a beauty and a prodigy in kenjutsu, martial arts and assassination techniques of the clan. As a member of the main family, she was trained from the age of 6. And right now that girl was receiving a status update from the goddess who granted them her falna. She was sitting with her back uncovered on a padded wooden bench as she felt her state being unlocked. A few seconds passed and his goddess widened her eyes and then exclaimed in surprise, "Axelachin, you've reached level 3 and a skill." Little Axela was surprised and then smiled happily. She had reached level 3 in just 2.5 years. "Wait a moment and I'll raise your status now, okay?" At her goddess's words, the small and happy Axela nodded enthusiastically. She was happy to have reaped the rewards of her training and her missions hunting monsters on the surface. "Here with you that makes 3 levels 3, you've finally caught up with your older sisters." The cheerful goddess chuckled softly as she covered her lips with one hand and handed the status sheet to the dark-haired woman with the other. Axela held it and looked at its contents. State: Name: Axela Agara. Age: 9 years. Race: Human. LV: 3 Strength I0. Endurance I0. Dexterity I0. Agility I0. Magic I0. Development skills: Hunter H. Abnormal resistance. I knew magic, it doesn't have one. Skills:
King's restriction. Blood ability.
Disables magic in a predetermined area, taking the user as the central point. It disables reinforcement and support skills in a predetermined area, taking the user as the central point. It subjects the user to lower levels, preventing their movement. It depends on the user whether they restrict themselves or not. Control at will. Stat-independent trigger. Little Axela couldn't believe it. Her status sheet fell to the ground as she let go of it, while the name of the skill she had obtained flashed through her mind. The King's restriction. That same skill was one that his ancestor, the founder of the clan, possessed. It was impossible that he didn't know. After all, it was written in the records of the clan's history. "I see you noticed." The voice of her goddess pulled her from her world, causing her to look up to see the deity's face. She was giving him a kind but slightly tinged smile. According to family rules, whoever inherited the founder's skill would become the next ruler of the clan. And that would be a lot of pressure on the shoulders of little sweet Axela. More than a millennium had passed and she was the second to obtain it, of course. The first was Margus Agara. "Go to your parents and tell them your sisters must be there too." She nodded, but not before thanking him politely as she bowed before her goddess. "Thank you very much, Tsukuyomi-sama." The goddess Tsukuyomi smiled at that and stroked the girl's hair. "Run, it will get later and you won't get any food." Axela nodded and ran out to the dining room of her house, leaving the deity alone in her room. "I hope nothing goes wrong," she whispered, her voice filled with worry. Little Axela was in the main room of her house, a place where important topics were discussed and meetings were held for the administration of the clan. And in front of her stood her father, a thin man with short, straight black hair. His blue eyes focused on his daughter's aquamarine eyes, looking at her imposingly and making little Axela sweat with nerves. She had already announced her recent level up and acquisition of the blood ability a few hours ago at lunch in front of her 2 older sisters, her mom and her dad. And that meant that her father, the current head of the family, would be replaced by her when she turned 15, which worried Axela because her father might not react in a very peaceful way. Wah! But the slim, handsome man rushed towards the little girl, hugging her and happily stroking her hair. He was even crying comically. "Why, you'll be a great leader, my little Axechin." Yes, her father was an overprotective maniac who spoiled little Axela rotten, and his pride in her grew even more when he learned that she had inherited her ancestor's ability. Axela could only feel embarrassed by how affectionate her father was. Sometimes he was very silly, which is why he was always on missions and avoided seeing him. Because every time she met her father, he would rush to hug and flatter her like a prodigy and his favorite daughter. She might have worried about jealousy from her older sisters, but that wasn't the case. They had suffered the same thing before and were glad that now she was the victim. In short, she was a sacrifice that her sisters were willing to make. Stop, father, it's shameful." And with a firm and ashamed voice, she used all her strength to push her father away. Although she failed to do so, her father was above her in strength and level. After a few more minutes of being petted and congratulated, the man finally let her go and coughed to clear his throat and speak. "WL, as you know, you'll have to train as a clan leader. You still have 6 years for that, so for now you should train to be able to perfectly control the ability." Little Axela nodded, making her father want to hug her again because of how cute she looked. The fact that his daughter wanted to act serious only made it more endearing. But like any man, he endured that and continued with his instructions. "You will be the next clan leader, Axechin. For that I will have to give you advice so that you can bear the weight on your shoulders." His face turned serious as he prepared to speak again, causing Axella to do the same and be ready to listen to him. You will have to empty your mind, have no form or shape like water. If you put water in a cup, it becomes the cup. If you put water in a bottle, it becomes the bottle. If you put it in a teapot, it becomes the teapot. Water can flow or it can crash. Be water, my daughter. Axella's usually serious face was nowhere to be seen, replaced by one of total astonishment at her father's words. In short, I was telling her to be amorphous and limitless like water. He had to admit it, his father was a wise and reliable man, obviously if you ignored his overprotective personality. But father, how can I create the best sword technique? As the next clan leader, I need to be strong, stronger than anyone else. Do you think some techniques are better than others? His question stemmed from his serious doubts about the various kenjutsu techniques that were written in the clan's documents. Wanting to know the reason for an improvement, even though she herself wanted to obtain it. If you ask me about a definitive technique, I don't think one exists, was his father's simple reply. He wanted to hear what his daughter would say. After all, he could see it in her eyes, so if no style is superior, why have so many competitions? It seems they're unnecessary. And well, in the end he said what he was thinking, making his father smile and reply. No style is superior, but the people who practice it are different. Skills help us to uncover our weaknesses and lead us to total self-discovery. Because our true enemies are ourselves. Once again, her father left her speechless before the council, making her understand that the ultimate technique was not necessary in itself. So all I need to do is improve my technique through training, not change it. It was his simple thought as he gave a thoughtful look, making his father understand that he had perfectly understood his words. Father, and about anger, he said to his father, is it good for battles? Her question puzzled the man a little as he couldn't imagine his stoic daughter having a battle ruled by anger. Even so, that didn't stop him from giving another piece of advice. An angry mind is a limited mind. When you're angry, you only think about what you can do to someone, not what they can do to you. So anger isn't good for fighting, interrupted little Axella. No, it has to do with the emotional content, not with anger, his father replied quickly, giving a serious look. Axella was silent for a few seconds and then nodded, implying that she had understood her father's advice. Upon seeing that, the man could only assume the meeting had taken place and spoke again. Now go to your mother, Saria, she wants to talk to you. The man finished talking and stood up, although his daughter's words stopped him. I suppose she'll talk to me again about finding a husband. Axella's father felt a pang in his heart, almost collapsing weakly onto the tatami floor. But anger got the better of him and he exploded. I won't let you have a husband. My little Axechin doesn't need one. And anyone who comes to ask for your hand in marriage, I'll make sure they're killed in the most painful way possible. He began to exclaim an endless stream of words towards the ceiling of the room while gesturing with his hands, squeezing something. Did you hear that, Axechin? You can't marry, huh? And looking where his daughter should be, he was speechless when he couldn't find her. He looked up at the ceiling and saw a cutout section leading to the second floor, possibly Axella's escape route. I don't know whether to feel angry or proud. That was his thought upon learning that he had been tricked by his daughter, an expert in stealth. I agree with you, father, but I don't want to hear your ramblings right now. That was little Axella's thought as she sneaked through the second floor of her house and went to her mother's room. She was comfortable with the idea of not needing a husband. After all, she wasn't interested in love and didn't see herself as hopelessly in love with anyone. It was impossible. Mother, it's me. Once he was in front of his mother's room, he knocked on the door and announced his arrival, receiving a come in response and entering. Hi Axella, how was your conversation with your father? It was the quick greeting and question from a beautiful redhead taking care of a baby inside the room. Long, choppy, blood-red hair, beautiful light green eyes adorned with long eyelashes, fair skin, and a perfect figure. Hi, Mom. Father was as usual and even went crazy at the mention of the word husband, was her quick reply, arriving at a table for two and taking a seat. The mother chuckled at that and left the already asleep baby in bed. Yato never changes, sometimes I wonder if I did the right thing marrying him, she joked with a charming smile as she took a seat across from her daughter. Axella knew it was a joke from her mom, but she still managed to avoid having beads of sweat running down her forehead. But you said you mentioned the topic of a husband. Do you mean you've already decided to look for a boyfriend? She asked, her eyes sparkling with excitement at the thought of her daughter wanting to learn about love. Of course not, Mom. I mentioned it because she told me to come talk to you, and I told her you were going to talk to me about finding a partner. After that, she went crazy and I escaped. It was her quick response, which made her mother sad and surrounded her with a depressing aura. I see you're still as serious as ever, Axella. You know time waits for no one, so be more childlike and enjoy it, her mother advised, giving her a loving maternal smile. She was worried about her daughter. Her always serious and stoic personality was something abnormal in the family since they all had extroverted personalities. But I'm enjoying my childhood, mother. I've hunted monsters through missions, and I never neglect my training. Upon hearing her daughter's response, the mother gave a nervous smile. That definitely wasn't enjoying childhood, not at all. But she decided to ignore it for the time being and continued talking to Axella about the topic of marriage. Not forcing her to get a boyfriend at this age, but talking about how wonderful it was to fall in love and of course at her appropriate age. But no matter how much she talked, her stubborn little daughter wouldn't listen. In the end, he ended up giving her a lap pillow and making Axella feel embarrassed. You know, one day you'll give a lap pillow to the person you love and you'll feel how beautiful it is to do it, she remarked while stroking her black hair. I will never do anything so shameful, was her quick reply as she felt the comfortable grip of her mother's legs. She really didn't see herself giving a lap pillow to a man in the future. It was something that never crossed her mind unless her mother said so, like now. Refusing love is as foolish as refusing life for fear of dying, Axella. And her mother simply said those words while smiling and continuing to stroke her hair. Axella didn't know it, but in the future that phrase would become her favorite. Loud impacts of wood against wood echoed throughout the room, belonging to the practiced katanas being wielded by his two older sisters who were training in front of his eyes. She had been freed from her mother and was now in the training room, watching the refined movements of her older sisters fighting each other. In the end, the eldest won by destroying the youngest sword and leaving her disarmed. That was amazing, Flare One-sama. She screamed with excitement upon seeing the splendid movement of her older sister. Ara, thank you very much, Axelachin, Flare replied with a smile. Flare had inherited her mother's beautiful red hair, but unlike hers it was short. From his father he only inherited his characteristic blue eyes. Hey, aren't you going to congratulate me? I did a good job, you know. Exclaimed the sister who had been defeated. Axella noticed and apologized immediately. Why, you're right, Ria One-sama, please forgive my boldness, she said while bowing respectfully. Ria, mentioned above, had nervous beads of sweat because of it. I was just kidding, Axelachin, he replied, trying to get his little sister to stop bowing. The young woman boasted a well-formed body, black hair like her father's, and light blue eyes. Although only one was visible, the other was covered by her bangs. And once they managed to get their little sister to stop apologizing, they took a seat on the tatami in the living room while forming a triangle shape between them. So our father went crazy over a potential husband, pfff hahaha. You've got a tough road ahead, Axelachin, Flare commented while wrapping her arms around her stomach and laughing loudly. And mother wants to induce you to find one. I suppose they're worried about your childhood and lack of personality. Now Ria was the one who spoke seriously. Little Axella simply nodded, although she was a little uncomfortable with Flare making fun of her misfortune. Don't worry, in the end they're just giving you advice. The final decision is yours. Maybe you'll fall in love with someone without our mother pulling any strings behind the scenes, Flare said again, smiling at her little sister. I already said I'm not going to fall in love, was Axella's reply. Flare simply waved his hand dismissively, knowing that he would later have to eat his words. Eventually, everyone found love, that was for sure. Flare, remember that Axelachin is 9 years old, you already have a husband but you are 18, and now it was Ria's turn while she supported her little sister. Oh, you have a partner too, Ria, Flare replied, frowning at being attacked from two sides. I'm 16 and he's just my boyfriend, not my husband, Ria retorted, beginning to get irritated with her older sister. Sooner rather than later, both exploded and had another friendly encounter, with Flare ultimately winning and Ria losing. Damn it, I lost again, quahahaha. You're missing a lot if you think you can beat me, Richin. Amid her older sister's argument, little Axella smiled and joined the conversation, later asking for friendly battles with her sisters. He obviously lost, but with each duel he gained more and more experience. He was a prodigy for a reason. 1 year passed after he obtained his ancestor's ability, improving his techniques and perfectly controlling said ability. Gradually, his relationship with his father improved. He was still an overprotective maniac, but because he taught him everything a good leader should have, he was able to learn more about his wise side. With her mother it was the same, with Saria wanting her lovely daughter to find love but her daughter refusing to do so. But one thing was certain, they forged a better mother-daughter relationship, with the former giving the latter advice on how to make a man fall in love with her. Although Axella merely listened to them and did not test them, she still showed no interest in love. Her sisters had moved up a level, leaving her behind again. And that only served as fuel for the little prodigy, seeking more missions and training harder. Everything was peace and harmony until the goddess in charge of the clan had to go to the Eastern Empire to report on the status of all the Agara inhabitants. That was what worried Tsukiyomi. A day passed since she left and did not return, worrying Axella's father. Perhaps she could have been attacked by uneradicated surface monsters or assaulted by highway bandits. But contrary to Yato Agara's ideas, the goddess Tsukiyomi was being held in a cell of the Eastern Empire, placed under arrest after the state of Axella was seen, where she displayed the ability of her ancestor. This caused great paranoia among the high command, mainly the nobility and politicians. And then, fearing that the past would repeat itself, they sent an army of 20,000 second-class adventurers to purge the entire clan. 20,000 adventurers against 1,000 assassins. 3 days had passed since the departure of the goddess Tsukuyomi, causing Axela's father to prepare to conduct a search. Axela looked at all the members of her clan from the second floor of her house. She was on her day off, which her mother forced her to take, and decided to observe the view from her balcony. She loved watching the sunset and consequently observing the vast darkness that invaded the sky. Her excitement was even greater if the night turned starry. But an abnormality occurred with the environment, turning reddish from one moment to the next when it was not yet sunset time. His doubts turned to surprise when he realized that the early sunset was due to countless fireballs descending towards his village. Its size could be compared to a normal meteorite, implying that they were spells cast together and from a distance. The attack was an ambush, with spheres of blazing flames impacting houses and stables. Suddenly everything turned reddish, with the houses ablaze and filled with the cries of the unfortunate babies inside. The stables were alerted by the neighing of the various horses and the moans of the cattle. And the war cries of the invaders filled everyone's ears, and they launched into attack, running through the dismayed women with their swords and flashing sparks with those of the men. The Agara clan considered themselves a powerhouse, but being attacked without warning with ranged magic and being outnumbered by 20 sealed their fate. And among the 1,000 inhabitants, there were also non-militant women and inexperienced children. In short, the Agara clan was unsurpassed at assassination, but in wars where numbers mattered, they could only perish. In the end, they were only able to eliminate 1,750 attackers out of 20,000. My daughters have committed no sin, aim all your arrows at me. Axela's father's scream echoed throughout the place, pleading that his daughters not be harmed. I beg you, don't hurt my daughters. His wife had been murdered long ago when she returned home to be picked up by her son, only to be incinerated by a fireball. Axela could do nothing about it, and although she was fighting alongside her clan, her father, upon learning the reason for the attack, tried to make her escape. But he couldn't. In the end, he failed spectacularly and found himself in this situation. Flare, Rhea, Axela, and he were tied up and hanging from a wall, being targeted by the arrows that the adventurers were shooting. Moments later, Flare was struck by an arrow in the head and Rhea by one in the heart, taking their lives. A heart-wrenching scream escaped little Axela as she saw the lifeless bodies of her beloved older sisters, shedding tears without ceasing. A few more seconds and his father was turned into a human hedgehog with a large number of arrows on his body. Again, the little girl screamed in agony as she watched her family being murdered before her eyes. She was next targeted by the adventurers in charge of the torture, and just as they were about to launch their attacks, the cracking sounds echoed through the place. Between tears and stifled screams, Axela was clenching her teeth so hard that she was emitting high-pitched squeals. The flames that were still flickering gave it a more sinister appearance, capturing the attention of the men. Confused faces began to appear when they noticed a light purple layer emerging from little Axela's body. I'll remember this. And his hateful words echoed through the place, a hate that caused a burning sensation in his back. I'll remember this, you bastards. The words that were once spoken were being repeated, with a new ability being unlocked by Axela. The same ability that a certain transcendental being noticed from Aurario, smiling unexpectedly at this scenario. I will not die. Do it, a voice began to whisper to the little girl. The burning in his back had ceased, and just now his new ability, which his ancestor once also possessed, activated. With a thicker and more noticeable aura, Axela's body was surrounded by a purple energy. No matter what they do, I will not die. Say the activation phrase, repeat it. The demon's voice continued whispering words in his ear. Alimentando ese odio desde Aurario, and I swear that. Repeat it, Demon King Sacrifice, the demon said the forced activation phrase. Being perfectly heard by little Axela, she unleashed the purple energy to the point of turning it into a gigantic dome that enclosed the remaining 18,250 adventurers. And I swear I will kill every single one of you. Say it, shout it, and bring fun to my boredom. Black flashes outlined by blood red shot towards the adventurers, signaling an out-of-control ability. Demon King Sacrifice. The girl screamed with all her might and hatred, causing the adventurers' faces to become expressionless the instant they were swept through by a light gust of wind. His eyes turned white and fell lifeless to the ground. 18,250 people were deprived of their souls, which left their bodies in purple spheres and were lost in nothingness. Just now, the 100-year lifespan granted by his level 3 was reduced by half, leaving him with 40 years of life since he had already lived 10. The ropes that held her broke and she fell weakly while mourning the loss of her family. His averse-smiling mother, his overprotective but wise father, his beautiful and kind sisters, and his little brother who is 1.5 years old. Her screams filled the space now transformed into a massacre, and her tears ran down her face until they dampened the ground. Only one girl remained on this battlefield where corpses were piled up. The demon smiled from Aurario, sending a clerk the next day to find the bearer of his ability, although he never found her. Axela. Axela. The cries for a single girl echoed across the battlefield. It was the goddess Tsukuyomi being accompanied by two escorts and a 12-year-old black-haired girl, a close friend of Excella. They didn't spend much time searching when they saw Excella's small body on her knees, staring at the ground with lifeless eyes. The goddess and her friend ran alongside him, stepping over the dead bodies of the adventurers sent by the Empire. Once she saw them, her eyes, which had been devoid of light, became crystalline with tears reborn. Her close friend simply hugged her, and the goddess surrounded them both in a larger embrace, listening to the little girl's screams and sobs. Time skip. They had left the lands of the Agara clan with the help of the escorts being taken to the outskirts of them. "Okay, Axelachin, please take care," said her 12-year-old friend as she hugged her affectionately. Excella, however, did not respond. Tsukuyomi did the same as the other girl and gave her hug with a few words of farewell. "I know you'll find a hero, and when you do, don't let him go, okay?" And again there was no response, not even a nod. Little Excella's expressionless face told them everything they needed to know. She would return to take revenge. And that the Eastern Empire would suffer a second larger-scale genocide as it once did, that was the message that his face and eyes gave. Although a certain white-haired man would prevent that, saving the girl and unknowingly saving an entire nation. The friend and the goddess could only remain silent. The latter had already updated Excella's status and released her so that she could look for another god if that was what she wanted. With all this said, they said goodbye to her as she disappeared into the distance on a cart bound for a distant village in the east, a place where the Empire could not find her and a place where Excella would be saved by a little hero. She didn't know how many days the trip lasted. Maybe it was 1, 2, 3, or even a week. None of that really mattered to her. His mind was solely focused on gaining strength, becoming as strong as anyone else, and returning to avenge his family and clan. Anyway, back to their destination. The cart had arrived at a certain village nestled in the mountains, small but safe, and the driver had handed a sack full of money to the lady who would take care of it. The money obviously came from her friend, who wanted to make sure Excella didn't go hungry. And once her transport left, she walked beside the lady towards her new home when suddenly she saw an old man sailing through the air until he crashed to the dirty ground. He didn't pay much attention to it and continued walking beside the lady, who looked at the old man with amusement on her face. And Excella saw something very strange again. A man who was over 2 meters tall running gracefully with a small white-haired child on his shoulders. It should be noted that both of them had faces full of terror. It was clear they were fleeing. And sooner rather than later, an invisible blow struck the back of the enormous man and sent him flying, leaving the small white-haired boy levitating and falling to the ground. "Wah!" the little albino boy screamed in terror. Running won't do them any good. And the furious scream caught his attention, making him stop looking at the white-haired boy who had gotten up from the ground and started running away in fear. Turning his gaze to the source of the scream, he saw her. Beautiful silver hair, a gothic dress with black and green as its dominant colors, a face as beautiful as porcelain and with two heterochromatic eyes, one jade green and the other silver gray. Watching her walk gracefully towards her prey, she stepped over the almost dead old man, footsteps that the old man enjoyed, and looked for the little white-haired boy who had fled, abandoning his companions. Yes, the albino boy didn't bother to help his grandfather or his uncle who were on the ground and ran for his life, disappearing into the distance. Little Excella watched all this drama perplexed, not knowing what to think. Finally, he managed to hear the white-haired man's agonizing scream, then saw him being carried by the same silver-haired woman, stepping over the old man again and trampling him with disgust, which the old man again enjoyed. That happens every day. Belkun's grandfather probably took him to spy on the women's bathroom, and the little boy asked his uncle Zald for help when his Aunt Alfia discovered them. Excella perfectly heard the explanation of a funny lady describing what is common in this town. Even so, he didn't pay much attention to it and resumed walking alongside the lady. Of course, she didn't go unnoticed by Alfia, Zald, and the mysterious Zeus. One day later. "Listen, Belle, you have to save that girl. She'll be the first to join your harem, got it?" "Yes, Grandpa," exclaimed little Belle, striking a military pose with a serious expression, a serious face that turned into one of terror when his grandfather was beaten and embedded in the wall of his cabin. Obviously, Alfia was the one responsible. "Belle, come and sit down," the silver-haired woman said to the fearful Belle as she lightly patted his lap. Belle went towards her and lay down on his side with the lower half of his grandfather emerging from the wall in view. A nervous Zald could also be seen behind them making dinner, but back to the aunt and her frightened nephew. "Save her," were Alfia's simple words, causing Belle to gasp in surprise. Alfia ignored that and continued on. "That girl is lost in hatred and revenge. If you can save her, I'll consider training you and her, okay?" Belle smiled innocently at that and nodded as she felt her aunt's warm hands caress her hair. They knew Excella's condition because the girl herself had come this morning to ask to be trained by Alfia and Zald. According to the dark-haired woman, the lady in charge of her had told her about them, saying that they were powerful, top-level adventurers. With that said, Excella's intention was more than clear, to receive training to become stronger and fulfill her revenge. and Ulfia refused, as did Zald, causing little Axella to leave angrily upon receiving a negative response. Even so, they knew she would come again, and instead of letting her come, they would send a hero after her. All right, then let's have dinner and go to sleep. You'll sleep with me tonight, Ulfia said, indicating that Belle would sleep like a king tonight. What followed were 3 weeks of little Belle being rejected by an annoying Axella, with the boy visiting her every day and inviting her to play. There were days when I would find her near the river training with a wooden sword that she had created herself, and I would try to scare her. But what little Belle received were cuts from the young black-haired woman. That angered Ulfia greatly, because if it hadn't been for Zeus and Zald, little Axella would have turned into a ship sailing the skies. Other days I would find her crying, and consequently with him, giving her advice that he had heard from his grandfather, uncle, and aunt. And one of the many things he gave her affected Axella, making her cry as she remembered the same advice her mother had given her. Time waits for no one. After a hard battle and a great effort on the part of the white-haired boy, little Axella finally opened her heart to him, beginning to play with him and slowly forgetting her revenge. Time passed and Belle saved the damsel in just 2 months of persistence. And just today, as night fell and Axella had understood the intention of the younger boy, they were both walking towards Belle's house. Although it was better to say that Belle was giving her a piggyback ride. He walked with difficulty because he was younger than Axella, but with effort, grit, and willpower he succeeded. Almost reaching his destination, Belle heard a few words from the rescued princess. "Aren't you scared?" The white-haired man simply gazed at Axella's calm face. She was resting her chin on Belle's right shoulder as she was being carried, with her eyes closed and enjoying her ride. It was comforting for her. "Having so many valuable things," Axella continued, "I can only think about when those ties are cut." Her words were filled with pain, with images of her family being murdered flashing through her mind. "It scares me. The most important thing is always the most fragile," speaking absolute truths with Belle listening. "You'll regret saving me," little Axella finished her words. Although those last ones bothered Belle a little, causing him to stop and Axella to open her eyes when she noticed. What he saw was a beautiful rubbered flash adorning Belle's eyes. Waiting for the albino boy to say something, she fell silent when she heard it. "Of course not, because I'll be there to prevent it." Simple words adorned with a smile from Belle, but as simple as they were, they made Axella's heart beat wildly. He literally said he would always be by her side. That's what he meant, because I'll be there to stop him, right? Whether that was the case or not, Axella understood it that way and blushed as she hid her face in Belle's back. "Tonto." It was the faint whisper that Belle could hear. With that, he walked back to his house where a dinner specially prepared by Zald awaited them. The hero had saved the girl had found her hero. And as her goddess told her she would not let him go, she would cling to him and love him with all her being. That's how a couple was formed, like the starry night was founded. The jet-black soul clung to the transparent, shining one. "I see that Belle did a good job." The comment came from Ulfia, looking imposingly at little Axella while holding a sword sheath. Both were training near the river, secretly from Belle. Ulfia had said she would train him if he saved Axella, but when he saw her that night when Belle arrived with her on his back, he knew. She had fallen in love with Belle. The blush on her face gave her away. So with that said, he decided to train the dark-haired woman instead of his nephew, plus he had to settle a score with her. "You become stronger when you want to protect someone. Hatred and revenge don't help you with that," the silver-haired woman spoke again. Axella nodded as she held her guard up with a wooden sword, the same one she had made herself. "Now I'll get back at you for all the times you hit Belle. Get ready." Her words sent a chill down Axella's spine, and moments later she fell unconscious due to a blow to her head, courtesy of Ulfia. She didn't even have time to use her ability, that's how fast she was. The days repeated themselves, with Axella being trained by Ulfia and Belle by his grandfather. Obviously, his grandfather's training was completely different. Zeus took advantage of Ulfia's carelessness. The days would continue to be filled with peace until a certain god arrived in search of Ulfia and Zald, causing Belle to suffer from a motivated amnesia and erase any memory of his aunt and uncle. End.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.